better from me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hip list. Generations cope up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude, sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know Delilah.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth to rising, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap.
Rivalries come and go and kingdoms rise and fall, but today, the rivalry of Thailand and Indonesia grows even stronger. Today, those rivalries blaze in the lower bracket, and awaiting them in the upper bracket, the usurpers from Malaysia, Singapore, who look to establish the new reign of dominance here in the Asia Pacific stage. The flight to Reykjavik draws near, and the itinerary is finally set. The last three regions remain to find out who's going to represent the Asia Pacific region. This is the third day of the Valorant Champions Tour Asia Pacific Knockouts.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring allowed from everybody. Darion on the ace. What a dodge!
And it's all up to Darion remaining. For the time game, it's all installed here for full set. Go in though, and who dares wins for Darion.
He is watching the long side. One by one, the flash will come through. But right now, Lexi finds Lemmy, but D will be finding.
Implying other presence on the other side of the site. They want to take it. D with the backstab perhaps does get it! And teleport.
Darion will be taking some hits there, but Maxi from the backside gets a double. Darion with the knives gets Lemmy snacks. But Lexi will be fighting John Olsen as well.
Yeah, and Bleed Esports, they will take this series 13 to 11. 5 now. They are our first one into the next round of the upper bracket.
After he's going to be pulled and stunned and blind, still gets a kill on Sushi Boys. Finds a second, holding down the line.
Jake just unrelenting chasing, and Surf feeling the buckshot already. Facials now will be logged on over, and in behind Surf with the ambush. Finds another one. 3 here at the teleport. It all falls apart here for Sersha, and now Jake gets up close and personal, all up the Surf here. And 1v4 gets the blaze over on the Jake, but Forsaken finally gets to come up into the birthday buff. Will bring TRX to even greater heights.
People, there are 3 players here, and none of them are making any sounds here. If they don't check this corner, they might just be in for a rough ride. Can they even back him up? No, they're gonna sacrifice him or not. As he gets a third, looking for 4, he lands it, and it's Eeyore with a 4K on the share team. And Wanafly is coming in with a massive lurk here. He gets 1, he gets 2. He doesn't need to peek any further, but it's gonna be Wanafly with the 3rd. Can it be the 4th for Wanafly?
Okay, flinch. Oh, he might not be able to reposition though.
Oh, he's got him. He's got the lineup on the 2. ER with 3. ER with 4. And he's done it. ER once more. He's got the 4 kills to take his team into the victory and wins the game for absolutely poetic for him. Easy double kill from Aziz. And the 100 here, yeah, sure. It gets a nice double kill from Blaze King. Look at how far. How far. Aziz is already gone. He's going to get a 4th kill. Could he find the tail wins this? Watch. Look for the ace. No, ace for the side. Actually do a little bit. No, not gonna do damage at all here. He's gonna get the win onto 1 for the 4. He's made noise here. 1v1, and it's Blaze King with the ace to come back into this.
Oh, they immediately know where he is. He is so screwed.
And he's alone.
Oh, well, they'll have to. They don't know that Pro is
so far.
No, they know. Oh, unfortunate. Okay, 1v1 though.
Recon comes in. Bro, he jiggles it. And he's gonna get the headshot, bro! Bro and Bobby Shula will have to play the read.
They don't have big ability to actually make it work. Oh no. Oh, they got punish. Whoa, he got punished back right underneath. And he just pulls the rug from.
Day number 3 of VCT Asia Pacific Knockout, second to the last day before we finally know who's gonna represent the region for Masters Reykjavik. Welcoming you to the panel yet again, a good 12-hour break from you guys. Raf right here and Illustrado to start the day off. Now we just want to make a quick recap of what happened last night or yesterday basically, and there were grueling matches for yesterday. 2 teams have left yet again here in the stage. That was SBE and Made in Thailand. We are now down to 6 teams here, and it's just gonna continue from here. What were your favorite matchups from yesterday? First of all, Raf, you go first.
Two of my favorite teams had to duke it out. One had to leave, and you obviously know which one I'm talking about. It's Boom versus South Build. To be honest, that was one of the finest moments for South Build because we saw them start off strong, really go toe-to-toe with Boom for, honestly, quite a good bit of it. But you know how Boom is. There's just so many times where you look at the game, you do the eye test, and you just ask, are you kidding me? How do you do that?
And aside from that, also, I would say that one of my favorite matchups from yesterday as well is probably gonna be Bleed versus Full Sense. Mine was Bleed, bringing Full Sense down to the lower bracket. The dedication and the growth of this team is just fast-paced, and especially in this fast-paced circuit, really made me a believer of Bleed Esports. Now they're in the upper brackets, and with this, it is assured that there is one MYSG team going to Masters Reykjavik. How about you, Ilu?
Yeah, I love it here. Just the growth of Bleed. Oh my god, sorry, I just reel back when I see that shot. It's just so sexy to see. But yeah, case in point, man, Bleed Esports, they are a team that just look, slowly but surely, they are finding their footing. And they are getting more and more comfortable, not just playing with each other, but also playing in a high-level tournament like this. You have the likes of the veterans of obviously Pith in the roster, and he's just been an absolute phenom, putting up 30 bombs every now and then. But it's just the most, I think, perfect example of what you can achieve if you go slow. You try to learn the kinks of your team, try to get the quirks out, and guess what? It pays off. This is a very, very different Bleed from what we saw in the local MYSG playoffs, where they got 0-3'd by Paper X.
Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. That has been what Bleed has been doing, and they've been, encouraging people to, hey, die by 1,000 cuts, buy us. And it's been incredible to see Darion and Lexi actually improve as the series go too. Again, I was asking if this was a byproduct of that EUC balance, but nope. So moving on with the series though, I have mentioned that this was my favorite Blaze King, as I mentioned many times over. This is the Age of Fire. So many highlights by Blaze King and everybody on Boom.
Oh my god, I swear, like, so many clutches from Blaze King happen right there, especially in their matchup from yesterday. But aside from that, I also was excited to see the Paper X pulled up the bind and then the picks that they had as well. And also with a lot of matches from yesterday, there were times where there was a triple blind setup coming in for the teams that was so unstoppable. And I think probably for today especially, we are going closer and getting closer to the last remaining days, or rather the last remaining day. And this time around, we're just gonna get to see more of those strat books that we are looking at from yesterday's match. But aside from that, of course, for this time around, people might be thinking, like, how did they get here? And a lot of you might not know, but there is, of course, the tournament format to explain it further. So let's take a look at the tournament format right here.
Something like this, though, it's all about that dual play.
I told you, dude.
Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of 2 spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
Members of Paper X now down, and Bad Guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool.
Bắt được cái tên Physio, một pha di chuyển hơi hơi hay. Chip siêu hồi sinh đang kill rồi, nhưng quan trọng là trong side đại vẫn ở đây. Double kill, triple kill được đưa ra.
APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 playing teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Well, thank you, Asarai, for bringing us the tournament format right there on the screen. But we're also going to take a look at the tournament bracket for day number 3. And that is exactly for today, ladies and gents. For the upper bracket, we have a Bleed Esports versus Paper Rex. And in the lower, that's going to be tough matches here. Sersha versus PSJ. We also have Full Sense versus Boom Esports. Raf, did you expect this kind of lower bracket that we are looking at right now? Did you expect these teams to be actually in the lower bracket and the upper bracket as well?
No, absolutely not. Again, I'll highlight the fact that Boom being the first to fall into the lower brackets really surprised everybody, I feel like. But everything else, it's been shaping up to be a very, very competitive series all throughout the day. I just kind of want to highlight Bleed versus Paper X because we've talked about it. Illustrado has highlighted that Bleed have been steadily going on the upward rise. But Paper X, they still seem to stand at the zenith at the moment.
Yeah, I just don't see them taking a loss anytime soon. Paper X look just too good, especially with Jing right now. But you made a great point there earlier, Eliza, when we look at the current bracket, and like, if you told me that this was going to be the bracket for this week, I'd tell you to shut up and go home because you're imagining things.
Sorry.
This is not real.
Yeah, but it is true. We didn't expect that Bleed and the Paper Rex will be in the upper bracket. To be honest with you, I would be expecting Bleed in the lower, but they are really just proving their point. That's why they are the favorite matchup that I have from yesterday as well. They grew so much, and I know that is the same sentiment coming in from Ilu. But we're looking at the schedule for today. So if you are looking to actually watch a specific matchup, this is going to be the schedule that we are looking at. First up, we have Sersha versus Persija. We have the lower brackets here first. We have Full Sense versus Boom Esports. And then we go to the upper, which is Bleed Esports and Paper Rex and a TBD. Of course, we wait and see who's going to make it to the grand finals. And I just want to ask for the two of you, what are the teams that you look forward to, actually the matchup that you're looking forward to for today?
Well, I've talked about Bleed versus Paper X, but aside from that, I want to look at Full Sense versus Boom because Boom has been playing against super high-powered teams in their most recent series, and it seems like they've been, I wouldn't necessarily say struggle, but they've definitely looked more mortal than we are used to.
How about you, Ilu?
I really just want to see Paper X crush today. I know this is like a fanboy thing to say, but I am so excited for Paper X because I haven't really seen them perform to this level in a little bit of a while. They had a little bit of a quiet spell, especially towards the latter end of the year. And to see them sort of coming back into form, to see that classic, the dominant Paper X that we all come to know and love, well, that's definitely exciting for me.
Okay, super fan. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, everybody is super excited about Paper X, and I think I got you. The right hook sometimes it's a little too quick, and that's what Paper X has been. They've been that blinding right hook that's been absolutely stunning everybody. Hopefully they can continue that today, but we've seen so many upsets.
I just want to point out one thing real quick. If you see any of our stuff like shaking,
moving around, there is an earthquake.
There is an earthquake happening like actually right now, like while we are live.
Hey, but Valorant is live. Here we go. Here
because there is an active volcano
3.
that is exploding in our country. Just want to point that out.
If we disappear, we have We're okay. Don't worry about it.
We're okay. We're gonna update you guys. But anyway, we have the first match for today. Of course, we mentioned it already. It's gonna be Sersha versus PSJ or Persija Esports. Now, this, if you think about it, I would say like it's a little bit lopsided. I would go to the side of Sersha here and feeling like Persija will definitely have a hard time. But of course, Sersha lost to PRX the last time. Did you actually expect Sersha to lose in a 2-0 fashion here? You first, Raf.
I mean, it's Paper X, you know, like
They pulled out the scrapbook, man.
Yeah, I'm now sounding like also like such a Paper X
Super
shill,
fan.
But the thing is, Paper X has gone above and beyond everybody's expectations in their history, and maybe there's a few bumps in the road, but what I like to think about Persija is they've been super persistent. They've been super, how would I put this? They've been enduring a lot of things with the team kind of gluing together. But hopefully we'll see more of that.
Well, we have team intros anyway. We are bound to see who's going to be playing for today. And let's actually take up and check out the roster here for Sersha.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top like yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for yourself and seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at something. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like OAG.
Sersha Esports, while Breach is concussing the panel right now, we are heading here to the first team that we have right here. Cruz, Foxy, Scary, Surf, Sushi Boys, and I want to say, for the side of Sersha, Ilu. Surf has been performing so crazy good. He's fitting like a glove for the team.
Yeah, and I want to bring it back to the point that Dax made about Sersha. They're just such a good team overall. And they can do so well at making any duelist shine in their squad. It's been an absolute treat to see. And as the, I do want to talk about Cruz, actually. If there's any one player in particular who I think has been performing out of his mind, it's got to be Cruz. How many games, how many rounds has he won for his team, single-handedly pushing through smokes, outwitting the opponents, and at the same time making those individual shot calls for his team? Absolutely on another level. Cruz is someone to watch out for me.
Oh, honestly, for me, I would also like to add on Sushi Boys. Although for the past matches that we've seen him, not too much of a noise that he makes. But on the other hand, Sushi Boys from the previous matches, previous weeks that we've seen him as well in other stages of VCT, we have seen Sushi Boys frag out of his mind as well. So I really think that Sushi Boys, if he steps up the pace here and Surf steps up as well, and everyone else, especially Cruz that we have, I think Sersha's just gonna dominate the matchup for today. But aside from that, of course, they are facing yet another team here in VCT, or here in the knockout stage in the lower bracket, and that will be Persija Esports. Let's take a look at the roster of Persija right now.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top like yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for yourself and seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at something. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like OAG.
Persija Esports is what we have here, also known before as Boys with Love, but this time around they're showing up here in the knockouts. And this is Asterisk, Eeyore, Famous, Flinch, and Rosify. We've seen them yesterday, and to be fair, to be honest, Eeyore just really stepped up for this entire team. Now, Persija Esports going up against Sersha Raf. This team, this lineup that we have right here, what are the opportunity for Persija Esports to actually show up and show off?
I mean, everyone on this roster has had their moments in our circuit, but Eeyore, the most recent, as you've mentioned, dropping so many bodies in their recent series. If we can continue that, and if the rest of the team can capitalize, obviously they're gonna have a way better chance against Xerxia. They've taken quite a few series that honestly quite a few of us did not anticipate. They've also had a few explosions coming from Flinch as well. Flinch, he's been looking much better. At the start of our circuit, he'd looked a little bit more on and off, but you can see that baseline go up and that consistency just be a little more present, and maybe we could be witnessing yet another step of a blooming powerhouse.
Yeah, Persija Esports, I think if they can take a map here, even just one map of Sersha when they're looking this strong, okay, this is going to be a very big statement, before this, not just before this tournament, but like, a week ago, even in just the forming stages when people were starting to think about Masters, talking about Persija taking a win up against Xerxia, I would have been very surprised. For them to take even a map is going to be massive, but now I think Xerxia is actually looking defeatable. They did just come off recently a loss against Paper Rex. Their morale might not be shattered just yet. They're still going to be a very strong team to beat, but if there's any time to do it, if there's any time for Persija, it has to be now.
Oh, very interesting take, and I honestly do believe so as well. For Sersha, they seem to be mortal right now here in the knockouts. But as we head into the matchup, or before we head into the match, of course, there is the head-to-head. And let's take a look at the specifics right here for the two players of the specific teams as well. For the head-to-head, of course, we are going to be having here Scary versus Asterisk. Now, these two players have been popping off crazily for the past weeks and for the past days. Scary, we keep talking about him, Ilu, for the previous matches. And also, aside from that, I would just like to say, to start things off, Persija Esports having Asterisk on the lineup here. He has lots of agent pull when it comes to the controller, and he actually does pretty great job in controlling the entirety of the map. But I think same can be said for the side of Sersha Esports right here, Raf.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Scary, true to his name, has been incredibly volatile, incredibly scary. Again, I didn't want to say it twice, but my sister's on the panel. Of course, she has to say it for me. The thing about Scary is he's not really had the most well, barring the last series, right? But it's not about the volume of frags, it's about the impact and the quality. Most of the time, that KDA is really not misleading at all. He's been incredibly efficient, he's been good at staying alive to really keep that utility shuffle as present as possible.
Yeah, I just absolutely love what Asterisk has been bringing to the table. Time and times, how many rounds he has been bailing out for his team. He has been a fantastic second entry, has been a fantastic player just around the third entry onto the side as well to support his team. And I think it's one of the perfect, head-to-heads to bring up into this equation. Two of the individual players to be watching out for. I think the production hit the nail right on the head right there. We'll have to keep an closer eye on these two players.
Oh, they can control the entirety of the game, the entirety of the series, just by looking at Asterisk and Scary right here. But aside from that, of course, moving forward with the map veto, we're finally seeing what are the maps that we are gonna play for today for this matchup. And I just want to ask you guys also here on the panel, what do you think are the winning conditions for the side of Persija? What should they do to actually cancel out or maybe punish the side of Sersha, because they have been really strong as well. Even though they look mortal right now, obviously we still think that Sersha is the stronger team here, Ilu.
I think it's all about who you got. I think it's about Persija taking that risk. They have to take some risks here in the map picks. They have to avoid some of the best maps. You want to be able to see Split. Yeah, you want to see that somehow get into the picture, maybe force it out of them. You don't want to see Icebox. Actually, maybe take a gamble on Icebox here, because Sersha, they are 50-50 on it. You might want to see Bind. Those are the win conditions here. But having said that, Split has already been taken out. So that is the one big question mark factor that I wanted to see in this game. But it's an insta-ban here for PSJ. That's going to be their first priority, to remove it from the map pool entirely. Although I do think Sersha might have wanted to ban it themselves, honestly.
And we do get bind as a second veto here, or rather the first for Xerxia. We talked about the map winning conditions. I feel like going into the game, Precision, they did display a level of aggression that was not present during the group stage. And as you mentioned, the risk that they've been taking, the bravado, this newfound bravado, could definitely help their efforts trying to take away a map or maybe even the series against Xerxia. As we saw, Eeyore and Flinch, they have been the fire starters. Because sometimes Precision, they kind of relegate quite a bit of their play to, you know, in complete honesty, to stagnate just a tiny bit. They're completely fine hanging back on the defense, and it was so rare for them to actually take forward map control. But against Made in Thailand, we saw different tempo, a different speed. If they can throw that in the mix, I feel like Xerxia might have just that extra layer to think about.
PSJ has been a type of team to go for default plays, but yesterday they actually surprised us with a passive-aggressive, or rather, the aggressive plays coming in for the team of Persija Esports. Now, moving forward, of course, with Xerxia, this is also a team that can actually step up the pacing. They can actually just wait it out and also see what is gonna happen and play default plays, but they can also step on the gas pedal and just go ahead and drive the entirety of the match itself. And Xerxia has the ability to do so. Now, aside from asking you guys what is the winning condition here for Persija Esports, now for the Mortals right now here is Xerxia. What do you think? What is the weakest link right now that the Xerxia can use against Persija Esports? That's what I'm interested here in the panel right now, Raf.
As I mentioned, Persija, they do quite stagnate, you know, especially on defense. They have such a static defense at times that it doesn't give them enough time to really rotate in enough people. Considering Xerxia's firepower, they're gonna need all the help. They're going to need reinforcing a site. Maybe today they might have a little few more gambles that they could throw out, maybe a little more 5 stacks. But Xerxia, we know that they are a team that is also very good at that pick and prod process. So this really becomes a very, very delicate matchup.
I agree.
Bad.
Yeah, I think that's the best band that they can go for here. Persija, they might, you know, you don't really want to go up against Xerxia on Icebox, even if their win rate is like 50-50 on it. It's basically pick your poison with Xerxia. There's just no winning. They're good on every single map. The only map that's kind of an unknown is Split, and Persija took it out for them. I want to circle back on the point I made earlier in this one. I do think Persija kind of quote unquote wasted a map pick here, because they banned Split, and I think that's the insta ban for Xerxia. Might be biting themselves in the back here, because these two maps for Xerxia, they love them. Guess what? Persija's map pick, 100% win rate.
Really?
100% win rate on Ascent for Persija. For Xerxia. They haven't lost it a single time in Haven, 83%. They just don't lose these maps. I think it's a big mistake for Persija at the very beginning. They're not even gonna. If you ask me, they're not even gonna get Fracture.
Oof. Fracture is actually the deciding map here for this specific matchup. And Ilu just mentioned, you know, with the map picks right now, it seems to be going on the side of Xerxia as of the moment that we are talking. But do you actually agree with this, Raf? Do you think we wouldn't allow to go to game 3 because of the map picks?
Okay, so even if we do go on the game 3, right, Xerxia has had a healthy amount of quality games on Fracture that I feel like Persija might just struggle with, if not absolutely guaranteed. So this is a win condition that we've been giving a lot of teams. Again, it might be very obvious to a lot of viewers. If you're like, oh, of course, Raf, maybe they have to go 2-0. But again, this is taking the map veto into account. You really cannot go the distance against a team like Xerxia, who's refined their approach on every single map. Persija, that is such a tall order to say, but you have to take this 2-0 if you want to have a chance at this series.
Oh man, I think we are almost closing off with our predictions, but I just want to say and make sure that I said it before the game actually starts. I think if Eeyore pops off and they put them again on his picks and the chamber picks as well, he can be aggressive, and this guy can frag out of his mind, and it can go crazy or maybe throw a curveball for the side of Xerxia right here. But to be fair, right now we are gonna close off with our predictions. It's the prediction time, gentlemen, here on the panel. And maybe I'll go ahead and start things off. For this specific matchup, for the side, I already mentioned it a while ago. I think it's a lopsided match, and I think it is gonna go to the side of Sersha. But of course, Persija, they can prove me wrong. I would go for a 2-0, a clean 2-0 here on the side of Sersha. How about you, Ref?
It's Xerxia 2-0, honestly. We've talked about the win conditions for Persija, but we have... Because imagine that, right? We keep talking about how can Persija win? How can Persija win? But then we ask, how can Xerxia win? Just do Xerxia things.
Yeah, I'm going to follow that right on up there. I do think it's going to be a 2-0 here for Sersha. I want to go back to that map draft, man. I think banning split early must have been a mistake here for Persija. I think that was one of the key factors that we needed them to see it, or at least make that map selection a little bit more difficult. They banned out Icebox, which is one of the maps I do feel like they had a better chance in. And none of these really are going, none of these maps, even Ascent, which they have a decent win rate on, 100% win rate for Sersha. I just don't see it going any other way. It's got to be a straight up 2-0.
It is a matter of just picking your own poison at this point. And we have finally locked in our predictions here in the panel. 2-0 for the side of Sersha. I don't know what the casters think right now, but let's head into the first game and to our casters. So please do take it away.
Hands up, ain't no one on my level.
One of these teams' fate or tournament life is on the line. It's all about that today. We're going to be looking at Sersha versus Persija Esports. My name is Asarai, and joining with me here is Illustrado. You were talking about how in the panel, Sersha just has the overwhelming odds. Persija definitely going to be coming into this one with a huge margin of gap in terms of power level.
Absolutely, not just power level. I think all the advantages that they're going that they can have are going their way. I think the map picks went towards Sersha's way. I think the power levels, right now, the momentum. Persija, sure, they came off of a fairly decent win recently, but the only team that Sersha has lost to recently, still Paper Rex. Everything is still going in their way. If we take a look at Agent Select and see how things are going to go for the first map.
Yeah, I honestly agree on that, but it's better the devil you know than the devil you don't, at least for the map selection here. Maybe there's just something that on Ascent they have done against other teams that we saw from yesterday that just made them more comfortable here. Maybe they can isolate fights much better on Ascent. That being said, Sersha definitely has all the markings of just being able to beat down onto Persija here. I wonder if Persija has something else of a trick up their sleeve, because again, one of the biggest factors here for Persija is the consistency of their top two players, which is Flinch and Famous. We did see Eeyore and Asterisk make some waves yesterday, but because they do play that backline Sentinel, it's always almost forcing them to go for clutches, where that might work if their opponent was, who was it? Made in Thailand. But this is the perennial strongest team in the region of Thailand, so it's going to be a different meter altogether.
Absolutely, you're totally 100% right there. It's still going to be Sersha at the end of the day, something that is so hard to contend against. Well, if we take a look at the Agent Select, a little bit of a mirror matchup. Only really difference is going to be that Sentinel here. We're going to be going into Ascent. I didn't really get to hear your thoughts on the predictions, so I'm going to sort of grill you on this a little bit, Asarai. All of us are thinking Sersha here. Do you think it could go any other way?
Honestly, I feel like it's also going to be Sersha 2-0.
Yeah.
All odds stacked against the Persija team here, and there's nothing really that even you as a fan, even me as a Persija fan here,
would really have to say otherwise. The stats themselves, the odds ever so stacked against Persija here, but maybe they can wiggle one out. We'll see.
We saw a lot of good ideas. I mean, Flinch was on the Neon yesterday. It was very nice. But okay, that's a way to start things off right there. He gets a pick, finds Fox, and that's already an initiator removed. Still have another initiator in the form of Cruz. But we'll have to whittle down their numbers and regroup their forces as they go towards that A short area where it will be Famous who is waiting in the wings.
He does have the crossfire with Scary here, but there is one angle that he's not going to get spotted to get that refrag immediately, and Scary out of position, or rather Astra's out of position, but he still gets the two-piece. This is huge. This at least makes it so that Sersha, as they try to plan, will only have one defender. If there's enough members of Persija here, they can start rushing right in. They will not, though. So this will be the retake regardless, but that has used a lot, I believe, of all Scary smokes. It's all about what they can do here, but wow, these isolate the fights. 1 versus 1 here now.
Oh, somehow it's still brought down to a 1v1, and way too close for comfort. Scary indeed. This is a triple kill for Scary. Once more, we highlighted this player, and he has been such a standout player for Sersha this entire tournament. He has never looked this good. I think this is the best form that we've ever seen from Scary, even in previous iterations, even with Podifan. Hell, even with Puwantap in the roster last year. I don't think Scary has ever put this big of a performance in on a stage this big.
Well, he's capable of doing that. We'll see if that gives them even more of a bite here. Seems like Persija will not be forced buying into the eco round. That might be able to catch members of Sersha off guard, but we are very much afraid of how quickly Sersha can get those trades, and they will get lost in that map control.
Here.
It's just a slower paced game all throughout here. I think Sersha are just trying to feel things out. They want to make sure that Persija not going to be able to sneak any kills, not going to sneak anything, and maybe just test the waters from what it looks like. Nice little take on the orb. Maybe I thought the Astros was willing to jiggle that, but he only does have the shorty. He's hearing all these footsteps from Fox, but I guess for now it's cut up noise in a general standpoint from everybody. Surf, okay, finds the first kill.
He does actually see one press to go for the no-scope. Cheeky idea from Eeyore there to go for it, but that's a nice shot to land here from Surf. Goes for the quick scope this time. He'll be able to pick himself a nice double kill there in the end of it all. Now still 2 players for the side of PSJ. Famous finds Surf, but that's just the Marshall. Not really too much to sweat right now, and Sersha will keep it clean. Fairly decent anti-eco round here. A very, very good one. In fact, so Scary didn't actually pick up that Marshall. It might not come in. Yeah, it's not going to be a factor. He picks up a Vandal instead. Would have been nice to see him drop it for his teammate, but Surf will actually go for the Vandal. And if he can get even just 1 kill on this round, he'll probably have Blade Surf for next.
Yeah, so, you know, they're just writing what their economy is giving them. Excuse me, sorry. But yeah, for now, again, just nothing that Persija could have really done there without the necessary weapons. So we'll see them try to obviously make the waves here. The spread again from Sersha not really changing as much. They haven't gotten that aggressive mid control. They've just been feeling stuff out here against Persija, playing really far back. And this is kind of nice because it does force Persija to go a little bit deeper into enemy territory. But with the Vandals against these Spectres, it might actually get that bite that they're looking for.
Great shot to open up the game. Up the round, excuse me, is Famous. We'll be holding off the push here towards short for now. Still have Surf. He's looking to make that first contact. Nice tap. As Famous finds the opening pick there, he brings it to a 4v3, sorry, 5v3. As backup in the form of Flinch now. As to get closer towards short. They want to re-aggress. I love this idea for PSJ. And Flinch is gonna chase. He's gonna chase. He's gonna double here. That's a triple kill for Flinch. Looking for 4. Can't do it. It's Sushi Boys who prevail still. Long way to go. Good flash, but Sushi Boys once more. He's made it expensive. 1v3.
I think he's gonna know Astros is right here. If it hits the shot, it's gonna open up the A site, but again, he was very much unaware of where the Astra was positioned for. But I gotta say, I'm surprised that Sersha didn't hear Flinch just running from right behind. Maybe they were too focused on what's happening in front. There was too much noise that he got through. But regardless of how he did get through, still get that nice little two-piece. Also that shot from Famous through the wall. Pretty sickening. There you go. There you have it. Yeah. No sweat. But again, that's still the bonus for Sersha.
Well, it's still a bonus, but it was a little bit, it was a very good attempt, in fact. And like I said, Bladestorm will be up so quickly here. Flinch will have it available. Surf, he's gonna have his if he does get this orb up. But Sushi Boys does get the first kill. He takes out Eeyore. That ultimate is gonna give a lot of information now. And pinging the exact locations as to where the defense is. They're gonna be having a little bit more time to make an informed decision on where they want to go. So they're going to split their forces. They're going to send some towards short, one towards long. It's the aggressive push from PSJ. They want to make sure they have control, and they take this fight and they win it. That's a great move from Persija, knowing that they've lost short. So instead, they're going to take a main.
Yeah, for reals. That was a really strong point. If they did not take down Scary there, that would have been Scary with the stars and everything to kind of ruin the retake right now for Persija. Now that they're caught inside the site, all they really have to do is compress and just start picking them off one by one, which they do. You do see Surf inside the cloud burst, but he's creeping up, and he got spotted coming out with the blades ever so slowly by Rosify. Persija cleaning out the round on defense. This is looking a little bit nicer here. That start of the round, though, a little bit iffy for Flinch. I think they were hoping that maybe Flinch was good enough that he can get the kill on the updraft blades, but unfortunately not. So they had to recuperate the situation. But thankfully, that kill on Scary actually makes it very, very digestible for PSJ.
Yeah, Persija, they look great after that play. It just goes to show you that they do have these really strong fundamentals. The moment they lose map positioning control towards short, they go ahead and try to redirect their efforts elsewhere and try to get pieces of the puzzle there. So they push towards A main, and they secure very crucial map control, denying it from the side of Sersha. So they have Sersha. They're going to have to be very careful now how they approach this rounds. As Null Command does come in here, it's a full B execute. They're going to have Surf trying to get onto that side. It's Fox with a nice double kill. Surf follows up with one more.
Taken out.
Okay, that took a second there, but he got the kill eventually. 5v2.
Okay, that flank from Flinch will be very crucial here. There's so many lined up right in front of him, and he actually gets the 3-4K already. But no, he doesn't know the repeat from Cruz. Comes in swift. Flinch. Oh, gosh. He almost had it.
Oh, that was heartbreaking, but I would definitely want to take a closer look at that one. Just spray control, the adjustment from Flint, and there we have it. Let's take another look at what just unfolded in that previous round.
Taken out.
Zone in on Flinch here.
So before this, right, because again, this flank was going to be so strong because Sersha were willing to actually double up and fight for certain angles before the defenders were coming in. And he lined up a good recall control shot there. Yeah, that's going to be just a cleanup. But before that, both KOs actually used their null command. So when you were seeing Surf not actually dashing right in to chase down Rosify, it was because all players inside the B site were basically suppressed. So it turned into a full-on firefight for a good couple of seconds there.
Absolutely. Well, B site yet again. Looking like the target here for Sersha. As Surf is able to claim the site. Nobody really behind it. Nobody really trying to contest too hard. Still, three players still standing for the Persija side. If they can get a couple of picks here, maybe onto Cruz, maybe onto Sushi Boys, who knows? It's going to be very, very big a deal to shut down their economy, but look like they're finding much luck. As it is so far, Asterisk and Rosify, they're going to be snuffed out very, very soon here, unless this Bucky has something to say about it. Okay, they get one kill. Now, I don't imagine they're going to try to push too hard on him, but instead they will. Nice attempt there from the Bucky from Asterisk, but can't get that final shot in.
All right, that was almost good for the damage on the Bucky. And unfortunately, it was a risk. He knew that if he smoked that off, he would just gotten pop shotted by Sersha slowly but surely. Gotta say though, when that round started, Scary just started getting kills left and right. That punish play onto Famous, I really like that. He knew that the wall was coming down, so he wanted to catch off Famous, who I think was just very hesitant to charge out, but Scary was not, and he got such solid control on eco players on PSJ side. Flinch has the op, but I think they actually know about this. That's why they put Surf in a weirder angle. I don't think Flinch is actually going to look above him. He's just going to look at ground level. And if he peeks this out, Surf might be able to hit that headshot.
Yeah, could be a quick 4v5 that we're about to see here, but it's a standoff here. And towards B main. Who's going to peek first? Is it going to be Flinch? Is it going to be Surf? This time it's going to be Surf. You're absolutely right. He takes that victory. Flinch will be going down. He loses that fight. He holds the line, but he loses his nerve at the last possible moment here. And now Surf will get another. That's a very stylish double entry right there. Doing more than his team needs from him. Get his team way, way ahead in this round.
I broke your mirror. Taking that back.
Okay. I don't know how Search have done this, but they are the most read-heavy team I've ever seen play in APAC Challengers. The way that they play, it feels like there's always intention. Where other teams, they're all about the executes and maybe free-flowing. This team, they read what the opponent is about to do. This is really dangerous for Persija because Persija, they don't really have a thick or extensive playbook. And this makes them very vulnerable to Sersha just over being able to read out situations that Persija are actually trying to do.
Well, one player left, and that is going to be Famous. He's going to try his best to save. I don't think he's going to be able to do that. He's so far removed. They're going to try to hunt him because Sersha right now, they have, I think, enough money to spare to go for that hunt. I don't think they're going to commit too hard, though. But still, really another good round here for Sersha as they find more and more of that momentum coming into their favor. I actually thought Persija would start to build up steam after that really good round that they won a couple rounds back. But it's Sersha who started to now snowball things in their direction.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to keep continuing, but the snowball, as you mentioned, definitely is a very plausible factor here. I wonder if this is going to go. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. They were so patient with it, too. I'm not sure why they didn't expect it's going to be A main or A short, but regardless, B main seems to be like the place that almost all operators on Ascent actually look for. Because mid, it's a bit too risky. You can always get smoked off. You're going to waste a lot of time. Right. On A main, you can also get smoked off, waste a lot of time. On B, you don't really get smoked off at all. So it's that dry peak angle that is always so favored by these snipers. And I think just Sersha reading it out pretty well.
Yeah, I say so as well. Sersha just look that much more comfortable. They know where to put their players when they need them. The rotation's coming in at just the right time as well. Sersha, they're not missing a beat in this map. It's 2-5 right now, and PSJ, they're at a 3-round disadvantage, so it's not too big, but I like that they call the timeout early. Get this out early, nip it in the bud, stop that momentum from Sersha for building up way too strong before it gets unwieldy.
Yeah. It is starting to get very unwieldy here. They are very much broke, so I do like how Flinch is bringing his A game to the table here. He will have his blades right now for this round 8. Maybe he can utilize that, but we haven't seen his blades be as effective just yet.
Cool. It's the pistol round, so sorry, not pistol round. It's an eco round, so they will have to try to keep things fairly clean on the Sersha side. But really, Sersha have been so disciplined, you know, all of their ecos to the point where they hardly ever lose anyone because their zoning. It's always so good. Sersha is always a team that are right around the bend from one another. They know how to play the buddy system perfectly. They know how to just, you know, work so well as they.
Oh.
Yikes.
All right. The reason why I'm just like saying, is Sersha just knows. Such textbook plays, to be honest. Okay, 2 defenders from PSJ do have that mid control, though. They might be able to catch Scary here. But again, he's got the weapon. One more. He's still going to scan this one just to make sure. And Rosify is about to go for the swing. And Scary just reactionary as well as replays.
He's got his cosmic divide up
Damn.
again in this round if he picks up
Oh man,
another star. That's okay. Wow. Second of all, Scary is just on something else this tournament. I'm living for it. I definitely think this is his moment in the sun. Putting on a scary face.
He's Ghostface.
He's Ghostface. Oh, you'd know a lot about that, wouldn't you? The ghosting.
Revealing
Get
area.
It? Nudge, nudge.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, well,
Hey,
Flint.
I know, spooky Casper. All right.
Okay, okay.
I'm a real life boy.
Pinocchio.
Pinocchio. I'm a real life boy.
Please see the new Pinocchio, by the way. But still, entry onto the A site as the Hunter's Fury does connect. Does get information. Nice tag. So much information given here as Asterisk. Well, okay, they respond with their own Hunter's Fury. Rosify will find one. It's only a 3v3. They're gonna get out of there. No way. I don't want to commit to. I don't want to commit to anything, Asarai.
Well, you know, there's
A
always
site.
option B. Option B. Yeah, site B. And the wall was up for Asterisk on a position where attackers can't really plant the spike, so they have to cross the wall. And if you weigh your options, unless you don't really have the time, it's not really bad just to go the other direction, right? It's not only one direction. Even though they're disbanded, you know, it's totally fine. Hashtag Zane, but
30 seconds left.
yeah, they're gonna get the VC.
Hashtag Zane.
Spike planted.
They planted open.
Yeah, just like Zane. Hashtag Zane.
Okay.
No, I don't know what that means.
I don't think it's been a thing for a while now, but this goes to show how old we are. But the recon guard has come in, should give them at least some information. They will be destroying it. Nice wall battle. They do find Sushi Boys off of that. Fox with the swing out. Back up his team here. Recon Dart will be able to give them some information now, and Fox really just working that back line so fluidly. It's going to be a 1v1. Asterisk versus Cruz is going to do it, and it's going to be the in-game leader here for Sersha, who, with that close angle, makes his team that much closer to getting to that lower bracket grand final.
Yeah, and you see how very cautious and tense PSJ are. They were expecting maybe Sersha to approach A site once again from a different angle, but they never really got that immediate info gathered. Because from, even though I did mention that wall makes it easy for PSJ to defend the A site, it also makes it impossible for them to know if Sersha's running all the way through B. Site is blocked, vision is impaired. There's nothing really that Sersha can really do unless they actively look for where Sersha is rotating to.
Cruz getting that opening frag onto Flint. It is another eco round, and it does feel like Persija has been forced to eco so many times in this half already. It's just not looking good right now for them. With that neural theft, they're gonna get all the information they need to make an informed decision. Surface is gonna clean up on that flank right now, and towards spawn, even Cruz cleans things up towards the back here. It's just a multi-pronged attack
Spike
right now
down
from
mid.
Sersha, and they're just winning duels left, right, and center.
Yeah, again, there's nothing really that they can manage there. Attackers are on defender spawn. Asterisk drop, definitely heard by Scary there. He did touch grass, but
must be nice.
Yeah, yes, must be nice to touch grass.
Placing alarm bot.
You know, I heard about this outside that you kids are all talking about. Probably try it sometime.
Oops.
Yeah, maybe after the broadcast. You know, we got a week or so to just chill.
Watch Masters. That'd be nice.
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
oh yeah. Well, 8-2. It's looking like for Sidja, unless something changes, they're also going to be watching Masters. So they probably should start. I don't know, maybe a second time. They can't call a second time up just yet. It's still the first half. But they need to do something. Desperate times, desperate measures. But if they can get 2 more rounds, it could still be a very decent half.
Honestly, that's the obvious best case scenario right now for for Persija here. It seems like Flinch, I don't know if they actually had money for him to buy the operator, but it is a good option for him just to go straight for the rifle. They already know that Sersha are a team that actually punishes the rifle or the operator game much heavily. So having Flinch to actually go for this more forward aggressive take with the rifle, I think is the better option. It gets them more options. It gives them more vision. It gives them a lot more understanding of where Sersha are currently. And as Flinch finds absolutely nothing on mid, that's going to allow Persija to rotate all the way through the A side and just read out the situation much faster now.
Yeah, Fox great on the entry, and Fox truly stepping up for Sersha. They still have to deal with Hell. Still could... Okay, never mind. I was about to say it could pose a problem, but now it's been dealt with swiftly. And so is the rest of the members of PSJ. Within the span of a couple of seconds, they all go down. Flinch is a nice idea on the flank, but how aware were Sersha that they already had someone ready to jiggle peek, sorry, not to jiggle peek, trade, and to peek alongside that flank. How immediate did that refrag come in? So on their toes, Sersha. They are ready for everything that Precision is throwing their way.
Yeah, look at that. Just cleanly, they use everything right then and there. Nothing wasted. So efficient. Everything Persija wanted to do, just countered straight up. I mean, even their positions, even though they get traded, yes, there always is that refragger for Sersha. So, again, as I mentioned, nothing wasted at all. If these guys are into recycling, you know, or a biodegradable they don't make any wastes. Use everything, every ingredient.
That would definitely please Captain Planet.
Yeah, he's our hero.
Gonna bring pollution down to zero.
Standing ahead.
I'm pretty sure nobody
None of our
outside
audience
of the
knows
90s.
who that is now?
Yes. We have reached that age. Maybe Ben 10 at least, you know?
Yo, Ben 10 was like 10, 15 years ago now, so...
Yeah, but there's like 3 generations of Ben 10 now. Okay, there's like one that's the OG Ben 10, there's the teenager Ben 10, and there's the remade Ben 10.
I know it's Sunday morning and it's tempting to talk about cartoons, but I'm gonna reel it back.
Saturday.
Saturday morning cartoons.
What do you mean?
Sorry, excuse me. Saturday morning, best time to talk about cartoons. Because at this time we're waking up for them. We got a match on our hands. 4v5. As
30
I apologize
seconds
for that.
But you know, to be fair, it's still a little bit more of the same. It's still a lot of searches, still getting that opening pick, and Persid just wondering what they have to do, scrambling to get some semblance of control in. It seems like every single time the opening pick, awkward timing here, but scary. He somehow wins, and he survives.
10 seconds left.
For a second longer, but with 7 seconds left. They might just be hurting themselves too long. I'm not so sure what they wanted to happen with that one, but all they have to do is survive, and they're trying to find him. Oh no!
Enemy remaining.
What went on
just get
there?
Just get better, more brownie points. I actually don't know. It really just felt like Sersha were trying to pull the trigger and coax Persija to fight us on mid, try to counter us or something, and they literally had so many utilities active at that time that they could have used just to start pushing in. That was a sick shot from Fox. Yeah. Again, all these predictionary shots. They got so much mid control too that it was so weirded out that they just didn't start rushing right in together. And yeah, they didn't clear out B. They just knew that if they can delay even further, especially with that time limit remaining, that would have been a Persija win. So definitely a big mistake from Sersha, but it still ends 9-3 in the first.
Halftime now. For Persija, I think this extended halftime pause will come as definitely a welcome thing. They need some time to think about what they have to do in this pistol round, because let's be honest, every single round Sersha has been on, they have been so dominant in every facet. They're completely steamrolling Persija, and Persija is not an easy team to steamroll. This is still Persija. That just goes to show how difficult this matchup is right now. And sure, it's 9-3, and y'all yada yada yada, curse, whatever. Not gonna happen. Not in this game.
Blah blah blah. Curse. Just want to sound like one of those old folks. It's like, I don't like you. Curse. No. Whatever happened to
back to the Dark Ages?
like Curse Esports?
That's a good question.
Right? Dignitas, Curse, all those League of Legends starters.
Oh man.
I don't. Do they have Valorant teams or just League of Legends teams right now? I haven't followed the scene.
What if
League of
Dyrus
Legends scene in
switched
forever.
over and played Valorant professionally? That's a name you haven't heard in a minute.
Oh yeah. Did you?
I was a mighty fan.
Did you reach the point where he still had Pillow with him?
Hell
Pillowy?
yeah! Are you kidding me?
Nice.
I reached the point where Reginald was still mid laner. Anyway.
All right, that takes me back. All right, let's get back into current generation where it's not either Dignitas or Curse, it's Persija and Sersha. A lot of Oz
and Ooze as the. What happened to that? Did someone shoot it? Okay, I didn't really get the shot there, but okay, Asterisk. Really good timing to find Sushi Boys peeking on through, but okay, Famous gonna follow it up onto 2v4. Fox is able to get one more as well, so still very much doable after that nice double kill. But Fox is very, very low. I don't think he has much HP left. He's in a 1v2
1
right
HP.
now. Ah! That's gonna do the trick. Just the fadeaway shot. Bye-bye. See you next round.
Yeah, get sucked into the infinite abyss, or maybe the dark dimension, or maybe the multiverse. But yeah,
they are in the multiverse, I think, because there's multiple versions of themselves existing at the same time.
That's true. That's true.
Think about that.
I don't know where we're gonna see like a full-length feature of the Valorant lore. That would be amazing. Again, we're kind of just trailing a little bit here because there are some struggles that Persija are experiencing, but Flinch is not one of them. He really has started a lot of these big rounds for Persija with all of these initial picks that he has done. And I did mention this previously as well, that Flinch is a player that isn't as good as Forsaken, but what he does lack in that kind of explosiveness, he does with really good game sense as well as pre-aim.
Yeah, I agree. Just an individually skilled player through and through here, but yeah, let's see what that matters towards the B side. It's gonna be a 3v5. Okay, Flinch is just really hitting all these shots here with the Sheriff. If he can get a little bit more value from the Sheriff, get a couple more charges, get closer to that Blade Storm, that will definitely be nice here. But he misses a couple of shots, eventually claims it. So it's a nice triple kill for Flinch. Oh, scary. Makes it interesting for a second there before we go to a 5-9. Still a lot of rounds to claw back from, but it's doable. After that pistol round, it's doable. We can probably expect to see a 9-6 after this. We might just have a game on our hands here, Asteroid.
Yeah, they're bringing it back. And each and every kill that Flinch gets him closer to that Bladestorm of his. I wonder how this is gonna change the dynamic now that we've flipped the script and they're gonna be on the reaching end of these rounds, trying to push into the sites. They are gonna go against Sersha, who have purchased some weapons here. And Sersha, their answer back is they're gonna receive with a triple peek. Surf is kind of screwed here though. He dashes right in alongside the Jet, and for some reason, they actually were just back to back with each other. That aggressive take for Persija actually quite denied because of the gravity well. Good flashes though from Cruz as they dwindle down the numbers of Persija even further. I don't think they can save the weapon here. Surf not going to give them any solace at all. You can already see the triple stack from Sersha. Oh, that's risky, but he does pick up the rifle.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Spike down A.
Didn't really get a good glimpse of the angle right there. A good shot from Surf and Cruz. They find a very definitive and a very decisive 10th round. Double digits for Sersha. Will it be business as usual for Sersha coming on through? That is going to be the question. Or will we now see a challenge from Persija? Certainly will have to be the case. There is just not a lot of wiggle room. No room for error for the side of Persija. They lose one round and they get reset. This game is probably done here. This is the round that they need to start mounting that comeback on. They're not out of the woods just yet. Persija need this one gun round to have a chance of coming back into the round, into the game.
With all of that, right? There's so much pressure on Persija to make things happen. But the only real strength that they do have is strength in numbers. They try to overwhelm certain locations here, certain angles, but Searcher's utility just kind of screws that all up. That also being mentioned, Rosify, I thought he was going to try to double shock dart maybe on Wine there, and maybe call back Famous and flush out an angle onto A main. Yeah, that does absolutely nothing. They are trying to rotate back, but they're pretty still spread out here, Elu. I'm not sure what map control they're expecting to take, but Sertia not yielding any at all.
No. Take flight. Yeah, Fox is just able to take that pick. He spots another one. Might be able to use the shock darts. No, instead is going to decide that tagging him will have to suffice for now. You wants to use that utility elsewhere. But, okay, nice shot from Flint. Sees the shoulder of Sushi Boys peeking out. He's able to get one. Does dash on in through an Eeyore. Flying cruise right now, and Flinch, he's gonna get another. Flinch has really been the lifeline that PSJ has needed. Has given them a breath of life here. Suddenly a chance for Persija to make this gap that much smaller.
Well, that's a step in the right direction here. They were able to finally get that intro that they were looking for. They still can't vet out, as we were talking about, Scary and Surf, SS. You know, if this was a gacha game, that's a pretty high ranking pickup.
Or a ship.
Or what? Oh yeah, ship. SS Sersha. Well, I don't know if that's true though. Or as I heard something else different. But look at the isolation fights from Scary here. He has 6 bullets in a dream. Has to go for the reload. That spike is...
No time.
Yeah. You can just make it expensive. He's not going to win that fight. Rosify, can he get out in the nick of it? Ah, explosion!
Yeah.
Oh,
barely makes it.
Yeah.
But definitely did not go down with the ship. The captain. As
iceberg ahead.
Iceberg ahead. 6 to 10.
That was expensive though.
Yeah, they have 4 kills, I think. Yeah, 4 kills in that last round. That should really make things living hell on the economy for Persija. Let's take a look at the buy right now for Persija here. Okay, they have the Blade Storm. They will be able to buy. Sersha is actually also in a little bit of a toughie.
Yeah.
You should run.
Okay. Lockdown, interesting timing on it very early on. They're gonna have to peek for this. Great flash from Scary. On 4 Scary rather. So he gets that 1-for-1 exchange now. 4 players on each squad. Will be pushing on in. Nice right click from Flinch there. Up from above. Will he spot out Sushi Boys? They find him. They find Sushi Boys waiting, hiding. A little bit sneaky, and that should be Persija cleaning up that site and taking the round. Unless an absolute miracle happens for Surf. And Fox doesn't look like it's gonna happen. Might just be a safe ball right here. No, Fox can't even do that. He gets one. He has to go down. It's gonna be 7 to 10.
Yeah, Fox needed to, not Fox, I mean, Surf needed to get the attention, at least of multiple members of Persija, so that Fox could sneak in through A main. Once he got the kill, Persija already knew where to find the last. And that was not a pretty sight at all. You see how they just come through this, but again, mentioned how Persija is all about that contact play, seemingly Sersha wanting to challenge. Gotta say again, it's not gonna work out. They need something to fall back on. The comeback for Persija, they're looking so much better into this one. And Sersha, I think they're gonna go for, I'll just call it like the pseudo double timeout. They don't have money on this round. They're just gonna be on pistols, I think. So they're gonna use timeout plus this round to kind of just formulate what they can do to go up against Persija when they have that bye. All of that, Persija Flinch is 19 kills into this one.
And sometimes they don't even have to say anything, Asteroid. Sometimes it's more like, yeah, let's just take this time to breathe and just sort of get back into the game. What? It's true.
Yeah, no. Sorry, I just thought about something different when you said, you know, just don't have to say anything.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This is very expository of what your daily life is like, Asteroid. But, and I'm very concerned for your well-being. It is.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you, though. Thank you. I acknowledge and am grateful for your concern.
Okay. Nice to know that there's still some nice guys out there. 7-10 here, as we do have the pistols for Sersha. They're happy to eco, but they're going to be brought down within 2 rounds of each other. Still, quite an affair that we would like to, that Sersha would like to avoid getting to 10-10. They wouldn't want to see that. They want to go and claim this match as soon as they possibly can. So what do they have to do? They have to get some kills ASAP. Surf on the shorty. False sense of security. He gets one. Tailwind out, survives, but into the nade he goes. Out of the frying pan into the oven, as they say. No, out of the frying pan into the fire. But the oven is also bad.
3 kills.
Well, Famous is also a bad opponent to actually swing out of just like that. Look at this. Persija are starting to get more confident that they have so many angles of attack here. And since they do have Flinch, who is seemingly undefeated by any member of Sersha that goes up against him, this gives more leeway for other members of Sersha or Persija to start making waves elsewhere. And you see that through the lurks of Famous, through the lurks of Eeyore, and it's really helping out Persija here.
Yeah, absolutely. But Fox, what's he gonna do? He's got the gun in his hands. He might decide to save it. He is just... How has he managed to find himself on 1 HP in like a couple of rounds already? This is like the 3rd time I'm seeing him on 1 HP. Sometimes it really just do be like that. But the operator does come in here. And this is something that I was hoping to see from Surf. Yeah, we haven't really seen it. I think this game. That's right. No, right?
No. Yeah, they've just been doing crossfire setups and everything, especially on A-main. I think Surf was more of an afterthought, at least for the first few rounds of the second half. But I don't think they wanted to bring out the operator too soon as well, because they wanted to see how well the rifles would be. They do know that Surf would have an op right now. Yeah, there you go. They threw out everything just for it. And they just run back. This might not be a good idea for PSJ, because that would mean that they would go into this B site maybe blinded. But no, they still do have some setups. Fox, though, if you can time this perfectly, this would be incredibly detrimental for PSJ. Okay, Eeyore, I see you. Actually, I think he did get the stab.
Alarm bot down. Terminate.
Lovely.
Got 3.
Oh.
Net deployed. They're suppressed.
One enemy remaining.
Holding on for... Excuse me. My microphone seems to have died out of nowhere.
Is it good now? Is your mic good
yeah,
now?
I think it's back, but...
All right.
Okay.
All right. Perfect. But yeah, still awkward rounds here for Sersha. They just can't really manage this. And I do have to say, Persija, they've created this vortex where they try to force the fights in their favor. You know, they get these little bits of control. They're rotating back. And again, they're utilizing Flinch by himself to create such a huge pull, magnet pull, that Sersha have to respect that. If they don't, well, they do lose the round much quicker. Look at this from Eeyore. He doesn't again explode more all the time. It's always been Flinch and Famous, but he's here for a reason. And look at that. That 3-piece makes it known.
1 round away now, and suddenly this game just looks a little bit more scary, a little bit more serious here, just in everybody's faces. For a second, when we thought that PSJ were just gonna get ran into the ground by Sersha. Suddenly it's just not that way at all. First they just find themselves within one round of Sersha, and they've actually forced them on eco.
There are some big utilities here though for Sersha. So if they can set up maybe a crossfire, steal some weapons, that is gonna be huge. PSJ though, yeah, they're not gonna do that. I like how PSG also like took a slower second here to start these rounds. It really just allows them to clear out where Sersha are. Like before, they were just rushing right in. I don't know what's happening here. It feels like another SBE moment where they start just getting better and better as soon as they kind of just slowly adjust. Fox,
yeah.
Oh man, just can't really find that pick that he's looking for.
And Eeyore is just getting better with each passing
One
round.
enemy remaining.
You definitely have to keep track of him. It's like he's starting to pick up multi-kills here. Persija are just looking too comfortable. They're looking good up against Sersha. What an
30
amazing
seconds
run
left.
that they have
Spike planted.
given us so far. Scary with a shorty. What's he gonna do right now? Has to push up on close. He knows with a Bucky he can't really do that much. It's a triple kill. Eeyore can find another one. Like I said, man, Eeyore has really been stepping up. He's found another triple. Let's look at his scoreline. He's climbed up. He's 14 and 16, still not on a positive because it's Flinch who's really been the hero. 21 and 15 for him.
Yeah, at this point, kills and deaths aren't really as important anymore. It's the momentum that you bring to the table, right? So Eeyore having those 14 kills when the rounds matter the most is absolutely pivotal for PSJ. He will have his lockdown too. This is a huge thing they're going to be able to utilize. Surf is back on the operator once again, but he needs a bit of support. That's why you're seeing, Fox with him, but wasn't able to break the recon dart in time. Take some fatal damage, down to 67. They're pushing them back even further. They spotted about 2 right now on mid, and Persija immediately trying to make waves on the A site. Eeyore's already prepared. The suppress is just waiting to disclose, but Cruz does have his null command. When they see that lockdown, he might be forced to use his ASAP. They're still waiting. That's why. Yeah, Undersphere just to delay, destroy, deny even further. Great shot onto Famous.
Spike down.
Oh my gosh, they're getting kills off through smokes. And Persija just don't know what hit him.
Right. This is a great start here for Sersha to get back into the game. Just when you think that they were kind of stumped as how to deal with Persija,
yeah,
they managed to pull off a round like this, and if they can keep it flawless, it's going to be absolutely stellar for them. But can they? He's going to take a loss onto 1. It's only going to be it because the double peak comes in right through. It's going to be Sersha to take 11. 2 more rounds needed before they secure map number 1.
I honestly don't believe that that's how like Persija lose their momentum swing. That was awkward. Honestly awkward. They got shot down by the Hunter's Fury, which is totally fine. That's the natural counter that Sersha want, right? To destroy that. But the multi-kills through the smoke, just Sersha or Persija just not finding that groove. I think they were just really banking on the fact that the lockdown was going to do something. But other than that,
yeah, it's a weird round here.
A little bit weird.
One of those where you kind of like, let's just not think about that one too much. There was a couple of those in this game. I don't know if it's the nerves, like that one round for Sersha where they kind of just were like, let's just wait until we have 9 seconds left and then rush towards B. You know, there's kind of a couple of those. So definitely time to go for a timeout right now. Persija a little bit stunned by what they just saw, but they have so much money. Flinch is at 9k. They're literally at max here. But in terms of ult economy, Sersha's got quite a bit. They've got 4 ultimates. The only thing missing is that Hunter's Fury that was utilized last round.
Yes. And again, they saved the operator for Surf, so
this is a nice spot.
It's gonna be something. Oh, the multi-swing here. I wonder if... Okay, so Famous is gonna throw out the blade. That's gonna deny Surf the dash here. This is gonna be a full commitment. Actually, no. They destroyed it in the nick of time. And they're forcing it back. I think, yeah, Sersha know about this. They're not challenging, or Persija know about this. They're not challenging anymore. Want to just go straight for a short, if ever. And Flinch just making sure
Here.
nobody actually jiggles out of that. They don't want to get punished for the flank at all. They're leaving him once again to his own devices, which I like. And look at this stack onto 3. But the spike is still somewhere on top mid.
Yeah, they're again burning down that clock. They just want to make sure that they bait out utility. They just want to get some information, but nobody's really giving very much. Even in terms of the defensive side, no one really pushing and giving that much utility themselves. They try to bait out some utility even with that knife, but it's not really going to give them too much. I think somehow the turret is gone for the defense. Sorry, not the turret. The setup was gone for the traps.
Wow, Flinch actually gets away with that. Not that one though. Point blank shot dart. He is so low.
left.
And with 30 seconds left on the clock, they have still not gotten any map control. Cruz knows this, immediately uses all of his utility to believe in further. And this forces PSJ just to run up into the site, where Sushi Boy still has all of his utility. This is going to be very, very dangerous. Flinch has no HP, and look at how they just get isolated bit by bit.
Down A.
No more time, no more distance for Asteroids to pick up that spike. And Sertia, they just win by forcing Persija to play the timer.
Yeah, that was a little bit strange to me, but I think if you look at the nitty-gritty of it, I think a lot of it came down to Sertia just not using utility unless forced to.
One enemy.
Look at how passive they were.
Down
They
A.
didn't really throw in counter utility. They didn't really throw in utility just to make speculative attempts at whatever push. They just held on to them, made sure that they kept them for that retake. And guess what? They didn't even need to retake because they had the crossfire set up, and it was so hard to dismantle from the side of Persija. So it's gonna be another buy round, but it's gonna be the last buy round here for Persija. Okay, no, they still have one more, but they obviously can't lose any more rounds, honestly.
Deploying drone.
You were mentioning how, again, Persija still are pretty stacked in terms of economy here, but
right here.
I'm really so curious as to why they're just running down the clock every single time here. They're not baiting out utility. They're really just forcing that contact play. Dry peeking is the way to go up against Sertia, who have such great control on sites. This is rather a risky endeavor, a risky mission, as it were. Yeah, that's okay. That Molly's gonna make it even more difficult to actually follow things up. Fox is in the corner already. The crossfire is set up, but Persija still persevere. One in the back of the site, that's gonna be Cruz. They're gonna have to help him out here, but everybody now has joined in onto the fray. They don't have enough time for the rest of the defenders to come in, so they have to deal first with this KO, which they do, and this 3 versus 3 commences.
Persija, they will get the spike down. They buy themselves a chance into this round, into this game. The Cosmic Divide now comes up, and the site is sectioned into quadrants. Not for long as the first one fades down, though. Surf, what are you gonna do? He has the Blade Storm up. Will he be able to land them shots? It's a good actually, an interesting recon ball. It doesn't really go anywhere. It doesn't really give them that much information. Where did that shock dart go as well? I think that just hit.
Maybe B.
Maybe B main, yeah, 100% here. But PSJ, they're gonna get the kills here, and I think Surf knows it. He's gonna back off, and they're gonna save that operator for the next round. It's gonna be one more round here as Persija, they hold very, very strong. We could go to overtime in game number 1 of the day, Asteroid.
We really could. I thought that was that, but I think the nade, the molly from Cruz, kind of just got overshot. That's why they didn't really take that much damage when he threw something out. And that made it easier for the attackers just to kind of run right through the back of B here. Not really give enough time for Surf to go and execute that lurk. Oh, look at Sertia. They're doubling down onto the shenanigans. Not really shenanigans, but the strong weapon of that Odin is going to be on B. See it already. He showing it, though, that he actually bought the LMG. No, he's waiting for contact before anything. All right, smart.
Nope. Now he's doing it. A couple of shots to rattle them out, but
no way. No way he just dies to that, right? Okay, trade to trade. Oh.
That's a little
What
bit
is up with
weird
these-
because I thought
Yeah.
that Flinch had the angle on him because like he was right behind him, but I guess he didn't. The timing just didn't go his way, so that was a little bit awkward from Fox because you saw that, right? That you know, Famous was just right behind Flinch.
Yeah.
Maybe he just didn't have the angle.
Probably. Still a 1-for-1 though, so not the worst. Here we go. We're gonna clean up a bit of those plates. Wash dish.
Placing.
Oh, I like that.
30
Okay,
seconds left.
Nanoswarm will push them back. That's gonna give even more push here for Persija. But Cruz is delaying them as much as he can. He will get flushed out there though. The double stack between, actually no, triple stack for defenders. They're gonna have to push through this, and it seems like Persija have actually botched the situation. The damage onto Azra's is incredibly low. He needs to apply the spike now, and Surf.
Oh, he actually picks up the Odin to wallbang. Oh!
Game 1, Sersha.
What a way to end it. That was, oh my god, absolute heartbreak. He picks up the Odin just for the wall bang, and they do get the victory. That was, I think, definitely Sersha breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief because that did not go the way they expected it to, especially with that first few rounds there. However, joining us back on the panel, Miel Estrada alongside Asarai. What an interesting turn of events that game turned out to be. It was very, very wide margin, wide gap at the start. I think it was at like, what, 8-2 at some point? And then suddenly the rounds sort of just started going towards the side of Persija. I have to say a lot of it took place because of Flinch, who was an absolute mastermind on that entry time and time again.
Yeah, they spotted out, I think, the cracks on Sersha's defense and started whittling that down. Even though Flinch did get a lot of these, aggressive entry frags as well, gotta give it to Eeyore. There were some key rounds there that he really got through because Persija, at some point, started pulling the clock closer to 0 before they started actually hitting the sights. And even though it does work, when it doesn't leave you much room to kind of do anything else other than to keep doing what you're already doing, right? Which is to take the site. You can't really rotate. You can't really take maybe 10 seconds to breathe a little bit, see if the opponents will rotate back or anything of that kind of movement. And it really ruins the ability for Persija to have, again, more options as they come rushing in. It has worked a little bit, but not enough that it gave them that overtime and maybe even the game for first game.
Yeah, well, first game, you said it. Let's take a look at how it went. We take a look at the highlights. Certainly a lot of weird rounds that we saw in that last game, but a lot of great ones as well. I'm just happy that we got to see, I think, all the key factors that make this a great game, especially for the side of Persija. It was all there. Eeyore was popping off. You had Flinch, a lot of great entries. Rosafly on the back and doing fantastic himself. Sersha just doing that much better. I do think the lead stepped out, and I do think, I wouldn't say choke, obviously. It's just, it's not in their dictionary.
Yeah.
I just don't think that they had firm control over the game at some point. They kind of just lost track of what they wanted to do. Sersha was time and time again struggling up against Persija, and they were really unable to recover from that up until the very last. I think it took a timeout, and then suddenly they were okay again.
Yeah, they were just spreading out. They were getting spread out pretty thin by Flinch for a lot of these. But, you know, even if there were some risky rounds for Persija, even though it felt a little bit scuffed with how they got at, as long as they get the rounds in the end, it don't matter, no, because they got that almost overtime.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I thought for a second we were going to get to overtime. That's just how the trajectory of this game was going to go. But unfortunately, we're denied the early overtime here today. Don't think, I don't think we're going to be able to get to see. It's because Ray Ray's not casting. Oh, she is. No, the Ray Ray curse is still warming up.
Yeah, don't worry. I do have my What's the opposite of a curse? A gift?
A blessing?
A blessing? Yeah, I have my Asteroid Blessing. You know, sometimes we get those really fast games, so maybe it's kind of just balancing each other out here. Superstition aside, we're gonna go for a break, guys. We'll see if Persija can do that again, and maybe this time get it to game number 2. We'll see if they can bring it to game number 3 to keep the tournament dream alive for them. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows because she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows because she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people like what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people like what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. For me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait.
Well, it's time to get down to business and see who will defeat who. Saoirse already got that 1 point above in this best of 3 series for the lower bracket. This will dictate who, which region gets dwindled down first, Indonesia or Thailand. Again, first map was Ascent, second will be Haven, and we're back at it. My name is Asarai, with me is Illustrado, and we're your casters.
Yeah, it's an interesting map, number 1, to say the least. A lot of curves, a lot of, you know, timey-wimey things that were, you know, happening there. We were definitely taken for a ride. I think game number 2 is where we start to stabilize a little bit more. We start to see a little bit more of that play style that we come to know and love from Sersha and as well as Precision. Ascent was just a little bit weird for me, but let's go back to what we talked about on the panel session for just a second there. I think a lot of us said that this map number 1 had to be a win for Sersha. Had to be a win for Precision. Because I just don't see them losing on the others. Sure, it's 100% win rate for Sersha on Ascent, but that was also the best win rate map for the side of Precision. It's just not looking good right now overall.
Yeah, it really isn't. But to be fair, I think looking away from the maps itself, it really is just how Sersha have been playing so cleanly on their attacking end that looked very dangerous there. It really was up to Persija's duelist to really make things happen, and you did see that come into full swing. I think before Persija were a little bit what's the word here, apprehensive. They weren't really pushing it aggressively because it seems like Flinch wasn't really prepared to be playing by himself. Once he started doing that, that's when Persija really started to roll up here. Maybe coming into Haven, where he can isolate a lot more angles, where we saw him just brilliantly actually get those highlights in the past. Maybe, just maybe, this is the time for Flinch to save the team and bring back bring it to that game number 3.
Oh, it's gonna be tough, man. And I think there's none of us were ever gonna sugarcoat it. Game number 2 is probably gonna be even tougher. It's a tough draft. It's a tough selection here. We're going into Haven next, and Haven is a map where Sersha are super duper comfortable on. I don't want to talk about win rates because sometimes it doesn't really give the full degree, but they have 83% win rate on it. It's on the other side, you have Persija. It's not the same thing. Sure, they're decent on it, but it's not like it's their best map. Not by any means.
It really isn't. Excuse me. But at least from what we saw previously for them, it's not the worst. I think the only issue that they do have, specifically for Persija when they play on Haven, is Famous relegates himself to go back to the Sky, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe they might bring him to the Rays if they're really feeling the pressure against Sersha, which maybe they are. But it really is going to be a risk either way, because I haven't really seen Famous blow up with Sky in the recent matches that they've had, regardless of the map. So there's so many questions about how well the players of Persija can really utilize their agents here. But yeah, there it is. Famous is going to bring the Rays over his Sky. That makes a lot more sense to me. But here it is. They don't have a flasher, whereas Sersha, they're going to have Cruz on Breach. That's huge.
That's big. You make a fantastic point there. I don't know, man. I do think you need a Breach. I do think you need a flash on Haven. Simply because, and let me tell you why. You're going to be playing a lot of retakes in this map. See, even on the defensive side, a lot of times people will say, they'll argue, they're starting on the defensive side. They don't really need the flashes. Yeah, but you're going to be retaking a lot, especially when you gamble towards C or towards A. It's going to be tough if you don't have those flashes. Yeah. Now, and at the same time, without those flashes like that, you limit yourself even further on the attacking side. On a map like Haven, which is so big that you really need as much as you can get when in terms of clearing angles. I don't know, dude.
Okay, here's the thing. When Persija did use this previously, it actually worked okay, but it did make them very contact heavy, and all of their engages really relied on them winning the initial bouts. And that's like a very simplistic or a simple way to go about things, but the difficulty is how well can opponents interact to that.
Yeah.
There's another factor to it where Flinch always has to be the one to start, because even if Famous knows how to play the Rays, there are some times that he just boops his teammates back because of the satchel, and it disrupts the timing that PSJ wants to do. That being said, opponents also like to disrupt him as he's trying to double satchel into sight.
So it's like a double thing.
Really, yeah, it's very punishable. So the timing here pressure really has to be Flinch first, Famous second.
I agree with you. But let's see what the marching order will be here as we do get into the pistol round. You know, it is. I thought my mic died there for a second there. Excuse me. It just got dead silent, and I thought I pulled it. But gonna be presence here towards A is Famous. He gets a nice tap onto Surf right there.
Down and out.
And Asterisk will be following it up onto Fox. Still a 3v5. They're just gonna go ahead and rotate out of there. You know, it's gonna be Sersha. They don't want any more part of that A side hold. It's a great start for Precision, knowing that, you know, Sersha like to run this aggressive A push early on just to deny any presence. And so what their plan is for that one was just to you know, have a lot of bodies on the other side just to take that fight, and it works out.
And because that does work out, it's still going to be a 5 versus 3. Still time for Persija, or rather Sersha, to try to maybe get a few more picks here and there, but that smoke from Asterisk just blots out so much vision. Flinch gets a nice little 3-piece, which ultimately leads closer to that Blade Storm. Now, second round. Sersha known to actually force buy aggressive. Even if that was a flawless, maybe they'll try to challenge once again.
Oh, yeah, a couple of good shots there from Flinch. Okay, a lot of good shots there from Flinch, but ultimately it does lead to Persija getting that 1-0. And this is definitely much better already. They're getting the pistol round. They have their next buy ready. And Sersha will have to be on the full classics. This is Haven. This is a map where you want to be saving it almost completely. But it's a great pickoff from Asterisk. He does get one.
Spike planted.
Be forced off the angle by that flash, but Eeyore is ready for another peek right there. Gets a double. A triple for him this time. It's gonna be a 1v3 this time. Suki boys. Okay, that's taking a little bit longer than it should, but they get the kill in the end.
That right click, what was that, like 3 right clicks? Hella awkward.
Yeah.
All the bullets were just going around his head. You know, it's not, it's like the Matrix, but you're just standing still. And that's how atrocious sometimes the classic can be. She's a fickle mistress. You know? She
But
does
then
what
there are
she
rounds
wants.
when you just kill 4 people with it.
Yeah. That's not Vita player. That's just the gun itself.
The gun is sometimes just a fickle friend, fair weathered. As it's a 2-0 now. Truly the test for Sersha, and I'm sure they'll be up to snuff. Very nice Karamid. Just wanted to say that out loud. It's scary. Okay, this is definitely a different look from Sersha now. They just walk out and take some fights. PSJ, they kind of also do the same, but they just take a couple of losses there.
I wonder if Sersha are a big fan of the name Terry. You know, Scary Terry, Terry Crews. It's all there. Yeah, this is just them getting the challenge on Persija, wanting to challenge bit by bit, one by one, and not really winning the fight whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea because you're on a an equal round, sorry, a bonus round. You might as well try to get the surprise. Try to get the 1-up. That peek in garage was actually a good idea. Sometimes you can, if you can get the timing right, you can actually get a pick off, and that pick towards A as well. You know, if those picks had worked out in their favor, it wasn't just them just running out and just hoping for the best, right?
Yeah.
They wanted to try to get those picks for a reason. Had they worked out, it would have been a 3v5 in their favor. I don't think there was any way to trade those kills anyway. And, you know, it would have been a very, very big advantage for the side of Precision. But instead, it goes the other way. Precision now will be having their gun round. So the first true gun round of this game does commence here in round number 4.
So Persija goes about this. They've already tried to get some information outside of A main here. Left Flinch to his own devices. Only has the alarm bot to kind of hopefully help him out. That's actually a very deceptive wall. I thought that if you actually wallbang that, you'll hit where Asterisk was, but, well, technically not. So Sersha are still coming into this one pretty blind. Great shot from Flinch. That takes down Sushi Boys. Right now, Sersha just a little bit maybe lost, but Surf holding his angle, not really over-aggressing, catching out Flinch, who still wanted to get the deeper pick onto mid, trades it up. And equalization is the name of the game.
Great equalizing round. Could it be? 4v4 is everything doesn't really hang in the balance right now, so they will be waiting. They'll be kind of just
30 seconds left.
hanging on and trying to get a little bit more of a better grasp at where the defense is. I like this approach from Sersha. It's a contact play. This is not something that is often done and is not successful a lot of the time. But if you want to throw in a curveball, if you want to catch the defense off guard, walk into that site. Sometimes you'll find it unguarded. Sometimes you will be, you know, the fortune favors the brave. And in that round, they certainly were.
Yeah, brave and the bold. That's what we like.
You more bold than brave.
Oh yeah. I feel like our very bold players. All right, let's see how this goes. Well, it's going pretty well. All right, 2 kills already. Aster is already on the lurk, spotted out immediately. Rosify swinging out here. It's only going to be a matter of time before Fox shuts him down. If he got too close, I believe Fox did have his guiding light, excuse me. And that would have been just a downfall for Rose. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's all about how you just sometimes play the contact, be the brave and the bold, and it works out. And I really like this technique from Surf. He actually just waits. Sometimes better to be patient than impatient.
One enemy remaining.
And sometimes life just does whatever it wants.
Keep your heads on.
Yeah, Lestrada 2022. Sometimes life just does whatever it wants. Not the smartest of coach, but we'll be getting that first pick with the Sheriff right there as he gets on towards that site. And it's going to be Surf to try to dash in here. 4v5 now is the weapon. Advantage does belong to Sersha here. Actually, here's so much footsteps. Scary should be in prime position to cut off 2. Blaze Storm is gone. So is Rosify. Big 2 pickups to find. That should be pretty much the round all said and done. Nice 2 kills there from Surf to finish it all off. And that's going to be a 2 to 3.
Yeah.
Sersha will find the lead.
Tiny bit of detail. I like how Scary took down Flinch first, because this means that Flinch could not react to a dash in time. And Rosify was just out in the open. That, again, it was just easy. So those kind of tiny details, I don't know if it was just him really thinking about it or instinct or something, but those tiny bits of details can actually make or break situations. Because again, if you try to go for Rosify, Flinch would have been able to dash back into Garage, gave him a chance to still fight the flank there, and might have been a different outcome. You know, just the little things.
Absolutely. And 2 to 3. Flinch is unfazed by that flash. And they do ping him up. They know that there's an operator there, so just gonna leave him be. It's like, you know what, don't even challenge it. Don't even go. Don't even try to fight Flinch. Let's just go to B site. So they go to B site, and then they find an open bomb site. They're gonna get that lockdown in for both teams. Oh, nice showstopper to land onto Surf. But through the smoke, Fox is actually gonna somehow manage to find Famous.
I've got your trail.
They will both back away here as the Seekers now come in as well.
Okay, Seekers from the side of Sersha here. That's going to give them information from what they've lost as they back away from the A side. It's a little bit too slow here now as Flinch. Oh, he got stunned. That's going to allow them to actually rummage through at the back of the site. They're making sure that nobody is actually going to be here to be able to fight. They forced everybody back. If Scary can get a pick off, he will be able to have this caught by. There's the 2 smokes from Asterisk, and here comes the rest of the squad. Scary is alone on an island. Does he have anybody to trade with him? It's Sushi Boys, and the rest of Search are coming right in. But again, the angle is just much more beautiful for Persija. There's Eeyore getting, again, his eyes on heaven. And that smoke from Asterisk made it for Persija.
no.
Well,
You don't
Persija
deserve my inventions.
definitely making an argument that on retakes even that operator work. Very nicely timed there. Not easy to break down that crossfire, Aserai. And they still managed to do it swimmingly. A lot of it, of course, coming from Eeyore up on that heaven angle, raining down death from above. Now we're brought to a tie scoreline 3-3. Operator in the hands of Flinch. Surf with a Blade Storm, should he need it.
Well, might not need it. You know, they got the money. I want to save that for
it's a strong independent
Blader. Oh, okay. Yeah, much better. There you go. All right, first pick on to Famous here.
What? Through the legs. Did they actually soft?
I think it hit him.
Out there?
I think it hit him. I think it hit his legs, right?
It did. But the thing is, did they know that Flinch was there? Because Fox just jumped instinctively, or his teammate spotted the cross from Flinch. Regardless of
planted.
That was some insight movement there from Foxy. Oh my gosh. If he knew that, man. If he didn't have any teammates tell him what was happening. And just like, again, preemptively. Wow. Alright. So it seems like I will be left to fend off for myself. Just a tad bit, guys, as Elu is having some technical issues. But he'll be back in just a few short while. I'll be holding your hands for now. Virtually. Not physically, because, you know, you got to be that 6 feet apart.
Tear it down.
Sersha, solid round to get things started right there. Eeyore now knowing that they are starting to creep up outside of A main. Asterisk does have this long set up crossfire. Sersha not really committing to the fight there. I think they're just okay with not wasting too much of their economy, even though they're pretty up there in terms of the money department. Their opponents will not. And Persija, they're just going to call straight up for the timeout here. Again, they don't want to waste anything, so as they try to like just get as much information, as much early kills as possible. But Sersha just well and prepared to handle that, and at least for these 2 rounds, seems like Sersha has come out on top on just those quick contacts.
Yeah, I'm back now. I had a little bit of a
nice.
I think I dropped out with my connection there for a second, but yeah, we're back. And PSG are on the timeout. Definitely are struggling to think about what they're gonna do for this upcoming round. PSG, looking at the buy, it's not very convincing. They have saved a couple of rifles in. Let's see what they come up with. I think they're gonna be able to scrap together another one. They're gonna drop one maybe from Eeyore onto teammate, and then Asterisk is gonna drop maybe a Bulldog, and they can get a decent 4 buy-in.
Yeah.
So they might actually decide to buy on this one, but if they save, absolutely reasonable decision as well. Oh no, they can't, because Eeyore had to buy armor. So no, he can't drop another Vandal, and that's probably the difference in why they're buying or not.
Yeah, Flinch doesn't even have his blades, because I think he used it last round to try to do something when he was, I believe, operating as well, which is really unfortunate. But yeah, we'll see how this goes, because there still is, like, again, rifles in their hands. Straight for trades, hit for tats. Asterisk gets away, and he can't set up the smokes immediately here, while he also still has that orbital to maybe delay Sersha just even further, just a tad bit more. But Sersha feeling out the map. They don't want to overcommit to the A side anymore. They've heard the smokes. He's just going to back away. And this could be the right decision. Haven does allow for these quick little rotates from attackers to attack the other site.
Yeah. Speaking of, they are going to be rotating towards C entirely. And just getting just the bulk of their forces onto that side itself. And no one's really going to be there to contest. I don't think Eeyore's going to make it in time to hold. He will. He'll be there, but he's going to get stunned up. He gets caught and he gets into the site. Oh, and now the back lines are being cleaned up by Scary as well. It's just too picture perfect. It's a Kodak moment here as they get the nice taps onto Rosafy. Sersha will find another, getting that 3-5.
That kill on Asterisk was pretty nuts. Scary He's on a whole different spectrum. We could probably see the replays in just a moment there, but he didn't even flinch. He just like pop shot it, and it just
ice cold.
Yeah, he's frozen in the veins. I don't know how he's still flicking with that condition, but holy, all right.
You know, the one thing I'm actually really thankful about, and very much appreciative of right now is the fact that if you look at sort of APAC within the realm of all the other teams, I think we have sort of, okay, before I get to that nice push from Flint there, he gets that kill on the surf, able to find one, and it's Famous who finds a trade. 2 kills from Sersha, traded out eventually, and it's just a brawl, man. They're just fighting. Okay, yeah, let's fight. Okay, fight towards A. And Eeyore's coming in for the flank, but he loses that duel. That's a 2v1.
Out of charges.
Suddenly it's all up in the air with the ultimates ready for everybody who is still alive.
Sushi Boys has ultimate too. I wonder what's gonna work out here. Oh, Asterisk has already gone for the swing. Now they know where he is. Scary spots him out. Now it's a 1 versus 1. He could try to plant the spike here, but again, Asterisk has things to delay with. He has time to also, he has time to do this and force Asterisk to guess once again where he's gonna come out.
What a play! He pushes through! He fakes it out, pretends like he's gonna be planting. No, man, I'm pushing through it! The absolute cojones on this guy! This dude...
Because most people would plant, right? Most people would plant.
Yeah.
Being safe in the cosmic divide. But no! He pushes through! What an absolute big brain moment right there from Scary! Who else but Scary?
Who else but Scary? Wow, that was a gamble, but that was a gamble that he had just everything guessed up to a right degree. Okay, James is hitting some nasties right now. Nasty with the Sheriff right now, and he's actually tagged a couple of players already from Sersha just to back away. Sersha might not want that anymore. They've lost Cruz already. They will have Fox to start healing Sushi Boys, which is good. They can take a breather. The PSJ already aggressing to go for this forward push. Flinch has actually gone through, but I think they heard his cloud burst. There it is. And he will get shut. Another one to entry here. Famous. Oh, okay, never mind. He got a couple of kills with that Vandal as well as Sheriff of his, but still not going to be enough. It is 3 versus 3. They are going to be playing still with the weapons discrepancy.
If you ask me, it's already a successful eco around here for Precision. The fact that they have gotten 2 kills, anything more than this is it's bonus. It's they'll be happy to take it. And they're very well within the realm of possibility that they can do it. I do think that Search will probably just try to throw away these weapons, make sure that Precision do not get their hands on it, especially from the flank. Wow. Nice shock dart to land on the feet, brings him down to 56 HP. Now they know where he is. He's alone on site right now, so Rosify will have to come up huge. Orbital Strike coming on in. Can be committed towards that site right here. Sushi Boys gets one with 1 HP. Remaining. He goes down.
Spike down.
Rosify only gets 1 here as Fox gets a trade off 1 versus 2. Sheriff in so for Asterisk. He's been great, but he can't. Can he do it? No. Maybe Scary yet again.
You might think that the early orbital strike from Asterisk was a mistake. It wasn't really. It would have been nice if he did use it to delay the plans, but he tried to use it to delay the push out from Sushi Boys as he was coming in. And Sushi Boys was like just 1 HP remaining. And it still got so much push value as he came through onto A-Long. I like the idea from Persija there, but again, they're just getting outmatched right now by Sersha's individual players. Sushi Boys and Scary, both players that we saw just shining last time or last game. Flinch though. Okay, they're not going to be even playing on that contact anymore. They're just going to run straight for C as they've heard all the shenanigans that Persija were willing to do outside of A main.
Rolling Thunder is available after picking up that orb. Now they get onto the C side here. Nice entry from Surf to find Eeyore. That's a Sentinel gone. As the Blade Storm up, try to take a couple of shots in just maybe to get lucky. Doesn't matter. He's got a Vandal in his hand anyway, so he'll be happy to use him in the hopes. But information now given. The Killjoy lockdown be taken away. And I think this is pretty much the round here, unless... Yeah, this should basically be the round already. I think this is going to be a safe call for Prestigia. They're going to have to back off.
Down with.
They're trying to, but it seems like Sersha are not allowing them any form of haven in this map.
Player standing.
Exactly.
Oh, he still loses that heartbreak as they lose they needed to save at least 2, and they couldn't do that. Now that they're only left onto Asterisk, they can't even have a decent buy in the last round. It's going to be tough, man. The last round of the half, and it's probably going to go to a 9-3. Look at what they have. Rosify. They wanted to at least save 2. Because look at that. Eeyore, he's on the Guardian. And I don't think Rosify has anything. I think he'll be up to. I think he'll have to be on an SMG.
Yeah.
Down with.
Regardless of, they're just gonna have to purchase what they can purchase. How does he even win that? Oh my gosh. Yeah, when Famous misses those, that's when you know that there's something different right now, or there's something wrong for PSJ. Nice quick little flash there. Flinch just overexerting himself through the flash. I think they still know that he's somewhere inside the Cloudburst, but he does get the value alongside Famous, who rips one out with the showstopper. Just brings back the numbers at least in the favor. Flinch spotted through the smoke as he gets booped up. That was so good. And Asterisk left alone. There's going to be the re-peek there from Eeyore, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Switching sides.
Well, it all comes back to them in the end. But it's a nice try for the side of Prestigia. They were just at such a big weapons disparity here. I like the attempt. I like that they like to go fast. I like that they changed to the pace. You know, they make things very, very interesting to go towards A and try to hope for wins on that fight. Especially when Sersha, especially when there has just been so much presence for Sersha on towards that A side all along. But instead, somehow Sersha still win. They just win the duels. They just win the fights.
Yeah, and there's nothing really we could just talk about with that specifically, because again, if
we can't pretend, Asarai, that a lot of it is not going to the individual aim duels. It is.
I mean, it's still a shooter game, so
it still is a bang bang.
Where these Valorant agents, you know, are legends that are on the move, so they're pretty mobile.
Oh dear. I'll give you a pass on that one, but yeah, 9-3 halftime pause is. I do think that this little 90-second timeout, I really like it, Asarai. I'm so glad we get to see it. Yeah. Because a lot of in our games before, teams wouldn't really have much of a chance to think in between the halftime pauses, but in a lot of the broadcasts, you know, abroad, they would have like maybe even a segment where they would do the halftime, and I think it's good for those teams. Like, you know, have those little pep talks in between games, kind of like how Coach Carter would do it.
I just know Agent Carter.
Coach Carter. You know, Samuel L. Jackson. Inspirational speech. You know, very famous movie in the 70s, 80s. What was it?
I wasn't alive back then. Maybe you were.
No, sorry, 90s.
Okay.
90s.
All right. Is that like Green Mile levels?
Yeah, this is like he was the coach of the delinquent kids in the basketball team.
Well, the only sports movie I've ever watched before was probably Longest Yard. And
that was a good one.
Yeah. And the other one with
Here.
With Will Ferrell, the one where he plays basketball.
Oh yeah.
Semi-pro? Yeah, but anyways.
Get
back into this. This is the same scoreline we saw on Ascent.
Exactly the same, and in the same positions as well here. But Sushi Boy, ooh, he's so good. He gets that pick in the smoke, damaged up, but he's gotten one from the grave, Sushi Boys, with a Nano Swarm. And Scary with a nice double kill as well, Sersha, they're just too good. They're just too good. Prestigia are left stranded in the middle of the ocean, gasping out for somebody to rescue them.
Throw them that floaty, that lifeline.
Yes, yeah. Throw them a lifesaver.
Salgo
Baywatch on him.
Oh yeah.
You get the Hoff in here.
Oh yeah. Hoff's awesome.
The Hoff is the man, dude.
Yeah. I had no idea if it's like true. I think one of our German friends has already described that Hasselhoff is actually famous in Germany because of his music. Because he's a really good singer. Ooh. Oh, who you know who else is good? Yeah. Surf.
He's gonna go for more. He's gonna try to updraft, and he's really out for blood. He's gotten the third, man. Just give it to Surf. Oh, he gets paid back with a classic, the face. But in the end, it matters very, very little. 2 rounds away. Now Sersha and PSJ, 11-3. This is an even bigger gap than what we saw earlier on in Ascent. I told you, man, the first map, it really needed to go.
Enemy
It
kill.
really needed to go to PSJ.
Yeah.
Haven is just a map where Sersha is just way too comfortable on. They have so much prepared. And, you know, Ascent is one of the best maps for Precision.
Wow, Sersha actually go for their own buy in this round. They're already smelling it. Yeah, they're smelling already the W, or wanting to at least finish this one as soon as the punishes are coming through as well. And A-Main, you saw already Eeyore wanting to get some value off of things, but A-Main just isn't their baby here. Fox has already come through. And he's gonna line up a double kill. Famous left on his own now, 1 versus 3. They know generally where he is. And he's gonna try to maybe run away on this one. He's used every bit of utility he has. And now Sushi Boys, he's got utility to actually snuff him out. Yeah, he's gonna be able to go through. This is still a risk.
And he's gone around. Sushi Boys already outplayed him. Sushi Boys has already outplayed him. He walks around right after he breaks the alarm bot, and that's gonna get him the round as well.
Match point.
12-3. It is just a masterclass performance. This is exactly what we expected from Sersha, man. And when we were coming into this game, you know what? You're phenomenal player, amazing player. Flint, great talent. So many outstanding moments from the Indonesian players. But again, I think a lot of it came down to the fact that Sersha is still Sersha, and you have to be very, very careful, almost infinitesimally perfect with how you approach the game, not just inside but outside. Even the map select has to be perfect in order to create this perfect storm for Precision to take a win here on this series. But it's not going to happen because Cruz is going to take him all down. He gets a nice double kill here. So on this buy,
Spike down.
it's just forced into a 1v3 in the blink of an eye. But Famous, he's got a double kill. What are they going to do? They can actually just wait because Sersha have the spike.
Oh man, if he tries to like slow peek this, yeah, that was a great headshot though onto Sushi Boys. But again, the double stack, and that's gonna be the victory already. Sersha eliminates Persija Esports. That is gonna jettison them deeper into this lower bracket where they have another chance to fight another Indonesian team or a brethren Thailand team to get a shot against MYSG teams in the upper bracket. We'll see how that goes.
So in this battle of Indonesia and Thailand, this time Thailand prevails once again. But let's take a look at the stats and see how it all unfolded. It was pretty clear cut to me, Asurai. This entire series, it was a lot better on the first one. And yeah, the ascent of Sersha, it didn't look the best, but it came down to Haven where it was 13-3, man. This was just an absolute bodying of Persija. The best performing player was Famous, and he was at 0.9 KDA, and he only got 11 kills the entire game. That's how much they were just completely shut out of the picture here, Asurai.
Yeah, they just could not do anything at all. And Famous being 11 kills and 0.9 KDA, that is just a metric that we were not really wanting to see. There was a risk to go for this double duelist, and Persija were still willing to push with this lineup. But again, it relies so much on Flinch and Famous to get value off of whatever they try to do. But most of the things that they try to employ, most of the things that they try to do to get those early kills, either read out by Sersha or just them not being able to hit those shots. It's as simple as that. And even through that simplicity, you can really see the pains that they were trying to deal with against this Thai juggernaut of a team.
Well, let's take a look here as we go in towards the highlights of that last match. So many great moments for the side of Sersha, and you saw it clearly. and every single one, whether they were disadvantaged or not, whether whatever gun you put in their hands. There were a lot of bright spots here, especially from Flint, especially from Eeyore. But there's only so much that you can do when you're outclassed on every front. And this isn't a knock onto PSJ by no means. PSJ is a great team, but Sersha is just that far ahead right now. That everything they do is seemingly just to be able to keep pace with Sersha.
They try to do a lot of things. They try to do everything just to get that pace, but Sersha's just that cleaner. They're just the dominant team, and we've seen that when they even went up against Paper Rex. Right, we saw that when they went up against Boom Esports, even another Indonesian juggernaut team. But this is just so damn different. The only way that Sersha did actually lose was beating but another team that was even stronger than them individually, as well as the cheese strat that Paper Rex employed on that bind map. So we're gonna go on a break, guys. When we do come back, it's the next series, Boom Esports versus Full Sense. Don't go anywhere.
Made for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch up. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy I know you with the ops. We not the same, no you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZ's don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine.
Welcome back to the panel. There you go. I thought it was only Asarai doing the panel nowadays. I was like, oh, why not? Nah, I'm just kidding. Still here in the Terrorverse, multiverse, we have Raph, of course, in the panel, and Asarai, who just finished casting, by the way. Our hero right here, our skater boy. But we have a 100% prediction rate right now so far for the panel. It was a clean 2-0 on the side of Sersha. Now, Sersha looks so mad in that first game that we just saw, even on map number 2 as well. And as the gap just gets bigger and bigger when the swap happened during that map number 1, PSJ was on the attackers and their defense faltered though. Their defense faltered for the side of PSJ. And how did that happen? How was it Sersha just really having a hard time on the defense? Because PSG was able to come back a little bit, but still on the side of Sersha, they still got the map. But there was this specific moment, panelists right here on the stage, on the map number 1, there was this specific moment where Sersha, they look weaker. How did that happen? Why is it like that, Raph?
First off, I think if I remember correctly, this was Persija's pick too. Persija very, very proficient on Ascent, and it really shows. One thing that we haven't really touched on was Persija's growing power level. We mentioned before how adept PSG got preparing, and I feel like that's something we've severely miscalculated. Once again, they're building a great foundation for the future despite bowing out.
Aside from that, go ahead, Asarai.
I'll just solely add as well that even though they were, growing as a team, from what it seems like here in this particular series, it really still did feel that it took them forever to get things started, and they needed a specific situation for them to actually be beneficial. And one of those situations was them being on the attacking side, where Flinch could really stretch his wings, but it only really did get them further than just that.
Absolutely, that is exactly my point as well. Flinch's performance in this game was impeccable in all the games we witnessed for today. Now PSG, this is probably the strongest that we have seen them, ain't that right, Raph?
Oh yeah, again, the power level, it's been growing, it has been growing, and I expect it to continue to grow despite, once again, being eliminated by one of the tournament favorites, to be quite honest with you. They've shown to be quite tactically sound, they've shown to have the mechanical prowess to trade with everybody. But when this Haven map came, they had a good first half, at least a reasonable one, but when Xerxia was put on the attack, Xerxia was doing Xerxia things.
I mean, aside from that as well, if we actually take a look on the usage of utilities, it might be, or I would say for the casters, they might think that, of course, in the outer perspective, we see Sersha doing the duels, also PSG going for the duels as well. But honestly, I also saw the good utilization of utilities that we have on the side of Sersha as well. And with that, because of PSG, they also have those utilities. We've seen Scary. And this Sersha map on map number 2, which was Haven, Sersha just took control of the entire situation and just didn't allow PSG to actually do something. Now, it might be a strat play, or maybe it is just the pressure that Sersha gives. They're just the better team right here on the stage right now. Well, that is it for the first series of the day. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to one of the teams yet again, and that will be Persija Esports. They came here in the APAC knockout strong, but they're going out stronger with so many lessons that they actually learned on this matchup. Heading to the wards, or rather towards the next match though, the next following series, it's gonna be another Indonesia versus Thailand. It is gonna be Full Sense versus Boom Esports. So without further ado, let's introduce the first team.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top light. Yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well, a penny for yourself, but seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at son. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me, putting on for my city like OAG.
Full Sense, we know that these guys can do the full throttle mode when it comes to their games. We have right here for the roster the following players. Of course, Shalala, John Olsen, Lami Snacks, PTC, and D Love Family. Looking at this lineup, it is a very, very strong lineup. Specifically, of course, we have John Olsen on the lineup as well. But aside from that, what is really the main point for Full Sense right now, Raf?
Man, we know how they operate. Again, you've mentioned how this is such a star-studded team just across the board. I want to mention that they are very individual when it comes to the power, but they still have a very cohesive system, albeit not the most outstanding playbook, but very effective nonetheless. They've had Boom's number in their previous outings, as you've mentioned backstage. Thank you for that, by the way. They had to consider, though, Boom's ability to isolate a player and really put them on an island. They've been a little shaky, but today is a new day for Boom and hopefully for Full Sense.
Yeah, speaking of Full Sense, a lot of their strength comes into the power that their top player brings to the table, John Olsen. Even though we are at the higher echelons of competition here, Full Sense really still do rely on this specific fragger to really get those skills for them and start the ball rolling. After that, Full Sense can start following up. We saw The and PDC really come into the mold, but that is because John Olsen gets things started for Full Sense.
Oh, that is definitely true. But aside from that, of course, Full Sense going into this matchup, this is still the lower bracket. So let's see and let's find out how they're going to falter, because they're going to go up against another powerhouse of a team here, the strongest team probably in Indonesia right now. And we are going to be taking a look at Boom Esports.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top light. Yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for your tough, but seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at son. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like OAG.
Well. Boom Esports, by the way, is the one that is playing for this specific game. But right now, we're pulling the roster onto your screens. Berserks, Blaze King, Flips Jitter, Frostmind, and Tebotol.
Yeah, this is a roster that was built with superstardom from Indonesia in mind. Boom Esports, I feel like plays around the similar wavelength that Full Sense has, but way better in terms of their micro engagement. If Berserk doesn't really have the star power, you can immediately see Flips just following up on him quite quickly, and I don't think that is what happens with Full Sense. So this tiny bit of difference, maybe not even tiny, but this big difference will be what jettisons Boom Esports to go the one up. And today's rivalry between Thailand and Boom, rather Indonesia, might be equalized with this series.
Yet again, we have a battle of contrasting styles. This is something that I'm pretty sure that our audience and us have become all too familiar with. We have a team that is very freewheeling, loves to play around that raw firepower. Meanwhile, Boom, although they do have that firepower available, they do manage to really encompass the tactical style. What I want to point out for Boom is Blaze King has been absolutely on fire in the last few series, and that's something that Full Sense have to really capitalize on, because if it's not Berserks, it's Blaze King. If it's not Blaze King, the list just goes on and on and on and on. So Boom, they have a million contingencies.
Speaking of a million contingencies, there just feels like, again, so many things that specifically for each individual players of Boom that they can just excel at. It's not just the fragging capabilities that they do, but they're incredibly smart with how they use their utility here. Not saying that Full Sense doesn't really have that, but it feels like Boom just takes that one step further. And again, we keep talking about this, but I think it's still worth mentioning that Indonesia as a whole region, especially for Boom, have really solidified how to use utility to best suit their style, which is again that micro engagement, free flowing tactics, as you were mentioning, Raph.
I would also like to add on to that later on, but let's actually take a look at the players. Since we are mentioning it already, let's take a look at the head-to-head for the two teams. And I would like to add on to what you said, Asarai. I really feel like for the side of Full Sense, though, they can also do that utility plays, but it also revolves around John Olsen. Now, the factor here for the players is to actually make use of the utilities just for John Olsen to open up things. But looking at the head-to-head right now, and speaking of utilities, the resiliency from the side of Full Sense all comes to PTC. The usage of the guiding light from the time that he has used Sky has been phenomenal. Can open up sites definitely, especially for John Olsen, and help him out. And aside from that, for the side of Boom Esports, you have Flips Jitter as well.
Yeah, here's the thing though. PTC was the one that I remember fondly last year started the trend of picking up KO, especially on Ascent map. But now, you know, a couple months after, it seems like a lot more players from all around the Southeast Asia region began picking it up. And I think he has found his match. This is a really good head-to-head because not only does it shows the stats, but it also will be a starting line to see who actually is the better initiator between these two, especially when both of them will be picking up that KO in a specific map.
I'm honestly interested to see Flips go on that. We do rarely see him play that chamber, right? But I feel like that would be a bit of a respect pick because I feel like Full Sense, when you use a KO against them, it's not something they really mind because Full Sense, their style is very scrappy. It's about getting to point A to point B, but in between, it's really about capitalizing on all those fights. Again, we just have to highlight Lammy Snacks, John Olsen, Chalalala, and the rest of the crew. So maybe Flips Jitter, my goodness, that is a bit of a mouthful, maybe has to play that breach even to really utilize that extra range, maybe play a passive Sky so they can avoid that knife if ever that initiator matchup is gonna come to fruition.
100%, man. Aside from that, for the players right now of both specific teams, they are a powerful team. They're a stronghold of a team for the two sides here, and we are actually surprised to see them, both of them, in the lower brackets right now. And Full Sense has that very aggressive plays even on the side of the defense as well. We can also see that, especially when they feel very, very comfortable in the map pick, not only for the map pick, and aside from that, from the way they play and actually take control of the sites, or even take control of the entirety, the rhythm of the following teams or the opponents that they are facing. Right now, we are heading to the map Vetoes, though. Do you have anything specific in mind that you would actually want to see to be played out for the specific maps for today?
I think Boom have to take care of Bind, like, straight up.
Yeah.
If Boom doesn't let, or rather, if they let Bind through, I feel like the series could be a little more problematic. Granted, Boom is very good on that map, but Full Sense, I feel like they've made their mark on it just a little too much. Their footprints, they're permanently ingrained. And Boom, they don't want to see none of that, apparently.
Yeah, I feel like it's because of the fact that Cha still plays a very mean Astra, and not a lot of Indonesian teams just know how to play around that. Even the top teams such as Boom will still have difficulty.
It's like they're really good.
Yeah, it's like they're really good. And again, Bind doesn't really allow for a lot of satisfaction with like explosive double duelist or even the Berserk's aggressive maybe double satchel style. And we've seen that actually happen to him where he got caught multiple times. He was charging onto the site with a well-timed gravity well. It could really mess things up. So with all that being said, yeah, these are bad.
Finish it.
Yeah.
It does make sense. We think too much alike, Asar. Although I am not such a mischievous bad boy as you are, you fiend, you hooligan. But Boom, they do take Ascent. I kind of want to go back to my point on Bind, where you did touch on it. This is not the map where Boom want to take that speed, especially taking into account Full Sense have been so dominant on that. They've attempted to go without a Sentinel, didn't work out for them. Looked really, really rocky in their previous outings as well, but Ascent, they've looked fairly impressive on this. Although Full Sense, you can't say the same thing about them too. They've really worked those angles as well as they have.
Ooh. Okay, from the previous matches that we have seen, actually, going back to the Bind map veto right here that we have, last time they actually faced Full Sense and Boom Esports, it was a 13-4 for the side of Full Sense here in the following map called Bind. And that's a good... Actually, that is a good ban coming in from Boom Esports. It feels like they don't want to play it up again and play on the pacing of Full Sense right here. But we are heading to Ascent and Breeze. It can be a long-range aim duel, and they ban out Split as well. I'm actually curious to see if they are actually going to play an Icebox map, because I feel like it's going to be a decider, or either Full Sense is gonna ban it, because they typically ban Icebox for their matches as well, or maybe they actually prepared for it. Who knows? But from the previous matches that we've seen, if you actually take up the results, it's always on the side of Full Sense for the previous 2 games that they played. Now, is it gonna be the same story this time around for this specific matchup? Because now we are looking at the final map vetoes. It's gonna be Ascent, Breeze, and Haven. Do you think it's gonna be the same result? Do you think that Full Sense will dominate this matchup?
Absolutely not. I feel like it is gonna be very...
Absolutely not.
No, because again, I feel like compared to the previous match, this is what Indonesia has to offer best, and this is a team that really knows how to work their stuff. And I feel like this map selection, even though not the best per se for Boom, will still work out in their favor, because they're that incredibly versatile. They have operating prowess, they have setups as well. And again, these maps, I'm just gonna keep pointing it out, is really good for Flipsitter with his KO. So if I don't get 3 KOs in these maps, I will be selling my marbles, my toy marbles.
Oh,
can I have it?
I said if selling it. Maybe we'll see.
No.
If I make a mistake with that prediction.
See, the thing is, like, look, going back to the map veto, right? I feel like this is definitely going in the way of Boom on a tactical perspective, right? Because in the most recent matchup between Boom and South Built, despite South Built and Full Sense being varied styles, this is where Boom can look and where, well, wait, how did our crossfires get dismantled? How did we lose those rounds that we did? How did we put Flips Jitter to leak and get that heartbreaking win over South Built? Again, it's just those questions that continue to cement how strong Boom is. But again, they're just so shaky. It's another day, I suppose.
This is now the time that we actually put in the prediction. So this is the final thoughts right now for the panel. And I can start off by saying that Full Sense, I feel like, is a team that can choose or knows how to choose their battles. They know how to play out the map that they chose, and they are focused on the objectives, not only the kills as well. So I would go 2-1 actually for a 3-map series we have here. 2-1 on the side of Full Sense. How about you, Raf?
So historically, and you know that I am a man of data and logic, historically, Full Sense have taken this over Boom quite in a number of times, but I feel like this is the day where Boom breaks that streak. This is where they really buckle up, because like I mentioned, I keep saying it, they've been so shaky. This is not a look they want to go for. And if anything, this is a statement that, oh, we will conquer our demons, we are gonna go move forward with our bracket. And so with that being said, I believe it's a Boom 2-1.
Ooh. All right. You know, I am going to go the same way as Raf here. Not because I'm agreeing with him, but because I'm agreeing with him. So, yeah, I'll say gonna
Yes, Eliza. I hope you heard that. It's not because I'm agreeing with Raf. It's because I'm disagreeing with Terror. Yes.
Yeah, that's basically what Asarai meant here. But anyway, this is a 2-1 here in the panel. I go Full Sense. The 2 boys here, the 2 gentlemen, goes for Boom Esports. Let's see what the casters think as we head in to our first map for the second series. Casters, please do take it away.
Can't stop, ain't no one on my level.
Okay, Seems like Ilu is just staring into the black abyss. I'm not sure why, but yeah, we are now here preparing for the Full Sense versus Boom matchup. This best of 3 will be showing to us who will be the team that makes it work, the team that will not be eliminated from this tournament and have a shot still to get into Masters 1. With all of that, let's go immediately to the agent select, see how it goes. And well, while I was in the panel, I was betting the fact that we will be seeing a 3-game that Flipsitter will be hunkering down on that KO. I see it already grayed out. Give it to me. There it is. 1 out of 3. Let's get things started. Ilu, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Finally. I had a little bit of an issue with my call there for a second. I kept just dropping out, but you know, it is the nature of the online process. But we're here right now, and it's like a mirror matchup. I'd like to stay with the difference being the Killjoy, of course. Oh no, sorry, go ahead. It's a mirror matchup. It's a mirror matchup. Yeah, I just had to double confirm that right now. This is very much just like what we said earlier in the day. Thailand versus Indonesia, the rivalry continues here. Thailand, they took the first map, they took the first series and eliminate Prestigia. Now, this is the chance for Boom Esports to fight back for their region and to win against Full Sense. Boom Esports, we said this, man, they are like the #1 team in Indonesia right now. And if they can get a win up against Full Sense, it's going to send a message that the rivalry will still continue. Otherwise, we bid adieu to the last of the Indonesian squads here today.
It's not me rooting anymore for like a single team. It's me rooting for like, we just have to have like a balanced set of regions still competing. I want to see what that goes because it felt like both of these teams on Indonesia and Thailand regions respectively were just thrown into the lower bracket, while the cool kids, you know, the MYSG teams are now playing on the upper finals. What a mix to go, right? So we already have
a different dynamic from what we saw last time, and even when we were sort of covering the C Challengers, it's just been a very, very different story. Now, go here into the game. We start with game number 1. Here towards Ascent. Yet again, we start with the Ascent. A little bit of more of the same from last series time, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But we might be seeing something different now because we do know that these teams do have a lot of favoritism with the Ascent map. Full Sense did lose pretty badly to Bleed last time they played Ascent. I think I was 4-13, but I don't think it was the map itself. I think it was just how well Bleed really played the slow burn type of play style. Oh, liking the stack here. This might be able to spot out V, but he still gets the value, and Shot doubles up onto the position, leaving only Tebatol in a 1 versus 3. Does have the spike, can close the door, excuse me. But if he tries to plant the spike now, he's going to be very, very punished. And that's why you see him trying to be a bit sneaky. Not going to be able to do that. In Full Sense, that double up working fantastically for them.
Really liking that setup that we just saw from Full Sense there. Not something that you see every day, and especially not on the pistol round. That is a very tiny corner to fit 2 full-grown adults in. And they managed to do it and actually come out with 4 kills in between both of those players. So really, really well executed from Full Sense. It does, I'd say, throw a wrench in the plans of Boom Esports.
Well, at least for now. Oh, okay. Nice little jiggle there. PTC finds a kill with the molly through a... Yeah, I believe Blaze King was trapped on the cubby. Couldn't really push up. Lamby Snacks gets found out here. Gets 2 on the value. And pick up the Spectre right now. Just keep charging right in. And V is trying to look for somebody that actually has wiggled their way through. And Tebatol actually gets the sneaky peek through. This might allow for the push through the site and the plant on the spike. Even if Ted doesn't get the kill, that still should be fine because Boom somehow managed to find themselves some value. The blind actually deterring Tebatol from getting the pick here.
Oh?
And somehow Frostman is still getting through this. He might be able to isolate another fight, but John Olsen, the jiggle shots will be enough. And that's going to give full sense the round, but it took a lot of damage to that by the sneakiness of Tebatal.
Yeah, definitely. They lost 3 players. And on a round where they'd like to keep everybody alive, that's a massive, massive deal here. Now, however, it is going to be the full buy here for Boom Esports. Can they pick it up? As they actually force, because of how that went, the bonus round not looking very bonusy at all. It's looking more like an eco rather than anything. Shalalala. He's going to have to be on a Ghost. And Lammy Snacks only on a Sheriff.
Well, still totally fine. They're going to be looking for that eco damage, and with V as a really hectic type of sniper, him having that Marshall is really not a bad option. I do like how John has picked up that away from him because he wants to just kind of run rampant, and that might not be as doable with the Marshall. But that, all of that being set aside, right? It's still going to be Boom having some difficulties here because they have to start clearing out utility. And that's why you see Blaze here trying to find as much of where the setup is from the KJ. Even though the KJ traps are on B, this Sova drone gives them so much ample space. But I think did he refund all of those? I think he did.
He did, I think so.
Okay, he's going to reuse that.
Free utility. That's one of the best things about an Astra. And look how far they pushed up on that flank. They already have Shalalala creeping up there towards top mid. This is something that Boom Esports should be very, very aware of. Sorry, Tebatal. Okay,
30
close
seconds
angle
left.
here towards this corner. They have John Olsen with the Spectre. Oh, mid-air shot from Blaze King. He somehow finds one, and John Olsen finds a double. He swings on through, dashes in a little bit too wide there. Will not expect 2 more, but he does give information with 13 seconds left. I think the recon hits him square in the foot, and exactly that, Blaze King gets the kill onto T. Now it's a 2v3. It's full sense. They're looking to be shut down here. They have 2 rifles that they haven't picked up, so it's still very, very good for them, and still very possible that they come out of this on top.
That's absolutely disgusting from John Olsen to get that value kill off of the Spectre. I thought he was just going to get the 1, but he controls it enough that a 2-piece actually comes into the fray there. The shutdown kills coming through. Very expensive for Boom.
Oh.
And it might have been even more so if they didn't try to just wiggle the fight out because Cha was full in HP. So good crossfire there, but did have to pay the price just to take the round. Look at this. There it is. Look at how just John just does that. I was thinking maybe again he's gonna be slightly effective with the Spectre, but this is John Olsen we're talking about.
No, just the coolest cat. Just a cool, calm, casual, collected guy. He just chas himself into victory.
He did say coolest cat, so
he is.
Yeah.
That is also a Looney Tunes throwback, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Wow. That's not something I heard in a while. That brings me back.
It's Wabbit season.
Way back. But 2-1. As the Cosmic Divide is ready for Chalalala. I'm interested as where they want to deploy it here. You know, one of the biggest issues that I saw in the previous game was both teams running down the clock a lot too low. This even applied to Searcha, where a lot of the rounds were like... they have, what, 8 seconds left to plant? We saw glimpses of that in the previous one. I'm hoping that we don't get to see much more of that in this round here, but it's looking like in Ascent, it's going to be more of the same here. As John Olsen with a double, tailwind out, it gets backed up by T, and it's going to be John Olsen with a triple. And he's going to get his team certainly another round here. It is a 1v3 with Flips Jadur. John Olsen is looking for the 4th. Would have the angle, good right click, but it's not going to be the flash. He's not going to be blinded up. Stylish one tap to finish off the round there with 30 HP to spare.
My goodness. Yeah, I was already expecting this to be a very prolonged fight because these guys just gonna be trading, just going at each other's throats, and immediately as that, look at that, just so aggressive. I like
so mechanically gifted. He knows when to tap. He knows when to spray. John Olsen is just really, truly, I think,
the best
he's
of
one
us.
of the best of us. He is like what we all aspire to be.
Yeah, exactly. As Valorant players.
As Valorant players.
I haven't met him in in real life though. But I'm assuming it's pretty nice.
I'm hoping. I'm a fan. So
maybe when I visit Thailand again, you know.
maybe someday. We should just go. Just walk there.
I should keep forgetting my early greetings. So Sawadee guys, thank you. So thank you so much for letting us watch this game.
Yeah, and thanks John Olsen for the sick quad kill. Let's get some
Berserks.
Berserks. What the? Okay, a little bit too open there, but still, John Olsen is able to pick up that kill.
And he's not done. He's actually re-challenging Mangle. Already knew that. I mean, there isn't anything that he really needs to fear. Again, he still has his dash. He already has who is this? PDC right behind him. This is the full sense that we were really expecting. You know, John Olsen ignites the flames. His teammates helping him out, and look at how they just execute through all of this beautifully.
Shutting them down.
Really, just flawless. They keep 4 players alive, and they're even going to look at that. Look how much money they have here. They have built up some bank. It's not spiraling out of control. It's still something that Boom Esports, should they take a couple of rounds, they can still keep it in check. But they're gonna have to do it soon, because if you look at the money, PTC and T, they're already around 4,400 for PTC, 3,000 for T. So you do have to make sure that doesn't cause a landslide later on in this game, and that they just keep dropping for those teammates. You want to keep those buys humble. You want to keep those buys modest. In order for you to do that, you're going to have to start winning rounds here. Boom Esports, they haven't really come close to winning very much. Hoping to see that change here in this round.
Well, they do have all the necessary tools to make that work as well, right? So it's only if Full Sense with John Olsen just again gets the aggressive peak here. Nothing overly aggressive from Full Sense. It seems like they want to maybe push up onto A main, but I think Clipshitter has just kind of conditioned Full Sense to never peak that. This gives a pretty hefty amount of bodies that Boom can throw out onto mid, and with the supplementary drone making the spot onto where John Olsen is, this could actually be that mid play. The suppress does come out on A short, but again, this doesn't really give any information as to where the rest are going to be pitching in. And yeah, there he goes. B main, or B is going to be the place to go.
Yeah, like you said, the mid play is the name for the game here. As the shock darts come in, it slows them down for a couple of seconds, but ultimately not going to dissuade too much.
30 seconds left.
They do have a little bit of time to play with the Tebatal is now coming in from that flank. They're probably going to check it, but who's going to win? Tebatal, he's going to pick that kill up onto PTC. The call was a little bit late. John Olsen taking a little bit of time to turn behind. Tebatal on that flank is just doing so much work. 3v4 as Chalalala finally snuffs out his counterpart. It's now a 3v3. Lockdown fades right in time, so this has got to be the beginning of the retake. They've lost already way too much time. They have to go soon. Lockdown to be deployed on the retake as well. What are they going to do in response to it? Chalalala holding for the push because they know that they will have to push for it. He's just going to hold it. Chalala with only one right now, but this is the only player on the side here. Flipstitter, he's going to get one nice adjustment from Flipstitter with a triple kill, and he's going to somehow win the round, keeping Boom Esports within 2 rounds of Full Sense.
Okay, you might fault them for losing every single player, but considering V had to force their hand with that lockdown, that was, I think, the best way that they could have gotten it. I have no idea how Lammy Snacks botched that shot onto Flipshitter when he was already popping shots. Maybe because Flipshitter was jumping up and down or what, but that was a huge blow to Full Sense here. Let's look at the economy real quick. It's still fairly even, but we still don't have anybody to actually, what's the word here, break away in terms of the creds.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This round, however, is going to be the important one. Hangs in the balance right now, the economy of both of these teams. Whoever wins this will be able to buy next round. Whoever loses will... Okay. That was dangerous for a second, but whoever will lose will have to eco. So we're going to have to play their cards close to their chest here as they now make an approach towards short.
You're going to make this dedication towards the short as you were talking about. There's the ultimate already used by plays King. Does he find the pick? Does he find the kill? Not gonna happen just yet. Berserk is actually incredibly low. He will not know about the swing on this one. And PTC still has a damn deadly angle. As the door closes, he does get the kill on the flip shooter. That was huge. John Olsen lurking in the smoke like a shark. There it is. Right click to light things up. Tabitol is trapped. He will have to go through these cloud bursts to pick up that spike of his.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds. He might get an isolated fight. We go for the double swing. Timing is beautiful. Timing is perfect. And full sense take the round.
Yeah, very stylishly from John Olsen. He just rounds the corner, calling for his teammate, and you can hear the counting in their heads. 1, 2, 3, go, peek! And then they do it very perfectly timed. That's going to force Boom Esports to take a timeout, as they have been once again forced on the eco. They don't have money left on the tank. They don't really have much in the chamber.
Enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Well,
30 seconds left.
with that being, I think they kind of beat out. You know, timing on the peak. What happens if they peek and they sneeze? Well, it's a Pikachu. Yeah, all right. I'm done.
Okay. But what if it's a big sneeze? Is it a right shoe?
Ah. No, it's a Gigantamax Pikachu.
Oh dear. That's the best one.
It is. It is.
But if it were a tiny one, it would be a Pichu.
Yeah, exactly.
But if your friend sneezed and then you sneezed, would it be a Mimikyu?
Ah.
Think about that.
All right. I'm gonna think about it.
It's early
all
in the
right,
morning,
going
bro.
back
No, it's not, it's the
into
afternoon.
the thick of things, since we did have like that quick little timeout, just to give us a momentary breather, right? Just to kind of reset our brains and reset what's happening there. Boom Esports definitely not getting the better of this map. I don't know if they picked up Ascent because they thought that they're gonna have the one up here against Full Sense, because Full Sense lost this to Bleed. But this is such a incredibly different outcome. John Olsen smelling blood in the water, but Frostmind, smooth criminal. Follow-up still is gonna be there. You know they can't pick up this weapon for anything other than just maybe getting more kills on B main.
Yeah,
There it is.
absolutely. Full Sense are doing just this great job, just doing containing the members of Boom Esports. And when you have members like Berserk, when you have members like Tabitol, when you have members like Blaze King who can pop off at any given second, playing this in a very controlled, safe manner, just like what Full Sense are doing right now, is making it so difficult for those individual members to pop off and play their game. Each and every single round, you're seeing Full Sense really dictate the pace, even when they're on the defensive side. The first moves are theirs. They take A main, they make a play here towards mid, here and there. It's just Full Sense looking so much better, so much more affirmative, and Boom Esports are just kind of responding to that.
Well, that's never what you want to do. Oof. All right, the Korean jiggle peak on mid. The Korean charge on mid. Not gonna happen.
Wow, the round is basically done here. It's a 1v3, and we
Yeah.
were just 5 seconds into it. Oh, we still have a minute and 20 seconds to play.
Yeah, I was that was just gobsmacking me. All right, there you go. Now they know where your Lammy Snacks is gonna be holding off from.
Planted.
It's gonna be a 3 versus 1. Crossfire is all gonna be set up in there. Tabitol does not have another smoke to use, so Lammy Snacks can hope for the dry peak, but this is gonna be dangerous. Yeah, at least he gets away, but all eyes set on him. No time to rotate all the way around. If he goes through on short, you will have to break the switch door there. But I think now with how he's moving, he's expecting somebody to actually try to over peek and maybe hunt him down from short. But as we can see on the X-rays, that's not really what's happening here. So Lammy might be just forced to play either exit or save.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna try to hold on to this rifle for the next round. There's another round for Boom Esports here, however, as they do find a little bit of solace within the chaos. In Full Sense, they managed to give up another one. There's still so much money for Full Sense though, so I wouldn't have blamed him if he tried to go for it. So, meanwhile, Boom Esports, they don't have a lot. This is, I feel like them living paycheck to paycheck, much like we are in life in general.
Life of a freelancer, by the way.
Life of a freelancer, my friend. It's just how we are. We're constantly.
But I think the analogy sticks. It really does feel like Boom Esports need to make plays every time that they get that buy of theirs. And even though that's like an obvious thing for the entire, ecosystem of Valorant, it's more so in this game because it feels like whatever they try to do, it just does not work and allows them to survive much longer than just the one round. But that's the case though. If they can keep getting these one rounds, that's still the win that they're probably hoping to take, considering that again, Full Sense are just beating them senseless into the ground. That's some huge ultimate taggings there from Lammy Snacks. Everybody from the attackers but Blaze King is now just on the B side itself.
Alright, retake this commence, and they're gonna have to rely on the Cosmic Divide for B main. Instead, Flash comes through for PTC. Flash is for himself, but Berserk want to take him down. Berserk is holding the line here, and Boom Esports are gonna be able to do it yet again. Blaze King finds the final kill in that round, and it's a flawless round. Boom Esports it looks like they're waking up, man.
Activating. That's what's that's what's helping them stay and survive much longer here. I love the fast contact that they did just there. There was no one that was actually going to swing aggressive from Full Sense. The plan there for Full Sense already was just play the retake. But again, when Boom are that connected with each other, it's very easy for them to get these trades, whatever happens. Berserk's now looking at his kills. He's actually at the bottom of the barrel here, considering that he's been at the forefront of each of these fights, meaning that he's probably lost a lot of those duels against John Olsen multiple times now.
Yeah. John Olsen isn't the easiest person in the world to contend with after all. How many highlight games, how many highlight plays has he delivered for us time and time again? And can he do it right now? The big stage. Maybe get his team up to the Masters yet again. We'll find out as the Owl Drone does push in and they get control towards mid here. So there is a lot already being taken by Boom. The response of Full Sense is to take B main instead, and then have this triple crossfire towards B side.
Well, it might work right now. Oh, this peek out from John Olsen is going to be timely. Oh, man. When Boom Esports plays slow, Full Sense just get a understanding of where they actually need to peek out and still get the kill. It's quite sickening. And John Olsen, he's already wrapped up so much. Tabatal thankfully does get a pick off here. He's already trying to initiate some fights. Does get tagged backs away. Good stuff from Tabatal right now. Who needs Berserks, right? When you have Tabatal. Lammy Snacks does answer back. He spots out the last two from Boom as they charge right in. And now, with very little time on the clock, everybody's just going to charge right out. The damage onto Frostbite is too much, and PTC shuts it down. Full Sense, another round on the board.
Yeah, well, Full Sense, they secure it, and they're going to secure the lead for the half. 7-5 at least, to be 8-4. And things are looking pretty solid for them right now. Gotta give props right here to the support players. Shalalala, he's been doing a fantastic job. Time and time again, really being truly the bastions of the back lines.
Oh, man.
For the side of Full Sense. But, dude, honestly, John Olsen is just doing the John Olsen thing again.
Yeah.
He's at 14-9, I'd like to say.
We'll see it after this. I think it's more than that, too. He's gotten a couple of multi-kills already, right? He's 14-6. There you go. He's had lesser deaths than you expected. Yeah, so that's way better.
Much better, in fact, is the
PTC.
My God, yeah, just take that kill and drive away with it. Blaze King is just like, God, what just happened?
Yeah, PTC's
Get out of my way.
KO right now is so strong. It's on point.
You should run.
Like, you have to remember, this is what got that KO is what got them out of LCQ last time.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Berserks. Oh my gosh, he's just running in. He's just
he's still behind him. Oh no!
Wow.
John Olsen, he gets it, but Berserks with a massive unfortunate play right there. At the moment he goes for the kill, the Cosmic Divide stops him, and then he gets taken out by John Olsen. Just a series of unfortunate events for Berserks. He's gonna be hitting himself on the head after that play.
Oh man, that's he got thirsty for that kill as soon as he finally almost got it. Oh, that's amazing. All right, good pre-fire there from Chalalala. That does get the kill. Flip Shitter will be shut down here. And Tabotal forced again to go for the clutch. It's a 2 versus 1 now, Elu. He spots out Lammy Snacks already. He's trying to jiggle here, but the bullet's not really working in his favor. Tries to go for the wide swing onto the... And it works! The time? We need to see the time real quick.
Oh my, we can't see it, but it's like a
0.09.
marginal. My god, 0.09.
Here.
I thought he had enough time.
Player standing.
Me too?
Pulling them in.
And it blew up right in their faces. Well, let's take a little bit of a closer look yet again, because that one will bring it to the ref.
Oh.
Oh my.
He went off the spike. He halved it and he went off of it. Oh, wow. All right. That's
unforced errors there, but
yeah, bit of
it is part of the game.
He didn't believe in his teammate.
Not at the heart of the team.
Yeah. But we gotta believe, you know, heart of the cards and all that.
So that you can activate the trap cards. Because Boom, they look like they have sprung those traps time and time again. Now they will be on the defense. 12 kills for Tebatal at the very top of the scoreboard. Berserk is staying quiet. This is not a Berserk's game, but again, I'm gonna have to say this: not every game has to be a Berserk's game.
Yeah,
he's doing just fine right now. I would like to see him do a little bit better, because if he does start doing those Berserk's things where he just gets an operator later on into the half, starts with those aggressive peaks, we might start to see the game turn into a completely different thing.
Well, it could swing still either way. 7-5 is not a huge scoreline differential between these two warring factions. There you go. The countdown has started already. We're about to swing into the second pistol right now. John Olsen, though, is always the one that ignites the things for full sense. And again, he's been hitting a lot of these good shots. Berserks, well, on the struggling end, yeah, definitely needs to step up here. Flip Shitter on the other hand, he's been stable as well, but I wonder when he's gonna bring himself to the table. Is when Tabatal gets the top frag, even though it has allowed for some specific rounds, that's not the way that Boom Esports would like this. They need more utility cohesion between Flip Shitter and Berserks, and you know that allows them to get better aggressive angles here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you know, for a team to be able to have all the options available to them when it comes to the early round, I think it's absolutely crucial. That's what we're seeing a lot from the time for John Olsen. When earlier you saw him just going in for those aggressive peaks and really taking the early rounds for his team. Hoping we see a little bit more of that here on the Boom side, because they're playing close up. They're doubling up here on mid. It's not something you see very often, because it's something that you can deal with quite swiftly if you're actually prepared for it. So Berserks, he will have that Sheriff in his hands, and he will have somebody playing very, very close to him right behind. Oh, great shot. Nice, a double right there from Berserk. Could get a third here. Tail went out, but he does actually land the body shot, and still gets him a triple. 2 players left to find, Chalalala, and it's going to be Lammy Snacks. Last 2 players standing for full send.
I have the spike.
All right, this is going to be quite difficult for them to get things started. They've lost that map control already, and they're trying to just maybe isolate the fight. You do see Flip Shitter already waiting for the swing, but if he doesn't get caught here, he will have more delay tactics. Yeah, he's going to need to back away. He still has his molly. Throws it up. Actually, is that a molly? No, yeah, there is a molly. There you go. That's going to delay even further. And already they set themselves up with the crossfire. This is going to get hairy quite soon. That's a final nail in the coffin. I don't think they're going to win this unless they just go Ultra Super Saiyan. Not going to happen at all. Boom Esports, clean up the round.
Yeah, all it takes is one solid piece of utility, and just that gravity well is enough to slow them down a fraction of a second long enough. Boom Esports, though, off the back of Berserk. Just when we were saying he needs to have a little bit of a better game, it's not a Berserk's game. Psych, here's a triple kill on the pistol. And then he gets 3 amazing kills right there and leads his team to what's looking like it's going to be a halftime score.
All right. 7-6 now. Oh. For some reason, I was casting without my glasses. Can't see without my glasses. Okay, Berserks slowly but surely creeping up onto mid here. Gets spotted out, way out into the open, but nobody can actually swing to continue the punish or continue the chase, if at all ever. Gets away with not taking any losses in that mid control. Now Full Sense will not want to re-challenge that. They want to at least get away from the line of sight that Berserks has. This has allowed PTC to at least get and sneak his way up onto short. Again, this massive loss or massive discrepancy of weapons will make it damn difficult for Full Sense to make anything happen. Shot, no smoke step on this player. All about that dry contact. And maybe if they make enough noise there, if they try to swing through mid here, that's where nobody's actually going to be waiting at from. Berserk has already showed himself onto Heaven. Seems like Chalala is back in the way as well. And it's just a full-blown hold here for Boom. It seems, again, that Full Sense are just scattered, confused at what they need to do. They forced enough the rotations from Boom that maybe this hit on B would be much effective for them, but Tebatal's got utilities for days. Blaze King has already gone and ran through onto B main, and we're just left onto Lammy Snacks, but such a clean defensive round here for Boom Esports. Wow, they just played Full Sense like a fiddle. Full Sense just could not find any avenue of attack. Got slowed at any point of contact, and as they come through on market there, same of the same, as they just kept getting delayed every single time they want to push.
Yeah, I think it was just a perfect stacking of the utility and the perfect timing of the peaks coming in from Boom Esports, and that just nets them yet again another round, makes them just that much more comfortable. Now they're going into the bonus round, very comfortable bonus round here for Boom Esports. They're going to be just throwing as much as they can. Ooh, Blaze King does get spotted out right there. He's going to be falling back. Full of shock dart to say, well, farewell. Oh no, he's not going to use anything at all. Actually decides against it and just will hold on to his utility for the rest of the round. They have at least a little bit more time here. 1 minute, a whole 1 minute to be able to play that block down, and you know, both of these teams are just happy to do that, wait for the first team to make a mistake, and so far nobody really just yet. But Berserk gets a little bit of a tag himself. He's brought down to 59 HP. They have relinquished control over market. Now they'll be working their way here. B site split, I think, is what's going to be the call, but the spike is so far away, so they're going to have to go ahead and recover it. I think they're going to end up towards A.
Well,
or not.
Shot does have the spike in his hand, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of weird that Full Sense are taking this such a delayed tactic. They're pushing the map together, getting that mid B main and A short control, but I don't know how effective this will really be. That jiggle does absolutely nothing to Flipshitter, who is so prepared of the incoming opponent. But this delayed lurk from PTC might actually catch Boom off guard. Berserk does save the weapon. They're trying to isolate the fight right now onto the B side itself. Flipshitter taking passive damage from that turret of theirs. And now there's only the 3 versus 3 to remain. Good shot from PTC. Flashes himself out. Tebatal might need to help Frostbind here before anything else, but they still want to isolate fight onto the site itself. V is now trapped, rocked on an island, and he gets demolished here, Elu. How does Boom even win that? With, I believe that was Frostbind taking down PTC with a Spectre, by the way.
Just a lot of patience and just a lot of faith that you know, they've got each other's backs on that retake. Full Sense, they were looking very confused, and for the first time in this game, you see Boom Esports take the lead here. Look at that, the operator now does come in as well. I think signs that something needs to change here. Flipjitter, sorry, not Flipjitter. I think Berserk should be the one to hold on to it.
Enemy remaining.
I want to see. I'm curious to see where they post it up. You know, a lot of the time you'll see him posting towards that B main area. Maybe go for that aggressive pick. Sometimes he goes here towards mid. That might be what it is. But Fulton still have the timeout because now they're forced on another economic reset, completely and thoroughly trash their economy is. It's left in the gutter with 2,000 apiece on everybody except for PTC and T, who's like what 1,500, 1,700.
Yeah,
it's not going to be the best of buys at all.
Yeah, they're just mad at, I think Boom right now, since we've gone on the second half, they've just been managing Full Sense here. And Full Sense, they're trying to respect as much as they can what Boom planned to do. I don't think we've ever seen John Olsen actually ignite a fight as of the moment. It's kind of interesting to see that because it's supposedly usually the attackers that formulate what the defenders want to do. But when it's the defenders doing that, you know that Full Sense do not have any proper information of what's actually going on. And it's a really potent mix, right? Because Boom haven't really shown their hands at all, and they've been winning these rounds. Yes, it's gotten a little bit hairy, a little bit messy at the end of the rounds. They still get it though, but it's the start that really deters Full Sense with what they want to do.
Absolutely, and if we can start strong, that's something that Full Sense has relied on quite a bit, especially with those entries from John Olsen. But now towards B they go, hoping for the best, expecting the worst as Frostmine gets one. Still alive somehow on site. Nice flashbang, but it's not going to blind him up completely. PTC still somehow wins that, and they're making the Sheriffs work. Somehow Alami Snacks finds another one, and Tebatal's brought down to a 1v3. His Vandal in his hands, sure. PTC is low, very, very low here, but the numbers advantage still in the favor of Full Sense. PTC does go down 1v2 right now. Only Sheriffs in the hands of Lammy Snacks and T, but they have a crossfire setup. Will they double swing? Will they make it? It's gonna be T as he swings out from the mid, from the boxes here. On default, he gets the pick. He gets the round for his team. Full Sense tie it up.
Wow, how did he still get that? PTC hitting some fantabulous shots. Then he got a crossfire, but Boom somehow still wasn't able to get the frags in the end. The speed for Full Sense really helping him out in this case. Yeah, unless Tepatal could have had a monstrous peak, or a flick, rather. That would not have been possible to have clutched. Let's put a hamper on the things for Boom. Oh, Berserks. Missed opportunity there.
Oh. They're gonna be kicking themselves about that one, but definitely something that will be remembered. 8-8 though. They have still a lot of time to play with, 1 minute and 20 seconds. They're going to be rotating now here towards that A side with the spike in their hands. John also will be collecting it. Or not. He's going to be leaving it for his team. Going towards A. They have a lot of utility. They have, you know, 2 ultimates available if they so need it as well. I do imagine that they will commit at least 1 here. Might be the lockdown, but they might save it for post-1.
Well, there it is. They've used everything that they want. Flip Shooter is actually holding the cross here through that tiny gap. Does get immediately fragged right back by PTC. Closes the door. This makes it expensive. Tebatal wants to go for this challenge, but PTC is so dang at the ready. That was a tad bit awkward, and Full Sense now pushing back 4 versus 3. Berserk's got the operator, got no blades, needs 1 kill. They can't really find it. This might be, this might be the option. This might be the better choice just to save the weapons right now. There's not really much they can do, and next round they're going to be broke if they don't do anything about it.
Yeah, I think it's the right call from Boom. A 3-man save is very, very fair. Especially when you're at 8-8, you're approaching double digit. It's getting quite scary. Now, Chalalala, John Olsen, and of course the rest of the members of Full Sense here, they're getting their 9th round. You don't want them to get up to that 10 because they get very, very hard to stop later on, especially once they've got a good read on you. But they reclaim the lead once again. Maybe at least a little bit more here for Full Sense to add to their padding before they start really, really worrying too much about what Boom's going to be bringing in the next round.
Now Boom, as they're bringing this into the next round, still have the operator on Berserks. He's 6-13-3. So when we started the second half, what was it? He was 3 kills, so he's only gotten like 3 kills after that as well. And there's something happening right now with Berserks, but that is not really well for Boom here. They need the sniper to get some value. Even just the 1 pick would be already absolutely huge. Full sense, I think they come at a speed that doesn't really allow Berserks to get the picks here. And even if he gets that initial pick, it seems like he's slow to go for the punish.
Absolutely. Well, we have a little bit of a technical issue, so we will be just going in for a little bit of time to breathe. So hang out with us for a quick minute while we take this time to just check on everything, you know, make sure everything's in order, and make sure that nobody is doing anything untowards, just making sure that we have all of our stuff.
So it seems like just having some checkups from the tournament organizers. Shouldn't take too long. Yeah, once again, Boom here, swinging it a little bit back. I wonder what's the play right now for Berserk. He still has. It seems like he hasn't gotten the good value that he was hoping to get, honestly. And yeah,
he was kind of there a couple of rounds ago, and he was starting to get a couple kills in. But you're absolutely right. With the operator, I haven't yet to see that impact that we expected him to have. He's kind of just been left to his own devices and hoping, hey guys, I'm going to try to get this pick. That's pretty much all I'm seeing right now. I'm hoping it's a different story here, because I do see 3 people geared towards B. That might be an indication that they're going to do a little bit of a set play here with the operator peeking through the back for Berserks. And might be actually the best call.
Well, at least this technical pause does give them some time to figure things out. I wonder how well, again, Tebatol has been playing on this one. 15 kills already. He really has found these situations that he can just get the necessary frags. But I think it's not there just yet, right? So,
yeah.
Well, it's a little bit of a struggle.
Taking a look at the other teams that are playing here today. If you guys are a fan of Malaysia, Singapore, well, you guys are certainly in for a treat. As we have Bleed Esports going up against Paper X a little bit later on. They are going to be playing in the next series after this one, because we still have a little bit of a day before our eyes here, Asarai.
Oh yeah, night is coming, but that doesn't stop us from enjoying all of these amazing matches already. Tournament life is on the line already for Full Sense as well as Boom Esports here. But for now, it seems like we are going to go for a quick break. Guys, when we come back, we'll be resuming, so don't go anywhere.
Something like this though, with all about that dual play.
I told you, dude.
Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of two spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
First of Paper X now down, and bad guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool.
Bắt được cái tên Physio, một pha di chuyển hơi hớ hênh. Chip siêu hồi sinh đang kill rồi, nhưng quan trọng là trong tay đại vẫn ở đây. Double kill, triple kill được đánh.
APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 playing teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get up.
And we're back. Just a couple of checkups here and there from our back end just to make sure that everything is tip-topsy-turvy. The number one important thing is the integrity of the league. above all else, the integrity of the game and the tournament, and that's what we value the most here. And so we just have to make sure that everything is working on the back lines, everything is in order, and guess what? It was. So we're gonna get back into the action. A little bit anticlimactic, no special announcement for you guys. We were just really checking to make sure that everything was in order. So we'll be getting back into the action. If you're just tuning in, you're joining me, Estrado, and Asterai. We're gonna be your casters here today as we go back straight into it. It's game number 2 here. Oh wait.
It's not the countdown, guys. Don't worry, don't worry. We're not trolling.
We're back.
You're fine. You're
Psych.
fine. All right.
Game number 1.
Just a treat for the eyes. If you guys follow Bleed Esports on Twitter, do it right now. Check out their latest tweets. They're trash talking Paper Rex. It's friendly banter.
Friendly banter.
Friendly banter.
I mean, I'm all for it. It's kind of you know.
Yeah.
That's how you make friends in online. First, you gotta trash talk them, right?
Yeah, you gotta banter it.
You gotta banter it up. Up your bant game, bro. And it has to be good bants, not the low quality bants.
Yeah. High bandwidth.
Bandwidth.
Okay. So it's already 4 full sets here, trying to clear the close utility first. Good. Oh, good guess for John Olsen not to actually go to the switch already, where the Nano Swarm was actually set up. That's going to be a little bit awkward for him to get away as Blaze King and the rest of Boom deny him any access to fast lane. Flipsitter and the rest here now fighting for dear life. Throws out the flash, throws out basically everything just to flush out Lammy Snacks. It goes in, still wins the battle in the end, and puts Tebatol into a 2 versus 1. That being said, PTC and Lammy Snacks have a collective HP of what it looks like about 70. So the Spectre, even though it is short range, to be able to get some value. There it is. First, and if he can swim fast enough, he gets it.
Yeah, definitely fast enough. Tebatol right there. It certainly has had his morning.
Maybe Use has had no coffee yet.
It's one of those days, Asarai. It's one of those days where we can't even form sentences.
Yeah, it really is one of those days. It's
has
okay.
He had his morning tea because he is Tebatol, which means tea bottle.
Is that really? I thought it was like a brand. I didn't know it was just like a tea bottle. I thought it was like a brand.
I think it's
of
also
tea.
a brand. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to check in with our Indonesian friends.
Yeah.
It might be a brand, but I know it means
well, that slays. That's a pretty cool backstory to the name of Tebatol. Okay, again, full sense. Wanting to go for this B fight. It was successful already a while ago, so sometimes you just gotta go at it once again, look for a different outcome. Maybe this time it's gonna be that. Frostmine and Blaze King at the back of the site. Gonna get a bit overwhelmed. I don't think they actually spotted Frostmine here. And there you go, he's making a bit of waves, still holding on the crossfire for Tebatol. And I thought there was gonna be a different change here, a different outcome, but Boom Esports make it the same again. They've gotten the round advantage.
Yeah, Boom Esports, hello. Welcome to the game. 10 is where they find themselves at. It was a very slow start for them, but guess what? They're firing all full cylinders right now. They've got their foot to the metal. They put the pedal to the metal, and they got themselves double digits. They have the operator on Berserks, who has now sort of started to simmer down after that explosive couple of rounds that he just gave us a little bit earlier on. Now, John Olsen, what can he do? Oh, well, the Blade Storm will be removed from the equation. And the fact that Berserks is suppressed, gonna be so difficult for him to tailwind out. Fortunately, the assistance from his team comes in, and he gets out of A main.
So a little bit of waves made here by Full Sense. I think right now, what Boom are banking on is their ability to get that information as soon as nothing transpires into the other lane. Look at how quickly all of them actually just respect it. Oh, A main's just nothing for us. They just keep on charging in. And Olsen, he likes this. He likes to use his blades rather than his pistol, so he doesn't have to keep swapping out to destroy certain utilities. And he's confident enough to actually hit the final blades. That's how good he's been. All right, one at the back of the site, getting flushed out by the Hunter's Fury. It is going to be Frostmine, but he still gets the kill regardless and dodges the Hunter's Fury. If he gets another one, the value on this man is going to skyrocket. 4 versus 4. As at the moment, V holding the cross right now, gets spotted by Flipsitter. No more utility for him. And yeah, exactly that. Lammy Snacks hits the beautiful tap. Still, numbers are going to be weird. PTC charging right out. I wonder if Blaze actually learns about this, knows about this, as there is a huge disconnect from the defenders.
It's so weird. They don't know where to look right now, and it's all up to Blaze. He has a recon, at least, and an Aldron, but he pulls it out. He's still somehow alive right now. The knife does come in. He's gonna have to push on. I don't think he has the time for this. He has to swing out wide, but he's going to win that duel instead. 10-10, Full Sense tie up the game.
What was Blaze King thinking about there too? Like, he just stuck at the other end of the wall, maybe hiding the fact that he was almost picked off, but that left Tebatol to kind of just rummage by his own. I wonder if we're gonna see that again on the replay. No, just yeah. So he was stuck at Market, and Tebatol was already at Fastlane, so there really was a disconnect from both defenders.
Yeah, I think they were very much separated here. Not exactly the best of situations, but they do get the suppress onto one, so that's information on where at least one player is. Gonna be this angle from John Olsen. You know, normally gets one, especially if you are expecting an aggressive B main push here. Caught a lot of operators off guard with that one. It's a good way to start off the round here. They're gonna find another one in the form of T, finding Frostmind. So this is looking like it's gotta be an 11th here for Full Sense.
Should be. There's not really enough firepower here for Boom. Good damage though from Flipsitter. And Berserk's okay, I like this. He's not really that afraid to get at least that mid control. Would be afraid of to show his shorty just so that teams won't act to him accordingly. Like this one, still gets spotted, goes around the corner. But V always on the case, always on the prowl. He's a Miles Prowler. He double tails his way to the site with the rest of Full Sense here. It's only left on Tebatol. He's got the Spectre. It was successful last time. The numbers stacked against him might not favor him this time.
No, not at all. Oh, he's gonna have to make that long rotation here towards that site. I think he's gonna save it, and I can't blame him. You know, you're already trying to avoid. You're trying to keep as much weaponry as you can. You're facing an 11 to 10. You know, Tebatol, he has enough, I think, to drop maybe a Bulldog. Yeah, he has enough to drop a Bulldog for his team next round. So he's going to want to at least keep this one. So it's all going to depend on where the rest of his the economy is for his team. Whether they can drop for, you know, each other or not. I'm thinking it's going to be a no. But it might just be a full hero Vandal play. That's what we might see here from Boom.
Might need to, since again, Full Sense are already at that distance where they're just one more round away. Even though Boom is just around close. Yeah, it is gonna. They're gonna need to fight for this one. If they lose this, it should still allow them to buy in the next round. But obviously, that's not the biggest of the concerns anymore. Looking quickly into what they have in terms of overall utility, V will have that lockdown of his. Frostmind on the end will also have his own lockdown. Nothing to actually break that unless they have some gnarly lineups with the shock darts, but I don't think so. This is going to be a really good utility to use for Full Sense to take on V.
Yeah. Oh, 5 versus 5, and look how far Flipsitter has snuck up. He's so close. Ooh, great angle, but the flash is good as well from PTC. Gets the punish. Now this is a trade 1-for-1. And that's at least some information given for the Boom Esports side. Right here. The flash came in just when they needed it. Now, it's all up to the 4 remaining players of Boom Esports side to hold the fort up against Full Sense, who's really barreling their way into those sites. I imagine they're going to go towards B here. They have found a fair amount of success on it, so why fix what's not broken? However, they will have to contend with the Sentinel, and that Sentinel has that lockdown, like you mentioned earlier. Might just deploy towards the back of the site the moment he hears that there are people coming in onto it. We'll see how that plays out for him.
Perfect
If he does, though,
accuracy.
this would actually give away Frostbite's position that he's actually at the back of site itself. So I like that
30
he
seconds left.
saved his position first and actually charged out just to go for the fight. I think I really enjoyed that from
Player
Frostbite. That's a
standing.
really high up drone there. Spots out where Lammy Snack is. Lammy Snack's always good on the clutch situations here.
A fine death.
All right, he's igniting the start right now. 6 bullets in a dream, but good pinch from Boom Esports.
Yeah,
Nobody yields. Yeah, excuse me.
Boom Esports is going to be getting to 11, and 11-11 is where we stand. This game is going to be going the extra mile here. It's going to be going to the distance. Michael Bolton is the patron saint, of course, of overtimes. So, because they can go the distance.
A fine death.
Just one death.
And it's good, you know, that they can go that distance. Some people can. Some teams can, excuse me.
Michael Bolton will help you in your journey.
Oh, yeah.
Put that soundtrack on it. But aggressive operator from Berserks. Okay, the 2 turrets exchanging gunfire here towards B main, and they're just trying to draw attention from one another. Just trying to see if they actually do spot anybody. But it's looking like Berserks will just be holding this passive angle, hoping that somebody does come in and make that decisive move. The smoke does come through. And now they know that there's an operator here towards B.
But they're still going to enforce the issue. Yeah, it's because PTC does have his suppress. So even if Berserks has the threat of the op, he doesn't have the threat of the op with the dash. So they're still going to be utilizing this. Both Killjoys now have activated that. Good shot from Berserks. He's not going to stay away from this fight. He's hit the shot first. He will get detained. Now, might not be enough. They're going to try to at least get the trade back onto PTC, but that wall be thick. So no punishes will be had. 4 versus 3, though. I'd like the bound effort there from Berserks, but it's still for a naught as his teammates could not follow up quickly on him. Unfortunately, the crossfire setup here from the attackers is going to make it very hellish for Boom to retake.
Well, let's see which circle of hell they find themselves on. That's going to be a nice gravity well here. PDC to get the kill onto Flips Jadar. Tebatal to follow up. Blaze King with 1 as well. And Boom Esports, they're doing it right now. But Tebatal will bring us to a 1v1. And Tebatal with a triple kill to take it and get match point for Boom Esports. He brings their team into the lead here.
It's good.
Very stylishly done. Tebatal coming up massive just when they need it. Boom Esports are in the lead. This close to taking game number 1.
That was phenomenal. Berserks, yeah, that was some good kills. Couldn't find the third, unfortunately, because of the lockdown. But the crossfire, the tradings, the micro engagements from Boom here. Look at that. Tebatal should have actually got knocked down, but he's got the bro right beside him. He's got Blaze King right beside him to make that an easy endeavor. They were able to pinch the site, squeeze it in, make it work. And I honestly thought it was going to be full sense ready to push this into match point, not the other way around.
Now we have good spot. He has his back turned. Somehow he's still alive here. Talalala will be backing him up with the Hunter's Fury. Don't think it's gonna make the connection it wants. It does. As PTC does go down. And Boom Esports, they find PTC. They remove him from the picture. Indonesia this much closer to taking down Thailand's Full Sense. Game number 1 of this series. Could be considered a grudge match, basically. Rivalry upon rivalry here, as now towards the A they go. John Alton leading the charge. He's going to be taken down by Tebatal with a nice big double, and it's going to be Flips Jadar with a double himself. Taking this map number 1, going to Boom Esports.
Great shutdown play there from Boom Esports. PTC almost surviving, but Blaze King was like, nah, dog, you ain't gonna be able to escape. I love how he was able to read where the opponents were trying to get away and actually still get the tag onto V there, if I'm not mistaken. So that really made it even more awkward for them. There wasn't any more time. Full Sense felt the pressure, and Boom Esports knew that they didn't really have to overcommit anymore and just play the river that was going to be coursing through A short there. With all that being said, first point on the board for Boom. Yeah, sorry.
Let's take a look at the stats right here as we go into it. Great points there, Asarai. I do want to bring up a couple of things here. MVP was PTC. He has been just amazing on this KO ever since LCQ.
Yeah.
He's just known how to use it and be so proactive on the map. But one thing that surprised us, Tebatol was just a star in this, literally, in this game. 28 kills, 321 combat score, 2.8 KDA. But how much impact did he have? So many rounds going to the team of Boom Esports off the back of his amazing plays.
Yeah, again, you don't really sing the names of Tebatol that often, but this Boom Esports was built from the ground up with amazing players at each and every turn. They're here for a reason, and we see that reason right here and now. Looking at the overall team statistics, it's fairly the same as we see again the back and forth. It's just that tiny bit of difference that Tebatol brings to the mix, especially now that Berserk's didn't really get the value that he wanted to. Yeah, he got some good operator shots here and there, but thankfully again for Boom, their make or break doesn't only revolve around Berserk's, excuse me.
Oh. Well, we're going to be taking a look at the replays. We do have the highlights for you guys. There were quite a bit across this game, excuse me. It's only game number 1. I thought we were going to overtime for a fraction of a second there. And honestly, at the very beginning, Full Sense looked like they were going to take this game very assuredly. Boom Esports, man, they're proving that they are here to play. I don't think anything's going to stop them from doing what they want, not especially when they're looking this hot.
Well, they picked the scent for a reason, and the reason was they can just match whatever Full Sense wanted to do. It was closer than what we anticipated, but the game itself, the series itself, really is, I feel, a power struggle between these two amazing teams. Let's look at let's just continue looking at some of the plays here again. And you just gotta love how cool and calm under pressure Boom are. It feels like they should be like freaking out a lot more, but they're not. And they're so chill about how they approach the attacks that they're not. It doesn't feel like they're fazed by it too much, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, no, I agree with you completely there. We summed it all up perfectly here, and composure is the name of the game here. But for the meantime, though, we will have to take a short break. We do have game number 2 coming your way. You saw the highlights, you saw the stats. It's enough for us from the meantime. Again, your casters, Illustrata and Asarai, we're going to be back shortly. So when we come back, it's going to be game number 2. Don't touch that browser.
Right, we are back once again, ladies and gentlemen, for the series to follow up. It is Full Sense versus Boom Esports. And Boom winning that Ascent map, I think, wasn't really what I expected, but it worked out in the end, at least for them. They really ride the coattails of Tebutal there to victory, while on the other hand for Full Sense, it was very close, but they did, again, just lack just that little bit to push it into overtime.
I agree. I feel like Full Sense ran out of steam so quick. They started so strong, taking round after round at the beginning of that game, where it seemed like they had all of the pieces of the puzzle, put together. They had all of it. The conundrum solved before their eyes, the great enigma. But suddenly, it was just all coming to pieces right before them. It just sort of started falling apart. Or was it really more of that? Was it more of that? Or do you think it was more of Boom Esports really finding their own groove? I like to think it was a little bit of both here, because Boom Esports, they showed us a lot of individual play, a lot of great shot calling mid-round as well, that I think truly separated them, especially later into the game.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a bit of both. And as well as I think, again, the ability for Boom Esports to, even if they don't really have the map control, because of how well they can execute and trade in terms of the firefight, that's what their real big pinch is. Like, you see how they use the utility. It's not really as explosive. Yes, you could argue that Blaze King, with how he uses the Hunter's Fury, he still gets a value, but that's only like every couple of rounds. Each and every round, though, their willingness and ability to trade and cleanliness at doing those trades, I think, is what ultimately allowed Tebutal to get 28 kills in that game, and again, be able to clutch the most crucial of rounds when Full Sense should have had the victory there.
I agree, but let's go into the next map here. I do want to start dissecting it here. I'm going to take a look at my screen just to see exactly what we have. So we're going into and it is going to be here towards Breeze where we find ourselves. How are you feeling about this, Asteroid? Because personally, Boom Esports, I like their chances. I think that this could have 0 for Boom Esports. Their Breeze is actually fairly decent here. They have a 67% win rate on it. It's not super duper clean, but I think that they look good on it. I think it's enough for them to actually take a win up against Full Sense.
Yeah, I really do. And again, I'll always go back to that point that the utility usage for Boom isn't as good. Yeah, what's up?
Sorry, I just want to point out real quick. I just saw this now. Boom Esports and Full Sense, they have the exact same win rate for Breeze. They both have 67%, because I had to look twice and I was like, wait, did I open the wrong page?
Yeah.
But yeah, they're both at 67% win rate. And this just goes to show, man, this second map could really be anybody's ball game.
You know how when somebody actually like acts up and then says something to you and they don't say the reason why, and you get like that anxiousness that builds up when you didn't say me the reason. I was like, what is he really about to say? But yeah, I like how you pointed it out, and going like slightly away from that, but still to a similar point, I guess, is Boom Esports, as I mentioned, doesn't really have the best of utility usage, but because of what agents that they still have that they bring to the table, it still helps them in the end. They don't have the most amazing lineups. They don't have the cleanest of setups here. But as long as they do have these specific agents for them, especially Frostmine on this Cypher and Flipshitter with the KO, I think this is enough that allows Boom to keep fighting the good fight, when they love to go for those really aggressive firefights. And I would love to see, again, John Olsen head up against Berserks here, because I think the first time that they did match up in that previous game in the first few rounds, John Olsen was beating Berserks so many times. Maybe this is the time to bring it back. Also, looking at the selection here of agents, I'm surprised that it's not more similar. The only real similarity that we do have is the two Viper and Silva pickup. So that's kind of interesting. So there really will be a difference of style here between the two teams. Actually, include the Jet, but yeah.
You see, the Jet, I'm absolutely loving, obviously, is what we're seeing here, but the Chamber, that should be, for me, the key difference. I think that full sense on the chamber, that should just totally unlock a lot of the potential that the roster has. Just being able to be very mobile with that sentinel being everywhere on the map, just having a lot of all throughout. I would not be surprised if, that's what we saw here. What I am surprised about, and I'm not really too fond of, is the KO on the side of Boom. And yeah, sure, you can get away with it, but I just think that in a lot of rounds, there are these rounds where you can push towards A and towards B, where your ultimate doesn't really come into play that much because you don't have the range. And sure, you have the knife, but I do feel like I would have much preferred the Sky or even a Sova instead of, that KO. Oh, they do have a Sova.
I will go the other way. I really enjoy the KO right now, especially on Breeze. That KO blade, I think, is as important, if not more, than what Sky has to offer in this map, because it's faster for you to get that information. And again, the suppress, you can't really undermine what it does to Sentinels when they're on the site and get tagged by it.
Right, because it allows you a clear path into the site if you can stop their, utility,
Exactly, yeah.
But great flash here. Can they pick up on it? Doesn't look like it for now. Gonna be more flashes and nades coming in through. These two teams, they really want to fight. They angry, man.
Well, hopefully they're not H angry, because they're hangry. Oh, good stuff from John Olsen and PTC. Have to lurk on Hall spotted and immediately dealt with a drop down. But John Olsen, so fast on the reaction, full sense. They're coming out to us with wings spread out and them just blazing through. It's now just down to Frostbind. Tagged up, can't really get closer onto the site until the recon dart or the Sova drone stops. PTC and the rest of Full Sense not allowing him any solace, not allowing him any form of breathing space. And Full Sense take pistol.
Pistol round for Full Sense, and again, they're starting off strong here. Boom Esports, however, they're not too worried. The pistol round early on, sure, yeah, it's a great pickup for Full Sense, but they have shown that they can really, really make those comebacks happen time and time again. They can make those late round wins really come to be. Now towards mid, there's going to be quite a bit of players stacked up here. They're going to have everybody sort of trying to poke and prod as Full Sense. They want to use this range to their advantage, and who can blame them?
Who can, right? I still like how they're just like caterpillar stacking on the A site. Can you call it like that, or crab stacking? Because it's like in the water, they're like snipping their claws. Snip, snip. Never mind that. Shot. Got it onto the side. He got tagged. Know that there's a camera somewhere. But that should be the least of their worries, because the full stack is gonna get quickly swept underneath the floor, underneath the rug. And Full Sense, as the announcer has mentioned, flawless round for them.
Indeed, 2-0 now as the buy round comes in. Okay, full 5 rifles. This is what we expected to see. This is what we wanted to see. It's gonna be all different now as we get into the game. A couple of nice looks at those final kills before we move on. Asterai, it's 2-0. And we're starting to see a lot of individual plays already come out. I'm expecting more of these superstar plays as we go into the game.
I mean, we are watching two teams that have such high superstardom. So for sure we are going to be witnessing that for sure. Okay, I wonder how Full Sense is going to attack this time. Again, even though you mentioned that there was like, what, 67% win rate for both teams, I think Full Sense are much more well-rounded on both sides, and I'm not really favoring the defense of Boom as much. Even though their roster does allow that, their ace selection does allow for good spread defense on Breeze, it's not really that encompasses Breeze as a map. The philosophy here is to always get that mid-control as attackers or defenders, or else you're just going to get... well, concaved, or what's the word here? Enveloped upon? Yeah, you can see that already with how Full Sense are just moving around here on the attack. I think Elu is...
30 seconds
okay.
left.
So for now, see how this goes. You are going to be looking at that flank coming through from John Olsen, but they don't actually get any value. So this is full sense with the weaker weapon, so Boom should be able to handle...
remaining. 3 down.
Supposed to be able to handle that fight. Lamisnax gets spotted. He opens the door. Now alone. All eyes on him. Still going to get the kill, but not the round for sure. As here we go. Boom Esports find the first round in this second game.
Excuse me. Yeah, just having a little bit hiccuping trouble. But yeah, one round now finally for the side of Boom Esports, and it was very nicely done here. Zerks gonna get that kill. He's always a fantastic player, and Tebatal really coming into his own in the series. He had a fantastic game number 1, and if he can continue on this trajectory that we're seeing, Tebatal, he's a player that we looked at time and time again before, and his growth has just been tremendous in the previous days, in the tournament. He's just, I'd say, blossomed into this brilliant player here for Boom.
I thought you were gonna say this budding flower.
I'm a beautiful butterfly.
Look at my wings.
Where's that from?
Bug's Life.
Oh my god, I can't believe that you know that. Okay, that's fair play. Fair play.
You saw that off kilter Bug's Life? What's that movie again? The one with the ants.
Ants.
Oh yeah, it's called that, Ants.
With a Z.
With a Z. Oh, yes, lovely. What's the best insect movie you've ever watched?
I don't think there's been many. Asarai. I can't think of a lot of insect movies off the top of my head. Maybe
Ant Bully was a good one.
Ant Bully. Oh my god, I can't even remember that one. B movie? I don't know.
Oh yeah, that is a movie. That is an insect
movie.
Yeah, B movie's such a trip. If you guys watch that and you try to just listen to the conversations in depth, there's some pretty sus things in that movie. Well, yeah.
Yeah. Pretty sus movie in general.
True.
Shock dart.
YouTube content creators have made sure of that we would know how sus B movie is. But this game is no B movie. There might be some sus things because they're too good, because everything looks sus to us if you're too good. If you can't explain what it is, it's magic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's all about perspective. John Olsen here with the operator. A little bit of an off angle. Still not making any noise. This is something you don't really see every day. Hard pushing halls with an operator. Holding the close angle on the other side. Trailblazer is not actually formed, so he's just gonna dry piece this, man. Clean. No chance. Blaze King holding that close angle. And he knows that there's someone close. Forces him to use so much utility. Blaze King actually chases for it, but he gets punished a little bit too overzealous there. That's brought to a 4v4. That could have been a clean 1-for-0 exchange, but Blaze King, I think, getting a little bit too antsy.
Yeah, just kind of overreaching his hand
30
there.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, 30 seconds is left. Tebatal now does have his full utility at the A site. He had to... oh no, he didn't actually have his wall up. That's what the other side was for 15 seconds. They're going to have to commit to this one. It is a buy round again for full sense, so they need to really get something out of this. Oh, that's big. They actually disabled the wall. Now they're out in the open, and this is free season, free pickings for Boom Esports. Left onto Lamisnax. Gets the first shot, but Shitter swiftly follows for the refrag. Boom Esports equalizes.
That's going to be a big 2 now. Big second round in a row for Boom Esports. They equalize, I'd say, earlier than they'd initially anticipate. On a map like this on Breeze, it's a very, very good sign. If this map ends up being the decider, if this map is what ends up eliminating full sends, man, this is going to be so poetic, because they both have the exact same win rate on it. We talked about it a little bit earlier on the broadcast. Both have 67% win rate on Breeze. Both teams fairly comfortable on Breeze. They love playing this map any day, all day. But for it to end, actually, if full sense they do get knocked out through this map, it's going to be absolutely heartbreaking for them.
Well, it's still too early to say how this will unravel. But Berserk's picking up the operator is going to be, I think, a huge momentum swing for them. He's going to be playing on the safer angle, which is the A main. I wonder who's holding the cross to the right of him. Nobody, actually. John Olsen, at this distance, actually still lethal. So, oh, never mind. He's slowly just backing away. He hears the orb being picked up. John Olsen should have his blades up and running as well. Even though this is still a strong buy for Full Sense, they cannot put out of the equation how deadly the blades of JO is.
Yeah. Blade Storm always a dangerous prospect in the hands of John Olsen. Guess you could call him Jojo.
Ho
Jonathan Jotaro Olsen.
Jojo Olsen.
Jojo Olsen.
I love
it.
Oh, okay.
Let's see if we can tap into his inner Hamon today and get onto that site. Dashing on in with the Blade Storm, looking for the first fight. Can he actually get it? Berserk. Lammy snaps. Okay, John Olsen, he does it. Picks up the operator now, so now it's a big chance. Might swap it over to his teammate and
great nade.
Does hold on to it, but nice shot from Talala. He's gonna be able to get another one here. Can't adjust towards it, but the Viper's pick does come out, and it's now a 1
I have the spike.
14 seconds left.
Yeah.
They can't even plant.
I was just gonna say, good post-plant nades for BME here. He has absolutely nowhere to go. They're about to go and hit each other, touching tips, and Flipsitter just has the bigger tip. Well,
yeah,
the harder tip.
In that instance, it might have been a bad thing, but you know, can't have that tip of the barrel peeking out in the pit.
30 seconds left.
Look at the... Okay, yeah, there it is. You can see all the utility being thrown, that they can't even have a safe post plant. I honestly thought that... Oh, good. John Olsen pick up the operator. He has a nice little angle. The wall will allow him to reset position and start setting up as the defenders start to get into the site once again. But then came in the denial. Then came in the snake bite, the shock dart, just to make everything so difficult, not only for John Olsen, but for the rest of Full Sense. That was so awkward. I honestly thought that, again, I was mentioning how Boom felt like they don't have the utility to set up. Well, that's a big fat lie. They got things to do for days here on Breeze.
Yeah, Breeze. It is... I think it's... Okay, the Aldron, yeah, does spot him out. And... Okay, Trailblazers not going to get that much information. I don't actually think the Trailblazers spotted out Berserks. So it might give them a little bit of false sense of security, but Flash does at least force them off the angle. And Boom Esports with this lead right here, they just want to take things nice and slow. Slow and steady. Smooth as fast.
Right here.
Smooth. Yeah. Smooth as fast.
I mean, if you got the right tools, should be. Do they have the right tools right now? They don't have John Olsen anymore. They don't got Jojo Olsen.
Full Sense might not, but Boom Esports, I think they do have it. Now they're going to be trying to work their way on towards B. Flip Jadar here. He's going to look to back up his team. His position is exposed. And that's exactly what happens. The backup of Frostmine, now he's left on his lonesome. And BTC even wins that duel. Berserk, though. Seekers will be brought out. Blaziken still somehow getting killed from Arches. Lammy Snatch will finally trade one in. Okay, that's a lot of missed shots here, but it's still a 1v2 with the Blade Storm out. Could be doable. Misses all of the blades. And Lammy Snatch gets the kill on the Berserks, and it's a tie yet again.
Save the operator there.
Gun here.
Great isolation of fight again. They've put Berserk on A main for the latter half of this first, right? Those 6 rounds, he's just been coming through A main and halls, which is good and all, but Full Sense tend to kind of adjust to that quite quickly. And maybe if they had just that little bit of adjustment, would have been able to just play around. I knew that he got that first pick on double doors, but he never really challenged right afterwards, and they just thought that maybe Full Sense would be afraid to re-peek the angle. And boy, were they wrong. That isolated the fight against Frostmind, and that ruined the defense of Boom here. They still have money to buy up, so it's gonna be fine. But Full Sense also have some punch now that they've given John Olsen the off.
Oh, here comes the null command. Could allow them what they need to get onto that site. This full sense. They do have the operator into the John Olsen, so he's going to be sitting far back. No longer will he be on that entry. They're just waiting so patiently. Good flash here. And he's blinded up too. Flips to Dirk. Could have gotten both, but PTC trades him out.
Just coming into the corner here. Blaze King might be in trouble. He's getting charged right in. He's got to be careful here. John Olsen gets hit. Blaze King, he survives. Not for long. And now Frostmite in a 1 versus 3. I think John Olsen knows that he's actually snuck up his way. If he gets the kill here onto Lamistax, that is going to be absolutely huge. Gets the shutdown. Might be able to see some angle of something, but not really. There it is. He's also spotted Chalalala.
30 seconds
this
left.
would just mean that the attackers can go rotate all the way through B, and Frostmind is going to have to go through a landmine, not thinking, not knowing where the opposition will be as he tries to rotate through tunnels.
Yeah, he's going to be trapped in the middle of the two players here. Lammy snaps on site, and then you got Shalalala all the way there towards Archie.
10 seconds left.
Going to be difficult, but I think he's chosen the right approach. He's going here towards B main. That should be at least a spot that he can isolate the angles from. He's not in the middle, but now they spot where he is. And that was absolutely crucial. Frostmite, I think, overthinking that situation. Really checking those corners. It's gonna be very difficult. Sees one, knows where both are. So he at least has information. Looking to swing from the side. They're not peeking him, such discipline.
Wow.
And this is the miss to just come in. Limey snaps plays it perfectly.
Yeah. I like how Frostmite isolated that fight. He played it beautifully, but he just whiffed and couldn't find the frags fast enough. Yeah, Full Sense just played that to the utmost T there. That'll ruin the economy here for Boom Esports. We're gonna be back to 0. No blades for Berserks. All on Sheriffs. Just flip shitter with the Spectre here. And once again, Elute's all about that mid control that really ruins Boom's defense right now. They can't really, for some reason, fight against it. Berserk's missing the jump onto mid. As he tries to push forward, he's not on elevated ground, so he can't really find that vantage point. And unfortunately, he gets dealt with quite easily, quite quickly by Full Sense, who again will be striking hard into mid doors. Maybe Templeton gets another shot! Beautifully executed! He's still pushing forward, sees the barrel, and no one! John Olsen, he just had to look at double doors, and now they dropped the round! 2 versus 3. There still is some chance here for Full Sense, but guns are being picked up by Boom, and now they have a fighting chance. The trade's coming through. Tebatol, how deadly can you be? They're about to hit each other's shoulders here, and the timing for Tebatol! But he almost gets the ace, flip shitter! KS, kill secured, round gotten.
Oh, it's a fantastic round from Tebatol yet again. A perfect positioning right there. Let's take a look at those Marshall shots.
Oh my goodness. And John Olsen.
That was very nice.
Yeah.
John Olsen was definitely not looking because he thought that smoke would be enough to save, to save him. Well, it's not a wall, it's just the smoke. And that actually cost them the round right there, not being careful of the fact that Tebatol could come in at any moment with that Marshall and just take 4 kills.
Let's play.
That's why Marshall over Sheriff.
Okay.
Yeah. Marshall just feels good to shoot with, to be honest.
It does.
Yeah. Sheriff just feels a little bit too wily. There's some accurate stuff for the Marshall there. I mean, you get that extra 100 creds just to pay for it. Just go. You know, if you're not really struggling with the creds and stuff, just buy it. Such a good weapon.
Well, sort of a weird buy right now for the side of Full Sense, but it's made doable because of the fact that they have the Jet and the Chamber. So you have the Blade Storm and you have the Tour de Force. It's essentially a full buy, even though they could have been very much broken. Saved by the utility this time. To see if they can make full utilization of it. Choose A as their target.
Can't use that.
Oh, and the big suppress comes in on Jordan Olsen. Really lovely stuff here from Boom Esports, as everything should just follow suit thereafter. It's gonna be flawless here. Limey snaps, can he even get a kill? He's pinned up towards Shop, but Shop's closed. He looks to just fall back here and hopefully try to survive, maybe get a pick or two.
Well, that kind of sucks. When a shop closes at 3 p.m., you know you're not gonna have any fun whatsoever because you were just hoping.
What kind of shop is that?
10 seconds
Maybe
left.
it's a restaurant that's only open for lunch.
Yeah, it's the Boom Esports shop. You know, get all if you can. Buy one, take one, get one free. But this time,
only at certain times.
Not this time anymore. Well, Lammy Snack's gonna have to go back the next day, the next round, and see if shop is gonna be up for open for the public, open to the full sense public.
Timeout does come in. It's a tactical, I think. Yeah, full sense. They're going to be calling this because Boom Esports, they are way too comfortable right now with the rounds that they're getting. And it's, you know, as for we go back to game number 1, it's more of the same. It's more of the same. Full sense, they start off strong. Yeah, they get these kills in a row. They get these rounds in a row. I think it was also 4 that they won straight, right? In the game number 1.
Yeah.
And then suddenly Boom Esports has turned the tide, and now Full Sense are grasping at thin air, trying to find some sort of semblance of map that, or, you know, something that they can hold on to for this game. But Boom Esports is not giving it to them.
And it's Tebatol once again, right? That's giving them this this absolute banger of a round, or a banger of a series. He's been the one person that has been incredibly stable for Boom. And again, we don't really say the name of Tebatol that much. He, what was it? Is he the one that's still young, or was it his brother that's the younger one? But anyways, CSGO, ex-CSGO Pro, very, very known throughout the SEA scene.
Oh.
And his pedigree, his fundamentals, just allowing Boom Esports to survive for longer. But of course, Berserk's not going to let his teammates get the better of him as he starts gobbling up full sense kills left, right, and center. Limey Snacks lines up a beautiful shot for the punish. But it's a 4 versus 3 as the round continues.
It's already a good couple of kills right there. Flipzitter is going to pick up the operator for his teammate, but John Olsen, the Marshals, really already finding 2. So much value off the back of these eco weapons, quote unquote. As John Olsen might just even get another one. And okay, Tebatol finally levels things out, but is he going to be surviving for very long? They're trying to chase him. They're trying to back him up as well from his team. That's the information that they need with that neural theft, and now they can make a decision what they want to do.
I like this 3-man spread. They already saw it with the neural theft, as he mentioned. So what they're going to do now is to allow Flipzitter to be closer to Tebatol here while they leave Frostmine to his own, because he does have that utility on the A site.
30 seconds
Full
left.
sense, because they've already set the wall, they will still come and fight for B. The read here for Boom will be a bit of a mistake, but as they hear that spike being planted down, at least they are halfway there to start hitting back and playing that retake. But this is going to get hairy because B, as they start hitting in, I don't think we'll have enough wall coverage to actually utilize this. And here comes Flipzitter from Makdo.
Last player standing.
Oh, great shot right there from Frostmine. He actually finds Lammy Snaps' dome. And that's another one by Tebatol. Where on earth are they finding these shots?
Yeah.
Boom Esports are just on an absolute tear right now. They're getting the right angles, they're getting the right timing, and even though they lose a couple at the start of the round, they're able to really come back into things. Now they secure themselves at least a 6-6. But Boom Esports, even though it's such a close game, I do feel like that they're way ahead. It feels like they're way ahead.
Similar to what we saw in the first map as well, where it felt like Full Sense was the team that just felt the more stable of the two. I guess it's Full Sense just needing that explosion onto the site, but at each and every turn, they have been countered. So yes, where Tebatol was, he actually got that big flank coming in from mid. He was at lower mid, then he started just coming through cannon, and then just hit that B main lurk. And again, all of this post-plant for Full Sense really relied on B having more charge on his meter. But because again, of the changes to Viper, if you use both of your abilities, the meter drains faster. He couldn't get it back up in time, as Boom Esports didn't really allow them to do that.
Yeah. Still 2 more rounds in the half. So Full Sense, they can definitely make an argument for themselves. But If those 2 rounds go to Boom, it's going to be 8-4. And if that pistol round goes to Boom as well, we could be looking at a very, very scary storyline here for Full Sense. There's a lot of what ifs in that statement, and I agree, Asteroid, but still,
scanning ahead.
Full Sense are going to have to play so much better than they currently are right now if they want to avoid that storyline. Boom Esports are just playing on all fronts here. They're just doing this much better, and on the side, it's Frostmine who does go down. That's a great start from John Olsen, who gets a nice double, looking for 3. Can't do it. Flipsider, who denies him this time as the Viper Spit does go down.
Such good stuff from John Olsen there, and this is what Full Sense needed to get this top fragger ignited. Flipsider?
Oh, he's got for full control here. He spots out the head. Does he know there's one right across him? He does. He reacts in the nick of time, Lulu, and shot drops. No, not yet. 2 versus 1. He's coming in from the side right now, but he doesn't have the angle. He has to start charging right in. But all they really have to do is let him defuse that spike. And Flipsitter picks up the 4K, clutches the round, and this
Last
sneaky
round before the
KO.
switch.
Gears whirring, clutches. Parent. Oh my God! How did you do that?
I couldn't tell you, man, but let's take a look here at the highlights. There definitely were a couple of crazy shots, great couple of entries from John Olsen there, but you know, at the end of the day here, Boom Esports, man, they're just being a fantastic team overall. How difficult it is to stop them, when they're all like this. And now Tebotol yet again has the Viper Spit. I think this is the, what, 3rd time that he's had it up in this game alone, in this half alone.
I think so too. Oh my god.
Yes, I think it's the 3rd time he's had it.
I think I mentioned this last time that I felt like Flipsitter is the best KO that we have here in Southeast Asia, maybe even APAC. And that still feels like a sound argument. Like, his KO is so aggressive. He plays on the sky, yeah, but the way that he plays the KO is so much more aggressive than what you would have if he went for the Australian agent.
Yeah, I guess I'm proven wrong yet again here, because I was like, I don't like KO on Breeze. But then Flipsitter just goes off and pulls this kind of stuff, you know, and it's very much, I like it because it's, you know, enlightening me. And Chalalala.
Oh no! Wait.
How did they find Chalalala on that one?
There's a camera.
Just barely came in. Oh, the camera that they just left it there, but John also with another double kill. How many does he need? Can't do it again. Boom Esports, they're just shutting out Full Sense out of every round.
Switching sides.
They got that second wave. Yeah, that was a great 2 entry frags from John Olsen, but then Flipsitter and Tebotol, their connection is so strong. Their bond is better than super glue right now. It's like what is it, epoxy or something? But yeah, my point is, Flipsitter flashes out, somebody reacts, Tebotol reacts faster than that and actually gets the 2 punished with those 2 kills. And that was all set up from Flipsitter's flash play. It's like watching pop flashing your own teammate. CSGO.
It's just been 14-8. You know, Tebotol, apologies, guys. For some reason, I got cut off there. But yeah, again, Tebotol with that 14-8 has been the leader, charging in time and time again. He secures so many rounds for his team.
And he's done that through these slower agents, right? Again, I'm just gonna go away from the norm of, oh, if you're not duelist, you're not supposed to be top fragging. It's not, yeah, it's not that anymore. When we're at this level, we're at this capacity where everybody can just read the situation right, do what the condition is for you to actually get those frags. It happens, and Tebotol and Flipsitter, they're making it work. I have no idea how this is happening, but they are grinding through the Full Sense weakness here. I think the problem for Full Sense again is it just feels like John Olsen gets that map control, but he's the only one that actually gets to push farther back into the site. So once they actually lose him, their map control gets reset back into the entry of into the ends of the site, and Full Sense have to fight for it once again. That's been, I think, the punish play that Boom have been doing in John Olsen. All right, good stuff to start things off. I wonder if PTC have heals. Looks like no. They're going to come into this one with no real HP to work with.
Yeah, but they're taking a lot of damage on the entry towards that site right now. Boom Esports. John Olsen's managed to find Tebotol. And this is going to be, the utility usage is great from Full Sense. Blimey snaps, finds Berserk. 2v4. 2v1. 4v1, excuse me, as Blaze King is the only one left standing here. Giving shots in the back for an easy cleanup. Full Sense, they hang on. They take the pistol in the second half.
That is no sweat for Full Sense there. He barely even did anything other than just like setting up some tight little angles. That quick kill onto Frostmind really ruined, I think, the slow play that Boom Esports wanted. But yeah, I think I was kind of surprised with Boom Esports here actually still committing to the A site through all of that utility. I guess they just didn't want to play it slow anymore, but it kind of costed them so much HP that the trades weren't really going to be as efficient as they were hoping for.
Yeah. Well, 8-5. 3 rounds apart still, but this is still, it's looking like it's going to be an 8-6 here. This is Breeze. It's one of those maps where it's very difficult to win an equal round on just because of the long-range nature of the map. Even with Sheriffs in your hand, those are greatly limited. The most you'll want to do, I think, for this kind of map like Breeze, maybe save up as much as you can. And just try to get the Vandals in the next round, or the Phantoms, whichever your rifle is for the choosing. Chalalala will be pushing up aggressively. He's gonna get punished. He's gonna get one before he does drop here. But John Olsen will look to hold B. And okay, tempting fate right there, Flipjitter. At least he got it before he did go down. And I think the point there was to draw fire while they actually take that orb.
Yeah, it's more of just what can they get on this pistol rather than can they win. That's not a bad idea. They can get Flipjitter back on his suppress much faster. They can force John Olsen to play the safer hand. And since he's so aggressive like this, that might be actually the play to go. It does take maybe a couple of rounds for that investment, but once investment that they might be willing to take for now. Flipjitter in the rest. Looks like they're going to just go aggressive onto A main. That allows, again, Flipjitter to get the orb. One more kill or plant will secure that suppress. And if they're really looking to bank more on aggression, that should be what they would want to look out for. But it's Blaze King that gets it. And moving away from that, Full Sense, double stack onto Halls. Look at this lurk coming in from V as well as PTC.
Yeah. 8-6.
Oh, this is going to be awkward.
Indeed, very, very awkward here. John Olsen's already crept up on through. Will they spot him with this owl drone? Doesn't look like it. Blaze King just go down. Tebotol with the aggressive push. He finds T. Berserks will follow it up, and they just simply clean house. Still 3 more players to find on this anti-bonus round here for the side of Boom Esports. Flipjitter will be trying to go for those taps. Just have the knife to pull out. He's going to be spotting anyone. He gets spotted out himself. And cha-la-la-la. He's going to be getting without 1-for-1 trade.
But they've allowed them to pick up weapons here. This might be dangerous. Frostbite coming in from the swing. Up onto double doors. He does spot the one opponent. John Olsen taps the spike, but that's not going to be possible. I thought that they actually would have been able to dissect the fight, but Boom Esports was the one that was counter-dissecting them. It's like Surgeon against Surgeon. You know, opening stuff up.
I would not want to see that. Cage fight.
For sure.
But at least it'll be clean.
Oh yeah.
Very much so.
I'm a surgeon myself, you know. I put Band-Aid on my boo-boos when I was young.
No.
Oh wow, at least somebody gets to splash around water. Nice little pool there on the center of A.
It's the perfect time to do it. It's summertime as well.
Yeah. hellish temperature that we have right now in the Philippines and Southeast Asia.
Oh yeah, you said it here. But just as we're powerless against the sun, so are the members of Full Sense. Just waiting for that side take to come on in through PTC. He's pinned down here onto this box. You're going to try to flush him out. And Debatal, they surround PTC. Blaze King with another great follow-up. And John Olsen, if he loses this should be a safe call already. Save it right now. Because that operator is not going to get them a retake on towards that site. They try to drop through. They want to play. They want to fight for it. But will this bite them in the back? The call is to go for it. But Berserks from up on close along with Blaze King. They're going to get a quick 1-2 punch and get Boom. A nice double-digit scoreline.
Look at the importance for Boom to actually reach in the back of the site with multiple players. Because again, you know, with RTS, like RTS, right? You want to get as much map control away from your opponent's base as possible. How do you do that? Do you push with just one peon? Do you just push with one unit? No, you use a lot more units to get that control. And that was the difference that we saw with Full Sense and Boom, where again with Full Sense, it was just John Olsen, no one else actually pushing the back of the site, maybe near fence, but that's not enough. And Boom Esports, they go about this with full ferocity set in mind. Speaking of that, Berserks just charging right in. Reckless abandon into the site, and this allows Boom Esports to get closer and closer into the site itself, plant the spike, and get that 11th round if need be.
They should be able to cure this fairly straightforwardly. I just don't really see Boom Esports right now as a team who loses too much. And even with the advanced angles that they like to hold, they're just getting so much value. Lovely flash as well. And this is just to show you prime example of what Boom Esports can do when they're really put to the test here. Indonesia's remaining team here, Indonesia's pride. Boom Esports, again, I go back to it. The team I touted to have one of the biggest chances at making it through to APAC, getting to Masters. Now showing everybody that they are here to play. And if they get a 2-0 here up against Full Sense, that's going to be so huge.
Well, it will give another shot for Indonesia to prove themselves, excuse me, against another Thai team. I wonder how that's going to go, right, against Sersha, if that actually happens, because it's almost there. 2 more rounds before we end this one. Look at this 4-man stack by Full Sense on mid. I absolutely love this. They already know that Boom Esports is going to go for fast contact, so they don't waste any time to actually go for the flank already. I wonder if Flipsitter will be enough to manage this, because it's like 4 people about to hit the back of
It's topsy-turvy day right here. I just have absolutely no idea what's going on, but it's a great flash right there. Boom Esports! They're so ready for everything as they get another flawless victory under their belts, another notch in it.
Match point.
As they completely sniff out what Full Sense were trying to do.
Say it with me. DE9. How does that even work? Okay, peek out. He actually flashes the 2 onto window there, and Blaze King hits the double spray control down. Goodness.
Why does it feel like, Asura, this match is like so long, but at the same time it's so quick? We're seeing these rounds end within the span of a couple of seconds. This happened earlier in Ascent as well, and like we turn our eye for a, you know, like 2 seconds, and suddenly, oh well, I guess it's a 1v1 now. But aggressive peek here from Talalala gets away.
Okay. Yeah, that's super helpful, because that actually hit also Berserks, who's incredibly low right about now. And John Olsen not missing a beat, Shalalala hitting these shots. And that's what they needed to get. That's what they needed to do to bring back something. Any form of any glimpses of hope here for Full Sense, but it's an onslaught. And they've only dealt with the first wave.
Spike down B.
Well, if Full Sense go out here, I want to remind the people at home, that's going to be yet again another team that was a champions last year that is not going to be there once more. Even at the global stage, things are shifting so rapidly here. It was an APAC as well. Looking forward to seeing how this plays out. Another gun round for Full Sense, another gun round for Boom Esports. They will have to play this one very smart. Full Sense can't afford to lose, even if they do win. That's right. Full Sense can't afford to lose too many players, because right now they have Lamy Snaps on the Guardian. and not the most ideal of buys. It worked out last round, sure, but you'd ideally want to have all the rifles on everybody.
But at least they are close to some key ultimates right about now. And specifically that Viper Spit has forced BME to slow the pace even further. So this allows Full Sense to get more mid-control. Boom Esports kind of spread out here, so it's all about how well they can dismantle the defense and even time the lurks. So it's all about good timing for Boom. 1-for-1 trade at least keeps them a bit more honest, a bit more hopeful. But Tebatol, he's already got it on spawn. This is going to be a huge pinch.
And yeah, Limey Snacks is here as well. They're both kind of just sniffing each other out. Limey Snacks has to do a double take. It's like, is this really Frostmind right now? But Tebatol, he misses the shot. And suddenly the attack is coming in from the back. But PTC is ready for Tebatol. And Blaze King and Flipsy are the only two remaining here. Make that one, as Blaze King is going to be the only one standing in a 1v3. In the Viper's pit, he can't get a single kill. Boom Esports, they're going to take an L on that one. Full Sense, they hang on for a round longer.
Alright. They haven't reset the economy hard enough for Boom. They can actually still buy next round if they do lose this. So the onslaught still continues. But Full Sense, because of the amount of kills that they've garnered in the past couple of rounds, they will have some fighting force to push back. But that being said again, Elu, look at how much BME have. The only thing that they don't really have in terms of ult economy is Tebatol's Viper's Pit.
Yeah.
Gonna rock this really strong.
I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do, but this is the null command already being used here towards that A site. He's going to be leading the charge right now. Just holding very passively. Hunter's Fury used just to help them get position on towards that site. Not really going to find anyone, but Chalalala is going to find Berserks. 3v3 somehow, and Lammy Snacks finds Frostmind. That's a fairly decent amount of information for Full Sense. They actually even know where Blaze King is. And they play this to perfection as Chalalala hits a nice tap. That's all up to Blaze King one more time. He'll have to survive, can't do it. Chalalala to pick another kill up. 3 for him. Suddenly it's 12-9.
Yeah, Tebatol overreaching his hand there. Full Sense were ready. No one was on the site. All was just waiting for that backside control. And they've read the play of Boom Esports as quickly as can. Boom probably thought that we can just force our whole enchilada on this A side, but that's not going to happen. And even Shaw opening that switch door opens up so many angles of attack for the defenders. Look at that, just break them down one after the other. Oh, that's such a beautiful shot through the box. So calculated. Once again, this is going to be another buy round for Boom Esports. But they are feeling the pressure here and now. If they do lose this, Full Sense are just 2 away from getting that overtime.
Oh, timeout now for Boom. They want to be careful. They want to tread carefully on these rough waters. Full Sense now picking up steam. Definitely John Olsen doing as much as he possibly can to keep his team within, within this tournament. Tebatol, Flips Jadur, Berserks, they're all so close in terms of the performance. Tebatol is really a standout, though. I do have to say, actually, both him and Flips Jadur, look at that. 19, 14, 10. He has 10 assists. Now, at the same time, Flips Jadur, I actually would argue that Flips Jadur is doing a little bit better because he has 13 assists and 19 kills and only 10 deaths.
Told you, man. Flips, he's on a whole different spectrum when he uses this agent. Yeah. But it's not yet over. Full Sense. They've bought John Olsen with the operator here as well as the blades. They're well equipped to actually fight against the opposition right now. Full Sense showing that in full swing as they go aggressive once more onto mid. It actually works so well because if anybody from Boom Esports challenges this and mistimes the push, they will get caught. There it is, 1-for-1 trade though. John Olsen still at elbow with the op. It seems like he's been bypassed and B site has been opened up by Berserks. Loving that. But the pick. Blaze King! He wasn't supposed to live after that one shot, but he did. 3-piece. And now John Olsen and they've just been left on mid, stranded on this island.
Yeah, how has Blaze King been allowed to live for that long and to pick up triple kills? Now John Olsen and T, that's going to be the retake of a lifetime if they're going to want to do it. But now they're even separated by this nade here. They're going to be taking a longer time to get onto the site. He's looking to entry for his team, but it's done here for him. Can it be? Is it gonna be Boom Esports? John Olsen, he might have something to say about that. Takes out the camera, tries to get closer, up from above, can't land the right click, and that's gonna be it. It is gonna be Boom Esports going on through eliminating Full Sense, and they're going to be moving on forward, eliminating the next team here from Thailand. Thailand won one earlier, now Indonesia wins one themselves. It's still a deadlock here for the Rivalry Classic on Southeast Asia.
What a round. I honestly thought that triple push from Full Sense was gonna make a lot of, well, sense, right? Because again, they got that mid control. I think because of the flash, Boom Esports had an inkling of what was coming, and they wanted to test the waters if B was gonna be left unguarded for a good chunk. Once they started seeing more players of Full Sense again spotted on mid, they stopped going on mid altogether. They waited for the over-aggression. They saw, I think John Olsen hovered somewhere onto elbow, and once he tried to maybe hold the cross on tunnel, it was late already. They've given up the site, and that cherry on top, Blazeking with the double kill, triple kill actually on mid, really screwed over Full Sense with what they wanted to do on that defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Blaze King coming up massive just when you thought that he'd get one and maybe that's it. Triple kill when his team needed him. At the stats right now, it's Tebotol and John Olsen who was just pretty much matched. I understand that Tebotol is the MVP, but I really think it was the two of them. Tebotol and Flips Jadur, no contest. They were the two most impactful players on this entire server. Flashes, utility, Molotovs, the snake bites just came in at the perfect moment, time and time again, to give Boom Esports the advantage almost every single round.
Every single round, that's what they definitely banked upon. Man, I'm already waiting for the highlights because it really just shows how well Flipshitter and Tebotol just performed in this series. There was a couple of rounds that was looking solid for Full Sense here. You see how, again, they were able to bypass some of the things that Boom wasn't really much aware of, but there were these hero rounds for Boom. They just went in their favor.
Like
Look
that
at that.
one?
Exactly that. Yeah.
There were some of these rounds that were like, how is he allowed to do that? Tebotol getting that 4K, denied the ace, right? I think I'm going to consider that an ace, guys. Just pointing that, that's 100% an ace. He wasn't even looking the right way. It was just stolen away from him. That was an ace from Tebotol. No one's going to convince me otherwise.
Yeah, okay. It's your Brody that gets the kill for you. You know, the bro code dictates that it's still considered an ace. Look at that spray transfer from Blaze King though. Who says you can't spray transfer with the Vandal, right? We got Blaze King here in Southeast Asia. NA got the Trent from the guard. It's possible, guys. It's possible.
There's a lot of great rounds, man, from Shalalala and John Olsen. I really think Shalalala stepped up massively. But the fact is, at the end of the day, have Full Sense said again, when it comes to the big tournaments, you know, potentially one of the favorites, here they are. They find themselves stuck. And a team like Full Sense, man, they have such caliber. They're such a great team. Only for them to get eliminated here in the knockout stages. I think this might be a little bit of a disappointment for them. So I want to see, take a little bit of time to process exactly what went on. But if you're asking me personally, the rest of Full Sense, they should be proud of themselves. They have accomplished so much, an absolutely amazing performance. But there are definitely some things that they do have to tweak coming into stage number 2. However, we do have to go on to a short break. When we get back, we're going to be getting on to the rest of the series here. And we have the rest of the day coming your way again. For the meantime, Illustrado and Asterite, we're going to be signing off and leaving you in the capable hands of the panel to take care of you for the rest of the day.
Welcome back to the panel here in VCT Asia Pacific Knockouts Day number 3. Alongside with me is still my twin Raph, and of course with his dog right now, and Black and Blue joining us in panel here for today. Boom Esports pushes and survives with a clean 2-0 against Full Sense. It was a John Olsen show, Chalala show, Flips Jitter show. It was everyone's show against it, or rather in this matchup specifically. Boom Esports though, what was the game plan there and how did it work against Full Sense?
I don't know. Let's ask Manju. So, Manju, what did you think? Oh, I really like that game. But anyway, on to business, ladies and gents. So, Boom Esports, they obviously had a structure and a game plan going into this. And that was to sever the head of whatever player that was hot on Full Sense, and then they go to regular programming. We saw that. We saw a little bit of a struggle, honestly, on the Sense. But the pieces fell into place as the series went on. Now, there was a theory that Tebatal could be the modicum of success, and that theory was put to the test today. We did see quite a bit of it. And Dax as well did mention that T's chamber was sorely missed on the side of Full Sense because of maybe potentially Chalalala's lack of flexibility with other controllers.
I mean, not only that for the first map for Tebatal, but also on the second map, he performed amazing in getting those frags on for the rest of the team. Even with the Marshall, like you are seeing right now on your screen, even with the Marshall, he was able to capitalize whatever you can give him. That's why Boom also had some good thrifty rounds as well. Tebatal can be like the savior right here for Boom Esports time and time again.
And for Tebatal to be, the player that was popping off for the Boom Esports side on the map like Breeze, that just meant that they had their Viper Spit online a lot more often than you might normally expect. Like 3 ults in that one half, and that's something that is really huge, especially post-plant-wise, no matter which side you are on. Now, Full Sense, this is one of their better maps, and one of the maps where John Olsen does seem pretty terrifying, all things considered. But Boom, they're really good at weathering the storm that Full Sense are very good at creating. In the first place, they know that if they want to kind of get past it, they have to stay in the eye, because sometimes it's a bit weaker there than it is on the outer rims. They stay on the outer edges, and Full Sense can completely blow by them, but they try and stay within the fight. Boom know how to take it.
It did seem that Weather Storm Machine was completely offline as Full Sense looked incredibly timid on Breeze, which is something that is quite out of pocket for them. Don't you think, Manju? And Boom, honestly, they were so smart to capitalize on that. I feel like this is the Boom that we were hyping up so much. They're getting into the group stage and... oh god, I love my dog.
They have that certain aggression definitely for the side of Full Sense, but this time around, unfortunately, it didn't work against Boom Esports. And with that, slowly as days pass by, we are bound to see who will survive, and unfortunately for Full Sense, they must go for today. Moving forward though, Boom Esports is still alive and kicking. They survived this lower bracket match, and of course they stay in the game. For the next match, it is gonna be very interesting matchup right here because it is finally the upper bracket finals that we have right here. So you see in the schedule a while ago, there is a TBD. This is the time that you're gonna know which team is gonna be playing there. It is gonna be between Bleed Esports and Paper Rex. So let's take a look at the first team that we have right here, Bleed Esports.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top like yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well, a penny for yourself, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy, the riches got a mad at son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me, putting on for my city like OAG.
Bleed Esports, like we said, this team has improved so much upon in here, rather in the knockout stage. We have Darion, Lenny, Lexi, Maxi, and Pith as well. We've seen the matches that they played yesterday and on the previous days as well. And this team has what it takes to be also here in the knockouts, and they actually have that opportunity to be the representative of the Asia Pacific region. Now, Raf, I know you want to talk about Bleed Esports right here, and obviously for this matchup, it is going to be a very interesting one against Paper Rex.
Absolutely. Very, very similar to the story of Persija is that Bleed, when they were presented to us, or when we saw them for the first time, we saw 5 strong players. But as the series went by, as the days went by, they inched closer and closer to each other when it came to synergy, when it came to the team play. Because, again, we saw quite a few rough movements and a few rough signals of body movement. But this time around, they look very, very strong. Bleed, they also have a penchant of preparation, and we've also touched on the fact that both Pith and Maxi, if they're in the clutch, it becomes a surgical table.
Oh, it was clear as day that Bleed have some superstar players right here. For the past days, though, we have seen them glue up more as a team. But we also still see a lot of aim duel battles or aim duel kind of matches here in Asia Pacific. Now, Nico, or rather Black and Blue, do you think that it will be the same this time around? Will it be more on the side of the team play, or would it be more on the superstar players?
Rafton Taylor just doxed me live on broadcast and called me by my real name.
I mean, it's like, I wonder if people know what my name is, you know what I mean? It's crazy.
I'm sorry, Raf. I don't know, man.
But, you know, I mean, when you look at the team Bleed, right, you do know that there's lots of potential in this team. They haven't necessarily looked like what we expect from them, at least looking at the roster on paper, up until yesterday, when they really surprised us with that win. And so I think Bleed are on a hot streak right now.
Ooh, definitely. They are in a hot streak, and especially right now in the upper bracket as well. This is exactly the reason why they are on the upper bracket. Joining them, though, is obviously Paper Rex, one of the strongest team here. Now let's take a look at the roster of Paper Rex.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top light. Yeah. Nights I got them breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well. A penny for your stuff, but seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy, the riches got a mad at something. I'm like Billy, I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me, putting on for my city like all ages.
This is Paper Rex. That is definitely sure that there is one MISG team coming to Iceland or flying to Iceland. But let's take a look at that. Paper Rex, they have Benkai, Divide, Forsaken, Jing, and Mind Freak as well. They pulled up the strat book here from yesterday's match, Black and Blue, and they pulled out the Yoru. We got schooled. Yoru 101 here on the stage, and it worked out.
Well, they are looking like the best team right now in the tournament, potentially the favorites to go into Masters. And when I was, making my predictions at the start of the tournament, I was predicting Paper Rex and Boom. And Paper Rex, well, they're one series away from making me look very, very smart. Benkai, Divide, Forsaken, Jing, and Mind Freak. This is a roster that when you put it together, I don't think even the paper could show you the stats, could show you how effective they are as a team, because when you see it happen in person, when you see it happen on the server, that's when you get surprised. How fair is it for them to have two of the best mechanical players, barring John Olsen in the APAC scene, and Forsaken and Jing on the same darn team, and both being the two spearheads that everybody else on the team supports? And mind you, Divide, Mind Freak, and Benkai have been playing with each other for so long as well, with Forsaken even before Valorant, that they have that chemistry down, they have the teamwork down, and more importantly enough, even though they kind of might be touted as a sometimes brawn over brain team, they're very, very intelligent, and they know how to make the proper adjustments when it comes to it. That's why they can beat teams that are very far contrasting to each other, like let's say Xerxia is, as they did the other day, and then beat another team as well, which are very, very, very good at, like, potentially a Bleed right now, and South Built as well, the other day. So they are very, very multifaceted, but what they do have up their sleeve is that firepower.
I don't think it's up their sleeve. It's right there. People, it's like, oh, dude, did that come out of your sleeve? Oh, no, it's always been there.
On their sleeve. There you go.
on their sleeve, that's right. If some are hidden, it's worn like a sleeve for them. But yeah, Paper X, we talked about how are we going to see the dynamic between Pith and Maxi versus Jing and Forsaken, which is much anticipated. It is about savvy and craftiness versus, yeah, we have big guns. You know, but we also mentioned that this is such a complete team, but we never really get to see it. Maybe this is the time again. I asked this question with Xerxia, but oh man, I guess we're all just kind of hoping for the best for both these teams, really.
I mean, they are the strongest teams right now. That's why they are in the upper brackets. Like you mentioned Jing already. Let's take a look at the head-to-head, actually. We prepared some stats for you guys. Don't worry, Black and Blue, I'm not going to give it to you right now. But, Raph, we have right here for the head-to-head. Lexi, Jing, you were talking about the Forsaken Jing connection, and I want to ask you guys, of course, the preparation and what Jing brings to the table on the side of Paper Rex. He's not just the sage that just supports the entire team, but he also frags out of his mind, right?
Yes, oops, I forgot to unmute because technology is hard. But looking at Bleed versus Paper X, specifically these two players, Lexi, there was a time that he was touted to be the second best player, if not the best of his region. But again, he might have been overshadowed just a little bit. He has been somewhat stepping it up in the previous series, but I feel like it's kind of hurting his stats though. This transition between him going into a more supportive role in consideration to him used to being a Raze, and now there's another system between a delicate balancing act of EU and the SEA playstyle, the SEA scrap.
Well, you look at his team, where they came from as well. You know, UWU from last C Challengers. No.
Say it.
No,
just once.
I'm gonna need the bonus up. Fine. Ooh. Okay, so that's where he came from, right? And he was one of the kind of like standout performers from that team. There are other players, you know, First Love and all that YAR picks, but you look at Jing as well, and he was by far the definite standout player from that SMG squad. And once they picked him up, everybody was looking like, you know, you would have expected them to pick up more utility considering Paper Rex lost Shiba at the time, but no, they were like, let's get another big sword, let's bring another big gun to this fight. And I think that was the right decision. Jing is an exceptional player who does absolutely insane things.
He definitely fits like a glove with the rest of the team here for the side of Paper Rex. Now, this is the first time that they actually meet up right now. And I want to ask you guys, while we head into the map veto and before we see the bans and picks, what is the winning condition here for Bleed Esports going up against Paper Rex?
Are you asking me or Black and Blue?
You first, Rev.
Of course you would do this to me while I'm still thinking. Now, again, jokes aside, we have seen Bleed actually deal with a team that's had a lot of firepower in the form of Full Sense. Instead of actually taking the direct approach, they let Full Sense go that full throttle speed, but hitting them from the side as they pass. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of that, but obviously the indomitable Paper Rex is a completely different animal. So the adaptations rather, are going to be on the fly. And Black and Blue actually mentioned a very good point between Bleed and Full Sense. Normally it's not Full Sense doing the adjustments, but Bleed forced them to do just that.
Oof. Oh, now we see the map veto, and the first ban is gonna be Fracture right here. And I honestly want to see Bian. What are your thoughts about this, Black and Blue?
Well, you know, first address your question a while ago. What is the win condition here for Bleed to be able to win versus Paper Rex? Absolute perfection, I do think. I mean, there's no way they're going to be able to play Paper Rex's game and fall into Paper Rex's hand and still win that. They have to beat them with utility. They have to beat them tactically, because if they try and go for gunfights, well, as we found out from the past 2 days, that's simply not going to work. And for a team like Xerxia, who weren't able to do that when they are one of the most utility and tactically based teams that we have here in this tournament, that's concerning for a team like Bleed. Now, these two teams have fought each other. Maybe it's their first time in this tournament, but like in their own local qualifiers, they did play against each other in the past. Even in community tournaments they have. And Paper Rex have almost always, actually no, always gotten the best out of these players and of these teams. So they are definitely kind of the favorites to win this series. But Icebox is what Bleed select first. One of the notoriously great maps for Paper Rex. I do think this is kind of a let's do it on your home turf kind of thing.
Man, I feel like this is also one of those times where you kind of psych them out, but I don't think Paper Rex is a team you want to do that. I don't think you should be poking the bear with a stick, or this time the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Icebox, we've seen so much success on the side of Paper Rex, and it's not just in a single faceted fashion. They've actually had so many strats developed for this map alone. Now Split, this could potentially be a different story, but realistically speaking, against Paper Rex, you are picking the knife you want to be shivved with.
Yeah, that's the thing though, Raph. Like, for the side of Paper Rex, yeah, they played this Icebox map time and time again. But if you think about it, with so many VODs against the players right here for Paper Rex, despite, of course, the patch, the changes for Icebox, you still can be able to manage to see what is happening or what is the game plan of Paper Rex. Aside from that, the stats for the side of Bleed Esports right here for the map Icebox, it's not too much. So this might be also like their pocket pick coming into this matchup. But right now, Black and Blue, we are looking at two map selections, Icebox, Split, and they ban out Bind. Do you think that they're gonna be scared, or they're scared that Forsaken is gonna pull up the Yoru pick again and the triple flash?
It definitely is something to consider, but as Haven is going to be banned, we go to Breeze. I thought, you know, even though Paper Rex technically, statistically, Breeze is their, I guess, less favored map in terms of statistics. I do think the general play style of Breeze just kind of favor into what Paper Rex generally want to do. And when you want to play, you know, utility and tactics, you would have kind of loved to have Haven on. But since they were Paper Rex were the last one to ban, it was pretty smart for them, I think, to leave the Breeze map here. So all things considered, I think this map veto is heavily in the favor of Paper Rex, if anything.
I think this is actually a byproduct of what we saw yesterday. We talked about it as a panel, that this bind, that could have been a one-time thing. That could have been the seeds that have obviously been planted, and Bleed have thought about it. Again, Paper Rex, I wonder what dubious and ingenious plan they have cooked up for Breeze, if ever we get to that point at least.
Mind games, man. Mind games. But I actually watched a video before for the side of Paper Rex with their interviews, and they said they love doing aim duels from afar. So I get this point, and I get the map picks right now, and I would say that this would probably be the best time to actually lock in our predictions. Based on the map that I'm seeing right here, long aim duels, if we reach even map number 3, I think it's gonna go on the side of Paper Rex 2-1. How about you, Raph?
I mean, I want to see Bleed grow, because like that has been the theme for so many of our teams. We've seen so much evolution. But what is evolution in the face of an apex predator like Paper Rex? Paper Rex 2-0.
You know, many people have doubted Bleed, especially after they kind of got into the knockouts because of what happened in the group stages, those misfortunes, but they've been improving every day that we've seen them here in the knockouts. They've been getting better, and they even surprised us with that win versus Full Sense yesterday. So with that, I'm still going to say Paper Rex 2-0.
I thought you were gonna go on the side of Paper Rex, man. I was like, that's true. And then you were like, I'm going Paper Rex. Oh, well, this is right now the predictions of the panels. It's all going towards in favor of Paper Rex. But of course, Bleed is open to prove us wrong here on panel. But right now, we are gonna be passing it to the storytellers, our casters, for our game number 1. This is Bleed Esports versus Paper Rex.
Can't stop, ain't no one on my level.
The top side of the MYSG scene has always been a game of influences, but right now they're the ones influencing the fate of APAC as a whole. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the upper bracket finals. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and today we will find who will go to Iceland first in this matchup. Will it be Bleed Esports? Will it be Paper Rex? And isn't it poetic there, Black and Blue? We're starting things off on Icebox.
Definitely so. I mean, for a region as well that has been notorious for having teams be super good in Icebox, I think this is very, very apt. And of all things too, it's Bleed who picks it against Paper Rex, one of the most notoriously difficult teams to go up against, barring Sersha, when it comes to Icebox maps. Paper Rex, this is pretty much what we expect from both sides composition-wise. You got that chamber which has fallen into favor and flavor here recently on Icebox ever since the turn of the new patches and all. But man, who'd have thought that, you know, last year, Stage 2, Kings of the Sea was Skyland. And then PH, Stage 3. Now it's MYSG's turn to get there, and they are looking like one of the most dominant kind of regions, even though they pretty much have like those two teams and everybody else regarded from the pack.
Yeah, top heavy, that's the thing. I feel like it's still the support system that you get from the organizations like Paper Rex and Bleed Esports, but I digress because Icebox, this is a statement map pick by Bleed Esports. Wouldn't it just be the story to remember for Bleed Esports to beat Paper Rex on their own home turf, at their own game, and avenge all the losses they've had so far in the MYSG region? This is a rematch of the MYSG Grand Finals, and out went 3-0 in favor of Paper Rex. So history and stats in favor of PRX right now, but this is the big one here, Black and Blue. The first time Paper Rex will be facing off against Bleed Esports with the Swedes in the play. Pit and Maxi now in the field, and they have made such a big difference for Bleed Esports.
They definitely have, and every, I guess, single moment that they spent waiting for them to come on over to be able to play with them in that boot camp really paid off, because they've gotten this far, and it's only their first run here in the APAC Challengers, and that is very, very impressive for a team that was put together a mere few months ago. At least this kind of rendition of the roster itself. To go up against Icebox, man, I don't know. They are the underdogs, but they kind of have been for quite a while now, for almost a lot of their matchups that we've seen them play on here. They were those underdogs, and yet they were able to perform pretty amicably. We did see them, you know, the other day playing up against Full Sense, made in Thailand, Naos, and they've 2-1 all of that. So Paper Rex has been pretty much the only team that has had their number time and time on over, especially in their local scene, their local qualifiers, and that's not something super comforting. But now's the time to do something, Bleed. I don't know. This damage that they can do to Paper Rex might just shake things up.
And I think right now, most of the doubts about Bleed Esports, they have been quelled. Many say, okay, you know, that certain matchup didn't really happen properly, so whatever. But they proved themselves against a team that has already accomplished many aspect, really, and an accomplishment in Full Sense. And it really goes to show that for Bleed Esports, control is the name of the game. This is what I'm looking forward to right now. A battle of duos between Paper Rex and Bleed Esports. For Paper Rex, pretty obvious right now, that front line. Forsaken Jing, some of the best mechanical players in the whole of SEA and then some. But on the other side, when Pit and Maxi are together and they're the only ones left, it's just so surgical how they get intel, they garner the sight lines, they play it as safe and as quick as possible. And if you want the definition of surgical, look no further than those two together in Bleed Esports. And I really feel that every single time we watch a Bleed Esports game, seen a Bleed Esports game, it's that matter of assimilation. How does the SEA side and the Swedish side sink in? Match after match, they were getting more confident. Match after match, they were getting more of the timing together. And if you remember that matchup against Full Sense, I think you guys in the panel talked about it, that they were able to dictate the pace against Full Sense. And when Full Sense was coming at them in full force, you have players like Darion getting back his confidence, finding the takedowns, and Bleed looking to be a machine as well. But when two machines meet up in a map like this, it's a battle bots arena to remember. And I really feel like for Bleed Esports, they need to stifle one of the two duelists, if not both, if they want to stand a chance to hold things down.
And to add on to that, Dax, I think it's really smart for them to recognize that, you know, a lot of teams, when they get the superstar player, no matter what role they are, sometimes they tend to just be like, okay, we'll put you on that duelist role, but not for this Bleed team. They trust in their younger core to take that front line, and then the back line is where they put Maxi and Pith on, kind of to be more of those supporting roles because of the experience they've already gained. But now, round number one to start things off, Paper Rex on the defense and Bleed attacking things. seems like to start off, we're gonna have Blade really spread things out, more aggression towards B long, but PaperX are ready to receive that as well.
The 2K machine, though, we've seen from Forsaken. 2 for the price of 1. So easy, such a big deal, and enough for PaperX to get advantage of any kind of round. And let's not forget, defense, well, that's just more of a suggestion rather than a statement. Forsaken already gets on the board. There versus Darion. Jing right inside the garage, and the dynamic duo trying to find a few pokes and prods. Slower place here from Bleed Esports if they're playing it in a slower pace rather. Black and blue. And PaperX will just jump the gun and jump at them at the moment's notice.
Did Jing just trade his sheriff for a ghost, or it must have been something else? It looked like a sheriff when he dropped it, but
You can't have a sheriff, he has a barrier orb.
oh, you were
The money
right.
doesn't
So
check out, man.
It probably was like a frenzy or something. It looked pretty weird. Anywho, continuing on. Well, Skins v Skins. Maxi gets a kill, somehow finding his way all the way here towards the elbow. He does get a kill off of that aggression that they found. Bleed making things work, and it's all off of Maxi. Just finding everything going his way, finding right opportunities and capitalizing on it. Pith, here comes the Swedish duo doing everything, but Jing's gonna shut that down for the meantime. Still, tall task for him to pull off.
Maxi has been incredible at the opportunity. Many a time we see him just get these double, triple kills out of nowhere because he has the right angle and the right moment. Jingo drops down, notices the peak. Will try to play the rappel even. Wants to get that high ground, but in behind. Maxi again, looking for that opportunity. Lenado will be able to wrap that one up, but that could have been a pinch still. That would have allowed Bleed Esports to still get that win. 1-0 right now. And PaperX, you can't play the same game against this Bleed Esports.
Well, they were initially pretty good on that B-long defense. He saw Darion kind of peeking at it unsupported, even though, you know, Alexi was around the corner, but isn't really the same as if you had maybe a Sova there or someone else to really help out. Notice here composition-wise, neither side has any flash at all. Not a Lear from Arena, nothing like that, nor Paranoia from Noman. So there will be a lot of dry peaks that are going to be forced upon here, and for them to both have a chamber, you can tell that that's kind of the game plan. Now, Pith has to assume that Forsaken has gone this far, this deep, and that's where he's going to catch him off guard. Jing now knows information. Garage is where Pith is parked. I don't think Pith is going to want to push this anytime soon.
No way. He's just waiting, and there you go. Finds the Sage. Snaps on out even, and decision making is the name of the game here for Pit. He's just one of the most responsible players you're gonna get this side of APAC just because of his pedigree, his history, and he just knows exactly what to do in many a situation. Vandal already out and about though here. Forward Darion, get the wall even for Bleed Esports to get more of that site control. Benkaito surprising, but will die to the hand of Pit yet again. Bleed Esports now all over a site. We're seeing here for Bleed, it really has been cultural assimilation on the Valorant side coming into fruition. Spike planted, time ticking, and PaperX right now. I think the biggest problem that they're gonna have to deal with, since it's just Dry Peak City, and it will get a quad for their buy round basically. For the anti-eco rather. You notice here that those trademarks be such a big bother. Forsaken and Jing can't really get the jump on Bleed Esports right now, because not only does Pit put those trademarks at the right place, but more often than not, he'll be right there waiting to go for the punish.
And everybody knows that Forsaken, he loves to push those open alleys when it's quiet. He wants to go take a peek in the closet and see what exactly could be rumbling about. That is where they can catch him off guard time and time again, especially when Bleed are on the attack as they are now. We know as well that PaperX, they're a team that does kind of start slower, maybe even arguably weaker on the defensive side than they are typically on the attack, especially in an attacker-sided map, generally like a map here like Icebox, and something that Bleed can continue to use as their pivot point and really try and expose.
Yeah, but you have a rifle still here for Darion. Keep an eye out on this guy. He's been a bit inconsistent with his run in APAC, when he's on, he's just absolutely on it. I wouldn't be surprised if he could potentially match the efforts here of Forsaken. Lord of Force, though, is out hit. Got so many kills in the last round that he's ready with enough, basically. Coming into the third. Bulldog out also. Lexi will be able to get the takedown off the Jing. All alone on the right-hand side. Forsaken is even spotted out by Lenny. He flicks over to the left-hand side. And a nice read here from Bleed Esports, knowing exactly what the opposition is gonna do. Pit finds the snipe. It's Benkai now and the Vi on site here, trying to make the opening. Mid-control, courtesy of Maxi. Might get contested, but the Vi, he's not gonna be looking at the right direction. Maxi again slithering on in. And the ultimate opportunist, it's the Viper Maxi comes on. to get another takedown. Darion will finalize it, and bonus time for Bleed time. It's everyone still alive.
Looking absolutely on fire right now. Bleed, one of the teams that coming into the tournament, people were really wondering how good are they? How will they perform? Knowing that they were in kind of that, top heavy scene that is MYSG, but one also has to remember the reason why MYSG is even considered top heavy, half of that is because of Bleed themselves are in it. It's kind of like saying, hey, MJ had a super team. Well, he was the super team, and that's kind of where Bleed are in this scenario. Paper Rex, force on the timeout. Not something you see many teams be able to do to the Paper Rex squad this early on after round 3. They know that Bleed, they're a team that they cannot let continue to get momentum, because Bleed once again, and this is where they have been very impressive in the past 2 matches that they've played, is where they're able to force the opposing side, like Full Sense, to adjust when typically it goes the other way around, when typically it's the other team that Paper Rex or Full Sense forced to have to flex. It's Bleed who have been pretty good at finding the formula many times over.
And just Bleed Esports, they're making sure that their lines are as safe as possible here, Black and Blue. That chamber will go places, will go everywhere and anywhere with the rendezvous. Let's not forget, we mentioned it a while ago, those trademarks can be such a big bother. Many a time, whatever Forsaken wants to do, it will be affected. And you saw it already in that last round. It was all Paper Rex trying to play towards the site. No real angle there whatsoever away from it. And even though that Bleed Esports was already showing their presence towards A site itself, there was still potential flags. Maxi getting in the right position at the right time. So Paper Rex, they need to be on their toes, because Bleed Esports is coming in from every single corner that they can. And Pit again, so creative. The Vi getting antsy here. But in the game of patience, I really would be surprised to see Pit get the gun on. And there you have it. Really goes to show when you have a player who has gone above and beyond many a different team, many a different scene. NIP, G2, and EMEA across the board. It's Pit who will bring such a different kind of game here to SEA.
All Paper Rex have to do in this round, Dax, is maybe a few picks off here and there. They can get like 2, that should be fine. Although, there is quite a lot of money here on the Bleed side. Kind of a lot of credits for them to use. Post-plant should be in soon if the plant, when the plant does go down. They have more than enough time to really dry and, well, bleed out the clock. But still, can't let Paper Rex kind of set themselves in pounce once they go for that plant, so they're being very careful, being very wary of any peeks here coming from the PRX defense as soon as they try and move forward. That's going to happen now. Maxi finds Bankai here up above. Jing, he has crossed safely, but Forsaken finds the kill. Not any much more though, Dax. That's pretty much going to be them cleaning up house. It's only Jing, last one left alive, on the back of the site. That's where he's going to die. 4-0. Darion finding 3 in the round, but this is where Paper Rex need to step things up.
Yeah, and this is like great here for Darion. Get that confidence for Paper Rex. I love the angle he takes here. And he just feels so much secure right now, even dueling the likes of Forsaken, Mind Freak, and Jing 1-5-1, that he could win it, of course, with the gun advantage. But the thing is, amongst the players here on the Bleed Esports side, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Darion's the only one who hasn't won a series yet against Paper Rex. Lexi under that SMG banner. I think Lene back when TMG, they would get those earlier victories versus PRX. But for Darion, he wants to prove something here. He wants to prove he can be more consistent and just be as potent as the names there on the other side. And right now, he will be taking the helm and be up top this tube for now. Nice shock there, though, courtesy of Bankai. Aldron's gonna be into play. Jinko scanned on out. Bleed Esports trying to get the opportunity as they go for the mid to B push. Instead, Jingo finds Lennon to start things up. PRX now stuck on the other side of this wall. And Bleed Esports put themselves in a bit of a vacuum. It's up to them right now to use angles like the kitchen for a quick surprise.
This is a great orange push here coming from the side of Bleed, but Forsaken finds a huge opening pick on Alexi. They're taking kitchen control. One at the spearhead here of Bankai, and he does so amicably. Defy finding the kill, but Maxi, great adjustment to get that kill as well. Defuse gonna be stuck. Viper, Snakebite will not connect enough to stop him off of it, and Bankai will clean up house. That round, without Bankai going huge, to find the 2 kills that he did, so high impact, takes the kitchen control back for the side of Paper Rex on the retake. And I think this is really, really kind of a note that Paper Rex have to have known, because, well, this is something I see a lot from MYSG teams, wherein when they go for that orange control, they know for sure there is going to be one at the very least taking kitchen, and there is going to be one on top of the two, which is typically, in both cases, for either Paper Rex or Bleed, that chamber. Pith was able to snuff out as soon as he gave his position away, and Benkai, he knew how to lead them there.
Yeah, that's so historic actually for MYSG. I remember like some walls built by team at SMG way back when, and it just kind of stuck for the region in itself. But now Paper X finally getting on the board. Is that enough confidence to start snowballing here? But Darion catches out Jing as he lifts himself up. Apparently his spirit will leave his body, and Maxi with a nice bounce. Forsaken solo on the HP. He will be already dead. Lexi trying to play the game of avoidance. Doesn't want to get hit here by the shock darts coming his way. In a 5v3 situation, it's up to Bleed right now to put that spike down, because they already have the Viper's Pit to try and cover up many of the sites. But here we go, Rendezvous is set just in case for any kind of engagements later on. Bleed right now, right on the opposite end of this, but Benkai be the hero here, just right beside 410, tries to climb, might want to get a different vantage point perhaps with this owl drone. But look, the wall setup, basically it protects Paper X and Bleed from each other. They are separated right now, but finally Mindfreak will be breaking quarantine, and Darion is the one to fall here. Maxi though still trying to play the hide the game. Lexi does get scanned on up, nice spot there by Benkai though. It's 3v3 now, but on the inside, Pit is just right there! The Viper's Pit, and this is the Pit fighting as much as he can. 1-2 jabs, and Mindfreak has to back on away with the operator. No way, no how. Though coming into the Bleed territory, and Lennon will catch the exit there in the end. 5-1.
And with Pith on that chamber inside the Viper's Pit, everything that leaves chamber of, you know, his barrel and all, his weapon, just connects to everybody coming in towards Maze, and he was definitely not confused about that fact. Mindfreak did an amicable job there, off of the ping, off of Benkai's ping, to get the kill, but Pith just so reliable. That's the reason why he is at Sentinel here for the side of Bleed. So Paper Rex once again forced into an eco state. That Viper's Pit really, actually, I think the MVP of that round, if it wasn't Pith, has to be Maxi. Great snake bite to cut off the fallback rotation from Forsaken, and then Viper's Pit was such a big influence in that round.
Yeah, it's just such a different kind of battlefield basically to deal with. And as Jing peaks, Darion is there yet again, getting a great reaction. And exactly what I said at the start of this game. They're gonna have to shut down one of the two potential duelists here. Sure, Jing is not on the duelist, he's on the stage, but the effort that he's done, and of course his background, that high frag potential needs to be stopped in its tracks. And Darion has done a good job here for the past 2 rounds to get rid of potential res value. Here we go again though with the yellow control, and Darion is just no fear whatsoever. A watchtower for Bleed Esports. Pit gonna get on the board even. And another quick take here by Bleed Esports. Welcome Bleed again to SEA, to APAC, and they're the ones schooling Paper Rex right now.
This eco round, if you have to really make any eco worthwhile, that's not just about winning it, but at least, you know, farming some economy for your sake and hurting the economy of the other side. Rex, typically a team that is very, very dangerous. They do have the eco, but this time it doesn't work out. Bleed Esports showing their fellow, well, representatives from their own local qualifier up here, 6-1. The map that Paper Rex has been so renowned for. Bleed are just starting to cut way deep.
Yeah, Bleed has woken up on the right side of the bed here today. And not only that, they have just gotten so much space many a time with these side takes. Whether Paper Rex have the guns or not, we don't see the usual contesting points here from Paper Rex because of the fear of Pit being there, because of the fear of Maxi just being in such a different angle from the rest of the crew. The fact of the matter is they're still able to communicate that anyway. The Viper is able to control the battlefield for the rest of the team just because he has the initial setup anyway. But the Hunter's Furies now are out and about. Mindfreak will get tagged, but he's not dead. Benkai also looking for a kill. Will not be able to get rid of Maxi. So the heals do come online here for both sides, I believe, if Mindfreak can regroup towards Lexi. But a slower pace right now by Bleed Esports.
Slowly walking their way up. Forsaken, he's gonna have to go huge here. He's been struggling this entire game, this entire map. He only finds one. Big surprise for a player like him. Lexi does burn that res though. Still, they have the advantage here. The man count does favor them, as well as the economy, so they know they can just throw bodies at this. Jing has the res of his own, but because of Forsaken playing so far forward, that's not going to be viable nor possible as of the moment. Pit is a position he loves to play as that chamber, one you would expect for any chamber to be holding when they have their Tour de Force ultimate out. Bleed, even though they have the advantage, they're not pressing it on it just yet. They know that they can get shaken, waking up here if they do go for the plant too preemptively. But now they finally go for it. No way to deny. Actually, great burn here of that barrier to make it much more difficult. But Jing, he kind of flubs the slow orb.
No, it's gonna be painful here for PPGL, and Bleed will use that utility against him. Maxi comes on in from the side, and it's all left to Divine now. It was good plan there for PPGL, a double up on the barrier orb, but you mentioned it. When you miss the ball, it just bounces off the rim, and it will bounce right in front of your sideline instead. But Divine, you can't collect it, drops down, but Maxi is over there by the screens instead. Unexpected ways yet again by the Viper. 7-1, and PPGL is the one making the mistakes here, forced out by Bleed Esports. At the start of the clash, you mentioned it, it was like Forsaken. He only gets one because he was so consistent in many a series, getting that 2-for-1 trade, getting those 2 kills and getting away, allowing PPGL to have that man advantage. But when was the last time we've seen PRX up by members here in this series, in this matchup? It has been Bleed keeping alive, keeping each other in check as much as possible, and when they distract as a 4-man unit, that's when Maxi strikes at the perfect time.
They've been playing as a real team here, this Bleed Esports side. And that's the thing about the way PPGL play. Their composition, it's a real heat check, if anything, especially like on maps like Split and all. Forsaken, okay, starting to feel it a bit. And when they do get hot, they can be very deadly, PPGL, but it does come in spades. Jing, though, great shot by him. For him to go 1-for-1 was more than enough. But still, it's 3 versus 3. Mind Freak trying to dip into the fight, trying to get his word in. Nobody's really going to give that opportunity just yet, hiding behind the wall placed by him. Very aggressive wall, especially for a B-long push.
So the cape. He saw the cape. Oh no.
No capes.
No capes. The incredible Sentinel, but Pip, he doesn't have his cape. He has the suit and tie, and well, faux fashion will be able to slay that foe, leaving everything right now to Divide. Will be another win here for Bleed Esports, and Black and Blue, come on. PPGL, they kind of start slow sometimes in the series or in certain map, especially on defense. It happens. It becomes a bit of a problem, yes, but this is a little bit different. Bleed Esports has, if you notice, been ramping up the pace of the game in minute fashions, bit by bit. They know what they can get away with. They know how far they can push more against PPGL and the lessened confidence they have right now. And it really goes to show that there's some mature calls right behind them, because we're getting everything sped on up. We're getting someone like Maxi getting the right angle through mid so many times. We're getting Pit finding those frags anyway. And not only that, there's just this utter confidence right now from Darion to duel either Forsaken or Jing and still be having that safety net of a res or a refrag if ever. So this Bleed Esports roster, they're proving that this main 5 is here to stay, is here to slay, and is here to try and top APAC.
Well, currently on that path, showing everybody what exactly they can bring to the table and why they're one of the best teams in the entirety of APAC. Bleed, whatever doubts placed upon them dispelled, especially after these great performances we've seen from them these past few days. The Pit was popped here by Mind Freak towards that A position. We have seen some teams try and go for an A split, and whenever this scenario happens, it seems like that could be the case here from Bleed. You can see them going for that mid control instead, leaving the one player here to try and hold off the flank towards A and B main. Really, mid is their goal. They know that they can either flex towards orange if anything goes awry, and that seems to be the case here as of the moment. Another orange plant is what we're going to be expecting, but since he's kind of used his rendezvous, I'm not too sure if Pit is going to be able to fall back immediately. Plant shall be put down. Forsaken, look at his position here on the way towards Garage. Very awkward timing versus him and Mind Freak.
The Viper spin, though, is up, and he's able to get on the way. Maxi again, Divide, though, finds a shot at the very least. And it's 5v4 for now. PPGL finally getting the advantage here to start things off. Pit, though, will get the refrag over to Jing. And here comes Forsaken, but Pit won't get the second anyway. He is just absolutely on fire right now. Lexi right behind the crates. Mind Freak will get on the board, but there he tries to fight Bone Star from above. Forsaken, though, starts up close. Will already go for the defuse. It's 2v2 right now, though. Halfway done for Forsaken, but Darion is there again. again to keep the spike alive. 9-1 and Bleed Esports. What a call that was there, Black and Blue. They know that Paper X loves to contest from grade. They love to contest that long sideline towards B side. And their mid control and mid intel has just been above and beyond Paper X's right now, that they went for that mid to B push instead.
Second time's a charm here for Bleed, and I guess when the first time they try it out, they realize, hey, there really is kind of a weak point here towards their mid position. It's only going to be like Divide kind of holding on to that spot, so let's try and punish that. Let's see what we can do. Rather, Benkai playing that position. Look at Forsaken here. Double updraft, doesn't see anything. Bleed, smart enough not to give him a proper angle to really use those blades.
That's a huge investment for absolutely nothing. 2 updrafts, a barrier, or perhaps for the raid's sake. Bleed Esports, not gonna be too ambitious. They're really avoiding that B-long angle, basically. If you notice, it has just been Pit there, holding on to the garage, trying to at least anticipate a push for the trademark. They rarely contest that all the way through unless they have that clear sight line to go towards B side in the first place. And you can see it here, Bleed again with the right call. They're now going for this longer angle. They're now trying to go through green and yellow because Paper X has rotated towards that A side aggressively. And well, nothing to deal with. No long range in a straight line, and no cheeky plays like the Lexi 5K with the Sheriff. It's not gonna happen this time, but they have to be careful because it's behind Forsaken now with the blades. There we have it, a bit of the overtake perhaps here from Bleed Esports, but the punish instead is real. And here they come. Divido will get one at least. Maxi's there for the trade. It's costly right now for Bleed Esports, but it is a streak anyway. It doesn't really matter on the money side too much, but 2v2 gives Paper X a chance. They run towards A instead here as Darion will look to lead the charge. Mindfreak though coming in closer and closer as the Viper Spit is into play, and Mindfreak, will he be brave enough to peek into this? He has the angle, he gets the takedown, backs on the way though as Maxi's on the inside. 12 seconds left, it's a 2v1, and Benkai comes on, but misses the shot! That is big here! Bleed Esports a chance now to go for the plant. Mindfreak now will be chased after by Maxi, and it's Mindfreak who at least keeps himself alive here. 2-9, but that was so close for both sides.
Round in
Mindfreak has been coming in big on a lot of those A-side holds, time and time over for Bleed. And, you know, Beat have been playing really good. I will say, Paper X seems like they're the ones who woke up on the wrong side of the bed here, Dax. So many moments where, you know, like, you know, Forsaken's about to get 2 of these blades. Nope. Jing's about to get maybe 1, maybe 2. Nope, nothing really happens that way. And Paper Rex, this is what I was talking about. Their comps, their playstyle a lot is very much so, oh, let's go and heat check ourselves, but sometimes they get checked by great teams such as Bleed. That's also to the credit of Bleed as well, but here comes the opposing Bleed side from Blades, rather from Darion, and this Hunter Spear is going to absolutely demolish Mindfreak. Great opening pick here from Bleed, and a second follow-up, and the third as well. Benkai not even landing the shots. Forsaken will though, but still a 2v4 here.
Looking very shaky right now. Bleed Esports a bit more calm, but Pit finally missing a shot. And doesn't get the kill onto Forsaken. Still the Tour de Force ready for more. Here we have it now, the dynamic duo. Bringing Divide back to life. Forsaken though finds a kill off Lexi. Here comes Forsaken. Maybe waking on up, but Pit is there for the shot. And a quick snap there with the rendezvous to get the hell away. Divide and Jing now trying to play the retake as Lene be ready for the shock dart volley from the other side. Jingo looking for the stick. Will get halfway before he has to retreat. And Esports, someone needs to peek here and fast. Divide right now looking for the side, but Pit is again the one to watch out for. It's all Pit every day, all day here for Bleed Esports. And worth the wait, worth the cash, and worth the investment here for Bleed.
Unfortunate there for Divide. I guess his old kind of instincts with an off and not one spelled with O and P kind of came on in. After he shot his Tour de Force, he quick switched like 3-1, back to the knife, back to the gun. It's kind of an old habit, but the thing is, the Tour de Force, it fires really fast if you literally just let it fire. You don't do anything, don't press anything after firing, and maybe he would have had enough time to follow up with another shot. I mean, he definitely did, but would have it had hit? Perhaps, but still, unfortunate there for side Paper Rex, but Bleed, more importantly, 10-2. Another amazing opening half here coming from Bleed, something we would have not expected. And all of that, not all of it, but a lot of it is really rolled off of the back of what the backline of Pith and Maxi have been doing.
Yeah, and again, I have to mention Darion there confidently going in thanks to the amount of space and amount of control Pit and Maxi does. he doesn't have to go for the 50-50 duels against namesakes like Forsaken and Jing. He can play his own style, find his own angle, and because of that, it's just a moment for him to really get the job done against one of those players. And look at this for Paper Rex. For Forsaken, not the biggest deal that he's in a negative KD, but that usually entails someone like Jing to be higher on him on the scoreboard, getting those refrags, getting those takedowns. But this is just such a big shutdown at Paper Rex. They can't find the angles, they can't find the trades, they can't even get into any kind of initiative because Bleed is just breathing on their necks right now. And you can feel that the heat is on here for Paper Rex. Well, this Bleed Esports roster, they've brought out their main five here, Black and Blue and APAC. They finally activated Pit and Maxi after all the external issues that happened. And it, again, just like I said, worth the freaking wait because these guys are pulling their weight and carrying a completely different label here to SEA and APAC.
And what a brand of Valorant they bring. Such an impressive one as well versus some of the most toughest opponents, honestly, you could go through here. A lot of people were saying, like, you know, they kind of got a free pass to get in, but what they've done with that opportunity has been undeniably amazing here. This is both Sens, Myth, and Xerxia. So, I mean, let's go on to round number 13, second pistol. This is where Paper Rex are typically more formidable on their attacking side, as we like to say. Attack, defend, it's more of a suggestion than a real true hard position for the Paper Rex squad. They dip into A. Forsaken kind of tries to make sure no one's coming in from their elbow side. They'll be able to get the plant down, but Bleed are swarmed all over him.
I don't know if they heard Lenny coming or not, but that is the Sova dropping from the boiler. It is a little dangerous here for Paper Rex. At least they're watching out towards that mid and in behind. Bleed right now, looking for a potential pitch. 1-for-1 trade though. Forsaken finally getting that kill. Defy gets on the board, but here comes Lexi and Pit. It's Lexi getting rid of Defy. Forsaken on the other side. Maxi comes on in. Mindfreak is there for the trade though. It's 2v1 and Maxi again with takedown, but Ben Kai will survive to live to fight another day as scrap fest happening after Bleed decides to come in from multiple fronts, but Paper Rex, they're able to hold things together and win out the pistol.
I mean, it was a run one round here from Paper Rex, but it wasn't super convincing. And I don't think they're out of muddy waters just yet. They've been able to at least have a good chance of converting round number 2, but even if they give up the bonus 11-4, that's still not going to be great for the Paper Rex squad. They really have to play as perfectly as they can from here now on. If there's any time the Paper Rex can start to heat up, especially for Forsaken and Jing, now's gotta be that time. Jing finds that opening pick, which hopefully he can start getting him back into his groove. Find a second.
Really? Oh, but Lexi takes him, and well, that's a takedown. That's a Spectre. And Paper Rex still have to be a bit more careful in that kind of instance. So at least it's 2-for-1 for Paper Rex. When they have the man advantage, it's a big deal for them to take the round. But have you noticed this Black and Blue, since it is kind of the downtime right now? I feel like if you're playing against Maxi, playing against Bleed, you better be not faint of heart. Because he has been surprising everyone with his angles. First half mid, but I almost kind of screamed. If I didn't know that the minimap was like that, I would have shouted. Because Maxi literally dropped down from rafters just to surprise one player there. He is giving us a horror game and a half to watch out for, and he has just become the, that DBD hunter basically. Scary, scary stuff. But PRX, they should be able to get this round. Pit and Lexi, the only ones left. But the question is, can they keep these Spectres here alive? Pit is ready with the Headhunter bullet. Forsaken now peeking, getting rid of Lexi. And there, that's cleaner. And, that's cleaner than a bit expected. And cleanly done by Paper Rex to at least get 2 rounds in a row now.
It's definitely been a bit of a thriller here in some of these rounds between Paper Rex and Bleed.
Can someone get this?
Just a bit. But I'm kind of shy to admit it. Well,
okay.
What does scare me here, though, is SGMY, dude. They got, like, potentially 2 of the best teams in the entirety of APAC. Arguably the third could be Xerxia, although lots of people are still touting them to make it to that grand final slot, which they definitely have a real chance with, especially since they won their matchup a while ago. But Paper Rex completely forgoing mid and B here, laying those traps just to make sure nobody comes from the flank. They seem to be primarily focused on taking this A site. site that they are pretty good at taking most of the time. But can they do it now versus his Bleed squad with a bunch of Spectres? Look at the Forsaken, dude. He just doubly keys into there and somehow makes it out, but he's not going to escape freely as Lenny with a classic finishes him off.
Oh man, nice spam there with the classic. They threw that slow orb that way just in case. And there was no real escape for Forsaken. A beautiful punish. Avoiding also the two demises there of Bleed Esports there. And now on the other side of the wall will break it immediately. And Paper Rex, they can't even get into this A site. They thought they had all the keys to the kingdom. But it does feel like there's a new one, a new watcher of this wall, a new watcher of this A site. Bleed Esports will force Paper Rex to rotate. So good start right now for the defense. But a big punish onto the Jets.
Slowing things down a bit, Paper Rex. Trying to go the other way. Their wall was already placed here towards the A site, so everything's going to be so much more difficult for them to take this, especially against the rifles. But Jing, he's got a rifle of his own. Funnily enough, the only player here to have gotten a kill in the round. Should allow Bankai to retrieve the Vandal here, though. But as I said, with Spectres and without the wall, things are going to be so much more difficult. Device still lurking here towards the A site, but there's no time to rotate if it ever does come to it. He's going to have to be very diligent, but holding this, so Lexi won't let it happen. That should be the round towards Bleed. A bonus that really did not benefit them much at all here for Paper Rex. And it goes 11-4.
Bleed Esports, a nice hold. All things considered, to keep their guns, 4 rifles still in hand. Paper Rex cannot find the answer, cannot find the momentum there. The high risk, high reward gameplay that Forsaken can usually get away with.
30 seconds
it's
left.
More of those punishments being inflicted onto him, and well, look at Pit, he can still find those kind of duels. There's a reason why Bleed is avoiding that sightline as much as possible, but with that gun advantage, they were happy to try it at the very least and see what Paper Rex can still do overall. But the fact of the matter is, this is a 7-round gap, and Paper Rex, they desperately need to win this round, or else they're going to be out of cash and they're going to be out of momentum for the full Icebox map.
Might be a go next moment for Paper Rex. They lose this round, look towards the next map. I'm sure that's not the result they're going to be happy with. They're going to try their darndest to make something happen. Divide crawling here up to 2 potentially. Well, he's got a Spectre in hand. Not too sure how effective this could be, but if he's playing those close angles, maybe his movement might just aid him in that aspect. Forsaken going for the peek here. Has to be careful. Darian up top there on the 2nd floor. Could find an angle to maybe punish him, but Forsaken likes to take things up as well. Defy finds a kill, does get traded out, but I think he's done his job. He drops Maxi's smoke.
At the very least, no cheeky Viper plays, and Forsaken with a fine ultimate. Darian though does answer back at the very least, but here comes Mind Freak, and now we're getting scrap on. Might actually favor Paper Rex here, and exactly that. They get the angles, they get the sightlines, and they're happy to go for the duel. But Lexi feeling the shades of past here, coming close to him. 1v2, as that spike has already been planted, so he'll go for the save instead. And for Bleed Esports, that's one game they want to stay away from. The Paper Rex sightlines, the Paper Rex duels. That's what can bring this team out of this abyss right now as we go 5-11.
Very disciplined, smart move here from Lexi to go for the save, even though we got lots of round to give. So I would have liked to see it personally. I mean, it's a 1v2. Who knows? You might just get a clip of the day, clip of your life. But well, he did a smart move. So I guess do as I say, not as I do.
It's tempting to try to go for that map point, right? Be like, hey guys, let's finish this off. You know, let's be done with this. We can totally win this.
I mean,
but then
you got like 7 rounds to give, 6 rounds.
That's the problem though. If you get tempted like that, if you feel like the snake in the Garden of Eden is whispering at you, that snake is Paper Rex. Be like, come on, duel us. Do it.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
No.
I'm one to tend to bite the apple.
Yeah, you do. In more ways than one, but the crunch is on now, courtesy of Hit, as he gets a bite of Forsaken there. The headshot to remember to get that takedown. Lennon also breaking down the wall so quickly. Jing is caught mid-transition, but his movement again into the takedown. Maxi now with the opportunity. Mind Freak will get the trade, and things are looking up better here for Paper Rex after everything is said and done. They're at least now going for the 1-for-1s. They're at least getting the angles for the immediate refrag, but Hit didn't see it coming. Oh, he might tip of the barrel. Mind Freak is right there, Pit. He has to have those eagle eyes to see it. Come on, the chamber has glasses. Just hear it that
He
one.
got it.
And it's Mind Freak with a kill onto Darian instead. What's going on? I thought we saw that coming. Hit instead. We'll go for the drop down. Bleed Esports. Now could have been the opportunity there, my friend. But Mindfreak now setting up Viper Spit. But Pit! His name is his game. He says no Viper Spit. This is Pit's playground instead. 2 versus 2 now. Benkai with so low on the HP. Back on the way though for the shot starts to divide. Tries to hold things together. Sees Pit coming. Lands the shot though. Lexi already getting halfway.
No
Pit
time.
with a 3rd kill. And here we go with the darts. But it will be too little too late. Yes, it is. The shot starts fly. But it's Bleed Esports soaring to map points.
Too little, too late there, Dax, and even with the information gathered, Mindfreak was able to get the kill, but he got shot in return. Pith, man, his senses are way too sharp. Rounds where they shouldn't even win. He still somehow makes it happen. I don't even know how he gets this off of the spam last bullet of the spray too. Just so happens to find the head of Mindfreak. And Pith, all that experience coming into play. Timing just not working out for Paper Rex. They had the lineup, they had the post plant. But because Divide could not swing towards the other side, towards the Jenny side, let them stick the plant, and that was more than enough for them to capitalize on. Forsaken opens up here with a pick. I think Lenny might just answer back with one. Yes, he does, with a Hunter's Fury of his own. Finds it on the Mindfreak after the 3rd ping. A huge, huge pick for Bleed to find.
No, exactly,
You will not kill my
He doesn't
ally.
need to come in clutch at the start. He comes in clutch near the end. Mindfreak is necessary here to try and get this victory, but the resurrections now bringing players back to life, the Evanescence. But then DRX through to the middle, Forsaken looking for another target perhaps with just the Sheriff. Ow. The Guardian taps there from Lene will just give a bit of a pinch over onto the side, hits the wall, that kind of thing. That's gonna be painful there for Paper Rex. They're moving towards that B side instead. Jing now will go for the plants. Does have a wall in the way just in case. Forsaken comes in close though, but Lene will find that takedown. The calm hand of Lene, always keeping Bleed in check. And this is there now right behind the wall here. Slowbird though bounces towards the Vi, but he still gets a kill over onto Lexi anyway. Darian again, power position up top the yellow, drops on down. The Vi will get the takedown hit, will get the trade though, but here comes Jing with the ding. And Jing again, ring-a-ling ding. We're hearing the bells, and it's dinner time here, courtesy of Jing. 6-12 PRX strikes back.
They get to round 6, cutting this lead in half, but I mean, they're still going to need quite a few more rounds. I'm not too sure. I think this could be a next map, but Paper Rex make this comeback happen. That's going to be huge. Divide here, though. The fact that they did not drop the Viper's wall immediately after they slow orb that back to yellow meant that he could actually still reposition himself for quite a bit, and he was able to set himself ready for when that wall would go down. So perhaps if that wall dropped 2-3 seconds earlier, then things would have been a lot more difficult for Divide to try and sneak out of. That one pick he found was absolutely instrumental. And now the eco is forced upon Bleed. If they win this with the blades and all, and that just could break Paper Rex's mental.
That's gotta be broken. Like, now we see Paper Rex lose like that after all they've done here in APAC. Some of the ways they've won here on Icebox, it's scary, but Lexi is making those fears be found. And 2 already here to get those takedowns as Forsaken will drop and try to protect the rear, but Lokin's waiting on site. Lenny even
Spike down A.
I have the spike.
Oh no, this was a classic. And here we go. The dynamic duo. It's
Spike
all
planted.
up to them. Jing and Forsaken, the ranked SEA demons playing together. Both in the ladder as well as in the team, but right now apart from each other, creating space between one another. Darian though, blades are able as he tries to craft the ice. Classic now to go for the shots. The blades are ready yet again. A full stack here for Bleed as 3 coming on through the screens. Perhaps there's a battle in hand of Lexi, but Jing wisely gets rid of him first. Jing again with a 3rd kill. It's all up to Pit now in a 1v2, but not this time. King Jing says no, his domain is there. And Jing, of course, rolls out the red carpet for himself. The coronation is still here for PRX. The crown still alive over their heads.
And because of how well he was doing, Dax, he has a res again in just 2 rounds. He has another res to burn. This man is insane. And when you have someone so potent on your stage who is able to clutch it out, who's able to get multi-frags in these rounds, that just helps boost whatever potential your team could have. And when the going gets tough, he has been coming up really, really big in those many few moments. When they don't look like they're going to win, Jing just comes out with a triple, a 4K. That has been such a saving grace here for Paper Rex. Now, they're not out of the waters just yet. Bankai opens things up on the Darion here in the gun round, which is huge, punishing the over-aggression from Bleed. Still not choosing to fall back, choosing to fight. In that case, they're going to lose every single fight. Bankai, a triple for him. Dax, this round is over before it even starts.
You want some deep analysis there, my friend? I'll give
What's
you
up?
one right now. Don't do that.
I was expecting it.
You just don't do that against Paper Rex. You have to respect the squad, especially when Jing is online. Everyone else comes online as well. You want a fun fact? Jing used to be the bully of Paper Rex when they first came out, when they first were on the scene, because under that Reality Rift roster, he would just be dropping all these frags against like the likes of Forsaken, who were still getting used to Valorant. They would get like only a handful of kills, and now there's like, no, our former bully, come to us. We need you. We want you. We love you. And they just feed off that kind of energy. And what looked to be a commanding scoreline by Bleed Esports, Paper Rex comes on back. And it has been the script, hasn't it? It has been the Paper Rex way. They struggle sometimes on that defense because of the aggression that they want to play, because of some of the compositional holds that they have. And in this happenstance also, because Jing was just offline in that first half, couldn't capitalize of some of the space Forsaken would make because of the Bleed positions. But now they're getting the duels. They're getting Jing to come and get those takedowns. He was like around, what, 3 to 5 kills a while ago. Now he's at 14, ready with the res. This is Paper Rex looking to run Rampage, and we have seen many a game go like this by Paper Rex here in APAC Challengers.
And this is what I was talking about, pre-panel, where you cannot play into the hand of Paper Rex. You have to beat them tactically, not by your bronze, not by the muscle on your arms, not by your trigger finger, but by outbraining them and outthinking them and dealing with them with utility. Now, Icebox isn't a map that is the most utility heavy in that aspect. Lots of rounds decided by gunfight, and so Paper Rex have been very dominant in that for the most part throughout their APAC run. But Bleed really punishing them so far here for them basically kind of waking up cold here today. Quite apt for a map named Icebox, but Paper Rex seemingly starting to heat up. Although Bleed, they're really ready to try and counteract this. Piff gets a kill with the headhunter. A 4 stack here from Bleed, burnt down to 3. But they do have a res to burn. Jing can't even get himself up.
Yes, he's the barrier orb just for this. Come on, Forsaken, I need you. And Jing with a miracle of life to survive and take down onto Darion. And a nice punish here by Paper Rex. They wanted to peek it out for Bleed Esports towards the green boxes. And just because of those sightlines Paper Rex loves to run, it's easy pickings. 1, 2, 3, 4. You are out with an extra strike. Lennon the only one left, but Paper Rex again with another round here.
Well, maybe they didn't have to burn the res to win. Oh my goodness. I
mean, that was the bait. Look,
that's what I was getting to. Like, maybe the res itself of having Forsaken be that extra man is not what helped. But the fact is, it did bait everybody else out to peak, and that was the important fact. So basically forcing the fight when they wanted it to happen instead of being drawn out and bled for time.
Yeah, to be fair, though, let's survive there. But at the same time, you give around the Paper Rex, they'll start taking more and more. And this is now heavy momentum under the Paper Rex banner. And I can't really fault Bleed for doing that. Might as well try to be ambitious in that kind of a situation. And they did at least burn the res after everything is said and done. Now they're going to change things up. Operator is the name of the game. And if Pit gets 2 here, he can also bring out the Tour de Force for a bit more of that coverage. I kind of like 50-50 right now on this off-buy. I do think if they could run that double off later on, it can be an interesting play to just get that last round versus Paper Rex. But they do want to try and use these sightlines by Darion to stop someone like Forsaken in his tracks, knowing that Jing has just used that resurrection. So Green take right now towards that B site here for Paper Rex. And since Bleed doesn't want to contest that, Maxi instead on site and ready right behind, talking screen off the opposition.
Very fortunate for them to continue to go here towards B, because as you said, that op would have maybe stifled things towards A. Lenny does get a tag on a Bankai with his Hunter's Fury, but he's got one of his own to potentially answer back in the post plant with. They do kind of crawl up, but they're pulling back right now, Dax. Kind of maybe being dissuaded if in case there is kind of a set play here for Bleed to try and counteract back, but they're all hiding on yellow. Imagine if you just chuck the Hunter's Fury that way. How many tags did you possibly get? So Orb comes up. They now know the time is to go. They step on the pedal and they're right in gear. But look at their plant. It's all the way for that snowman. So they're going for like a snowman take, but their wall would suggest otherwise. Their wall that the Viper has put down would kind of make you think they're going for a default plant, so I'm not too sure how this will help them out in the end. They do not have a smoke for this cross. Forsaken's burned his tailwind, but he's gotten the kill on the pit, which is huge, and Lenny gets the trade-off, though Lexi's able to find one, Jing's able to get the trade-off on him as well, but he has to, there has to be one more player here, and it's going to be Darion to get that kill. 2v2 here, Dak. They're going to be playing from a yellow position. Maxi, his wall is up, but they have to know there's more here to stop. Coming in from yellow, Bankai, huge kill, 1v1, as Maxi gets the kill. Viper versus Viper, which snake will bite? Maxi around the corner, and he wins the clutch and the game! The round, map number 1 for Bleed.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't!
I'm
No
sorry,
time.
my friend.
I'm
I'm sorry,
capping.
my friend. All that gusto gone to the wayside, as well Maxi will win the fight. He cannot win the war. The ejector detonates and Paper X to stay alive, but that was a heart-wrenching moment, man.
Let me turn up the audio caster. Doesn't even know the time's ticking.
No, it's not on you, man. You were just so excited for it. But that could have been it. That could have been that victory. Paper X, though, they planted so deep, and the fact that they were able to stifle the movements of Bleed Esports in that snowman hold really put such a wrench in their pants, because you also had Darion trying to change a different gun, Pit falling down, removes a bit more of that in-game shot calling alongside what we get here. While even though Maxi is that IGL, there's just that different tempo that Pit brings. But Maxi, he is just becoming the leader in different ways here as he gets that first takedown. 5v4 right now, and Maxi wants to finish off the job that he started in the last round here.
They got the kill on the Jing, which is huge. Even though they're in an eco, this could definitely be swung their way. Lexi playing pretty far forward, something you would normally expect when they have the res up online. Forsaken taking some damage, not too much. You can tell he wants to dip back in this fight. Even without the tailwind, he's going pretty aggressive, and he's able to convert it, finding a second! And Mindfreak gets another kill here. 4v2, this could be going into the final round of regulation. Look at that way, Lenny finds a double with the Sheriff! Divide, able to get a trade, though, with a tour de force. It's all on the Maxi. 1v2. Trying to be sure nobody's coming from that A-long position, and he's walked his way into orange. Can he peel this fruit open? I think he's done it once. He can do it again.
Here he comes. Bit of vitamin M coming your way, and Maxi maximizes the effort there, maximizes the peak, and the fight goes down, but Mindfreak will not lose twice in a row, and Paper X will be one away from tying things up. Drink the vitamins here, guys, because we need all the energy we can get for a series like this. What looked to be a Bleed Esports victory is now coming in closer and closer to a potential Paper X overtime. And while Lenny had an incredible effort there with that Sheriff from up top, Paper X already had that point. They had those numbers. He had the angle. Mindfreak there getting the right peak this time towards Maxi. And here we go. Up for the hands of Forsaken, a full arsenal ready for it. Let's see who can get the jump on the other coming into this round.
He has the off on attack. First time we've seen this here in this series from Paper Rex. He's got blades to burn as well. Chuck out if the fighting gets a bit too close. Oh, this dissipates though. Tour de force here from Pith could propose to be deadly. He's watching underneath that too. Jing, 3 orbs from his res, so that's not going to come anytime soon. But we know Jing can easily make up for that real quick, especially if he gets an ultimate orb here to add onto that. But they might give it to Mindfreak because he now has his pit to actually use here for the post plant and even for the plant itself. Lexi once again playing really close to the yellow Dax, which I'm not too sure it's the right idea considering he's got res.
It's gonna be absolutely risky right now. Bleed Esports gonna be right behind this Viper's pits. Maxi now looking to cover Lexi's retreat while he gets a breath of fresh air and get his HP and armor back. And in this instance now, Paper Rex playing it quite slow here, black and blue. A sea of green in the way. Finally, gets a movement here from Paper Rex as they want to get closer and closer to the site. Forsaken over onto the west side. He wants to get even deeper towards here at B. And Jing will go for the plant for the nice pick off by Forsaken. That's going to be Divide on the board. 5v3 already. Paper Rex going rampage. And they want to rampage themselves towards that overtime score line. But Lexi will find Forsaken in response. There's still the operator in the hands of Darion, but such a difficult retake here. Lexi now with the res onto Maxi, but Maxi is brought back to his demise by Benkai. BRX trying to go for the hold. Here comes Jing, gets the takedown on the face. Another one, Lexi, and it's just 1, 2, 3 for King Jing. We go to OT, courtesy of Paper X.
Jingle bells for whom they have tolled. In this case, it's going to be the death of Bleed for that regulation round. Great recovery here from Paper Rex. And as we said, Dax, even at the 10-2, attack, defend, it's only just a suggestion. And we're in the simulation that Paper Rex have put us through. Let's see how well we can really do in the deficit. And man, they have played 10 rounds perfectly here on their attacking side. Attacker-sided map, perhaps really confirmed.
You know, this reminds me of the Grand Finals 7YSG. There's a reason why Bleed Esports also banned that Fracture. They had such a big lead, and then Paper X came back at them and won it out later on into the game. So timeout right now by Bleed Esports. They have just seen everything fall apart right in front of them. And we're just getting a little too much ambition here for Bleed Esports right now on the defense. They're not able to utilize those cheeky plays by Maxi. We're not really getting many of those trademark holds courtesy of Pit. Instead, they're ambitiously dueling. And when they get online here for Paper Rex, even a split second, a quarter of a second of a 1v1, that's enough for someone like Jing just take control of the battle. And you saw it there. Split second moments where he had that timing, that it was just a duel, that it was just one guy right in front of him, and as soon as the next guy would swing, he would be ready for it. He would already get the reset and look for the flick into the takedown. It's crazy how Paper X is just one of those momentous teams that when they have that kind of momentum, when they have that kind of push, and when they feel like all their shots are hitting, it's just absolute accuracy for them. I would love to see the headshot percentage later on after this game, because Paper X has just been able to crack those skulls round per round in the second half.
And, you know, I just want to clear things up because I know people will start thinking of it. They're not throwing, and they're not necessarily getting complacent because they lost at 10-2, or rather they were up 10-2, but they were getting confident, and that can be misplaced sometimes over. You can see them taking a lot more duels on the defensive side. When on attack, they were really diligent about, let's wait around this corner. Let's see if we can actually flush this out properly instead of, going for the duel. And for a team that doesn't have much flashes, actually no flashes at all, their only way to really gather that peak is to have information taken by a player like Lenny here, or Sova. Now, on defense, that could really spread them on out. It is an attacker-side map, and we know Paper Rex are much more proficient on their attack than their defend on pretty much almost every single map, so that does help them on out. But right now, Paper Rex, rather Bleed, after their timeout, hallmarks of great teams are the ones that can come back after a timeout. I believe Bleed are very, very capable of winning this attacking round. Divide, though, has something to say about that. When they show their shoulder, I think he's going to take him right at the heart.
Oh, the ponytail was tempting. And it just whizzes by, cuts a bit of that hair. So, Paper X, they do know that's an op in hand. Bleed Esports rather, it's an op in hand. And for Bleed, it's time to breathe. Try to get a breath of fresh air as they go towards that A side. Darian right now, over onto the eastern side, wants to cover that default as much as possible. But looking behind, Forsaken and Jing trying to play the flag. Darian, though, perfectly placed with the reticle. Defy, he's gonna go down, and the gamble there from Paper X doesn't pay off as much. But a slower play here from Bleed might lead into trouble unless this Viper of Maxi gets the shot on to the opposition. They get the wall on up though. Here, Black and Blue, Bleed Esports, all over the sites. And Jing with a few taps, Fit goes down. Forsaken is there, and a small lapse by the Bleed backline. But Darian and Lena, they swing a step on up. 2v2 situation, White Freak is on the board. Forsaken comes on in to get the jet on, and it's all up to Lexi right now. Takes down Mind Freak. Lexi down below. Forsaken will play, but he misses the shot, and Lexi is right there on the side to get the slap on and give Bleed Esports another chance to wrap up this game. Map points now for Bleed.
The thing is, he was just barely off. Like, two of his blades, I think, connected. If one more would have hit Lexi, that would have been a kill for Forsaken, and could have been a very different story. But Paper X, they did something really smart there, knowing that the remix is going to be quite difficult coming in from their own spawn. They sent two down to go rotate, wrap around, go for the pincer in Jing and Forsaken. But it just doesn't work out. Paper Rex, though, their timeout to be called here, taking a pause and really talking on over. How do we address, how do we adjust, and how do we continue what we've built up throughout that entire regulation comeback in the second half? Bleed was a perfectly placed, as you said, shot, but not only that, the cloudburst, the one-way smoke he put up right in the nick of time to make things a lot more difficult for Devi was just otherworldly in timing. It really did help him win that fight on out. So Bleed, things able to convert for them. Their attacking rounds, their attacking sides have been looking spectacular, but it's where their defense has been really faltering. And that's where I'm concerned here for the Bleed squad. If this will even go into that second overtime, Paper Rex can bring us there.
Yeah, what a step up from Darion. He really is getting those first kills for the squad. But Lexi, he's finally getting those frags. He's been that low-key player ever since his start of his career, basically. And while he's put up the numbers, he knows his role in this team is to support. But when you come in clutch like that, what a moment there for Lexi under the sun. And Bleed Esports now, one round the gap. We win this one. We do not go into overtime anymore. We go to the second map, and it's Bleed, of course, with the lead in the series. People Rex now playing it slow and steady. They want to go for the pickoffs. Darion, though, ambition right now is right in front of him. And will it be actual gold or fool's gold? He goes towards attacking side. People Rex, though, a steady pace instead. Just figured out where Bleed is positioned here right now.
Walking ever forward. Forsaken. This is kind of similar to the play that they ran the last time around, but this time it's a complete fake to pull that aggro towards B. Especially if Forsaken gets a kill here, which he should. That's going to pull the rotation, but he's not expecting Pith to be that close. He should have. Can't just idly swing on by, expected defense to be so far back. Now that at the very least allows Paper Rex to get the plant off on A safely. Can they hold on to it in the post plant though? Something which has been kind of a big counterpoint that Bleed have been really, I guess, countering against them and utilizing. So it's Benkai here on the flank. This actually could be crucial. He has to be able to find the timing on this. Otherwise, Paper Rex, they could be done for map 1.
Yeah, here we go. Sights taking on away. Oh, he has to back up slower, which will be into play here. Lexi now navigating through the rafters, but Jing, he has made a field of ice against the opposition, and Lennon will slip there. Lexi falls as well. Here comes the fight getting on the board. All left now. Here's the bit though in a 1v3. Make a master happen here. No, he cannot. Reality sets in, and the bias there to move us into a second OT.
Switching
but what
sides.
a game we've
Overtime.
had so far. Map number 1, the upper bracket finals. And come on, Black and Blue. Both teams want to make it to Iceland, and it really shows right now in just this first map.
My goodness. What a great performance we've been seeing from Jing. Super high impact and super quantity of frags really here. There wasn't anything tactical about that. Yes, the rest of Paper Rex were holding things down for him, but he basically just shot them. Pretty much the epitome of a battle sage here you can find in the entirety of APAC, and doing a great job at that. But now Bleed on the attack once again. The only player defending on the A side is going to be Mindfreak. He has a very tall order to bill out.
He did a lot of things there for Jing. He threw out the slow orbs. He was like, hey, what you doing there? You don't want to step on that. Glass is painful, and my bullets hurt even more. You mentioned it. Spine Freak now. 1 versus the world here. But Paper Rex will try to take different angles, perhaps, courtesy of the Benkai and Forsaken. The push, though, now from Darion, but this time, he's unable to hit the shot. Mindfreak would run with 2 perfect state with the snake bite. But Lexi and Maxi do get the trades and Bleed a chance now to go towards an A side, but no, Big Boss Jing is here yet again. And you can hear the alarm bells ringing here for Bleed Esports because Paper Rex, they're on the hunt. And now this is their part to rampage on. Points, map points.
Switching sides. Match
What
point.
a performance, man. Coming in here from Jing. I think he's the absolute MVP of this one if they're able to bag the win off of that comeback. How many reses has he had in this entire game? How many frags has he gotten off of those 2? 14-13. Paper Rex, after being down 8 rounds going to the second half, they have now taken the lead here, finally, in overtime. Bit of a tech pause, I do believe. Paper Rex. Oh, it's a timeout rather. No black and white, so I would have thought that monochrome meant pause. Timeout, dude.
They probably just ran out of games. Like, no, we have a timeout because of OT. Rules are rules there, Black and Blue. We're learning a few things. Yeah, just like, we like it.
Usually not quite familiarized with the rules.
I mean, same here. Just...
You ever skip school?
I kind of just learned along the way to be like, oh, you can do this. Oh, you can't do this, apparently. And so like, oh, a long technical pause. Ah, I see. Things left unsaid in behind. But you know what we can say here? Paper Rex has just done it again right now. They're putting the pressure on. We've seen many a game look to come to the opposition's way, and then suddenly PR says, nope, our win, our game, and Jing from the bottom to the top. Now he's here with the 24 kills. Forsaken there with 23 right behind him, and this is the difference again. Forsaken, if he's gonna be sacrificing life, someone has to step on up, and that usually is Jing there, who's able to capitalize on the space that he's given. Bleed Esports looking more and more lost here against the momentum of Paper Rex, and while they could rely a while ago on the potential first kills from the Jet there, with Paper Rex this on point with the shots, it's been difficult for Darion to get that kind of value that consistently. So now it's a time Forsaken has the operator.
Well, it's Maxi on the off here on the defensive side. He's definitely not opposed to using that. I would have expected Pith to be picking it up though. But granted, it is Maxi holding on to B long. You would have expected the flip side to be what is more commonly used. That drone will actually tag him out, and that gives away information that he is playing the op there, but they bait and switch. It's Pith now double dipping into this. He does have his rendezvous to back on out, but he can't overpeak. But he finds the right timing to get a kill here. Great rendezvous. After the kill, bring it to a 4v4. To read, they can be quite difficult for this operator.
Yeah, safer snap there, just going for the 1v1, but Jing will just push on forward and look for even more. Hittle coming in close, has the angle as Jing tries to set things up, and this time it's Bleed Esports defending that rampage coming, but the Vibe Forsaken are right there, and Paper Rex will roar again. The frozen crown still stays on their head, and Icebox will not be claimed by Bleed. It's Paper Rex with a one-map lead.
You saw Forsaken in that last cam was absolutely exhilarated from that win. They all are. What an amazing comeback, and they know it. What they just did is something that does not come by easy, and they are really making a case for themselves to be the definite #1 team here in the tournament. But they need one more series to do that, and after if they go to the grand finals, they're gonna have to prove it there. But so far they're looking almost unbeatable and indomitable. These guys are
the Empire of Paper Rex, not just immortal but absolutely radiant, and they win it out again on Icebox. This started with a 2-10 scoreline, and the indomitable efforts of Paper Rex to will themselves to that victory, to step on up when needed to the most. They're able to accomplish it in spades, but what an effort there by Bleed Esports. A little bit more of that trauma coming in that they couldn't finish off the job. Incredible plays there by Pit and Maxi especially. You can see that mid control was just the biggest decider for Bleed Esports in that first half. But coming into the second, we saw the online setup there of Jing. Mind Freak again. When the going gets tough, he is there to wake on up. The Vibe with the snipes. Ben Kai making it work with the Sova, but Forsaken again. You cannot count this player out. It hasn't been the most explosive. It hasn't been the 2-for-1 guarantee that we've seen him do in many a series, but it got the job done anyway. And Paper Rex get away with it.
Wow, man, Paper Rex, the dinosaurs here, tyrannously somehow survive the Ice Age set upon them. The cold streak of that start, they heat up when they need it the most. Forsaken and Jing, those really two front-facing spears of theirs, still find out somehow finding the gaps, chinks in the armor here of Bleed Esports. And Paper Rex, it has to be a heartbreaker for Bleed when you lose a map like that, when in your head, that was ours, we should have had it, and yet it doesn't go that way. And sometimes these type of close matches, they hurt more than a quick, 13-1, 13-2. And this is really a map that you have to look back on, and you have to really applaud how Bleed were doing to open things up, how they're able to really force Paper Rex to have to go 110%. But then you have to also applaud how Paper Rex were not just able to go up to 11, but to 12, 13, all the way up into round 14 and win it.
If I was to get a coloring book and color up Icebox right now, these are the only parts Paper Rex could play on. A-site, back of A, screens, boiler, snowman, and not even B-site itself. You could play perhaps towards yellow, and everything else was controlled by Bleed Esports, thanks to those mid takes by Maxi, thanks to the lurks there, courtesy of Hit, and it was just so so efficient and effective, and he had time giving that confidence. But coming into the second round, we really didn't get that much that kind of pace from the side of Bleed Esports. When they tried to be ambitious, they would get punished. They'd end up in the duels. And those were the moments that we say, okay, you just don't want to beat Paper Rex like that. But then again, if you're not getting that map control, it becomes Paper Rex coming more and more online. And like I said, players Mindfreak really stepping on up. He had a bit of a low-key performance there, but when it came in clutch, he was there when he needed to the most. And even better for those B-side takes, he was right there forging to separate those sightlines as much as possible. And I remember the round where we thought it was all over. But the thing is, Paper Rex again, so cheeky with the spike. They wanted to go for that snowman control right all the way to the back. That's why they planted there. But since they brought the action towards the yellow box there instead, when Mindfreaks even lost out in the fight, Maxi was way too far off to go for that defuse, and that gave Paper Rex still the lifeline there. And any threats that Paper Rex takes and makes, you know they're still alive to fight and win they did. So what a map number one. We go into second very, very soon, but this is the upper bracket finals, and the winner here will be going to Iceland for APAC. Daxi with Black and Blue, and we'll see you guys in a bit for more of the APAC Challengers.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. My talent is wasted. It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Losses I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke, taking the road.
Iceland beckons for MYSG, and with the win on Icebox, Paper X is just one victory away from getting those boarding passes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the upper bracket finals. MYSG versus MYSG, and Dax here with Black and Blue. And here we go, Bleed Esports versus Paper X. We're going into the second map, and that will be splits. And I gotta ask you here, Black and Blue, any thoughts for this map pick? And I wonder, who again picked this map?
It definitely was, I mean, a very, very curious decision coming from Bleed. It was Bleed who was able to pick that map right, but they gotta put some salt on this because, well, Paper X, they've definitely sprinkled the pepper all over this match. It seems like there was a lot too much spice for them to handle here coming on the Bleed side, so I'm really wondering what the game plan was. It seemed like, though, that they were able to have an amicable map number 1 at the very least, bringing it to double overtime, as I am very, very forgetful, but still, we're moving on to map number 2 and going on Split. This is another map that Paper X are very, very well renowned for.
Yeah, absolutely adept on both sides, and it gets scary because you have not only Forsaken, but Jing also getting in your face and getting at you as much as possible. Tight corridors means that you might have to end up dueling, and I really wonder what Bleed is gonna bring now coming into Split. But I'm still looking to what Pit and Maxi can really do. Those lurks, those holds with the chamber, it was something to watch out for. And in such a tight map like this here, Nico, I really feel like we're gonna get even more incredible things here from Pits. But if Paper X is rampaging, running away with it again and again, and feeling so fired up after that first map, then you're gonna expect Paper X to just keep taking rounds in a row here.
And that is where Paper X are so deadly. As I say a lot of times over, the compositions are kind of like a heat check when you see it. Although it was a kind of mirror match on Icebox, I think we're gonna get a very different look here for Split for both of these teams. We're not gonna get a mirror match. We know that Paper X, if they don't pull into Sage for a Split, a lot of times they kind of like to flex on over to have them kind of go for the Jet Reyna, with Jing being on that Reyna, Forsaken obviously, who else, to be on that Jet. And that's where they really do shine well, when they just basically allow their very, very mechanically gifted players to be able to just frag on that and really just pop off and have everything going their way. And when it doesn't, that is when teams like Bleed can really capitalize on. That's what we saw from the first opening half. You have to beat Paper X with utility. You cannot play into their hand, give them the gunfight, because when you go for the Mexican standoff, they have the quickest trigger finger amongst everybody in the land.
Yeah, different kind of Singapore sling here that's happening. But I kind of want to point this out. Let's talk about the map pool overall. And it really feels like it does have more of a advantage going to Paper X. And I'm both impressed and intrigued why Bleed would let some of these certain map picks come. Because if I look back to their Grand Finals matchup, Icebox was the decider all the way at the end, if ever. And Split was actually the ban there by Bleed towards Paper X. So Bleed knows exactly what's going to be going on, what they can bring coming into this map. And I wouldn't be surprised that it might actually end up with Bleed having to play a little bit into the Paper X playstyle. We just usually say, don't do it. It is not a good idea. It is scary. It is dangerous. But coming into potential compositions, I'm really expecting double duels to come from both sides. It will be Jet Raze for Forsaken and Jing. I think we talked about that a while ago. But coming for Bleed Esports, there's still a player that can play a mean Raze all the way back to his SMG days, and that is Lexi. So if he wants to step one up even more, so be the star right now alongside Darion, then they might have to dare to duel coming into this map.
I think that's what they're gonna, I guess, end up doing, at least here for their side, but I'm just not hopeful for Bleed if that's what their game plan really is. As I said, the only way to beat Paper X is with utility, and when a team like, Xerxo can even do that against them, then it kind of makes you wonder, what now do you bring? What other else can you bring to the table against this Paper X squad? Because a lot of the teams that they have faced are ones that are more based on utility than kind of fighting, maybe like Full Sense would be opposedly, but it's very difficult for this Bleed team to just play into the hand of Paper X and still win it on out. I do think the game plan here, as I said, is going to have to play a lot of those trap setups as they were doing a while ago on, their defense. But even though it was more favorable for them on the attack, the way that they were playing their attack was very viable, and I think it can still continue on here over on Split. Use your information, flash peek when you have to. Don't just go for the dry stuff, because that can make it very rough here for the Bleed side. And Paper X, once again, the one thing that they love to do is have the opposing side dry peek them. And when you have a chamber, and when your comp is based around that chamber like an icebox, you can see exactly why, even from a 10-2 deficit, they're able to come back onto that, because that's exactly what they want, especially when they're playing under attack.
Yeah, good advice there. Never come in dry into split there, my friend. And it really goes to show for PaperX, I think the biggest thing that they do coming into a split map is how they flip the script. You just say, okay, split, defending sided, no problem, it's all good. And in many regions, that's the case. But coming into APAC, coming into SCA especially, because of the frag potential, there are teams that say, we can make this attacking sided. We can just go at you and shatter your confidence that you can go for the hold. And that's what exactly PaperX did there versus South Built Esports. And the thing against that matchup with the Lone PH Hopeful Den was, South Built, renowned for that split defense. That was their biggest foundation coming into a split map, giving them that confidence. And the PaperX just decides to completely step on it as much as possible, to the point, mind you, that since Forsaken and Jing plus Mind Freak, and when Benkai needs to, they would be getting the kills. I saw the Vice scoreline. He had 4 kills, 10 assists. He would do this. I'll tell you right now. A day in the life of the Vi on split. Step 1, watch people kill in front of you. Step 2, bring the wall. Put the wall. Step 3, spike plant. Step 2 and 3, interchangeable. Step 4, win. Optional, res. And that was it. So it's scary to think how much map control PaperX can just get by initiating on the opposition so many times.
And kind of dipping in and out of the fight, even when they don't have agents that you expect them to kind of use to utilize that, like a chamber, like a Reyna. You see Jing doing it with the Sage. Basically, he's like, okay, I'm gonna slow this part out, I'm gonna wall this part out, and I'm gonna kill everybody else in my vision. And that's exactly what he's been super proficient at. The Battle Sage of all Battle Sages you are going to find. And that is just perfect for him, because he's obviously one of the most gifted players. But we have to talk about how the utility has been helping him do that. I think, honestly, when you have to look back on that map, yes, on the scoreboard, things might suggest it was Jing, it was Forsaken, who had very great performances. But Mind Freak, dude, was absolutely influential. They wouldn't have maybe even gotten those 2 rounds that they did on the opening half if not for Mind Freak in the first place, who has been an absolute veteran, playing with them for so long, for so many years right now. And he has been that real big anchor that has been holding them on down. Many people have kind of looked at him to be one of the lesser performing, players on this PaperX squad last year, especially. But, with the meta changes and everything, I always thought that he's still a very, very important part of this puzzle. Him and Benkai are huge. Everybody knows Ibai, especially since he was kind of the flex last year on. He's kind of, once again, flex into different roles right now, but his position is also huge, arguably one of the best, if not the best FPS player in Malaysia to have come out in the past decade, and he's already very, very renowned for just how much he does off the screen, off the scoreboard. And even though he's maybe on a fragging agent like Chamber, it isn't necessarily about the quantity for him, but rather the quality. And that's where PaperX do really good. They might be kind of a gung-ho team, but they know how to give themselves quality looks and quality opportunities to really win those gunfights.
I think it's a good point to talk about, actually, how both teams have flexed on over. And for Bleed Esports, it's a little bit simpler than that. Then they had, if I remember correctly, in the MYSG side, Flaring and First Love, they took the roles of Pit Maxi anyway. So when Pit and Maxi were ready, they could just be subbed on in and everything was good to go. Flexi has always been that flex. He can play pretty much a Raze, he can play Initiator, he can play that kind of stage for a team. Lena has always been that Sova, and Darion has always been basically that duelist that can pop off if given a good day. But on the other side, you mentioned it, the Vi used to be the one flexing on over to the duelist instead when they had Shiba, but now it's Jing because of his background. Benkai is the one who picks up that Sova role, and many a time actually they either forgo the Sova or forgo the Sentinel, or sometimes even both, which has been such an adjustment really in the playstyle of the backline there of PaperX. And it has actually worked out even better for them. They have been more potent. Mindfreak has become even more clutch and even more, I'd say, confident with his abilities. And it's really interesting how PaperX still looks the same, but also different. At its core, it does feel like they still have Forsaken making all that noise, but all the micro adjustments they've made and the lessons they've really learned from LCQ and how they underperformed there they are bringing it right now here into APAC Challengers. For Bleed, it's not that kind of history. Even if you think from that roster that was able to beat Paper Rex back then, that's almost completely gone. It's almost completely different roster. I think maybe Lexi's the only one who stayed around from that iteration. So coming into a new main 5, a new setup here for Bleed Esports, they really have to prove themselves versus Paper Rex because they have always been looking up at them. They've always been trying to chase after this Paper Rex squadron, and they have the chance right now to do so. But when they were almost there for that medal, it just slipped from their grasp there on Icebox.
That's a heartbreaker of a loss, and as I like to say many times, just like a relationship, those long drawn out close ones are more painful to let go over ones that just
he's not here.
simply
He's not here.
run around.
It's just you.
It isn't. We're kind of missing our third to make the story a bit more appropriate, a bit more.
He was there casting a while
close
ago.
to home. You know what I'm saying? We saw each other the other day. Some of you might know for other Valorant stuff, but well, we're just kind of walking about here.
Yeah, we've been hanging out a lot,
It's a tech
honestly.
pause.
I mean, obviously, guys, when it's podcast moment, it just means it's a tech pause happening. But we have been hanging out quite a lot, and I really feel like coming into this last week, everyone feels so much energized. We have seen these knockouts be absolute slobber knockers, and most of the matches have been absolutely incredible. The last hopes for this nation, from this region to the other. And a while ago, it was a possibility for Indonesia versus Indonesia, Thailand versus Thailand, but we got one hopeful from each coming into the series later on. And I kind of want to talk about that as we're almost ready to get into the game. So the loser of the series will be facing off against the winner of the next series tomorrow as our first series, if that makes any sense. So it's Sersha versus Boom right after Paper Rex versus Bleed. And whoever loses right now, they'll be facing off against either that top Thai team or that top Indonesian squad. And the interesting part about it is both teams have a different kind of system. It does feel like Sersha and Boom Esports have kinda, gotten influences from one another and can look pretty similar in certain aspects. And it really will be an interesting battle there to see who can still try and vie for that slot into Iceland. But we have waited long enough. And our topic now of conversation will be the agent select. Do we get the double duelists and the stages here into play? The answer is a yes for the side of Paper Rex, but Bleed Esports, it's a change on up. Maxi actually going to be running the Brimstone right now. And I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the last time they played here against South Esports, this was not the configuration they had here.
Yeah, especially on a map like Split, something you kind of would have expected things to go the other way. This time, though, flexing on over. I mean, Bleed, they are a really good team. When it comes to Split, they did, as you say, beat Naos Esports, but their composition was quite different. They had the Raze on board that time. This time, Lenny going on that breach. They have the Brimstone as well, and previously we've seen them on the Omen. And for the Sentinel, completely different as well, from Killjoy to now a Sage. So, actually, well, they did have a Killjoy, they did have a Sage back then, but now they don't have that Killjoy. They go for the Cypher, rather. Apologies, I'm getting myself mixed up, but it's Paper Rex who come out with basically what we kind of expect from them. Double duelist, and they have the Omen, so aggression is really where they're really gonna kind of cement themselves here on this Split map. There are times we've seen Jane kind of flex on over to Arena, but the last time that they did play Split against South Built, they did have this exact same core composition, and this roster has been very, very efficient at making that work.
Yeah, exactly that. And when you have someone like Bedkai Comfy on the Cypher, he can just lock down the site and play all these interesting different angles that can make your head just hurt every single time. But this is such a do or die composition here for Bleed Esports. A heavy commit perhaps with the smokes with the Brimstone. The Molly sure for the stall, and an orbital strike well placed onto the site can be an instant win condition. And I'm looking at Bleed Esports right now, and I feel like that's one of the game plans. When you play Brim and Breach together, of course, you can go for the stalls with the utilities, but when the ultimates are online, they can really change the pace of these tighter sites. And we see this sometimes on Ascent towards the B side. We see it here on Splits for both sides, and especially if you're going to be holding by the train station there at A, then maybe if Bleed Esports can rack up the kills early, get the advantage in terms of utilities and ultimates, they can just suddenly make a round that looks lost to them a victory for Paper Rex.
You know, putting themselves in bad situations is something that so many times over they're able to shoot their way out of, and it's normally not what you'd kind of suggest. You know, you kind of want to be out of those bad situations as often as possible, but Paper Rex, even when they're down in the mud, they still somehow find that rope to pull themselves out of it. And that playmaking ability, that basically gunfighting skill that they have, be able to come in clutch when it matters the most, is really a big factor that, while it does show on the scoreboard, yes, at the end of the day, although there is just more of that you will see coming into the server when we do actually go in a split. Now, I do think, though, that composition-wise on the opposing side here, for Bleed, they do have a pretty good comp to try and make things a lot more difficult for the Paper Rex side, especially the fact that they have a breach, which, as I talked about, you want to beat this team with utility, and there are very few agents that can bring the type of utility that Breach does and do it so effectively, especially on a map like Split. So many tight corners, so many smaller alleys, that his stuns and his, flash points are going to be really, really influential when it does come down to it, both defensive and attacking sides here, Dax. When you look at Paper Rex, they know that this is something they can handle. Not the first time they went up against similar composition, although there haven't been too many moments where we have seen that Brimstone come on in either. And I do think that this is going to make everything a lot more difficult, especially on Paper Rex's attacking side, where plants are going to come in very, very difficult. They've got those mollies, they have the potential orbital strike, they have slow orbs and so much utility like the aftershock to make things a lot more difficult and to really kind of bleed down the time when it does go in for the Paper Rex plant. So I think this split map, although last one was pretty close, this one could be very close as well.
I'm excited for this one, honestly, because Bleed Esports, they're bringing their A-game here, they're bringing their all, and this is just a big testament to what Paper Rex and Bleed Esports are all about. Let's look at their influences. Bleed Esports, half Singaporean, half Swedish, having that EU playstyle in them, but Paper Rex has exemplified SEA supremacy, having those players from Indonesia, from Singapore, and Malaysia even. So it's a clash of styles, a clash of backgrounds, and a clash which has Paper Rex now with a one-map lead. We're going to be getting into the game, and you can see that MyFreak wants to make a play already. There's a quick wall, though, courtesy of Lexi. Forsaken trying to break it, and the counter wall is there! Left on up to the high heavens for the Bleed Esports. Finds the answers immediately. 3 kills here for Bleed Esports. And to start things off, the walls are up, but Paper Rex tumble on down here.
They go for an A rush, but quickly brushed off here by Bleed. And Paper Rex stunned at the opener here on Split. Attacking side is where they're notorious for. Even in that aspect, they've been kind of stifled here to start things off. But Benkai, he's retrieved a spike. What can you really do in the moment? Bargain amazing, heroic 1v5 clutch, an ace clutch. I think these cards are getting all out of hand. He's going to have to hit again next round.
Come on, Benkai. No. Look, Benkai is really good at winning rounds, but mostly in post-plant. Not in that kind of situation. So nice try. Good stuff. Interesting start though. And that's the thing. Big Rex and Bleed Esports, they have to know each other right now. And Bleed decides to say, hey, we're gonna put the wall in front of you. You guys cannot get on through. And Paper Rex says, no, we want to go. We want to fight. And what happens? They get shot in the face. So good stuff from Bleed Esports, getting that first defensive win. And not only that, perhaps we're gonna see more and more value there from what the Breach can really do if Paper Rex clusters up in many of these tighter angles here.
Well, the buy here be absolutely one-sided in Bleed's favor. Paper Rex still trying to go for this ace site. Tripwire is going to keep him at bay. They do go in there unless they spy it out beforehand. Dash, probably going to catch Forsaken. That's a very difficult Tripwire to catch off guard because of the angle of it. It finds its mark. Alexi, being diligent, not to overextend, not to go too deep. He did kind of wall himself off just a bit, but that does help him filter out and isolate the angles that he wants to engage. Able to somehow fall back as well on the cross, and then he gets a trade for him.
And Bleed Esports now trying to play the waiting game. Oh, that's a nice molly to scare off MyFreak, and Pit will drop on down along the way. Nice cleanup here from Bleed Esports. A lot more methodical this time, and this was the success that brought them a good lead in the first half there on Icebox. And that restraint, that discipline needs to be there in spades yet again if they want to get this victory here versus Paper Rex. But they're on the defense, and that was their better buy there with the anti-eco. So 2-0 right now. Paper Rex, let's see what you got as the gun should be out.
Guns ablaze, and this is where Paper Rex set things on fire typically. Well, that did take a while to really activate on Icebox. Although now they're on the attacking side, which we do know to be their more proficient one. Trying to go for a bit of a split here. Mid-take is what they're going to be going. Isolating, going for like a 1-3-1 split. On split, very aptly enough. But there isn't much mid-control to fight back here from Bleed's side. So they're really, I think, ready to give that up, realizing that with the weapons they have at hand, the bigger picture here is to hold on to the sites themselves and play those closer angles, except for Darion, obviously, who's got that operator in his hands, although no one's really coming his way, so if it ever does come to a retake, it could be quite difficult for him to get that going.
Yeah, you're such a punny man there, my friend, but
Cover going out.
Rex now looking for opportunity to start things off. A bit of the vibe for the mid control. Give them those angles towards that A tower, towards B tower, and at least a happenstance perhaps for PRX to go even forward. And we see this a lot from PRX. Benkai loves to just hold towards A main, wait for those opportunities, sneak by himself over the tower if ever. And if they find an opening, that can be a potential Ben's pinch, if ever that's the case. But Benkai again, making plays happen versus Vince. Here we go though with the molly, but Forsaken, he holds the angle with the op. And Lexi unwisely goes down there as Darion tries to duel with Benkai here on the other side. Ball though into play. And Paper Rex did not see that one coming. Darion with his own off. Big gamble here for both sides. Paper Rex right now, they'll be to navigate towards B instead. Maxi though trying to hold, but the slow walk will lead to his demise. Jing quicker on the trigger finger. Here they come towards B. And Jing's even gonna go climb up that wall. A bit of parkour perhaps for the flank. All about to stall here, but Mike
10 seconds left.
On away
Last
and
enemy
put the spike down
remaining.
on the default. Divide with protection, and this should
Spike
be it
planted.
for Paper Rex. Darion can't go for the 1v3 with the op. Paper Rex navigate their way to this round win.
That's actually an underrated thing about Omen, is that he's one of the best spike planters because of the fact that he has 2 shadow steps. He can just TP in and out for those plants when it does matter. And you can see that even with that kind of cross being held with the aftershock, keeping them at bay, able to make that crossfire viable. Now, Devi was able to get the kill, but even if he didn't, you know, Mind Freak would have been the perfect spot to trade off of. That's something I think does go understated. Now, Darion, all he has to do is find a pick here. If Jin comes his way, which it doesn't, then maybe it would have been more fortunate, but in this case, he does get to save the operator. Yeah, no one coming his way. He's safe. They save the op. Attacking op from Forsaken, though. Something you won't really expect in round number 3. But he brings it out and does make it work.
I mean, they both brought an op this early into splits. When do you see that only against 2 teams that know each other this well? The thing is, a little unfortunate for Bleed Esports. I reckon they should have had a stronger hold there from both Maxi as well as their Sage. But at the same time, since they committed their utilities a bit early on the side and they were just walking on in, trying to anticipate the Paper Rex push, Paper Rex was already in position, and we've seen this time and time again, especially with what Jin can do in terms of movement. He is just so willing to hold that W down, find those small angles to come from, and get those kind of kills anyway. Could have been even scarier through the alleyway if ever Paper Rex found the opportunity. But the guns are still out here for Bleed Esports. They've gotten the buys. Cloudburst is there to try and blockade the vision towards male as Jing wants to advance even further. It's Paper Rex again, going for more and more of that mid take, but this time Benkai is actually with them.
Just waiting very patiently. This is an off angle, but almost sometimes you can consider it an on angle because people do expect it. Great bait and switch from Forsaken, but Lenny is able to catch out Jing there and holds on to that vent position for the meantime. A huge pick for them to find. Lexi with the Bulldog, biting ever so deadly. Then his Bark. Forsaken is found 2, could go for a 3rd. Does get hit by the rolling thing. Actually barely dodges it.
No,
he knows. Oh my goodness, it just falls right into his hand stacks. How fortunate was he able to find that? But Lenny, he's still here on default. They have no idea. Not even able to get the kill. Benkai coming in big when they needed it. And 2-2, Paper Rex tie the game up.
Oh, that falls apart for Bleed Esports. And I just love to see how that really went again. Even the replay with that Rolling Thunder. Mostly screwing over Lexi. He gets pushed in forward, and that was just easy pickings there for Forsaken. Nice snipes, though, by Forsaken to start things off. And yeah, so this Rolling Thunder actually doesn't hit Forsaken. And look at him. Since the concuss is there, doesn't want to waste the blades whatsoever. Also wants to get a knife kill for Style. And from that point on, Benkai's tower position was just instrumental for that. That could have been the punish from Paper Rex anyway against the Sage. But at the same time, that was Paper Rex shooting themselves, shooting their way rather towards that B site, since Jing fell off early on. So less chances for Paper Rex to go for a plan B. It was all about that B side instead, thanks to Forsaken. And they just had the right pinch at the right time to win out the run. So well played with the high ground control yet again by Paper Rex. And a 2-for-2 scoreline. Bleed Esports now on the lesser buys here.
Great shot here by Forsaken, holding things down, but they're on the flank. There's two players. That's Darion finding the opening pick here. Not able to find anything more. Jing knows the opposing stage on Lexi. He's very close. Not able to land a shot as well. A body would have been able to do it. The Pith finds a double off the spray down with the Sheriff letting each shot loose from the revolver he's got in his hand. Phantom retrieved. Neural theft activated. Information gathered. Still isn't able to win the gunfight. Devi landing it there. His turn, his try on the Sage. It's really coming in big here. Paper Rex, they take the lead.
Yeah, not even a bad round there for Bleed Esports, though. At least they got a few kills along the way. Darion and Pit, as you mentioned, just getting the takedowns along the way. And I feel like for Bleed Esports, that's a sign of an angle that they can anticipate the blast back hops, the dashes. That's what the duelists can do. Paper Rex, if they're not at the ready whatsoever, especially with Forsaken only with the operator right now, there might just be a small timing, a small window of opportunity that Bleed Esports can take here. We'll start off again with Paper Rex. They stack towards A, but if they have an inkling that the operator is here, then it's high time to back on out. The camera might have gotten the information they needed there.
Bleed on the gun round now once more. Darion back on the operator. Might take things from a distance. Maybe not let Paper Rex close that gap. All the way here on the screens, but the cross was smoked. That allows Forsaken to try and re-angle himself. But he's the only one who has been able to cross. They can burn. Maybe Cyber Cage here. Just for that. Oh, they do the bait and switch once more. This time, though, not connecting here for Forsaken. It was a very good attempt at that. We now know that there is much more presence here in A than initially it might have seemed, so they're going straight for the site, not wanting to take the ramps nor having control. Could be crucial. But Jing has somehow stuck his way in that.
Oh, here we go, Jing again. Look at these cheeky little rays getting closer and closer. And Forsaken saw that coming. The beret is there, but he can't hit the shots whatsoever. This time, though, not gonna miss the mark on the center of mass. Jing also with a takedown. And look how far Jing is able to go. Spread your wings and fly, Mr. Jing, as he wants to go for the thing on this another one. But a showstopper is here. And Happy New Year to Lexi, as he will get blown up to smithereens there. That tower will tumble here for Bleed Esports, as Paper X now will try to take command. Nice shot though from there to prevent his own demise. And this should be Paper X getting this round win, but exits yet again are the call. And Lene, no need of help in the sewers. He's waiting into the corner. And oh, Benkai, goodbye. Oh man, that was so close.
Lene. What are you doing, Lene? He's able to at least survive here. Phantom in hand, bring that on over. They are on that max lost bonus, I do believe. 3 rounds that have given up in a row. So they should be able to buy here, although it will be a bit scrappy, especially after they save the operator. Could potentially drop one. But Jing, so far forward. For most teams, from many coaches, analysts, they look at that, they're like, Jing's overextended. But no, not for him, not when it's Jing.
No, okay, this is what I've noticed. Because Jing is in a position that he's ready to shoot at the angle. I think one mistake that other players do against him, and he takes advantage of, is the other side is expecting to swing wider, right? Because as we saw there on the screens, Jing was already in position for an angle, and Pit was still taking one more step to the left just to have a better angle coming into these screens to check out what may come from the doorway, somewhere a little deeper onto the wall to his right instead. But since Jing is just so willing to push that far forward and willing to anticipate the duel anyway, he's there at the right position and at an earlier time than expected. And this is what I've noticed again for PRX, that they love to extend their reaches on the attacking side. They mess up the timings here on Split on where you're gonna peak those initial instincts. And I think the biggest example was that towards the vents for Southfield, where he just saw two lined up as they were waiting in the center of the ropes instead. So PPGL, no Neon, no Brimstone, they still mess up whatever timings that can happen here coming into this game. Right now, they're just rampaging yet again, one more round per round here on the attacking side.
So summarize that, Dax. Jing good.
Jing great.
Jing very good, very great.
Amazing.
Amazing. Quite, in many ways. Here, this time though, PPGL is actually going for kind of a ramp in Heaven's Take. One of the more better ways to take the A site, and we've seen this angle be played by Mindfreak quite often. It's been, we saw them catch Southfield out in their last matchup on Split, and it does like abusing that teleport shadow step to really get himself in places unknown, places unexpected. Utilize that to its full extent. Darion does have blades to pop here. The rest of his team not so fortunate in that aspect. Forsaken will be hampered just quite a hair, and Darion finds that huge kill for him to find. But can they snowball this into ever more? Jing falling back. They know that there's way too much heat here on the A site, and Bravo is where they shall commence. Oscar, Mike out, and Bankai on the move, finding the kill here on Lenny. Hero theft as well to gather information. Darion, huge pick to find Bankai. Brings it down to a 4v3. Heavily in the favor, at least man advantage-wise, of Bleed, but the weapons just aren't there to capitalize on. He does get to think of it as well. Jing, so deadly in these tight corners. We've seen this many times over Dax, but Darion's looking his way. He knows not to overstay his welcome, but Phil finds double kill on Devi here. Perfect paranoia to support him. Supported Brave, supported aggression. They have two operators. They pick up one, and that's Darion finding another. A third goes his way. Classic to push him in, and Devi, absolutely huge play from him, and a great support from Mindfreak.
That breaks the Bleed. That is live. It's absolutely broken right now. And did you just see just how the push and pull of PaperX works there? As Mindfreak sets up those paranoias so well. So Jing drops down, and the Vi comes in instead. Bleed again, trying to go for the trace, trying to go for the takedown. But the problem is, look at this two operators. This is such a tight angle for Fit and Darion. That is just so awkward. The front line falls on the parts. And without that high ground control looking into these sites, that would have been, a Bleed Esports victory. PaperX now taking these steps to go further and further, far as the eye can see. And I see right now success here in the future of PaperX, if this keeps up. Bleed have to back on the way after they lose their Sage.
Bleed Esports walking slowly, potentially into a comeback. They've had some good rounds, just not able to close it out is a problem. Yo.
The thing is, it's just PaperX denying crucial angles in this map. They can't get control of screens here for Bleed. They can't go now towards the tower with the wall. And a while ago, right, double operator without that high ground can't peer into the sights. And that's close. And no, but he's still too busy.
One
like
enemy remaining.
Too much on the App Store. PaperX now picking apart Bleed Esports one by one. And where you think you can go, you cannot. Where you think you can cross, you shall be shot. And Bleed Esports, whether they look left, right, center, PaperX is right there waiting. Darion, he knows this is dead. This is dead. This is hell coming into him. But the demon, that is Mindfreak, whispering him, come here. Darion, you have some promises. You have some nice merch. You have some promises if you win the series and go to Iceland. Darion, I want to see those pics. Oh, Darion. Oh, he sees the pics. Oh, no. That's a too early preview for that one, Mindfreak. That's exclusive. If Bleed Esports makes it to Iceland, and the feats of Darion will be shot on up before I can get another round.
Something about him finding souls of the feet and picking off souls.
It's honestly even worse if you don't about it. I cannot say it on stream 100%.
Maybe not. Maybe we don't have.
It's a promise. Hurry, but
maybe if we were Asarai.
Forward. Oh, he would fight that.
Definitely would. Well, Paper Rex, they're passing the pizza around, and Bleed have not been getting a slice. Really spraying the pepper over all of this. Currently being Bleed, getting wrecked here. Pushing out right now, though. With that, you support him. Here comes a Boombot. Forsaken, though, is a real problem when you're coming around the corner. Not the Roomba, but Forsaken going Unga Boonga. Lenny somehow finds a kill with a stinger in the middle sight. That's definitely going to hurt just a bit. But Jing does have the weapons advantage. Great support for Forsaken to not let him get wide swung on. And that is why this combo is so deadly. They just have the chemistry to be able to work together and work as a double unit. There is much more to having a double duelist lineup than just outright fragging. You need a great wingman to be a very potent point man.
Wow, bring out the basketball here.
It's actually just CQB stuff, like actual shooting things.
You're actually the smart one here. You know the real life stuff amongst us. But we know for Paper Rex, this is their game plan. And it's just such a twofold thing. You're on the defensive split. You think that you're going to be safer in the corners. This is going to be your home turf. And what happens is Paper Rex is not just knocking on your door. They're busting it down. They're eating your food. They're sitting on their couch, sleeping on your bed, and probably stealing your girl along the way. So Paper Rex right now have gone above and beyond wherever they can get. And that has been the playstyle of Paper Rex on split time and time again. Fear the PRX split attack, but Lexi is here on the other side, but still loses out to Benkai. A cybercrime happening towards that A site, a murder there along the way, and Forsaken now does get the heals. But it's 4v2.
No charges left.
While the high ground is held together by Pit. Ariel only has the operator right now. Not the best chance of the race they give for Bleed.
And look at the timing of when Benkai did that. Specifically a second right after Paper Rex initiated contact towards B site. That split second of really gaining the attention of whoever was there maybe could have been the reason why Lexi lost that gunfight. And it was almost definitely the reason why Darion wasn't able to trade him, because he turned around in that very moment because he was about to rotate towards that B site, and then suddenly Benkai gets a kill on A main, and that makes him have to shuffle back and forth. So really well timed here by Paper Rex, and you can see kind of like a symbiote. No matter how far they are, different universe, different site, different map, different game, different room, everything, it doesn't matter because they are so well linked together. Might as well be attached at the hip.
Just born together, all deciding to play as a squad, and then suddenly playing, moving to Valorant as a squad. Is that the history of Paper Rex here?
Pretty much.
That's crazy. Man, okay. I'm gonna get rid of that image on my head, because the image right now is... Oh, it misses! Maxi! You action star! Cool guys don't look at the explosions, but he still dies to the bullets anyway. So apparently, he was a protagonist right there. As Paper Rex, they made the big move happen towards B, but lo and behold, Cage go to A.
Was he stimmed up? Was he a stimmy Jimmy on that one?
No, he didn't. No. He still has both.
Okay.
He just walked forward.
He just walked forward somehow.
Answer to counter Showstopper is to run forward, not back.
That
makes sense because you're anticipating the shot, right, for the Showstopper with the AoE. So just go in, just kill him.
Almost like you are very well versed in rocket physics amongst shooters.
100%, my friend. I like the pointy end, not the round end. And Paper Rex right now, they will have to deal with the rolling thunder, but they will just roll over Bleed Esports yet again with a takedown from the Vine. Jing Benkai on the board. Benkai just holding on sights, and this is just easy pickings here for Paper Rex. Lexi tries to go for a last time. Knives are out even for style points. Doesn't matter if Lexi gets those kills because Paper Rex is swimming in cash right now.
Before
and
the switch.
2-9 might even become 2-10 as Paper Rex looks to give Bleed Esports a taste of their own medicine after that first half of the first match.
Look at this from Benkai. And when you're stunned, your gun doesn't really go full auto. So he was practically mashing the hell out of his left click, but it didn't seem like it. Didn't even look like it was bam. Reminds you of that meme. No full auto indoors. And Benkai's like, it's not. Not yet.
It's not?
This is.
I'm not even awake. I'm only using 2 fingers right now. Tap. And Jing.
Oh my god!
Oh, you can't let him get through like that. Bleed Esports They had the right idea to anticipate and to swing it like that, in that way, but they still lost a member, and oh no, the Paper Rex pick apart. It's happening here again, Black and Blue. It was 5v5, now it's 3v2, and whenever Paper Rex has the one-man advantage, this is their chance to get another decisive victory. They will run at you, they will chase you, they will hear you scream. Bleed Esports is not just a slight cut anymore, it's an absolute hemorrhage, and it will be the duo here from EU to try and answer back. They usually look for space in intel, but Paper Rex hiding into the corners and looking to remove that from the equation. Nice shot though from Maxi. Still play the game and keep together. Rez comes online from the Vi over to Benkai. False information perhaps, and yes it is. Mind Freak will play it out so well that he peeks in time from the tower to get that takedown. And Mind Freak is a freak of nature yet again. He knows the playbook that Bleed wants to run. How smart you can be, even smarter, Mind Freak says.
Mind Freak, crazy this guy is. And so is Jing, just blast backing his way on in. You wouldn't think he's gonna win that type of fight, but still he does. The rest of them here is completely overrunning on that B site when they knew it was free for them to take. A triple from Mind Freak. He has been finding absolutely quality frags time and time over. 10-2 though, Dax, and the last time we saw this, last map, something that happened, although it's a bit of a mirror image now. It's Paper Rex up 8.
And you can feel that it's the worst kind. It's that doppelganger trying to steal your life, as Paper Rex has been all over the place, getting these takedowns bit by bit, more and more. And the fact of the matter is, for Bleed Esports, you expect them to have that kind of staying power, but Paper Rex is just able to navigate on through the speed and height that Jing gets. Forsaken able to get that mid control alongside the rest of the roster. And I expected coming into this Bleed side is they would have those kind of plays that allow Len and Darion to get those kind of first kills, to bother that mid control or those power takes, and then later on just pile up the points in the sidelines there courtesy of Maxi, but it's just not happening whatsoever. It's Bleed ill-prepared for what Paper Rex can do right now, and even if they try to make those fault line stalls, the cyber cages, the tripwires, and maybe a molly or two, we just saw it happen a while ago. Jing just went zoom towards the ramps. It took a double swing to get him, but by that point, things already fall apart because the Bleed formation is more important than Paper Rex's. These guys can run around the map as much as possible, and they will be there willing to win the duel. So for Bleed, they can't even make their plan happen. Paper Rex brings the contact to them.
Paper Rex, man. Seems like the only thing that could stop them right now is maybe a meteor, a comet heading straight for them. Which otherwise,
no,
they're
they're from the same. They're in the same place. If Paper Rex gets hit, Bleed also does.
Well, at least they go down to Martyr.
No. Just no. I will stop you there already. I don't like this train of conversation, but you know who's not liking this pain train right now? It's Bleed Esports. Because, well, such a big scoreline they have to deal with here. Benkai already with the vision, thanks to the tripwires, and he taps in the smoke, makes it even simple. Here comes Jing, here comes Forsaken, we're done for the round. 11-2.
Wow.
Yeah, no chance, Forsaken says, no chance in the cam.
Yeah, so pistol round. Death, one going the other way. Paper Rex, they're like, hey,
this is
what is there to say, honestly? Like,
just goes here.
Pretty much, a stoppable force moves into an immovable object.
This is a nice
Paper
spot.
Rex, they do not budge. They plant themselves like a tree and say, no, you.
Okay, look, this is a game that says we are number 1, you guys are number 2, okay? And if they finish it off that way, then it's a resounding statement by Paper Rex. Instead, I kind of want to talk about how Paper Rex withdrew here. Forsaken,
oh my god.
Get away. 6 HP, alive, yes, protected by the rest of the squad.
Here.
But man, some of the players here on the Bleed side, they even Paper Rex when they were early on in their career. Divide into the corner. Lena and Lexi, they have gone for the force buy. So Bleed Esports, they're throwing all their cards down the line right now. All the chips on this table, and they are fighting Paper Rex tooth and nail. So instead of a story time, we will watch the action here as PRX has to hang on back with Mind Freak. Bleed is goading them to go on in, and Lexi with the right patience to get that takedown. He hits again with the stall, with the hold, but Darion turns around to get that kill. Finally, Bleed decides to play Paper Rex's game. Might as well buy this point, and they run in to get those takedowns.
Completely flood that mail. sending them a package and a half. Hey, here's a parchment. Take a look. Still though,
isn't gonna be happy. Just too many things brought right there.
Definitely are not. Devi though, great. He's able to dodge that flash, which isn't easy considering he was preoccupied with like healing and Forsaken and all. Still, he gets out of it, finding 2 kills, but that was really the only few kills they were able to get in that round. So 3-11, good conversion there off of the eco round here from Bleed Esports. That forces Paper Rex into the eco as well. Low buy coming in from them, really pushing the tempo here. Darion finds a great opening kill on the bank cut. Still, so many more to find and so many more to be given. Divide does go down, but not before finding one on Alexi, the opposing stage. Pip finding one more, and it's all down to Mindfreak, who doesn't really able to do much. Almost got a kill, but, well, Bleed, they take a 4th. Still, quite a bit the rounds to come back from Dex. Is this another 10-2 comeback we're going to see here?
Okay, I think before we talk about what's happening in that round, Finn was just like, nope, don't shoot me, don't shoot me. He was just like trying to get away from those bullets as much as possible, scraping a little bit. But this is a good call for Bleed right now, and I think this is what entails the composition. If you're running that Brimstone, you gotta go run. You gotta go in. And even though there are times where Darren would get shot up, there are also these times where he gets these amazing first kill for the team. And he has that kind of confidence. He has that kind of performance that he can lead the tip of the spear here for Bleed Esports, and everyone else will rush in and see. There's so much potential setup anyway with the breach there, and Darion already daring to go onto the inside as the wall is being set on up. Also have Maxi all the way in the mid for the lurk. The buy right now. Mindfreak and Benkai all together in just one angle, and Jing's actually gonna get the kill off the Maxi, so no more backline pressure here from Bleed whatsoever. Everyone is stuck to go for the duel, but Darion again will go for the first, tries to find the second, and he does get Mindfreak instead. Benkai knows 5-2, 5-3, and the man in the high tower yet again will be tipping the scales in favor of Paper X. It tries to fight, but Benkai again, he is the dream here for Paper X, and they're one round away to book that ticket to Reykjavik.
Benkai, man, they line up for him as well, and they were all pretty tagged down low, so Paper X pretty much assisting him there in many ways, both in damage, and you saw there Jing, he knew that he can just basically bum rush this, because if he did not get the kill, which he almost did, Benkai was right around the corner, ready to wrap on and get the trade in immediately. That's what he did. Great play coming from Benkai. Such cerebral positioning for him to be able to be a part of that backline and clean up, and he's got the mechanics especially to accompany that aim. Now Mindfreak does hear quite a lot of commotion at the under end of the smoke. He's got a judge, but he's gonna dash right past him. There's no way he's gonna make it through that pit. Still gets a kill on him. I thought it was going to be Darion, who doesn't actually stay too long. Another judge Devi's got here.
Oh no, but the stinger is better than the judge. What is going on? Jing with the kill, and Benkai is there. And here comes Paper Rex now seeing the funnel and going for the kills. This is it, as Maxi will go down. Last time they went to Berlin, this time they're going to Reykjavik. Paper Rex to keep the APAC status go in check, and they are the first ones forward to Iceland here.
Paper Rex, a flawless run like we have seen from them the last time around on VCT Challengers to qualify, going back to another land here and representing APAC, one of the most astounding teams, and the old guard continue with the new.
Man, Paper Rex is just sea supremacy in action, and they have fought, reforged, and decided to overrun the opposition time and time again, all throughout their run here, coming to Iceland. Only one map drop, including their own local stage, and the perfection is a concept. Well, Paper Rex is pretty much that example here. 13-4 victory. Jing with 19 takedowns. You cannot deny the impact of his speed, of his movement. Benkai so scary on the Cypher, and Mindfreak really looking so comfortable on that Omen, setting up those paranoia plays. But you gotta give it to Darion. This series, he did step on up. It is very 50-50 when you're facing off against Paper Rex to go for those first kills, and you can die early on, yes. But all throughout the series, he would make a bit of an opening here for Bleed Esports to take advantage of in the last 2 maps. And while Maxi and Pitts, they decided to show what EU was all about here to SCA, this time in this map, they flounder a little bit more so, and Paper Rex says, hey guys from EU, this is what SCA is all about. frag wins abound. All about the action and all about the conflict, courtesy of Paper Rex there.
Paper Rex, man, they stamp it. You can ship it, put it in the post, because they've made it once more. They've qualified. I'd like to say that my predictions for this tournament were Boom and Paper Rex, and so far I'm right in one of those. So yeah, I will take credit. Thank you.
Give me proof. Give me proof. You know, we talk about it a lot, and I'm just like, I wish I did actually put my pick'ems on paper, because I also had Paper Rex for the team, but you're not gonna believe that. You're gonna be like, no, it's the same Paper Rex.
Exactly.
It's
lying
you right now. No. But you know what? I ain't lying about how Paper Rex just plays the split attack, and it's something everyone has to watch out for.
That had to be the start of the highlight reel,
hasn't it? Yeah, it does. Fame Echo immediately. But if you're gonna be learning how to play split attacks, and why sometimes SEA says, oh, split can't be attacking favorite, look no further than Paper Rex. Look at how far they can go. Look at how they anticipate the angles and mess up whatever is expected by the opposition. And many times, for Bleed, they rely on specific locations here on the map to be held, to be had, to try and counteract the Paper Rex offensive. But the thing is, it's already Paper Rex sliding on in to get that home run. And while there were some moments there from Bleed Esports that they had at least a good micro fight, a good duel, yes, Paper Rex as a whole, they get that man advantage, and you know from that point on, it was just all over. And on the attacking side, we saw a semblance of what Bleed Esports wants to do, why they have that Brimstone, why they want to go for the rush down, to have that kind of extra speed. But that's really something Paper Rex is accustomed to. They know that the opposition can emulate how far they can go, and they have the right setup there in the first place. And not only that, the scoreline is already looking insurmountable, winning that pistol, winning that second. It's only a matter of time for Paper Rex to see Bleed scrap it out yet again. And I do believe that was, the end of the game. 2 judges even for Paper Rex. They went this close. They saw the funnel, and they saw the victory at the end of the tunnel. So congratulations to Paper Rex. Celebrations abound as they're the first representative of APAC.
Wow. Amazing performance here coming from Paper Rex, going all the way the distance and not even dropping a single series throughout their run. Group stages, no matter, it doesn't matter, because they were able to get this far without a single hiccup all throughout. Almost did drop a map on the last one, on map number 1, but it doesn't really come that way. For the meantime, though, we're gonna settle this. We're gonna put it down on the table, and we'll move on to our next and final series of the day right after this break. So don't go anywhere. I am Black and Blue. With me is Dax. We're gonna be back in hair.
You were sure, but celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The stars at the core, in a space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I read. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the. Author, walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the reverb, the verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming, the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to.
Welcome back to VCT Asia Pacific Knockouts, day number 3. With me here in the panel, of course, my twin Raph and Dax, who just finished casting the game between Paper Rex versus, of course, Bleed Esports. Paper Rex, the first team to finally get the ticket towards Iceland. What a series, boys! And coming in from the two teams that we have right here, even going to overtime on map number 1 in a huge comeback, coming in from Paper Rex as well. Truly a deserving team to take the first spot going to Iceland. Let's talk about game number 1 though. It was Icebox here, Dax, and it was almost as if it was going to the side of Bleed Esports already. We went to match point. They were holding a match point, but it didn't happen. What kind of adjustment did we see from Paper Rex for them to be able to take it?
Oh, Jing woke up. I think it's the easiest answer. He had like 3 kills in the first half, and suddenly he's like, you know, I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this kill, this kill, this kill. I'm good to go. And I really feel like for Paper Rex, many a time they would just find the duels anyway on the attacking side. We mentioned how slow they start. We mentioned how they get the angles when they're on the offensive. I feel like here for the side of Bleed Esports, it was a great game on their offensive, removing that map control from Paper Rex. But when it was more on PRX now going for the offense, they had more space to work with there.
Definitely true. Aside from that, we were talking about it, Raph and I, from the background as well. And disagree with me if you want, but I honestly think that if Jing was actually online during the first half of the first game, it would have meant that Paper Rex would actually take it immediately. So my question here actually for you guys, especially Raph right now, my question here is, did we just witness what was the better pair? Was it Fifth and Maxi or Forsaken and Jing?
So many issues that were glaring. Again, we talked about how Bleed has been growing exponentially in the last few days, but when Jing is doing stuff like that, it really is so hard to stop. Again, Icebox, Dax touched on so many great points. The pressure was already steadily building for Bleed, but Paper X just decided, oh yeah, we're Paper X on Icebox. This is our map. You are treading on very, very thin ice, but when Split came around, it looked a fair bit messier than the previous map for Bleed. Quite a few times, Jing was in a position that could have been easily punished, but was left untouched. In fact, as the map went along, it was clear as day that Bleed were somewhat plotting, and PRX were in absolute control.
Yeah, well, the punish was a possibility. Paper Rex, they would just keep on pushing anyway with no fear. And I think we were talking about it off panel also, which is like sometimes Bleed Esports, because of how they're set up their defense, players are left behind. We're not really getting that kind of breach combos that we're expecting, nor any ways to put a stop to what Paper Rex is bringing there on the offensive. And it just snowballed out of control that even if Bleed had a plan on the attacking side, it was a little too late by that point.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about how Bleed has been very, very good at picking and prodding, but I feel like the biggest suspect was truly the defensive side. There was just so many rounds where the breach was left to solo holder. It was the Brim pushing into B lobby, which is never a good thing, to be honest with you, especially at the highest level of play, especially when you're fighting for that slot for Iceland.
Man, I know, and we all witness it. Bleed just had a meltdown there when it comes to the defense. They even used one time all their utilities in one specific round, and it was their eco, and it was the most crucial one as well. They risked it, but there was no reward. This goes to Paper Rex with a clean 2-0, and this is their ticket to Iceland, but they're still waiting at the top right now because there is another matchup that we are bound to see right here. It is going to be the last game, the last series rather, for today. It is Sersha versus Boom Esports. Let's take a look at the roster of Sersha.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top light. Yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for yourself and seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at something. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like all ages.
Sersha right here on your screens right now. Last time they met in the upper bracket, Sersha sent Boom down to the lower bracket right here, and now they meet again. We have Cruz, we have Fox, we have Scary, we have Surf, and finally Sushi Boys.
Yeah, Sersha's been an interesting opposition here, basically in the APAC side. They still have the Sersha style, they still have that duelist that can pick the opening, and the rest of the utilities will follow suit and get those kind of takedowns. And look no further than the potential we've really seen from Scary. Multiple quad kills to his name. It has been an insane effort here by that Astra basically many a time. And not only that, I think it was interesting because they faced off against that kind of newer roster for Persija with Scream, what the SEA playstyle is all about. And it's one of the big reasons why Sersha was on top ever since last year. It's like, we have a different style, we know how to control the tempo, the battlefield, and when they got used to more of the Persija explosiveness, that's when Sersha decided to take that win.
You did mention explosiveness, but looking at the steady pace of Boom, it seems that they were bested by this squad who has been really on the rise here. Again, they've made such a good case to being one of our top contenders. And I must say, Surf has been performing well above the expectations of a lot of people.
I truly believe that this time around for the side of Sersha though, Sushi Boys, he can frag out of his mind. Maybe this is the map or this is the series that we are actually gonna see him do so. But facing off Sersha, of course we have another team here all the way from Indonesia. Now let's take a look at Boom Esports.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top light. Yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for your stuff, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at son. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like all ages.
Boom Esports all the way from Indonesia right up on pulling up on your screens right now. The roster here for the Boom side is Berserks, Blaze King, Flipsjitter, Frostmind, and Tebotol, who has been performing extremely well, Raf.
Yet again, the Wolfpack, they showed themselves, this time in the lower bracket. They honestly mustered enough strength and rather poise to deal with obviously everybody before them. I would have to say that they have an advantage in this series because they are pretty warmed up, all things considered. But still, that sting of defeat, or rather that stigma of defeat that they had, pretty much heavy on their minds, as Xerxia did convincingly take them. But I did mention early on today that this is the day where they break all those negative records and they fire up that trademark Boom Esports composure.
I mean, but both Sersha and Boom Esports, they played today. So they're both warmed up. They both come from victory.
True.
There is that positive momentum.
Right.
Yeah. You gotta run the schedule there, my friend.
Also realizes it's like, oh, okay.
Yes.
I have notes here for both teams. What am I doing?
But thing is, Boom Esports, it's interesting really how they've evolved. This iteration of Indonesian All-Stars taking that first seed has really gone for more of that control with the utilities, with the smart plays. And I really feel like it's an interesting outlook right now because we can compare kind of what we've seen with Sersha and Persija, and as well as Boom versus Full Sense, because there's a big reason why Full Sense keeps losing to Sersha in the Thai scene. Is because Sersha can just raid the playbook, shut down the superstars, and outmaneuver the Full Sense squad with the utilities. And Boom just basically did the same thing. It's like, yo, PTC, you're the pioneer of the KO. But we're gonna do it even better. And Tebotol, when he is alive, when he is awake, he can just control the game for Boom Esports.
Oh, he is definitely awake right now during that first game that we saw from the side of Sersha. But on the other hand, and Boom Esports, on the other hand, let's take a look at a head-to-head and take a microscope into the players that we have right here for Boom's side and for Sersha's side as well. And as far as I'm concerned, this is probably the two players that we are really looking forward to see in how they play, especially for the side of Sersha right now. We have Scary, who has been performing really well, Raf, and looking at Boom Esports as well, we have Tebotol. The controllers are definitely here on the stage.
Both have been absolutely fantastic. I would have to say though that once again I will have to touch on the fact that Tebatal waking up today, choosing to perform and being locked in has really helped the efforts of Boom Esports. Once again, the theory that Tebatal is truly the modicum of success for Boom, the true glue to keep that pack going, has been proven. And if he can continue that performance, then maybe, just maybe, they can flip this record around on Xerx's head.
So I'm gonna give you a hot take right now. I feel like for this matchup, if either one of these two players underperform, they're going home. They're gonna stay home rather.
Ooh.
They're not gonna be able to win out the series because Scary and Tebatal have been absolutely pivotal for the success here of both of these squads. I'll give you some cool numbers I noticed about these two teams.
Numbers.
For Sersha, remembering for Paper Rex, it was 5 4Ks there for Scary. And on the other side, for Boom Esports, Tebatal got around 10 2Ks there against Full Sense. Both of these controllers just know how to cut this battlefield into parts and parcels, and it's a big reason why they're here already in the last match of the day.
Yeah, they do, but honestly, Dax, if you think about it too, sometimes it all boils down as well to the duelist role. Because of course they have to open up the map, of course the controller has control over the entire map and the information as well, but Surf has been performing as well. And looking at this map vetoes, we are bound to see if what kind of agent setup or agent selection that we are going to be looking at as well. So if you think about it, for Boom's side, we have seen them ban Breeze multiple times as well, and then for other players that we have right here for the side of Sersha, it seems like they can play those OG maps that we are looking at here in the stage of Asia Pacific. Now, if we actually take a look at the map picks right here, of course, we are bound to see the first ban. It is gonna be Icebox immediately, right off the bat. A respect ban, if we must say, here on the side of Boom Esports, Raf.
I agree with you. Honestly, in this matchup, it's gonna be respect ban after respect ban because all these teams, or rather both these teams, they're all proficient at all those maps. It is truly the stylistic clash that will dictate how this series is gonna go. You did mention that it's gonna be up to the Duelists too to be the ones to really put the team where they belong. Now, I would have to say though, and this may be a hot take, despite losing the series, I feel like Berserk still has a leg up against Surf.
I can kind of agree with you in a way because Surf is really more of that team-oriented jet. We've seen him against Paper Rex. He would just be the one to snipe out Forsaken, but couldn't get the same kind of explosiveness. On the other hand, there were rounds where Berserk would win it all for the team, but also just have not much of an impact there at the same time. So it's a bit of a biz of biz. It really feels like who can survive longer on the duelist role here will be able to grab a bigger impact. But you guys were talking about respect bans. I mean, I feel like coming into this series, when all the cards are down the line, the lower bracket, and as the last hopes of Thailand and Indonesia respectively, we're going to be getting some old classics. And look no further, as Boom Esports starts off splits, and they were known as the Split Kings of 2021.
Absolutely, but I think this also asks, like, what composition are they planning on running on Split? Because I feel like Blaze King's proficiency with Sky is something that we cannot ignore, but I feel like his Sova still leagues above that. Split really not a map you want our Archer friend to be there. Now, this Haven pick on the side of Xerxia is indicative of a lot of things, but once again, this is truly a toss-up because both these maps, or rather every single pick in this veto, is tailored to their strengths. But what if they're both strong?
It's all about strength here. It's all about a similarity in playstyle. Boom has learned, Sersha has refined for quite a while. But I think for Sersha, they've saw that weakness of Boom Esports coming into Haven, losing out in quite a commanding fashion, honestly, versus South Built Esports. They've seen what kind of openings they can make, and let's not forget, not only can they control the battlefield so many times with Scary, but Cruz and Foxy have been some of the best utility players we have seen this side on APAC. But as for getting the bans here, Fracture gonna get banned out by Boom, has to be just that unfamiliarity compared to what we've seen from Sersha. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a bind veto here. And there you go. As Boom
Nostra.
Yeah, no, dude, this is the thing. Boom Esports, they have this history on bind also, that they can be so cheeky with the angles, leaving us with Ascent as an SEA special. But I also have kind of an inkling that maybe Search is a little traumatized after the RGB strategy that PRX brought to them.
RGB strategy. Yeah. The triple blind setup. Imagine having the Yor and everything else. Well, yeah, it can be trauma right here. But Raph, I just want to get back to what we were talking about past days here on the panel. When we talk about Boom Esports, you mentioned that they can be deceptive when it comes to those cushions, when it comes to the 3 to 4 rounds cushions here on the APAC stage when they play out with other respective teams as well. But will it work? Will that work against Sersha?
Quite honestly, they've tried it once. It didn't succeed. This time around, they have to find somehow or some way to outmaneuver Xerxia, because that utility-heavy playstyle that Xerxia loves to run has been kind of mulling them over. But Boom, like we mentioned, they are fairly multifaceted as a team as the tournament has been going on and on upon these days and days. Frostmind has been activating, Blaze King has been activating. Every single one of those players have been stepping it up. And to think that we were touting them to be the favorites of APAC, to see them in the lower bracket still surprises everybody.
A very surprising matchup indeed is what we are gonna see though for this specific round. And now it's finally time to lock in your predictions, gentlemen. For me, I would start it off and I would say that I think Sersha has a better warm-up game here during their first matchup a while ago. So I would go Sersha, but it is 2-0. That's a hot take, at least, to be fair, you know. 2-0, a clean 2-0 for me for Sersha. How about you, Raph?
I did mention that Boom, in my previous prediction, this is the streak breaker. This is the day where they show why they're on top of the mountain, why they belong there. So again, I'll have to say Boom 2-1. Xerxia is definitely gonna fight back. We know what Xerxia is capable of, but Boom, I feel like they got this.
Well, for Sersha, I gotta say, even though they banned out a map that they were able to still dominate Boom in, they're in a better spot compared to, well, Boom Esports right now. Sersha has really refined their playstyle, has made sure that the system still works, and Scary has been one of the most frightening controllers we can have here. And I think for Boom, as they're making their own style, which has those similarities compared to Sersha Esports, you can't beat the original, you can't beat the pioneers, and Sersha Esports 2-0 for me.
Man, Dax, I know you just don't want to say that Scary is scary. You worded it different, but it was like that basically. 2-1 here for the side of the panel. Sersha will take it for us, for me, and for Dax. But for Raph, it is going to be Boom Esports. Now it's finally time for the last series of the day. Passing it to our storytellers, the casters, right now for our game number 1. This is Boom Esports versus Sersha.
Can't stop, ain't no one on my level.
The field tightens, and well, at the end of this long day, we have one more series for the teams that have done double duty because they want to make it to Iceland as well. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A big matchup here in the lower bracket. My name is Sax here of Black and Blue. We're going to be wrapping up the day with y'all. And I have to say, Boom Esports versus Sersha Esports. They're the ones trying to change the definition of what SEA is all about. And as we get into a classic map, and in all honesty here, Black and Blue, a classic map pool between Boom and Sersha Esports. We're going to start in a Boom favorite. We're going to go split.
To go to a split, that is something that any team would be a bit hesitant to play them on, though Sersha, we've seen some good things from them no matter which battlefield they happen to be upon, though. Boom, for the most part, this is a map that they have been very, very, very terrifying on. If honestly, it might just be their best map out of anything. For Sersha to leave this on the table, well, they better have a plan in store. Solo duelists, though, coming in from the side of Boom, Berserks, Flip Jadur going to be in that Sky. Both sides having a Sky, actually, which has had kind of like a very, I guess, favorable pick rate on Split back in the past, and it kind of went a bit down, and now it's kind of having a resurgence again. Lots of teams liking to apply that Sky. I think if you're Boom Esports, then this is really where you want to start things off. Your best map, your best game to get your best selves going on. Now, as you said, this is the double shift for both of these teams, and so I don't think warming up should be a problem for either side.
Come on, they beat out, I have to say, teams that exemplify what SCA is all about. And now, the two teams that are redefining what SCA is, they have met here to be, like I always say in the panel, the last hope for Thailand and Indonesia. Is it going to be all NYSG to Iceland? But Bleed is waiting for the winner of this one. PaperX all the way in the grand finals. I kind of want to get your thoughts about this big matchup right now. Certainly about the Astros. Tebotol versus Carry. Both of these players have gone above and beyond any expectations on the controller role here, Black and Blue.
Those roles as well are something that I think has to be stated even more of how high impact it can be, especially what we've seen in the past. We know when double controllers are and can be quite effective on a map like Split, but we don't see a Viper here to complement that. This time though, no matter if there's only 4 stars, because there's one apple of the eye, and that is a grand prize for these two teams. I personally predicted PaperX and Boom. I know, Dax, you went PaperX and Xerxia, and so you and I are in a bit of a contrast right now.
I mean, come on, no one expected the rise of Bleed, right, and how they performed. But PaperX there, taking that victory. If you guys want to recap, but the past is the past. The present now is Xerxia versus Boom Esports. And look for that mid-control, because many of these teams will vie for it as much as they can. Berserks now will be alongside the rest of the pack. This is looking to be an A split, and at a moment's notice, Boom Esports will look to strike, but Foxy has been stable. Sees the feet there, Flat is king, but apparently it's the classic finding the wall bang. What kind of angle did Boom even get there? They're moving towards that A side. Here comes the fault line though, just to be a bit of a bother. But Boom Esports, they have an angle on the high ground here.
But one bullet went through the edge there of that wall and somehow still found his head. Surf gets a kill here, really riding out this wave. Able to fall back there towards the elbow position within the site, and he does have some help to do that, but he has to get another kill to make it worthwhile, and that he does. Blaze able to get a trade on. Frostmine will do the same here to start things off very, very hot. Boom Esports 3v2. They do have a heal up online in about 15 seconds here for Blaze King. If I'm counting things right, for Cruz, he swings by and he gets him down. Here comes a Nano Swarm, bleeding Clip Hitter low. He still comes out with it on top. Opening pistol, barely scraping by, but Boom get it.
I'm just looking at some background stuff right now here, Black and Blue, as Boom Esports has had the right angle, a nice 2-prong attack there to get that A site. And if I'm not wrong, this is the first time these guys are playing it in APAC. They played this map all the way back in their local qualifiers, but they have kept this in their map pool for so very long already. And it's a bit of a pocket pick situation here right now that we're getting as some of these playoff rounds, these knockout rounds go even longer. Some maps that may have been banned on that earlier on, they're gonna get picked, and vice versa. Maps that get picked, they will be banned instead. And really, I still have to harken to that history of Boom Esports way back when it was always a fool's errand to try and play Boom Esports on splits. Way back when in 2021, they were the ones who first figured out how to have that ironclad defense. This is a new kind of Boom, and Blaze King will bring the brawl to get to. It's a good advantage though for the side of Boom Esports. Sushi Boy does have a Spectre after that kill, but in 4v2 situation, all Boom needs to do now is assess this push.
Very explosive, as the name might suggest. Quite aptly enough, force buy from Xerxia, already kind of looking okay, but not great. And they need greatness to beat a great team that Boom is. Xerxia, also a very formidable team, arguably lost a bit of steam, as they've lost Polyfine, although that's bygones be bygones. Surf has been a very, very good fit for this team, but it is what it is, and factors do and should be considered. Flash should be up online for Flip Jitter in about 8 seconds. That might be right in the nick of time to gather info, but I think Xerxia are gonna give Boom the benefit of the doubt, and now they know where both of them are. Up on the rafters, and still Surf somehow gets that kill. Off the force, though, Tebotol will get that as well with the Spectre. They're gonna double peek here, and that should be the route.
Boom Esports now looking quite methodical in their pushes. Xerxia, there's a bit of unfamiliarity right now we're seeing here on how they want to go for the hold, because it does feel like, yes, it is the lesser kind of buy, but since they're not running that double controller anymore, they still have to get used to whatever sight lines that they can have only thanks to that Astra. Again, Tempotol online is a very, very good sign here. The T has been brewing for quite a while in knockouts, and Tempotol now able to unleash his fury as well as the rest of Boom Esports, replacing that veteran. Of course, pretty much anything and everything for the roster. Usually Sova can play the stage right now. This is interesting from Sersha though. Scary has the judge. And he is waiting for this opportunity to strike Trailblazer though. Looking to come his way. For Cirx with the takedown to start things off. And look at how much responsibility Boom has on a map like this. They know how to get a pick and get away safely.
That's what they're very smart at doing exactly. Even with this kind of bonus buy that they've got going on, able to find Scary. No smokes left on line now, but still got a bit of utility here Xerxia to use. And that is what of the benefit of their compositions. Double initiator really does help them out. I think this is the right exact comp that you want to play here on Split versus Boom Esports right now. You have to beat them with a utility game, especially knowing that that is what Xerxia have been so much more renowned for over bare gunfighting skill. Boom, you got both of those, and it comes in many, many fortunate moments. Flip Jitter, the first one on in. Stun, perfect here, coming in from Cruz. Still not able to capitalize off that. It's going to be Frostmine with a Sheriff. From Tempotol finding a double as well. Just completely shutting down the defense here. Xerxia on a full buy, and boom, their bonus. Well, they made things even more so fortunate for them.
It's an absolute bounty, and Xerxia are just absolutely lost right now in the concrete jungle that is Split. Boom Esports is messing up the timings by backing on away. Xerxia is expecting the push, expecting to throw out these utilities to slow them down. But what happens here is Boom Esports is just playing the timer so well, and this is just the respect that you have to give Boom right now on a map like this, because they know that push and pull so effectively in this scenario. If they get a pick off within the first 20 to 30 seconds, expect them to try and bait out even more utilities. They don't even need commits on the full rotation. It's just that double fake to psych out Xerxia, who have been falling for it for the past few rounds. Surf now. Bladestorm is at the helm. Xerxia trying to change the pace of the game and make a play for themselves. And a potential pinch perhaps courtesy of the Jets. But we also have Frostmine one step ahead of that situation. Scary right now though. Judge again. Tempotol will get the trade. And Boom Esports, they're trying to make it through to the other side. Flips to their Tempotol, getting the kills that they need. And it's all up to Foxy right now, but he is hunted and pelted here by Boom Esports. The Wolves are howling on Split right now.
I was about to do the woo, but then I realized
do it.
It's not the full moon yet, Dax. It's not the moment.
Okay. If Boom wins, you better do it. Okay, that's a promise to the stream.
Oh my goodness, I'm not sure how well this will sit.
Listen, you did the woo already. Kind of have to sell out by this point. You've gone there, and that is the end of that point. You know, you'll have to do it. That's the end of that point because there's an operator here for certain.
Depends if it helps or...
No, shh. Talk about the game. You have to do it.
Oh, wait, my job. Surf. Looking to smurf on these boys. Blaze game, be careful not to dry peek because that is where you're going to be punished. Perfect shot by Surf to connect. Foxy barely escaping. Fortunately, not plant those seeds of overgrowth on his own self. So he's going to have to play with what little he's got. You know, they can really capitalize on this. Perfect timing for Scary. Flip Jitter, Misfortune, finding his way. He is quite bold, but still, the timing doesn't work out. 3v5 barely here for Boom.
So Lodo and Tempotol will get the 1, we'll get the 2. Fault Lines there almost gets the 3, but Crew is able to step on in and stop that rampage. Rolling Thunder now the play, and Berserk's still gonna get hit. Frostbite flying high Surf as well, but while the tide turns, it's Xerxia now who gets a nice cleanup. 3 kills for Cruz, a great hold, and this is the difference when it's Xerxia who actually has that man advantage. Some really good initial angles, having Surf there on that jet compared to what Boom here only has the Raze does allow them to get away with those kinds of plays. And not only that, since they're expecting Boom right now to go for that mid control to try and buy it, knowing that the jet has left behind his initial station, well, it's still Boom, it's still Shersha rather, who is still willing to peek that out from the staircase, and some great tower control from Scary to wrap it up.
Here.
Shersha here starting to build some of that inertia. Do see Boom have maybe a quasi by next round if this doesn't work on out, but might just have to force a save. Surf not landing the shot, almost did. He took some damage in return, but he did burn the tailwind, which means he's a bit more picky with the angles he's going to be holding. Otherwise, he's got to land all of them. Taking their control here towards the ramp, that's going to boost them on up to have even more favorable potential to take this A site. The only defender there was Sushi Boys, but he's pulled and called in some reinforcement from Surf.
I've got your trail.
Well, Seeker's now out. Slower pace here compared to the last series. You can see for Boom Esports, it's all about that initial pick and berserks. Let's have at least a bit of the bite there. He will get that takedown. Now then, Boombot looking for a target. Leap again. Scary still has to judge. He has exposed to his hand, and him backing on away like that will just tell Boom Esports to rotate instead. It's like, okay, sure. You're going to be relatively useless if we leave this A site and go towards B.
30 seconds
and Berserk's
left.
right now leading the charge. All eyes are on Cruz, though, to try and hold it alongside Foxy. Foxy now with a takedown off the flip to start things off. The skies right now, and it's the freeze getting another takedown. Cruz again holds the line. But it does feel like it leads to the sky of Foxy trying to keep things held together. Frostmine now the only one left. Scary picking up a rifle. And what a hold by the dynamic duo here of Sersha Esports. Scary with the final kill, but big claps all around. Foxy and Cruz have stepped them up immensely here in APAC.
Great play coming in from Sersha. Slowly building things back up. You can see some guns can be bought from Boom, but not too sure that's going to be fully all the way around. Perfect flashes, so many flashes for that fact that they can use and utilize. And as I said,
10
Boom,
seconds left.
they have a good mix of fragging capability, gunfighting skill, and utility play. Sersha do as well, but either side leans more into one or the other. Boom, a bit more fragging, Sersha a bit more util. In that case, both of them very apt and adept at both. Still, Boom slowing down here, and if their momentum gets completely killed, especially since now Flip is only on Spectre and Sersha, their defense is where they can be rock solid.
Look, it's not the full RGB experience, but it's close enough. You got the R, you got the G, you got the red, you got the green. And
what are you talking about?
The flashes, man.
Oh,
Do you not know the RGB flash had the G? Sersha was the one who got hit by it.
You're right.
Yeah, so they have that amount of control, and not only that, since they're playing in a way that's a different angle from each other, they're not blinding each other, they're having these right peaks at the right times. And I really feel like both Cruz and Foxy have immensely improved, even more so, coming into this year, this 2022. And you can see how effective they can be. That absolute thrust by Sersha to lead them on that side. But the lockdown into play. No detain though, as the Seekers were on the hunt. Here comes Boom Esports now. Frostbite getting on the board. Sushi Boys still with cruise control there. Finds the second. Hold the line. What an anchor here as the Boom Esports ship will start sinking instead. In a 3v2 situation, Sersha has the advantage. But Boom at least might have a chance here to plant that spike down.
No util even. They knew he had to be in the site because of the lockdown that filtered the defenders into that A site. He held the door and he held it still. Cruz finding the opening kill on Tabotal. A very big kill that Boom Esports desperately needed. Flip did a great shot on him. Lightning quick, lightning fast. Green flash comes on out. He finds one. No, not able. He makes the adjustment. He's able to get the kill and the clutch. The 4K from Flip dinner. Flips the script around, and Boom take round number 5.
And Black and Blue flips out after that one. Man, oh man, Flips Shadur, what wonders you can do here. And look how effective this was from the side of Boom Esports at the end for the clutch. Sushi Boys, though, it's a matter of trust on the Sersha defense. They trust that these players can anchor down these sides. But what a great guiding light. Catching out both Scary and Cruz won it for him because Cruz was double thinking if he was still able to flash or not. Scary, no sightlines whatsoever. And from the duelist to the flex, we have seen those kind of players shine. In the last series, it was Jing. In this series, it's Flips Jader. Yet again, flipping the tempo as that looked to be a Sersha hold. But Boom Esports able to grasp that victory one more time. So 5-2. And the judges don't stop. They don't stop coming. Bend to the rules and bend to the auto shotguns apparently, because not only Scary has one here, Black and Blue. Foxy has another judge too. Yeah. Best gun.
Foxy this.
Fancy this. I don't fancy this too much though.
Foxy you.
Ooh. That's a... Is that an old team?
Oh, no, that's our Kordai. From Thailand,
yeah,
actually, very appropriately enough as well.
Yes, sir. This is a big gamble, obviously, for Sersha, and might as well, since they only have the pistols and a few half-lives anyway. If Boom can avoid it, then it's fine. If not, they're gonna get hit by the shotgun. And there you go. What a criminal effort here from Foxy. He should be wanted after that kind of kill because he got away with bloody murder. Nebula in the way as well. Sersha tried to go for the hold. And just because the judge is into play, there's a bit more hesitancy right now from Boom Esports, and they're running out of time here.
You can see them really pieing their corners, making sure nobody's lying in wait. As soon as they come out of these rafters, though, Sushi Boys is going to cut them up once again. Very wrong through. He gets another kill here. Rolling Thunder on out to bring the storm. But Devital, can he be able to pass this out? Flash coming on out here. Cruz knows he's coming. Perfect flash. Perfect play from Foxes. And those initiators, man, are really getting things started, as their name might suggest. But Blaze King has somehow found himself in the back. The side not able to hold on past the round, refusing to go down, but Cruz will send him that way.
Man, that was such a shaky round for Boom Esports. They got scared of one judge, and they took their sweet time to get towards the site. And you mentioned it. If there's a judge, then you have to check those corners. And as soon as Boom Esports was desperate to go towards that A site, it was still another hold, this time with the Spectre. And from that point on, it was just Boom absolutely lost. Yes, some great guiding lights were into play. We saw some good utility used by Sersha. But Judge Best Gun, that is a deep analysis for this round because...
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
Why even buy a Vandal?
You come into a round with rifles, and you get beaten back by judges. Welcome to Split.
Why bother? Why bother? Sersha, 1, 2, 3, they all fall down. Here, Boom Esports. Great picks to be found, making it look like a very clean anti-eco for the most part. Isn't really much they can do here, Boom, aren't they? From the male, seems like doesn't even reach her destination. As a courier, okay. Berserk, we see you, but he can't go absolutely crazy right now. Cruz, we keep him in check, put on a t-shirt, let's go, round 10.
And this is looking to be such a good step up here from the side of Sersha. Players to really watch out for. Cruz, of course, has been such a good defender of this B site. Many a time, it's his utility that defines both the tower takes and the garage takes here. Because when you have that breach on B, you can just turn it around with one good fault line. You have players like Surf and Foxy willing anyway to peek it out for the team. And towards the garage is an easy funnel instead. So if Boom Esports keeps trying to go for that B site, they really have to shut down Cruz as soon as possible. They have the guiding light anyway to try and do so, but of course, that breach can just throw out the utility even if you can't see anything coming. And it even gets worse right now for Boom Esports, because Sersha able to build up an economy thanks to buying those judges, making a half-buy situation work. Well, there's an op right now that has a Boom's number, and we've seen how effective it can be to get that first game.
Okay, bit by the dog. They know the Trailblazer was able to get them the apt information. Flip Jitter, and Rock in a hard place. He's able to back off for the meantime. He does have a flash to throw out here, but I don't think it's going to come within the amount of time that he has. Cruz, good kill off of the aftershock to force him out. But bounces once again. Actually, no, that was actually what he wanted to do. Be able to slow down the entirety, I think, of the rafters. It could have also been made for that CT entrance, but Sushi Boys, man, so reliable. He goes 1 for 1, but that's his job. Brings it down to a 2v2, though. Backside, C's taken. They can't get the plant. They have to retrieve the spike, though, but it isn't out of hand. Oh, Scary. Very dangerous angle here for Boom to try and retake that spike. He successfully does so after being fleshed out here by the
30
nade.
seconds left.
This could be where Sersha break the economy of Boom.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, that's greatly done by
standing.
Templeton. There's the cosmic divide to provide cover, perhaps to change the gun, but scary with the takedown onto Templeton in response. Berserk still comes on in, and he cleaned up nicely, brought the broom, and just able to spank Sersha out towards that B site. 6-4 as Boom. They're looking for a bit more of consistency, but that was, you know, it's a little bit of an iffy round per se, even if they get this win. Because my problem for Boom Esports as a whole is when they get these round wins over and over again, they get that streak, they look consistent. But once it gets shaken on up, once their economy isn't really in the best shambles, there are rounds where Berserk completely wins it all for them, but does it lead to more victories, right? They need to find more of that kind of momentum if they want to win against Sersha. That was the problem there on Bind. You remember that Berserk's ace happened, but what happened after that, right? It was just all Sersha yet again. Op still in hand, Sersha has the defensive fortitude right now, and if Boom Esports really wants to win this game, they better win this round to keep their momentum going.
Gotta win to keep him out of the bin. Flip Jitter finds the opposing Fox's Sky. It allows them to at least get some footing if they can retrieve that rifle and trade it out for Blaze King's Spectre. Potentially. This could be a pretty good thing for him, but Alarm Bot, go past that. Seems like things have kind of gone down to a stall as of the moment.
Waiting game right now. And, well, gives us time to breathe, but Sersha looking to ring the next up to and scary again. The jump scare out of nowhere. Luckily, Blaze King does have the res onto Berserks. It will be Boom Esports still having that man advantage. Showstopper now into play. Berserk's potential target. If Cruz shows his position here, he's gonna be dead. Launches it anyway, but Cruz will still hold the line enough with 5 HP. And Blaze King is there for the trade, but I love the restraint we got there from the breach. He stayed there, tried to be a bit cheeky. Lockdown now, though, will be into play. Blind connects, Spliff Dessert, trying to go for the chase, but couldn't get the taps on the surf. A lot of space created here by Boom Esports. It's Sersha on the other side, trying to play the retake, perhaps Lockdown available. Would be a little surprised though if they actually use it here, but there you go. To my surprise, they feel like this is still winnable anyway. This forces Boom to back on out, and it makes sense now if this is going to be a full garage hold here for Boom, because that operator is still there, but Blaze King looking to be the hero of this station. And while Boom Esports, they get a bit more than what they expected. They get rid of the lockdown, and they'll win out the round.
I'm not too sure if the lockdown call there was the right one. I get the idea, the intent, but arguably I'd argue that if you don't get a pick first, then it would be really kind of a gambit to be running and drop that lockdown being used for a latter round, especially since there's the last final round coming on up here. A small, perhaps, error, but everything is clear in hindsight. Scary, very valiant hole there towards the ramen. Thing is, they sipped the soup and they weren't burned by it.
But then 30 seconds left. They need to prove that this was a seriously prepared for, and winning out the round like that in a more convincing manner, well, it looks even better here for the side of the Indonesian hopefuls in the first place. And you mentioned it, come on, if you're 3v2, you can actually have one hero, one valiant soul to push on, stay on site, and catch out whoever's trying to go for the retake, and that player has been Blaze King. He had hot starts, and I think the panel mentioned it a while ago, it's a little weird that Boom Esports is a team that's great on split when Blaze King has been one of the best consistent Sovas in SEA for so long. But it's really just how they're able to play out not just the different timings here, but the amount of the map that they can get by removing certain anticipations from the equation. And I mentioned it a while ago, when Boom Esports decides to push and then pull, then suddenly Sersha has to react, and they might not be ready for the second wave or the advance that Boom really commits on when they do have that time. But when Boom falters on the offensive is when Sersha's able to stall for that time, make sure the timer is half a minute left and counting. But those moments come few and far between, only by the efforts of Cruz and Foxy towards that B site especially.
I think that's a good point, because Sersha, they love to, run down that timer. The later they can force the attacking side to go for the execute, the better they generally do I guess, play. And that's true for most teams, yes, but that's a brand of Surfa's gameplay that they really try and, kind of bunker on. So you can see a lot of their compositions are geared towards that. Delaying, stalling, utility put in place to just be continuous hurdles for the attacking side to get through. And you can see the composition that they brought in now exactly mirrors that idea. There's a lot of mid presence here by Xerxia. This does kind of give away some of the intent of what they wanted to do. And Boom Esports, I think they've kind of read this. They're kind of spread on out, looking to see where exactly they can find. Contact can be made here by B to try and pull some of that defense their way so that the A site attackers with the spike can get that plant down a lot quicker, a lot more proficiently and safely. They will try and go for this though. Foxes finds the opening fake, and that kind of stifles whatever fakes they were going for. You can see, you can tell that this is kind of a fake in Xerxia. They're making their way back towards the A site.
Yeah, they tried to sell it like a salesman, but they realized there for the Xerxia side, the quality of the Krata. A good shutdown there for Foxy. Now, it'll be complimented here by Cruz going for the Rolling Thunder. He has the judge yet again, and it's coming closer and closer. Tebatol will get a takedown, but the op has already made its marker happen. Also provide into play. Seekers will be there to scare up Blaze King. Tebatol now versus the world on site, as it will be a potential pinch, but Foxy with a takedown, and Xerxia should have this round. They will not be fooled, they will not be stopped, and they will at least end the half with a 5-7 scoreline. And exactly
Switching
that
sides.
in Black and Blue. This is a game that proves that SEA, that APAC can evolve. Because if this was a matchup all the way back last year, only Xerxia would be willing to play this style. And Boom Esports will be just rushing on in, going for those takedowns as much as possible, and trying to hit those heads. And that's what separated Xerxia from the rest of the pack. That's what gave them that Masters 1 victory, that gave them that renown to be at the top of SEA all throughout the whole Circuit Point series. But now that there are more teams not just emulating, but adapting, modifying that more tactical playstyle you see in other regions, and case in point here, Boom Esports, that Xerxia needs to just amplify their efforts even more so. And the rounds they win, it's the rounds that they can convince the opposition to hold the line, to stay, because of the utilities that get that effect. And that was a good example of that into the last one, where Xerxia just gets so much value with players like the Breach, with like the Sky. But Boom Esports, they've gotten this lead because they know how to play that game right now. They've learned, they've adapted, and especially coming into this series versus Xerxia, they are awake with Tebatol, and it really goes to show how APAC as a whole, from a year's past, from the impact, the splash we've made into the global stage thanks to our mechanical prowess, we're also getting there harder and further with the tactical side, and I guess the adjustments that you see from these teams.
You can see, while maybe many a team before would kind of be, I guess, adverse to, grouping up with what was maybe their rivals or people from other regions, nowadays isn't exactly necessarily the case. This Boom Esports roster, their bitter rivals against some of the alter ego players, realizing, hey, let's set differences aside. Let's all really put the best of our intent into one single goal. That's what Boom Esports have been riding on so far. Looking like one of the more dominant teams coming into the tournament. They do kind of get sent down to the lower bracket early on, but they have been crawling back slowly but surely. Xerxia, 5-7, not a bad scoreline, but you kind of do want the advantage going into the attacking side here on Split. Though, pistol round, this is really going to decide how the rest of the half could go.
And here for Xerxia now. It's again, time to fight for that full control. Both sides understand how important it is to have these kind of options. Case in point, Boom Esports, they do have that Sage here into alongside the Killjoy. So more capabilities perhaps for area denial, or make their ease of rotation even a possibility here. Xerxia now backs on away from the cheeky little boom bot, and look at who's coming on in. Berserks with Flipsider, the hottest hands of Boom Esports potentially. Xerxia on the other side, Surf and Scary. Canby wants to go for the conflict, and duos here might cross, but it's kind of waiting game. It's all about that timer. It's all about who will be too antsy and peaks first. Thing is though, for Xerxia, they're the ones rounding down the clock right now. Boom Esports, They've disciplined themselves enough in terms of throws to play this waiting game, but the guiding light is the signal right now for Searchers to go, and they were actually the ones who gets a step ahead of Boom Esports. A game of trying to get the confirmation, a game of information. Finally, Searcha, they saw the starting green light from the opposition, and they have moved towards that A side. Frostbite right behind the screen. Foxy and Surf making these frenzies count. All up to Blaze King right now versus the world, but looks like this King is dead. Long live Blaze King, as Cruz will finalize the round and give the pistols to Searcha.
On fire he is right now. Searcha, who answer back though, not letting that one come too easy for Boom Esports. Great play on this vent control, really letting out some steam happen today. Coming back from that first half, you see they really love playing slow, methodical, tactical, just making every brand of theirs so known because of how disciplined they play in general, defense or attack. So you can expect from this Searcha veteran squad we've seen play land so many times over, the most active teams in that aspect. Ted Ball, he does get a kill here on a scary opposing Astra, and both smokers drop for either side. I think, well, for at least Boom's side, they're more than ready to give that up.
Yeah, well, Searcha, this is the round they can do to win, to tie things up and try and look to steal it away from Boom Esports. But this is not gonna be surprising whatsoever. We're gonna have a bit of this downtime, aren't we, here, Black and Blue, where Searcha's gonna be playing that waiting game, try to see if Boom Esports will peak, be like, hey, Boom, we're here, Boom, come on, show us what you got.
Boom,
and well,
boom.
Man, dude, you made a rap last time we casted, and like yesterday.
Plant the spike.
Now
What
you're
do
gonna
you
make like a blue. Maybe you're gonna make like some jazz.
Who knows? Well, there's definitely some notes to be played here. And Surf, okay, a Marshall, not the normal entry weapon you'd expect, but up close he makes it look like a shotgun. Berserk somehow finds 2 kills. One with the pin shell, one with the classic. Free, perhaps able to get another kill here, and a third from the classic. What is happening? They're all low though, so Sushi Boys, he's probably gonna get 2 kills here, right?
Yes,
That's 1, that's 2. Oh, but Frostbite comes in the nick of time to ice the round, and boom, win the bonus. And all the kills, by the way, from Berserks, with him basically spending nothing. Classic and pink shell.
Okay.
For you, Till, by the way.
Listen. The best things in life are free.
True.
And this is an absolute example of that.
Enemy remaining.
0 credits spent
down
for
B.
the kills that he did. Like, sure, he bought boom bots. He bought a little bit of few things. But yeah, kills with the classic end of pain shells, and that's why you pick a race here on Split 101. There you go. That's the lesson for the day. But yeah,
That's
that
what I
hurts
call
Searcha.
an ultra positive ROI.
Dude, infinite ROI.
Infinite, literally.
Plus infinity. You can't divide by 0, man. The world will explode. You know what happened like last time when we saw the Yoru for Forsaken Dimensional Drift and we got brought along? Kind of the same way, but this will tell Searcha that they can't play like this. Boom Esports is disciplined enough to wait it out, to wait for the opportunity. And it's Searcha now, surprised by what we're getting here from Boom Esports in terms of just how patient they can be, especially when you have a few young guns like Berserks who really wants to make a marker here in this series. Less the guns right now for the side of Searcha. They're only on the pistols as they try to stack towards that B sites. But Tebotol, he's ready with a star. Frostmine ready with the utility. And oh no, Searcha, this is not one kill box. You want to go into Cruz though. He wants to set something up for the team. Surf and Sushi trying to crawl up through to the other side. And there we have Surf getting good tap on Frostmite, but Tebotol is online. Does get to Sushi Boys though with the answer. Seems like Searcha making it costly. Here comes Searcha. Flipshooter and Foxy will trade blows. Sushi Boys right now on side. Foxy again! And what is going on? It's just a game of ecos right now as it's 2v1 in favor of Searcha Esports. Blaze King though, the only one left. He has to be the hero of this kingdom for Boom Esports. Down below, Foxy will fall. 1v1 right now. As Sushi Boys will try to go for the plant, gets it there. And from the low ground, it's a victory here for Searcha. A thrifty win as wallets have been exchanged and pockets that were once empty are now filled.
I think this is a sign to keep some coins in your pocket and not paper bills. Seems like the one with less economy, less in the money department, they're the ones working on out. I'm almost kind of suggesting here, perhaps. The enemy's on the gun. think it's Sheriff instead. Things seem to fortune those who are less fortunate.
Sometimes charity wins, and there you
It
go.
does.
Toss a coin to your pro team. Oh, Valley of Split. Oh, Valley of Split. There.
Blinded.
Oh, Valley indeed. And oh dear, what is going on in this game? A game of patience and a game of thrifties, but angles abound. It really proves how important positions are on Split when you have at least a chance to duel, especially with those pistols. If you're up close enough, then you can get that takedown. If you have enough vantage points to go for the surprise in these tighter corners, well, the nature of the map really is that kind of scenario. But Trailblazers out as Sersha now with the guns, and if we're gonna be flipping the script again and again, well, it should be Boom Esports making these pistol counts, but Surf through the smoke gets that kill with anticipation, flips to there, dropping all down. Nice guiding light, but can't go for the follow-up because Sushi Boy is on a better angle there to stay away from the flash, and he protects the team as they go for more tower control, gives them the avenue to go for that B site. They're thinking about it. They're like, do we get the skill or not? Yes, they do. Let's just go and rotate. Yes, no? Yes, no?
Ooh,
Spike
that
down
should be yes.
A.
You should go.
Yeah.
Sersha, move. Go.
That's a check. That's
a check.
That's a hard check. You can go the other
There
way.
we
Yeah,
go.
30 seconds.
They finally
They're
realized
breaking
it.
our flow, you know? It's like, we know they're gonna rotate, but they try.
No charge.
But they try.
A little bit.
Well, Swarm's here, but nobody alive to pop it, and Berserk follows the same fate as everybody else. Sheriff in the hands of Tebotal, and he's a great player. Amazing controller. But this
Spike
might
planted.
just be too a hand when we bring back. Spectre retrieved, but ultimately deceived here by Scary. 8-8, and Sersha have tied the game up.
Yeah, we are not done whatsoever. Neither side can run away with this. Both teams keeping parity. Again, the similarities with on the playstyle, on the patience, bearing its fruit here. Boom Esports understanding how they have to use those utilities well to make these kinds of plays. And Sersha, they're anticipating it even more so. But this is where the difference really lies. The extra flashes, the amount of area control Sersha can get with a more, I'd say, proactive style. But for Boom Esports, they kind of have to be a bit reactive per se, with both the Killjoy as well as the Sage. So it really does become a matter of timing here on who can stop the tempo of the other squad in different kind of avenues. It's Sersha who does bring out the green flag, but it's Boom Esports that has to bring the red light instead. And red light, green light right now. And it seems like in this Squid Game, will be Flipshedder, the first participant eliminated. For Search the win, the showstopper, lets it rip, and in the center, it's two right there, trying to go for the dance. Surf and Foxy, they will fall even though they got the Whipple Fire onto the raise. Anyway, 3v2, lockdown is here. But Boom Esports, oh, the flank, the possibility is endless for Tebatal. He might have to back on away. Footsteps actually, and he knows they're coming away from the site. So some really good intel for Boom Esports. If Tebatal can time this right, the sewers will be the last thing Sersha will see.
Well, definitely would need some help in those sewers right now because Tebatal can hear all of them coming his way. In this case, probably going to catch Scary off guard. Perfect timing on that. Alarm bot rung out, but as if they didn't even already know in the first place. They could actually go back towards the B side. Going again, we're going ring around the rosy pocket full of posies because they have to be fast at this. Okay, musical chairs. Tepatal is playing with all of them, and he's found the pick as well. It's down to Cruz, but he's taking a lot of damage going through all those hurdles. Cannot jump over the humps. Taking down low, the Rolling Thunder, every piece of utility online that he could use. He has to make sure he maximizes his utility here. Cannot go for straight 1v1 duels without really finding himself in an advantageous position. Oh man, the timing just doesn't work out. Frostmine too cold to let that one slip by, and Sersha take the lead.
So, Tepatal, pro player by night, traffic enforcer by day.
My inventions.
Seems
on all those rotations. He was just absolutely on point, and I mentioned it a while ago. Sure, the lockdown play is there, and Tepatal could have tried to be cheeky to spray the sniper for 3 kills, but it was even smarter to stay by the ramen side. He was waiting for a push to come his way, that's why he set up the stars. But just hearing those footsteps gives the intel there for Boom Esports to navigate, and it was just so well timed. I felt like for Sersha, okay, you can rotate, but you still have to be careful knowing that Astra came from the sewers, and they went for the duel, sure, but it still gives Boom Esports a 50-50 chance anyway. And that was not one point flip Sersha would win. So it's Boom Esports proving how potent they can really be here on Split. Play the angles, play the timings. Berserks right now, waiting here to set up the crossfire alongside Flipsider. The more aggressive players right now in this Boom Esports roster. Guiding Light should fend off the sky a little bit. And Sersha right now, they use some utilities here for that mid control.
You have Flash on in to take vents, and this opens up some opportunities for them to potentially split the A site, although the spike is far deep below towards mid. You can see them kind of slowly moving there, slowly wading the waters to closer to that alpha site. This being held down by Sushi Boys for the meantime to make sure that nobody's really pushing anything cheeky. He has given himself away here, Blaze, getting Sushi Boys going on the swing. Ill-advised! A bit too overeager there. I think he's trying to do too much. Does allow Cruz to trade him off, though. He's got Rolling Thunder. That should kind of knock off anybody inside Heaven. There is a small pocket of safety, though, and that's what I'm talking about. That allowed Tebadol to find his way and slither through
30
that
seconds
Rolling
left.
Thunder.
Spike planted.
Spike's planted though, and here comes Cruz coming in close, but not the right angle because Tebathol is right in front of him, and Tebathol right now looking to brew up a storm. 3K already for Tebathol. Berserk is right there, and Sersha, they just saw themselves spill over towards that A site, but it seems like Boom Esports able to bottle up that spike and get that round win. And a nice retake and a nice push really here from Tebathol. He has proven to be quite a force to be reckoned with. 20 takedowns here for the Astra, and this is why we talked about them in the head-to-head. Both Tebathol and Scary have been absolutely instrumental for the success here of both of these teams, especially today. And I still stand by it. It's whoever of these two Astras can perform better, that's the team that's gonna win.
Well, really could come down to that Astra diff, Dax, as you're talking about traffic enforcers here. Hey, you're in the wrong lane. What you doing? Let me catch you. Let me control the situation. They've been very, very adept at doing that. Both Astras, to speak of, have their Cosmic Divide available, and this is going to split us here on the map on who's going to either take the lead, or rather continue that lead, or if Xerxia can slowly catch on up. They have one buy left, a very important buy, Dax. This buy doesn't go their way. I'm not too sure how big their chances are from 11 to 9, 11 to 8, possibly 12 to 8 after, because they're going to have to play Eco. And Xerxia, this round, and they know that, means a lot more than the score might suggest. So everything, honestly, riding on what happens in this round for Xerxia. And boom, they have about a round to give, but that's not the position they want to put Xerxia in.
You know, what I'm liking here from Boom Esports is, even though they have this reactive defense, basically, versus the potential pro-action of Xerxia, they're baiting it out as much as possible. That's why they imply that presence of Berserks and Flipsizzers towards the mid side. They want to get rid of whatever kind of set that Xerxia has in the first place, because if they're just going to be waiting for them to come and we'll just go for the nano swarms or slow orbs, it can be potentially players like Surf already on site and doing the damage anyway. So as the taps do come and Tebathol and Scary having the face off we've always wanted here, it's a big reason why Boom Esports is ahead right now, because the right reads that they have done on both getting out some utilities, giving out the positions of Xerxia, and then reacting in kind for the side take. It has been such a big reason why they have all this map control right now. It's an interesting call here to go for the Seekers with still 5 alive. This will give them intel that they're players towards B, not the best kind, and Surf will actually get the takedown, so perhaps Boom Esports jumping the gun a little too early there. Xerxia finding the first pickoff, making things easier.
Gave him a false sense of security because of the Seeker going in pretty deep, but not necessarily contacting on anybody. Fox is here. Seems to be just biding his time in a very good position to maybe catch some rotations off guard. Berserks does get found. Suki Boys, great play from mid. Great hesitation from him, honestly. Really pulled that timing on up. Counter pull here coming from both sides. Frostmine does get a kill, but he's going to be immediately traded out by Fox. He's pretty close here. Fox is going to go down to Flipsitter. Goes to a 2v3. Perfect flash. And the res will come on in to keep Scary at bay. Can't go up the ropes right now. He knows what is going to be coming. But here comes Surf on the flag. Perfect denial on the lockdown as well. But Blaze does get the trade. Dax, they know where he is. It's a 2v2. They're both here up top in Heaven. I think they're already expecting him to have rotated back down to the site. Yes, they do get eyes on him. And they get that vision, but Cruz is able to keep things locked in. Flipsitter goes down. It's all on the Blaze King to try and put his crown on top of this hill. But will he be able to get on this proper flag spot? He does get the kill on Surf. And he gets a second here to find Cruz and find the 11th round for Boom. They continue Yuan. The res, the kills, they all go his way. And that's 11-8.
That's just a royal effort there from Boom Esports, a Vera Esports clutch moment. And it could have been a Sersha victory. They had all the elements of success. They got Surf to get that first pick off, to infiltrate all the way through the alleyway. But the thing is, for Boom Esports, they got that tower control back, and it was the efforts of someone like Flips the Dirt there, clearing the reload, pushing on forward, Blaze King in a clutch moment. He can make miracles happen. It is just his royal decree by that point. The problem against the Sersha, they're gonna need those sightlines to go for the setup. It was a good try with the updraft there for Surf. The Blaze King has already moved his marker, found the isolations there anyway, and that was all she wrote to win out the round. Boom Esports, the kings of Split and SEA. They had that title for quite a while. They're looking to show up yet again in this scenario, but here comes Sersha now in more of a aggressive effort perhaps to mess up those timings to go for the push, but flips to her again. Perfect with the flashes in the last round and into this one. Backs on the way safely. Blaze King is there again, and all hail Blaze King, because this is one royal effort from him to keep his team in this lead. Cruz though now finds the takedown. Sersha, they have an ample bit of time to go towards that A site as Boom Esports will rotate, but this peek from Scary is very, very dangerous and oh so spooky. Frostbite for Surge fighting with Crossfire, guiding light is there, but Scary still finds the headshot on the Frostbite with the pre-fire. Berserks though, at least will get the trade. It's okay here for Boom. They have that Cosmic Divide. They have the numbers. Surf though, dueling, can't get Flips to Dur. Again, the Sky gets the takedown. And while Cruz is all alone right now, he'll buy time with the Rolling Thunder. Tempathol able to get to the tower though. And the Page Shells plus the pressure will leave Cruz hanging. Tempathol running in. Boom, now on map point.
Match point taken here by Boom. What a run they've been having this map. Sersha really stumbling here once we go to the second half to really get things going. They found 3 rounds, but don't seem to be going any more that way. Have a bye here at the very least. A scrappy one, not full armor on either side, so their vests not exactly packed the way you'd want to, not plated the way you'd hope for. Boom Esports, utility on their side. They've got the Cosmic Divide. Actually, both sides do. But importantly, one away from the res here. Something Sersha do not have in store given their composition. The rest of them, Berserks, could even find a showstopper in the next round or two. Could be huge here for Boom moving forward. Look at this aggressive play though coming from Boom. They go into a direct firing squad. Fox even flip jitter. Both skies finding a pick of peace. Allows them to fall back still.
Okay, it could have been good for Boom. Honestly, I don't blame them for making that play. But it's Blaze King who dies. So yeah, that kind of puts everything alright here for the side of Boom Esports, because they wanted to get that res value, get that 5v4 after the initial firefights. And in this instance now, Sersha, they have a bit of confidence to go towards A instead, knowing there are no second chances. But Boom, they found more of that flash value compared to Sersha coming into the second half. And here for defense, I'd love to see if the Cosmic Divides will be coming into play. And here we go. It's Scary though to start things off. Removing the sight lines from the screens. This equation. Bolt line though into play. Sersha can be dropping on that. Frostbite though. Here we go again with a hold. But it's Frostbite who will get one. Scary though finds 2 in response. And the Astra again with the efforts that lighten up the scoreboard. Trying to make it work. Berserks though finds Cruz in response. There's no plant as of yet. That's Berserks is right there. Sushi Boys finds the pitch though. Flips to there right now. In a 1v2. Finds the first target. Scary on the other side. And here we go again. Flipsider has been denying the destiny and the plans of Sersha for quite a while. All left now to the Sky up top. It's again the heavens for him. And what a spot by Flipsider! The script has been flipped right side up yet again. And Boom Esports brings in the brawl, bing zing and bang, and they will take map number 1 with a 13-8 victory. But my eyes, or in this Defenders case, Flipsider's eyes, are just showing us how keen he can be. What a spot there at the end.
You only needed the pixel to cook that schnitzel at the end. Boom Esports bring it home. Map number 1. Split is where they make it happen. Great effort here from the side of Sersha. Almost getting that round 2. But then just boom, too good on their own map, their home turf. And that's kind of what you expect when you walk into the wrong neighborhood here. Boom Esports, they established that time and time over. And ever since the turn of the year, they've yet to drop a single map here on Split. Very, very nicely done from Boom in the end of things. And Tebatal, Dax, as he talked about, the controllers are going to have to come in huge. And even in that aspect, when Xerxia bring more utility to the table, they still cannot make it happen.
Tebatal, amazing on the reads, on the rotates. Again, the traffic enforcer here, Boom Esports. Red light, green light, purple smoke. That is the answer here. But Flipshooter, what a clutch man he has become again for Boom Esports. It was one of the biggest signings really for the Indonesian side, seeing him from that NXL, NXP roster moving into Boom Esports, right? And him shifting over to that flex role, proving how versatile he can be. Still has that killer instinct in him, can go for those clutch moments. But for Boom Esports, this is the amount of restraint that they have, how they've evolved, how they've really understood this game right now. And Xerxia is taken aback by a squad who can play similarly to them. And in a map like Split, even better. It was great effort from Cruz. His breach was paramount on the defense. But while I was looking for more of those kind of setup plays on the attacking side, it was Boom Esports goading them to try and use it to no effect.
Amazing stuff here coming in from Xerxia, and that opening half. Their defense was pretty well done. Even though they ended, yes, 5-7, it was Boom who started that second half with a lead. Still some really good things coming in from Xerxia, but when it comes down to the scramble, when the tactics are not what you rely on, but your base gunfighting skill, there are just some moments where you feel like Xerxia, they should have won that duel, but just don't, especially against players like Flipshooter and Berserks. But that's an easier task said than done. And Flipshooter, this is an amazing clutch from him again, highlight clip worthy. 4K. Fox has had some moments in this, but Flipshooter did really cement himself to be the better Sky on this map, specifically in this matchup. That really was a big difference. I mean, he won the darn game at the end of things with a clutch of his own. So he even stopped that, which you cannot plan for. Seems like Boom Esports, they know what they have to do. That's what they get done.
Yeah, they felt so familiar here, and you know, history is something to watch out for Boom Esports. They go back to a map sites that they have gotten those kind of success, and it's just a playground they would love to play Xerxia in. And this is what this map draft is all about. Bringing back some of the classics, bringing back some of those C standards, but pixel perfect from Flipshooter. All he needs is just that one angle, and the celebration crouch is there to get that victory. So what a win by Boom Esports. What an evolution they've had all throughout the year. And the Indonesian All-Stars, they will take that first victory over the system of Xerxia. And we are going to be going on a break after seeing such a, I'd say, patient and methodical game. I'm Dax here with Black and Blue, and that was only map number 1. We'll go for a break, and when we return, it's still more here in the APAC Challengers.
Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Out the melon, now racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. What do people like? What they really want to know? Who's your lovers?
Well, Boom Esports brought in the thunder there and split and struck Sersha Esports at pixel perfect angles. But for now, we're going to be changing the script and changing this map as we get into the second one here in the lower bracket. My name is Dax here at Black and Blue. And if you are just tuning on in, we have already gotten our first representative Iceland. Congratulations there to Paper Rex there. And in the series now, the last hopes of Thailand and Indonesia, respectively, Sersha Esports versus Boom Esports. And in that map number 1 there, Black and Blue, I just gotta ask you, that felt like it was just Boom Esports feeling more comfortable on the map. Sersha, they suffered a loss there on the local side, but way back when versus Extend, it happened here yet again.
Very
but
apt.
coming into the second map, you and saying that name over and over again. But coming into the second map, it's kind of an interesting reversal of these fortunes because here on Haven, Sersha beat Persija earlier on, had one of the closest games versus Paper Rex on this map also. And then on the Boom side, they were kind of destroyed by South Built, who just went at them from the pistol onward.
You are a bit too harsh there. I wouldn't say maybe destroyed, but perhaps dismantled would be a bit more appropriate from what did happen. Although they ultimately came out with that series with a win, went over the cent. But looking at what Xerxia were able to do, as you talked about in the past, when we've seen Xerxia play Haven, it's an okay map for them. They were able to. If I was going to use Destroy, it would probably be in this context because it was actually a 13-3 versus Persija, but against Paper Rex, that's where they did falter. But then again, Paper Rex, so there's a lot to be said about that. Haven has not necessarily been a bad map for Xerxia. If anything, it's been a pretty good map for them. So I do think that there is a lot of potential for them to beat Boom Esports in. I think gameplay-wise, game style-wise, this is where probably they have one of the best chances to beat Boom in when you look at any of the individual maps that could have been played here. And so I do think that this is very possibly going to go into a third map because of the fact that map number 2 is Haven specifically. And from what we've seen yesterday, a lot of the teams have kind of maybe been able to reference what happened yesterday with South Build and Boom and use that as basically kind of their framework and homework on how to play Haven against the Boom Esports squad. So I do think Xerxia have an upper hand. They have a really good R&D department and they really have a great mind in every single one of these players. Looking at the compositions here, I think they have what it takes, especially if they bring something out like a Breach, which Cruz is normally pretty much going to do. And so yes, they come out here. Difference is the composition of what we saw from Southwood yesterday was that they had the Sova over the Sky, but the main core part of taking down the opposing side when they have a KO on would be to have a Breach. But the thing is, Boom, knowing that they don't play KO anymore, they come out with a Breach here and flip shit.
It's a big change up in all honesty because they also moved to Frostbind of the Cypher. And this is what I wanted to mention before this age select. Flipshooter, he had a really tough time on Haven on that Sky versus South Build. I think one of the big reasons why Boom Esports couldn't keep up in terms of the tempo that South Build brought in that matchup. And then he's popping off today. He did exceptionally well there on that split map. And they felt like, okay, this is not really working out to the style that we want. We want to play a bit more of that rage. And Flipshooter has moved on over. So potential hold perhaps courtesy of the Cypher as well. We've seen the success of Cypher all over a site here for the side of Boom Esports. But the thing is, it's still a bit of that learning lesson right now here for Boom. If they want to finish the job off, they can't rely on some of the more familiar angles to them anymore. A map that they've really built themselves on. It had to be a split map coming into Haven. It's Sersha who has a bit more of the understanding of the angles, of where they can be cheeky with some off shots there from Surf. And it's a big test, really, if Boom can finish the job off here, or if we go to a map number 3.
You talked about, them kind of struggling to slow the pace down when they wanted to versus Southfield yesterday, and I think that's a really big reason why they switched on over to the Cypher over the Killjoy as well. Cypher, maybe not utility-wise as, all-encompassing as you might expect a Killjoy to be, but he does have a bit more individual playmaking ability because of those cyber cages and those tripwires being utilized for this spy cam. But opening pistol round here, stun, connecting on Berserk, coming in with that fault line from Xerxes' side. This is already looking to be a hotly contested match.
Boom Esports, they can feel a bit of potential comeuppance if they can beat Sersha here, avenge themselves from their upper bracket loss, and give one more hope to Indonesia to make it there to Iceland. Sersha, the squad that never gives up, a squad that always knows how to bring that fight in them. And we can really see players like Foxy's and Cruz wants to watch out for right now after their efforts in the last map. But we talked about the Astros there. Tebotol was just so crucial for the raids, for the rotates. Coming into Haven, though, I've seen Scary do amazing things on a map like this. Just be that absolute smoke criminal, play around and inside his smokes in post-plant scenarios, be able to set up sight lines that he can actually be the one to solo hold up to 2 angles at the same time. So really, a bit of that battlefield manipulation. That's what I'm looking forward here from Sersha. And if Boom Esports can't keep up in that kind of aspect, then that'll be a big problem for the defense.
You gotta cut up the rut here left after map number 1. They get the spike plant down cleanly without losing a single player, but then again, Boom, we're really looking to contest that for the meantime. See if that's going to continue on. Xerxes Boom preparing for the retake, and Xerxes ready to try and fend that off. But in here, most of the presents are coming from behind. Frostmine finds a pick. Surf will find one of his own, but Tebotol quick on the trade. Doing it 4v3, making it a 3v2. They all kind of crumble here right now. Xerxes completely finding every frag going the way. Right click from Flipshooter, but ultimately does not matter because Fox is in the perfect position to trade them off. Opening pistol going in Xerxes' way.
Yeah, and this is going to be a problem right now for Boom Esports if Sersha can just get those sites as free as possible. I know it's pistol round and it's too early to tell what will come to the rifles, but Boom has to be already alert of the possibility of this happening. They have that Killjoy to make it even harder for a potential retake. We know Scary will be setting up those stars at the entry points as much as possible. And for Flipshooter, it's a bit of a contrast right now to his usual playstyle. He's gonna have to set things up and allow the rest of the team to come in first. He's been so strong with the pop flashes, with the guiding light to set it up for himself. But really, right now, restraint might be the name of the game here for Boom Esports. Not only that, a way to stop the initial sight take of Sersha. Guns, though, are in the hands of Sersha. Should be an easy round for them, all things considered. If they get this A sight, go for Berserks. Maybe a kill or 2 just might help him out here.
A kill would really help. I'm not sure how much it would really ultimately help them opening the pickle jar as a defense here. Although it's really making things quite tough.
Yeah. No, it's nothing. We go next.
We go next. I was thinking like, oh, they have a setup. Oh, they're gonna do something. But I mean, he basically just ADS left click this dude. So Very nicely done here from Xersha, but let's go next. Move on from that round. This is where Boom are going to answer back. If we've seen anything from them, they know how to make a gun round work.
I mean, if it was supposed to be a potential hold, it had to be where the Cypher was at. So as soon as you go onto the non-utility agent that is the Jet, it's just like you shoot him, you kill him, and it was well played by Xersha to play that protection even as Foxy swung from the short angle there. But this is, as you mentioned, this is where it really starts. Again, I'm looking forward to what Boom Esports can do. It does feel like they want to be proactive here with Berserk's Flip Shooter as well as Blaze King. Fault line play is there, but a nice Cloud Burst to protect the vision. Scandal still is a problem, and Xersha's just hopping on the right-hand side. Please, 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 let me get in cover. I want to stay awake. I want to stay alive. And while it was a dangerous predicament there from Xersha, the Boom Esports not really going to get any kind of kills, and the Trailblazer receive the Aldrone. And now they know it's a big presence here over onto the right-hand side. Berserk though, with the duel. Skill out the Foxy to start things off. Someone else willing to challenge perhaps. Surf is there to go for the takedown. And here comes Surf to bring the tide on. Blaze King will get the trade in response. A bit ambitious perhaps here for Xersha, but they know it's a bonus round anyway. Might as well try and go for the duels here.
Certainly so. He did good damage towards Blaze King. But, I mean, they don't have enough, I guess, information to really continue that path, I think. Still have some time to potentially rotate, but it could be cutting it close, so they are going to commit to this, I think. They do have a spike all the way towards A long. They've taken the A position itself. Boom, smartly enough,
30 seconds
not
left.
looking to fight that. They know that if they do, Xersha could equalize the odds. Here comes out the fault line. That will stun him, but ultimately they don't really push off of that utility being placed. Sushi boys, let's make sure nobody's coming from the flank, but no one really is. They walk in through the nano swarms, and that completely melts Tepital down. Cruz swinging, finding two. Crossmind, he's able to get a trade off immediately. But they bring it down to a 1v1 here. Sushi boys actually a 1v2. He's got a lot to do here, Blaze King. No recon, no information. Could have hopped out in the scramble, but it just never came to that. Seems like for Boom Esports, they're just going to go on the save. They somehow, Xersha, win here 3v4.
They can't let Xersha do that. Boom Esports cannot give the site for free that way. And I honestly thought Flipshooter was setting up a great fault line for someone like Tepital to go on in. It's of course scary. And nice trap there from Blaze King, at least for the exits to wipe out Xersha. Doesn't really matter though, because that was a bonus round for Xersha. Now they're gonna be able to pick up the guns, and you can see what the problem becomes here for Boom Esports, because the nano swarm, the turret, and there's so many ways to go for the deny with the killjoy inaccessibility. And if Frostbite is a little too late to the Cyber Cage party to break those sightlines, then how can Boom Esports even go for the retake? So it does feel like the defense right now a bit problematic with the lack of sync from what they really need to do right now. Their primary objective is to fend off the upcoming onslaught of Xersha and to prevent them from setting up initially on those sites. Hasn't happened as of yet, still so many rounds to go on. This time Xersha trying to at least knock on all the doors, knock on all the defenses, and see who's set up on whatever site they are.
Blaze King could make this MVP rifle of his really useful if he can find a few picks, but he's taking some damage, and his engagements could potentially give it to somebody else who's got armor as well, as he does to Flipshooter. Trades it for a Sheriff instead, going for the handheld option. Portable, white, and light. Berserks, he has a heavy task at hand. Maybe find one. Could find two if he does get supported, but with not the breach being here on Flipshooter, he doesn't have a flash to peek off of. He does have a recon potential to play with, and Surf still somehow exits from that without going down. The dash working for both of them. That just gives Xersha information that, hey, there's way too many people on A, let's go to Charlie.
It's time to go to where the Cypher used to be set on up.
left.
Sure, a camera is there, but here we go again. Astro Stars now being placed, can be anticipated by someone like Scary and Cruz, and a fault line to prevent the on-site engagement here by Boom Esports. Xersha now with the takedown that they needed. Scary with the takedown on the flip to start things off, and Xersha have established a foothold yet again that Boom Esports will struggle to get on through. Tepital low on HP, Scary and Surf get on the board. It's perfectly played yet again by Xersha Esports. The rotate is perfect. The anticipation is absolutely timed, and while Blaze King will get a headshot there versus Foxy, this is another round win here for the attacking Xersha squad.
Blaze King, no way he's able to make this one work out. Maybe find a frag, but barely whiffs. Cruz, final kill of the round, and 4-0. Searcher go up. This is what I was talking about, Dax. A map like Haven does play itself pretty favorably towards the Xerxes side, and we've seen Boom be quite mortal on this map, quite beatable, and quite devourable, if anything, when it comes to playing both the defense and attack here, especially on this defensive side. Xerxes, they force the timeout to be called by Boom Esports. Talk things over. What can they adjust? There have been moments where, Dax, you put it right on the money, they are giving up these sites for free. And to be fair, they haven't had many chances to do it in a proper gun round. There was only that one. And in that, I kind of get the idea, you know, let's give it up so that they don't equalize the odds, they don't run us over, and then us maybe dying without getting much kills. But, I mean, you got Vandals, you got Spectres, they're tagged up. You almost assuredly have a chance to go at least 1-for-1, perhaps even 2-for-1 on those holds. And it wouldn't be out of place to leave 2 players in there to try and soften up what is left remaining.
And that last round was a perfect example of what Xerxes can do given a sight line and giving a site to take. This is where their strengths come to shine. And this is why I call this map pool to just be something of a throwback for the SEA side. Boom Esports, they got the elements of how they play their Astro, how Tebotol likes to move on around, get that kind of intel, and stop these rotations. They're on splits. But here for Xerxes, this is where Scary is just so spooky with his star setups. Anticipate the upcoming rotations, break those sight lines to give someone like Foxy or Cruz the time to set things up. And it really feels like for Xerxes, this is now their home turf that they're trying to defend in response. So it really is an interesting contrast. And if we do go to map number 3, that's when things can be up for debate between these two squads. But for Boom Esports, they need to win a round and fast if they want to prove that they can still hold the line here on Haven. That will be the Trailblazer looking for Scout Cruz, though surprised by the tripwire and the aftershock there to go for the stall and prevent that spike plant from starting up. Shots do come as Surf is on top. Nice flash point there at Boom Esports. They're finally going for the retake before everything else. Foxy though, and Scary with a scramble. Bolt line will be into play. Cruz will answer on back. Gets the Kassan. He's not planting towards that A-link. We've seen this before for Xerxes. They do love to hold on the link in itself and force Boom Esports to come in from an awkward angle. Flips it there with a takedown onto one. Cruz will find the response, but Berserks is lying in wait and make it 2v2 for now. Frostmite comes in, breaks the head of Scary. Blades are out. Sushi Boy's now the only one left. But that might be intel given, and they know he's right here towards the A side. Blaze looking for a target, Frostbite defusing, and Berserks will play protection there in the end. That could have been a potential win for Xerxes, but Boom Esports this time, in a mad scramble towards these sites, they will get their first points.
And mind you, it can be very difficult to retake with an operator. Somehow they still make it work, making sure that the rifles got in first and the op just held off the angles, so they didn't have to worry about the rest. It did come down to a bit of a mosh pit there, a scramble of death. But in those musical chairs, well, it's Boom who found the right tunes to play. Able to get the first round on the board, can continue on. Especially since Xerxes, well, they lose this one, they have one more buy at the very least to go for. Although Foxes will be quite poor. He does have a Blades Storm here on Surf to utilize with. As he's crawling his way up towards his op, Berserks has to know that playing too close could be dangerous. Blaze can get a kill on the Cruise, which is actually pretty huge.
That's a big pickup because that breach has been one of the biggest reasons why Xerxes is able to get on that site. The last round, finally, we get the Boom Esports contest, and it worked out well for them in the end. Here comes Surf, though. What a shot and what a knife onto Berserks. He's not going to be sleeping that one off. We'll remember that core memory unlocked. But Blaze King will find the answer in response. There we go with the Nebula getting in the way, breaking those sight lines, and it's dangerous waters here for Blaze King to try and play out. But he'll still peek, and now he'll get punished. Sushi Boy Scary trying to turn the tides here, and Boom Esports. It was already such a good start, but the smokes to come into play, and that's where Scary shines. Foxy with the whistle down fire, and he had the angle, and he got the kill. 5-1.
I don't know, man. Like, even though Surf got the opening pick, I still think Boom were doing pretty good. And literally, like Blaze, he was dodging, weaving, but then he fires his recon bolt, and even before he gets his weapon up, his rifle up, goes for the peek, gets punched for it, and then the rest of Boom just follows suit. What a shot though by Surf. But it had so much utility that they didn't have to just, I guess they were kind of thinking like, oh my goodness, Blaze is alone, let's go help our buddy out. But that discipline to trust that, hey, let him get a kill, but support him from the outside is something that they could have maybe practiced a bit more. They have a breach, so by all means, they can continue to influence the fight, even without being directly in it. Still, they fall into the trap that Xerxia wanted, which is them filtering themselves through fatally, and they funnel themselves into the round loss.
It's dangerous also for Blaze to repeat that. Maybe back on away, instead contest to anyone trying to go for graffiti because the smokes were there. It's just so hard for Boom to have those sidelines. But Berserk's now looking for revenge, and Cruz actually the one to go on down. 5v4 on the lesser buy. The rest of Xerxia now scramble towards an ace fight in a split position. And the Guiding Light is the call, trying to go for the flash. They just want to see for Berserk yet again. But Blaze here right now, trying to trailblaze us the way to the side. But Foxy and Scary so quick on the shots anyway. Let's not forget, these are the rifles here for Xerxia. They can get the bow down and the takedowns. While Boom Esports have inflicted some casualties, this 8 take should spell the end of the round. Seeker's still into play, so a safer bet perhaps Xerxia wants to go on here. Tebathol trying to pick up anything along the way, trying to get that kind of intel. Sushi Boy's here watching out towards the window. And this is Xerxia right now, trying to protect the spike as close as possible. Here comes Tebathol, Foxy with a third. There we have Sushi Boys coming in from the other side. And it's 6-1 now. Got dicey though at least, but it's still Xerxia in command of the half.
I do like that Boom flex on over to the breach here, coming in from Flijitter, but there's a few moments telling me that it kind of seems like Flijitter as a player himself might not be super comfortable with the breach. There are some moments where like you'd think like on the round number 6, he'd throw out the fault line and a flash through the wall from CT to help out Blaze King, and then there he throws out an aftershock, runs out to spawn with an aftershock prepped over like a flashpoint or something. So things that just small minute details that kind of make me wonder, is he really comfortable playing this? There have been a few games where he has played Breach in the past, but they were few and far between. Very minimally, actually. It's his third least played agent from all the agents that he has played in his entire career. And it makes me wonder if this was necessarily the right time to bring it out. I like the intent, but I think you gotta stick to your guns as well.
I think that he just had a bad time last time. He went on Haven with Sky. His split performance was incredible, but we're not getting the sync here as of yet for Boom Esports on the defense. Maybe on the attacking side, it can get better. But Xerxia's already on site, and we know what happens when they have the control. They will look to seal the point here, but this is Blaze King looking to go for the fight back. The overextension there from Scary, gonna get punished, and oh, that's Tebathol with the takedown without the smokes. It's so much easier here for Boom Esports to get on site. Want to pick off a logical by Blaze, Rolling Thunder into play. Berserk trying to go for the defuse, but now Boom Esports will go full steam ahead and just fold those crews along the way. From the garage though, there comes the mechanics. Surf and Sushi Boys with the tools of destruction. And can Boom even go for the defuse now? No, they cannot. The circle play here from Xerxia. The wrap around to go for the rotate leads to them getting a round win still.
What a play from Xerxia. I thought for a second there, Boom were able to make it come back. But then the hold from Garage from the last 2 remaining players on Xerxia just came in at the right moment. Boom, they've been scrambling this entire map just to get their footing. And when they seem like they're about to finally get a step forward, they slip. And Xerxia, they're the ones, placing the banana peels for Boom to step on. Time and over. Xerxia looking so much more prepared, so much better here on Haven so far. We know Boom, and we know they're going to try and retaliate, but it's not going to come easy.
I think they overcommitted that push into C long. If they had like enough people to protect that spike, they could have defused it before, perhaps even, or just get halfway, right? From the garage peak, Scary and Cruz with the takedowns. Xerxia again, just using the gun advantage. Nice kill by Berserk at the very least. Tebathol also go for the rifle, but for heroes now, they will die. Foxy and Cruz find the answer as Blaze King is all alone. There's another point here coming to Xerxia's favor. It really just goes to show though that even if Xerxia loses such a crucial player like Scary, they still have the willingness to rotate around this map. And I think for Boom, the weirdest thing with a Breach, Astra, and Cypher pieces, they're letting Sersha go into whatever kind of angle they want to in the first place. There's just not enough presence or not enough ways to slow down the Sersha take, the Sersha rotate, the Sersha movement. And it's the biggest problem that Boom Esports has here in this half.
The thing is, it shouldn't be a problem, Dax. You look at the
Exactly.
utility, their composition, and they have all the tools to do it, but the handyman just not kind of sure where to use it and which places to put it on exactly. So they have all the means to put the stop to what Surf are doing, just isn't coming their way. And you know, Berserks, he finds a kill on Surf too. And mind you, that was supported, to be fair. He was able to dodge that flashpoint, rather, that fault line. And this is one of those things where maybe it was just misplaced, but it should have been able to connect. And those are the telltale signs to me that they just simply aren't used to playing with a breach. Especially here in Haven, of all things, but an Aftershock's gonna force Blaze King out of the corner, and Cruz is gonna get the trade, but Flipshooter does so as well. Great find from him. He's gonna find, no, he's not gonna find a second. Surf getting the better of that fight, able to dodge shots. Good discipline from him, not staying and overcommitting into that fight, into that engagement. Down to the 4v2, playing with their strengths, and that forces Boom to go and save what little they have. Mind you, all Frostmind has is a petty Spectre here. Even then, still choose to try and bring it to the next round.
And this is just hard for Boom Esports to even find the opening. Many of these A takes, it's just Sersha going for the overrun. Maybe if they rotate their players, put Frostmind towards the tower instead, just like what we've seen from the side of Paper Rex, can help them out in that kind of pinch. But the problem still lies on, well, when Sersha gets that intel and they realize, okay, the Cypher's not here, we can actually find these targets instead, and it's a perfect opportunity for them the round, and that's gonna be it. 9-1 right now. Sersha again just getting on the board here for another attacking round.
Round after round we go. Seem to be bound to Boom Esports only having a single one round in this entire half. There's 2 more to go. I'm not too sure. It's seeming to snow on over the sidewalk here because Boom just cannot walk without slipping, it seems. Sersha, guns abound. Pretty much full economy on some of their players. Not the same bountiful feast prepared at Boom's table.
Placing swarm grenade.
Yeah, well, it's time right now. If Sersha can get even more in this buffet, or Boom Esports finally put a close to this. Berserks finds the blades, though, at the very least. Someone needs to be a hero, and here we go again! Berserks, is it time to shine? Seems like here we go with the stars aligning. Midnight 5! What an ace as the Berserker barrage comes in clean! Boom Esports, they needed someone to step it up, and they get it with Berserk.
He cuts, he slices, he spills their guts everywhere, and Berserk's bringing the big blades to the fight, completely going ham. You can see his hands completely just hacking and hacking, slashing at anything that comes his way, and that was a great Hunter's Fury as well to help the Hunter find his true prey. Good job here by Berserks to finally get them going. And for Boom's side, they're hoping that that was a small spark that they can continue on to bring this at least 9-3, and even more so curses to go their way.
Get out of my way!
My heart is beating after that one, but I want to be hype here for Boom Esports, I really do. But we've seen this in this exact same matchup. An ace round from Berserks, and then still Boom stumble, like what they did there on Bind last time. They actually use that momentum, they use that example to hold things down. There's an Odin in the hands of Scared Foxy on the operator as well, and a number of more interesting buys here from the side of Sersha, especially as they want to try and contest the range there of the op on the other side. But Snap now going towards that A site. Frostmind here down in the garage, trying to hold things together as much as possible. But the split push again has been one of the bread and butter plays here by Sersha. It is Foxy backing on away, and Sersha right now, they're running out of time, but they still have a moment here if they want to go for the rotate.
30
you have
seconds
the
left.
operator here on Berserks, holding down C-Long, but nobody's really calling Charlie as of the moment. A's away. They want to go, but it's the Sky here of all things, kind of lurking towards mid. You don't expect Foxes to be in that position. If anything, You might expect Sushi Boys on that Killjoy, and he gets caught out. That is huge here coming from Flipjitter. Little time left, and Frostmine able to find one. This is looking like a potential 9-3 end of the half. Here comes the fault line, flashes and aftershocks to support that. Scary spraying through that Cyber Cage. He's able to find two. Actually, Sushi Boys finding a second. Will be, though, the back line here of Boom Esports to clean up the round. While Economy cannot be brought on over to the second half, that momentum that they found in these last two can definitely still continue. They're going to be on the attacking side now. This could be where they try to make their stand.
Yeah, well, we're being realist here, but that is a lot more hopeful for Boom Esports, I have to say. This was just so well played by Flipjitter, and these are the moments where we're asking him if he can just be the one to make these kind of plays for himself. Perhaps could have been better for Boom Esports on the first half, but a great catch onto the lurk coming in from B sites, making the play happen towards A instead. And as we're going to go for a halftime break, it just has to be a complete reset right now for Boom Esports. They know they can do it. They know that they have the players that can inflict that kind of damage. But coming into this one, it still relies on how they're going to be setting things up well here for Berserks. If they want to get these sites, Berserks can actually navigate through whatever Cruz, whatever Sushi Boys, and whatever Scary can actually bring on out on the Sersha side if he is supported by smokes from Tebatal, by a setup there from Flipjitter. And they just need to go back to that game plan. They need to remember why they're running this kind of composition right now. Just remove what happened from that first half from their history, basically. They have the talent to do so if they want to get on through. But on the other side, that was just a statement by Sersha. They want to go for the next round. They want to go for a map number 3. And really, Surf has just been low-key getting those frags. Foxy, though, and Cruz again. The Flash brothers here for Sersha have been instrumental for these victories.
Round after round, man. Sersha have been really good at stopping the retakes coming in from Boom, and even, hell, putting a plug into them even attempting that. There's so many times where they win it as they go to plant a spike that Boom are just disheartened from going for the retake, realizing there's better goals at the end of the tunnel to look forward to than the one initially at first glance. So Sersha many times over have been very, very controlling, dominant of that attacking side of theirs, bulldozing their way to any barrier that Boom might be placing, which you wouldn't expect from the composition they've got. But this time, it's their attack that has to go full steam ahead. It's their attack that has to look unstoppable, indomitable. But Sersha, they're looking to make a play of their own.
I mean, we talked about area denial being such a big factor a while ago. This time, it's a possibility for Boom Esports. They have the tools to get through them, and they have to just show that they have the will in the first place. So this time, we go towards that C site. Look at the Sersha is set on up. Sushi Boys inside the garage, turret in that way is even. And it does feel like Sersha is willing to go for the 5v5 retake if need be. They feel that their utility might have the advantage coming into this one. And in this scenario, Flipjitter putting that spike down, but to hold the defenses all the way in the back, it will be Blazeking. Has to be careful though. The Aldrin now scouting on around and no peek whatsoever. We get the tag instead. Sersha looking for the green lights and getting ready to go. Sushi Boys, though, will see the oncoming Frostbite, but the Cypher gets the first blow anyway. Foxy, though, with the trade. Aftershock now putting Blazeking in harm's way, and Sersha will be a tie from C-Long, and stay so long that the defender is here in the first place of the side. Post plant right now, they're getting one Berserk in there as well, and the Frenzy's right now looking furious. Time, though, ticking, and Boom Esports will be able to hold the line. They come in also to get that garage. They get that victory, and it does feel like there is still hope for the Boom Esports banner.
Very, very intelligent for Boom to go plant there and do what they did. Look at this. They realized that A lobby was very, very deeply held by the Sersha side, which meant that if a retake were to come on the C side, there's a very big chance they're going to be coming from that C-long position as well. They're going to be coming from that long area because they're going to have to rotate around through spawn if it ever did come to it. So what do? They plant the spike on the Vision Strikers beneath the platform, and then they go and take that defender side and spawn that CT position as, they get a few kills in this round, but they also go continue to cut off the rotations from B and in garage as well. Very, very cerebral Boom Esports did. Good heads-up play from them and a good call as well from their IGL. This is a go next round. Okay, Scary's able to find the kill. really is starting to look like Boom are getting a read on what to do.
Boom awake now, and well, Berserks get that thing down. Him and Flipster, they held the line together with the Frenzies on C side. Gave a chance for Templeton to go for the rotation, and now this is a true test for Boom Esports. If they want to win this map, if they want to get that 2-0, a round win here will be just astronomical for them. The Frostmine there, he just mows down the opposition. Well, Scary will at least get the kill. I think what's better to talk about right now is how the operator comes online for Sersha again. And it's a bit different how Sersha plays this up. Surf has been so good at picking apart a certain player, assassination at its finest. But we haven't seen that kind of, 1, 2, 3 kind of explosiveness from him compared to other duelists in the side of APAC. So let's see now if he can get the rack up more and more. The shot does come though with the ops to expose it towards that A site. Boom Esports already running away from it and might be walking into the loving arms of the Nanoswarm and the stars of the Astra and the Killjoy.
Will the constellations align? Certainly is enough utility to make that happen. This makes contact. Nanoswarm burn. Berserk taking lots of damage, but he does not pop the Cloudburst. A bit of a misstep here, and Scary is more than ready to capitalize on that. He's truly terrifying in those holes. Sushi Boys cutting them up raw. 2 for 2 on the anchors on Charlie's site, and the only one remaining is Blaze King with a Spectre. Cannot even get a single kill. Perfect defensive round against the anti-bonus here from Zersha.
And Sersha, you have to fear those kind of positions. If they expose that intel to you, there is a meaning to that. Scared off by the operator? Go to C, and now you're just very, very dead. And this is just how effective Sushi Boys and Scary can be together. Easy taps onto a funnel. They know where the opposition is going to come from. And just perfectly played, honestly. This is why they feel so confident with the utilities that they have. Why they were willing to go for that retake anyway, getting that kind of help from Cruz. And that's where the familiarity comes with this kind of composition for the side of Sersha. But here we go again. Boom Esports now. Full on the rifles. Also has the neural tap for that intel if ever. But they still have to be absolutely wary here, Black and Blue. Because the operator is ready. Surf is right there. And if Berserks is a little too eager without that dash, please be dead.
He knows that, I'm sure. Just be very wary with what he's doing right now. Both of them, actually. We've seen some of these duels go wayward, even though he's gotten up. Surf, flash peek for him. Not really finding much. He kind of expects Blaze King, or at least anticipates that. Oh, but he backs on off, realizes he's getting bit off more than he can chew. Gonna have to dash back. Fault line here, connecting perfectly. That's gonna be a free kill here for Berserk. Is not able rather to get the follow-up kill, but he's done a decent amount of damage here towards the remaining players. Neural theft out. Really keep things in mind. This is looking like a retake from Zersha.
I'm ticking. It's 5v4. Boom Esports with the advantage. The shock dart does fly towards Foxy. Big damage done. Low on the HP here for the Sky. And if he even falls down from the wrong height, he'll already be dead. Careful acts here from Sersha, but Scary finds Blaze King. Push comes to shove. Berserk's right there waiting in hell though, and will send Sushi Boys down to the ground. Templeton on the board. Has to be a save right now from Sersha. And Boom Esports, will they go for the hunt? I'd love to see them actually chase down Sersha here. But for Boom, they will take the victory. They will take the points. And that extra bit of restraint again, showing their discipline as a squad as we go to 6-10 scoreline.
Dex, you remember how many times over a few days ago we were talking about how in C it's so common for people to kind of double stack a single angle because like we'll never expect 2 players to be there. Well, how about the third here for Boom? They literally played 3 people in hell, 3 players in hell, just to make sure that the unexpected is all you can really expect in that post-final retake. But it never actually came to that. Zersha, they're kind of disheartened by the time that they got down to the last 2 players, and for good reason. So 4v2 looking like an ADU round for them. So Boom cut the lead down to 4 once more. This time they got some guns, and if they win this round, that will break the economy of Zersha and could potentially make it just a 2-round difference.
The thing is, for Sersha, if they're gonna like that tower control, they still have to be careful of what Blaze King can really do. This guy is so adept with the shock darts that he can't even bother dropping on down. And I mentioned that a while ago, but we're getting to drop onto that B site. Berserk's quick take, and I'd like to clear out here for Boom Esports just to make sure no one's hiding on the sides, but still a possibility here for Sersha. the links can enable someone like Cruz or Scary to get the job done. Sushi Boy still over onto the left side of Cage is there. The flank possible by Sersha, but the push right now from Boom Esports as here comes Berserks, as well as the Soa Blaze King. After shock though, to go for the stall. An eye out on Surf. He can be the one to strike at the heart. Foxy Scary on the board. Already the limbs of Boom Esports being torn on apart. Sushi Boys just cutting everyone into calamari. And Tempatol the only one left. But time is ticking, and the crucial kill is needed here from Tempatol. Protected by the team as body shields and all. It's Sersha who gets in the way and gets the round.
Perfect retake there. And Surf, I get the idea, I get the intent. Take that A-link position, but it's something very expected nowadays. And when you're there unsupported, unguided, then that's kind of what you expect. Single flash peek going out from Foxes. Even though, you know, Berserks wasn't even blind, he still goes down to it. So, Berserks, get the intent. Just doesn't work out the way they do. And another timeout has been forced on Boom Esports. Their final timeout of regulation. They've got some economy to work with. They do have a buy. And Berserks, fortunately, has his blades. But they're going to have to convert this round. Otherwise, we're going to map 3, I think.
And we've seen him do heroic efforts before. Can he do it yet again? What an ace it was a while ago towards the C-Long. But Boom Esports now, they're understanding why they get these kind of spaces here from Sersha. And I like the timeout because they have to assess how safe they can really be when they go for the plant in a direct manner. And you contrast that to what Sersha does. If they feel like something's way too easy, if they get that control, they like to push even further. From B, they go towards that A-link, they plant towards that side. We don't really see that kind of adaptation there for Boom Esports. And while they can have those fans spared, they can go for those kind of pushes, they just let Sersha position themselves accordingly. And, well, the scoreline speaks for itself. It has been a better run here from Boom Esports. Sersha built such a big scoreline a while ago that crucial mistakes and I'd say the lack of the extra effort right now from Boom Esports, it's going to be costing them rounds where Sersha is able to play the 5v5 retake by default. Spike though, all over towards that C side and back into the game. It does feel like Sushi Boys will be the one keeping an eye out for the upcoming Boom attack.
More of the same from what we saw in the pistol. They go C, heavy stack towards that A lobby. And they have to know that that means C-Long is where they're going to have to push through once again. You can see Sersha doing the exact same thing. And boom, they're going to expect this, knowing that once more is what the general kind of defense would do for any team, basically. So Blaze King C can see him one step ahead, confirming his suspicions of that flank. And because he's actually found that information, they go towards Garage instead, realizing they cannot do the same thing twice on over. Sushi Boys opens up on Tempatol, which is huge. Now, no more pulls, potential to be used. Rolling Thunder, though, to counteract that and buy them some time to keep them knocked off their shoes. How will it really turn out when it comes to the gunfight? Spectre in the hands of Berserks. He's got his blades to work with, but he's going to have to make them connect. Going to have to make full value out of it.
Oh man, perfect kill, perfect flash, perfect double from Surf as well. Really riding out the wave here. Blaze King, brave double from him. Flip Thunder doing everything, and Blaze holds onto it. 1v1 from Garage. He's gonna park himself, not gonna move. Hunter's Fury, does he have time? No, he doesn't. He backs the defuse, and Fox gets the clutch. Brings him that point.
Nails HP and he's ready to feel the lightning course through his veins. What a round by Sersha to get that map point. What a hero Surf was there, getting into the heart of the attacking side. Look at him get there towards Frostbite. Nice flash over onto Berserk. Blaze King turning the fight as soon as the caustic device dissipated. But the problem is, in a 1v1, and when someone isn't tagged on up, you can't rely on the Hunter's Fury to get the job done. And well played there by Sersha. A great effort through by Boom Esports. But now, the money bank has been dwindling here for the attack. Legion squad, they're seeing potential map number 3 forced out by the opposition, and Scary has had enough. He gets 2, but Blaze King is there to go for the trade. Stable as he is, yet again, Surf right now, gonna get healed on up. Right now, Boom Esports need to make the right call if they want to win this round. A possibility if they stack heavily towards a site that isn't well reinforced here by Sersha. They can go for the overrun and get that boost plants on, but man, you can still feel the pressure after the last round, and for both sides, it's about who might jump the gun a little bit too much. Boom Esports, though, they do have a foothold now towards A.
Boom. have to start blooming here. Really make up for what they lacked in that previous season, those previous rounds. And get the spike down, making sure that nobody is here. Making sure they've got the proper timing to work with. Oh, but they're playing a double health stack, which is very, very difficult to fend off. A kind of split push here from that sewers in a long position. So Fox is finding out nobody kill is huge. Has to force him to push on out. And that is the round. Map number 2 done and dusted. We're going on to Ascent. Sersha take map number 2 by force.
Yeah, from the chaos we saw in the last one to the order here, where Sersha resets the battlefield and gets the 13-6 victory. It was more of a statement truly here by Sersha. It got dicey courtesy of Boom Esports. There were moments, but too far, too few in between. Congratulations, Sersha. We tie things up to a third map. And both Thailand here in Indonesia, their hopes are still alive to be represented into Masters. But what a statement again, and what a show of force we saw there from Sersha. That was just such a, I'd say, on-point attacking side. So many times when we see them get those sides, they just had full control. They would deny any possibility there from Boom Esports. And while Boom could figure out a few moments there with Flipster, some amazing frags from Blaze King, who got 13 at the very least, when Sersha sets up the battlefield, there was no hope really for Boom to get back into it.
Yeah, they really did put up all the roadblocks that Boom were simply not able to, blaze through. Blaze getting very amicable performance from him, but some clutches here and there would have maybe gone their way. Just doesn't at the end of the day. They're gonna have to go play for map number 3, the distance that we were expecting. Not the way maybe you would have expected or assumed it would go, at least here for map number 2. I thought it would be a bit closer, but Sersha, as I said at the start of this, when we were kind of doing the pre-game, that this is the exact type of map Sersha want to play Boom in. This is where they can really equalize things in. And once again, Boom have just seemingly, when it comes to the international stage, looked a lot less proficient on Haven specifically.
Yeah, this is a problem. If you're gonna be playing Sentinels, you better be damn sure you get that value out of the utilities you have. And case in point, Sushi Boys was incredible. Attack, defense, Nano Swarms absolutely on point. Alarm bots for the flanks whatsoever. But on the other side, when we see the Cypher, he's always just rotating. It's like, Frostmine, where are you? We need you here. And he's like, I'm coming. I'm gonna try, but the Cyber Cage is a little too late for the party. Again, we mentioned for Flipster there, he played this guy last time. Sure, he struggled against SPE, but I don't think the breach is the answer. He was incredible on Split. His pop flashes were out of this world, and he's not making these kind of plays for himself. He's unable to really utilize the duelist he has in his heart, basically. And what happens there is just Boom Esports having to play under the terms and conditions of Sersha. And there are amazing shots that happen. Both Surf and Berserks did what they could to get those kind of frags. But I just want to mention this, like, for Boom Esports, so few moments where they were able rather to contest when the spike was being planted. Many a time, it was just letting Sersha have their way towards the sites. And I really feel like that was one of the biggest reasons why it costed them that to happen. What a show of force we saw there from, Berserk. It's crazy to think how he can just pull out that ace out of nowhere. But can we get that more here? Boom, that's the question. Will we see those more moments, or can they not? Can they move into a position or a direction where they don't have to rely on that to win out the round?
I don't know. I'm not looking too hopeful for Boom Esports here right now. Ascent is a map that I've seen much more great things come in from the side of Sersha than I have Boom. For Boom Esports, Haven and Ascent have been looking like those two maps where they do seem to have a puzzle that is definitely solvable. Southfield weren't able to do it on Ascent yesterday, and it almost feels like for Flipjitter, they kind of saw the benefits of Haven with a breach, and they just tried to incorporate it, but without necessarily the practice or the R&D put into it. So very valiant effort here from Boom. We're still my pick to maybe go to the grand finals along with Paper Rex, but looking very, very dangerous right now, especially against a Sersha that we know gets better as time progresses, as the series gets longer. And we're going to map number 3 definitely after this break.
Who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at? What they really want to know? who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. Just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. My vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working in.
X marks the spot there for Sersha as they find the treasure that is Haven. And well, they commanded the lanes, they commanded the sites, and they commanded the game to force us into a third map. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and we're going to be going for a decider here at the very end. Ascent is the map for these two teams. Boom Esports on one side, Sersha Esports on the other. And while these last hopes are clashing, I have to say here, Black and Blue, if you look back at the games here today versus their opposition, these Ascent maps have gotten absolutely close, that they were able to eke it out for both Sersha and Boom Esports.
There have been really good performances, actually, as you say, yeah, from that Ascent map. You know, when you look at Sersha's side versus Persija, came down to the last round of regulation, and Boom Esports' side, more of the same. But I do think, you know, when it comes to actually playing Ascent itself, Sersha do have typically a better game plan on it and better performances than and better, I guess, general style that fits in more with how Ascent is, especially on that defensive side, than you would normally see from the Boom Esports' squad. So as you said, right, both teams, the last time we played on Ascent came down to final round of regulation, round number 24. They were able to edge it out, but just barely by the smallest of margins. I think that's what we're going to get more here of today.
And you want some similarities coming into this one, Black and Blue. Both Ascent maps featured a KO from both sides. Both Ascent maps had that Jet Sova plus a Sentinel outlook. And both Ascent maps had Scary as well as Tebatol top fragging and doing incredible damage for their team. So we talked about how the Astra matchup would be stacking on up, how incredible these two players have been all throughout their run, and how whoever has that better performance can actually bring their team to that victory. Then these similarities are just shining and glaring towards Ascent. And coming into, well, for SEA, for APAC, this has just been one of those maps basically where all of the elements of open areas plus of course the possibility to cluster down the opposition with a Sentinel, it comes online here for Ascent, and both teams have really embraced the KO disposition to throw out the 0 points, to get those key suppressions at the right times. And I really feel like it's going to be interesting here because for one side, Cruz, he can play a mean initiator no matter what, but on the other, Flipsider goes back to a role where he can be more, I'd say, selfish and self-sufficient, making plays for himself too.
I mean, Flipsider is a great initiator. He's a great second or even sometimes first on in if, you know, Berserk isn't feeling it. But the problem is when you play in a Breach, it's a very, very different style. And the initiators he's used to playing are like a Sky and a KO. Those two are pretty close in how you'd play them as compared to how you'd play a Breach and a Sova, which are the complete opposite. Breach and Sova, a lot more back. Sova, Sky and KO, a lot more forward. And that is something that you were kind of seeing many, I guess, of his old kind of, how do I say this, tendencies and what he's used to playing and how he plays, kind of bleeding on over to that Breach. And it's something that is a big contrast and big, I guess, kind of antithesis to how you would want to play a Breach. And that was one of the biggest reasons why I think they lost Haven. I do at least commend the fact that they were really trying to, you know, innovate and change their thing up and really be able to be flexible. But sometimes it matters more for your team to kind of play what you are known for and what you are used to playing, what you've practiced, over trying to try something out just because you saw the other team is better at it, or the other team has a composition that maybe if you change yours, it'll flex and fit better against theirs. But as I say, you know, when it's a tournament, it's not the time to try and pull out those hasty strats that you have not practice, because you are going to get bit in the back for it. We've seen that time and time again. We saw that yesterday with when South Built would pull out the KO even though they're not known for the KO. We saw that just now on Haven when they pull out the Breach even though they're not known for really playing Breach on Haven. And those kind of moments we've been seeing time and over. And I guess, well, boom, they have another opportunity to rectify that. They find out the real big problem of that firsthand now, and this is their chance to try and flip things together and really put things together. Although, again, Xerxia are a really spectacular team on Ascent. They played pretty close the last time. Both of these teams kind of played Ascent, but I do think there's a small edge here for Xerxia.
And let me lay down the law as we're going to be getting into Agent Select. Splits look to be so much more comfortable for Boom Esports. They won it. Haven, more comfortable for Xerxia. Xerxia took that one. But here on Ascent, neither team has dropped an Ascent map in the VCT circuit this year. And it's all about staining the records on the other side as we do get the KOs into play. The only difference, of course, will be a matter of that Sentinel. Frostmind, he goes over to Killjoy. Sushi Boys over onto the Cypher. And it's just a little bit of a change on up. We saw compared to Haven basically be like, hey, you want to be the one to play this Cypher? Maybe you want to be the one to play this Killjoy instead. But I do feel like it's a lot more comfortable for Frostmind to be on that Killjoy from what we've seen from him. And because of this, Sushi Boys, he can be really cheeky with a Cypher on maps like Ascent and Breeze.
Well, at least this time they're going in compositions that we know both of these teams are pretty used to playing. Nothing super out of the ordinary. As you talked about, the only real big difference here is which Sentinel they decide to bring into the game. For one side, on this attacking Boom, for the Killjoy, and the other, the Cypher. So I do think that this is going to fare a bit better for Boom. Quite a lot better, actually, for Boom here in Ascent than we saw from their Haven. And that KO, man, it's been something we've been seeing be very, very popular nowadays. It seems to be the fashion of the land now that, it was, I guess, popularized or innovated by, other teams in APAC, like for Full Sense here when it comes to the C region. And we saw that in APAC LCQ, and now lots of teams, no matter where they're from, here in C and APAC in general, have been really utilizing that aspect into their game. But here we go. Opening pistol, Boom on the attack, and seems like they want to play things safe for the meantime. 1-2-1 split to try and feel out the offense.
I mean, Boom beat the Pioneers on this map, basically. They beat Full Sense just a while ago. They should have that confidence to play Ascent. Sersha, though, already renowned for it historically through that XN roster. Innovators on the Ascent map as well on how to control these lanes. We are going to be getting really a matchup to remember. A map that feels evenly split compared to the first two maps where one side had the advantage on the other. Coming into this one, well, for Boom Esports, it's all about shaking off some of the struggles they had there on Haven. For Sersha, it's about finishing the job off. Sushi Boys, though, all by his lonesome, tries to play the camera, gets broken immediately by the double stack there of Boom Esports. This should tell Sersha, though, not to name players towards that A site. Here comes the stars being set on up. Sushi Boys will find the target on the Berserks anyway as he navigates towards the middle. Flip Shadur, though, here he comes, getting on the board. And he is a strong, independent robot with no need, no setup. Spikes planted. Here comes the 0 point for Intel. And Flip Shadur as well as Sushi Boys. Present scene. Flip Shadur with a takedown. And it's Boom now with a man advantage. Surf, though, will answer back.
Surf, great reaction from him here, and Blaze King's able to get a trade off on a Scary 2v3, but two players from Boom's side are quite low. A single bullet could do Blaze King in, and two, especially if it's a head, should do Flip Jitter in as well. Here comes a retake of Surf. Great shot for him to connect, and Cruz as well on the swing. Blaze King do the 1v1, but Cruz will secure the round, and Zerta starts off with the pistol.
Sersha able to make it still work anyway. A great effort from Flipster to keep an eye out in the middle, but the damage still inflicted. The fact that you have to give up your presence towards that site allows Sersha to walk on in. This is how cheeky the Cypher can really be here. Get that intel, force out a few more players to keep an eye out on you, and look to anticipate a possible rotation at the right time. So well played there by Sushi Boys overall. Cruz also opening things up alongside Surf, who was willing to go for that high ground, but this proves already that this is going to be a more, I'd say, enticing map compared to the first two. Split was interesting, Haven was more on the Sersha side, and now, here for Boom, let's see what else they can do. Contested from Berserk, and he wins! Surf! Hello?
Okay.
Whoa!
He'll take it. Right click works out for him. Berserks gets away with it, completely stunning them there. Flip Jitter, some damage done early with the left clicks of the classic. He's playing close still, knowing that his only chance for this after the reload comes. He's playing it close, but he walks right into him. They try and filter out. They're like, ooh, fish in the barrel. Look at this. Foxes. Great for him. Farm those boys for more ultimate orbs and economy. This should be a social round.
You know, that felt like a get down, Mr. Berserk moment. He jumped into that shock dart. He's like, no, I'll attack it for the team. But it's 3v2. Still a bit of damage done here by Boom.
What?
Oh, it's even better. Frostbite making the classic happen. 3 guns. By the way, Cruz finally getting the final 2 takedowns. But that is just going to be unexpected results there for Sersha, that they lost that many people in that kind of round. The range, though, is just crazy to think what the Classic can really do. Well, Foxy cleared out that cubby pretty efficiently with the shock darts. Still, Sersha, it's a very interesting scenario. Will they invest? Seems like Scary is going to be picking up a rifle even, so this bonus round isn't as frugal as you'd expect here for Sersha.
And I don't recall them buying any upgraded pistols or much of it in that previous round. The fact that they were able to do that with all classics is a huge, huge bonus to their economy. And because of that, you can see full armor abound for every single player left on Boom. If you weren't able to get those kills, perhaps it wouldn't be the case. But Sersha really they still have a good opportunity here to win this. They got 3 rifles, but Berserks equalizes the odds and actually turns and pivots it towards their favor. Good frag to be found on Zeus. Falls back to Diligence, leaves mid, but there is an alarm bot there to keep that in check for the meantime. Trying to aggress here on short position, and he finds another kill on the Foxes.
Yeah, Berserks is feeling it, just able to outduel Surf so early on. Shows him that that angle, whether it's a classic or a rifle, I can kill you. Stir. Dances the fragment right now to slow down a potential push if ever. But that spike has been left behind towards the lobby by B site. In the 5v3, Sersha cannot find an opening whatsoever. This is such a better hold here from Boom Esports already. So stifling on the defense, showing the presence towards that mid side. And Sersha doesn't feel like they can safely go through anywhere. They're gonna have to force their way towards the west side of the map. Blazing though, Aldron for the scout. Fragment gonna get thrown on over to prevent the extra peeks and pushes of Boom Esports. The Flipture there doesn't care. Finds to kill off the Sushi Boys to start things off now on these last few seconds of the take. Blaze King on board, and this should be it. Boom Esports, that was just so systematic and automatic. Nice rotations and good angles for the Flawless.
Good round here from Boom, and as you said, that Flawless, for them to get that is going to really help propel them forward and perhaps even equalize things up here. So expensive for Xerxia. The fact that they had to buy for round 3 for their bonus, but not able to convert it, means that they're now on an eco, and this almost definitely should be equalized scoreline here coming in from Boom. Really looking pretty solid on this defensive side, although that is the preferred side here on Ascent generally by most teams. But they are crawling their way now here towards A main. Slow but surely. Got some pistols, 2 Spectres to work with. Slower, perfectly timed. That's going to keep them at bay. The Molly as well. Dropped from his own hand.
Oh no,
Tebotol. Oh, Tebotol. Not able to escape from that one. Surf somehow entries onto the site after his dash. They do get the spike planted down, so this is looking pretty swell for Xerxia. They didn't get a few kills, and this could be even better, but Flip Jitter spamming through somehow finds a head.
Boom Esports, good working conditions overall, and even better right now. Employee of the month, Flips it there, gets another takedown. Berserks is here. Nice scan of Berserks there to clean up the round. This is a 2-2 scoreline, but I have to give such a big advantage to Boom Esports right now. Their setups have been perfect. Their holds have been so stellar and strong. And have you seen the chain of events for the past few rounds? Classic kills for the second, a flawless on their first 5, and only losing 1 player thanks to the gravity flow antics here in the 4th. Boom Esports is in such a good spot right now economically that, well, even though Xerxia had basically that lesson buy went for the run on in, still Boom has such a good foothold for the rest of these rounds for now.
Great moments here for Boom. And that's very nicely done from Flip Jitter to hold down the line when Frostmind was stunned, concussed. He made sure that he stayed on his feet and didn't go down. 2-2, guns out for Xerxia. Blades pop for Surf. Trying to take control of mid. The only player there for presence is going to be Flip Jitter. Denies his blades for the meantime, but he also has his null command to pop if ever they go heavy-handed into the site. He can completely just delete the blades from the next few half minute if he does so choose to do.
Yeah, and just delete the jet basically with only a short D. Thing is though, completely different zip code right now for our KO. It's Blaze King who has to hold things together alongside Frostmind. Xerxia prime ready for a standard execute, but Blaze King comes in from the cubby, and 2 immediately for the price of 1. And as soon as that happens, you get the intel, but Berserks is right in front of you. So what's the point of knowing where they are? 3-2, and in a blink of an eye, Boom Esports gets in the way of Xerxia yet again.
Very clean round from Boom. All of these rounds just are super clean Dax. Barely losing a player, only 1 at the most. But then Xerxia just cannot find their way into an opportunity, into a perfect play, into a decent play even. They're gonna have to force up guns once more. Surf forcing the rifle here. Sheriff's abound. Xerxia have to convert this, otherwise Boom could start to run away with things. It will only be a 2-round lead, but momentum is heavily in the Boom side. Well, Sushi Boys puts a stop to that for the meantime.
Yeah, Momentum and economy, that's my biggest concern right now here for Sersha. Boom has just been ironclad on the defense. Great efforts here from Frostmine and Blaze King many a time towards that B site. At least a nice pick off to help him out. Debatol inside the smoke. Foxy looking for an opportunity. Sersha wants to navigate towards A instead, but look how far Berserks is playing into the corner. High ground right now is the best ground. Berserks is there, Debatol with the helping hand, even peeking out from the smoke. There's just no way Sersha can get on the inside. Feels like what we're getting right now here is Boom Esports is looking to counteract the potential opportunities of Sersha many a time. They're staying away from those 0-point locations for the site. If they do get surprised along the way early on, then for Boom, they're going to be having a few tools here. Sushi Boys gets one more 3 already. The tools to slow things down. Seems like Sersha for more of the answer, but in the duel versus duel, still a chance here for Sersha, and this can now change the pace of the game. What an effort this has been for Sushi Boys. He is alive, he is primed, and the Cruz now has the rifle. Frostbite top flashlight being set on that, but Sushi Boys comes in again to save the day. This guy can do it all here for Sersha, and what a way to win to stop the momentum of Boom Esports.
Finally a round here found by Sersha. After 3, they get themselves to 3. This is a round they desperately needed. Like I said, these economy rounds, eco rounds, the ones they have to convert when they start to lose momentum. Sushi Boys, man, 4 kills into rounds, completely demolishing Boom Esports after each peak. 1 tap after tap. They now go to grass. Mid is where they want to seem to be progressing on forward. Berserks not landing a shot. There are 2 of them there. He picked one, picked the other. He shot in between, didn't connect.
Yes, unfortunately, it doesn't curve to hit both heads. And Sersha, I think they found a small weakness on the Boom Esports defense. As Scary gets rid of Flip to her. They play for picks like this. They are perfectly timed, and Surf now getting retribution versus Berserks in the multiple mid contests we've seen here so far. So the Boom Esports defense lacking, but Sersha doesn't just go full force and full ham onto a site. They're gonna need to make some adjustments and fast, because Sersha is now running their way towards that A side 5v2 scenario, and it's slim pickings for the rest of the crew. Should be a save, and Sersha, they found the answer along the way.
5v2 once again. Sersha seem to have found their footing here, Dax. Completely take control over the A site. Find those kills on those committed positions played here by Boom. Really now spreading their web everywhere they go. Boom, you have to save here. They do have guns to move into the next round, but it's important not to feed themselves even more to the Sersha side. Give them more ult economy, give them more credits to spend. Boom. All they do have, as I said, some money to buy. They do not want to start letting their wallets go thin. Pockets ever less so deep. Now decide to switch to lead Sersha once more. 4-3. Can they continue this on? I do think so. They have the ultimates to make it work. They've got 1 away from Cosmic Divide, which they very easily could take, especially after taking the orbs, and more importantly, they also have the Hunter's Fury to accompany that with. A lockdown, though, is about to be placed, is about to be readied up by Frostmine soon, so I don't think you're going to pop that Hunter's Fury till they know the lockdown has been dispensed.
Yeah, they're going to get the Blade Stomp here, but I'm looking at Cruz to get a nice 0 point towards the Jets. Berserk still able to hide into the wide cellar, and a chance perhaps to make these blades count as it peeks on through. Sees Scary from up top, but really the horror show gargantuan, truly. The Astro will get the first pick off to start things off, and this pace change, this tempo switch by Sersha, playing for these kind of picks have been very effective, even if we got a glimpse of it from Sushi Boys a while ago, all the way back into the pistol. I don't like that Sersha is still stacking, though. I feel like it's a bit dangerous if they go into the maze of Frostmind. Let's go for the flash drive. Here comes Sersha now trying to get the initiative. Getting to the doorway. Tries to go for the lever, breaks the turrets, and flips it there. Will peek on out to get that takedown. Hunter's Fury now the call. A double think here for Sersha. Absolutely sacrifice the life of Surf. And this gives him a chance to go for the stations. They go for the Hunter's Fury, though, instead to try and force it out anyway. Flips it there. He's low, but he's still alive. Sushi Boys now will go down. stinky fish apparently, as it's a rotting corpse of the Cypher there. 4v3 and boom, able to hold things down for now.
And that's where Flip Jitter is much more at home when all he has to focus on is killing some fools, you know, coming his way. And that's where we really kind of saw a lack of that coming in on Haven, be playing slow back, you know, retreating, and where he really does shines when he's so forward. He watches, oh no, the timing doesn't work out. That's actually sticking on to him. No, never mind. Only goes 1 for 1. He's kind of done his job. Scary still, double dipping into the window. He's opened the airflow. But Flip Jitter finds a perfect timing here to read to get Scary. Cruz, last one left alive. No utility left online. Pops a null command, but it doesn't necessarily matter. If anything, it just gives away potential positions here of where Flip Jitter could be. Cosmic Divide as well, so much utility being invested into this round axe. It's gonna work out for Cruz. He gets the one, but oh, Tampa Tall, immediate trade, lightning fast reactions as he needed to be. They tie the game up 4-4.
Esports, they win the round. A heavy investment though with the last 2 ultimates there, giving you the precision and Sersha. They have to understand right now that how the style works here in esports, so we can go for their talents. Because you can see, if Boom Esports decide to come from one single angle, Sersha rather comes from that one angle. Boom Esports has the answer. They have the formations, they have Flipster happy to pick up the pieces and go for the takedowns. And in that scenario, I thought it was already perfect that they got the kill onto Berserks. They could play again for a bit more of the middle, maybe that cubby, and just look for those opportunities elsewhere. Because if he's put all of them in just one basket, that is just so oppressive from the nature of Frostmind's setup towards that B main. And doesn't seem like the answer there for Sersha isn't as clear-cut for them as it is yet.
Well, fruits sprout from not the root, but the trees and leaves above. And
you gardener?
Maybe more of a botanist, if anything.
Ah, I see, I see. That's true. That's true.
I'm not good at flower things. Just cacti, maybe, because you sprinkle them like once a day and you're good.
and they just suddenly grow. I have a cactus plant like all the way outside, and it's growing sideways for some reason. I really don't.
Maybe it's going towards wherever the sun typically rises on your side. That's typically how plants do go. But, well, speaking of more important things, Berserk plants himself here on the mid link, and he goes and destroys Surf. Able to somehow back off. Okay, they're kind of scared to peek him. And dude, he just literally strolls all the way back, backpedaling all the way back in the mid, and somehow finds himself safely without a scratch on his head.
Yeah, he went in, he went out, and apparently he got a goodie bag along the way. It's like crashing a children's birthday party and just getting the treats there because you're taller. Sersha, though, they're the ones who want to play for those picks, but losing Surf early on.
Is that from personal experience
in their plans? Oh man, yeah, because it was me. You know those kind of games where it's like hanging in front of the kids. I just take what I want and just be like, no, what's up?
Like those hanging piñata things, yeah.
Yep, pretty much. But Sersha now, they can't get busted like one. They can't get busted like piñata here. They have to be very careful. Again, we have slower stop. Boom has found multiple times the answer towards the absolute ambition. There we go, though, with some getting suppressed on Sushi Points, finds the takedown off the Flipster there. Frostbite down in hell, gets the bird on the Foxy anyway, but Sersha with a takedown on the both Berserk and Tempathol, leaving everything here to the hands of Blaze King. I do believe Cruz, though, should be rebooted. Just some cheeky nanoswarms there from Frostbite bringing the damage. But then 3v1 and a better angle here from Sushi Boys. 3k is all he needs for Sersha to win the round. This Cypher has stepped up immensely for Sersha.
Sersha are really good at sending that one player deep when they do get control of a site to try and cut off, you know, a preemptive rotation, a preemptive help, and kind of anybody trying to reinforce the site. It's been very good at that. Typically, it's been Sushi Boys. They've been letting go that way. There have been moments where you'd see like maybe someone like Cruz or Scary would do that same thing. It has been something catching Boom off guard. Haven't caught on just yet. Spectre in the hands of Blaze King, as everybody else has a darn Vandal. Seems like there's a heavy preference here in this matchup over the Vandal or Phantom argument, and I quite like it.
Hasn't it been mostly Vandals, honestly, in APAC? I'd love to see some stats, but I really think that Vandal is just so prevalent right now in our region. Why bother with the spray when you can tap the head instead and get the takedown? So all about that impact here for both sides. But boom, again, this is just the perfect trap for them. Mice here for Sersha. Looking for some keys, might be walking into the trap instead. Aldron though for the scout. It's still not a full commitment for Sersha at the very least. Next stratagem so important, but Surf will dash on in, and Frostbind will hug him quickly and then take him down right beside each other there with the close contact. Blaze be ready, Berserk's on the board, and boom, esports yet again, all the side fights in the worst. Nice turn around there from Blaze King. Scary will trade it, but it doesn't matter. 5-5, and Sersha again trying to bust down a wall with their head, and they're just bleeding because of it.
Great defensive hold there from Boom, and especially Frostbind with a Spectre in hand, finding 2 high impact frags. There was Blaze King on that hold.
Neutralized.
You saw him swing left and right. Things really going his way. And Frostbind was there to help him as well. They actually both found 2, so once again, 2 kind of anchors on the site. Really keeping the ship still for the meantime. 5-5 though, potentially be tied up going into the second half as well if things go either way.
Yeah, that's been the perfect pairing really here for Boom Esports. Blaze King and Frostbind have been so stable for that B site, and it's just so hard to hit here for Sersha if there's not that mid presence whatsoever. And it's a little interesting that they do know how to fight for it. They know that Surf and Berserk can go for those trades, but they still commit heavily anyway towards the Nano Swarms and all. So in this case now, Sersha ready to go for the Owl Drone instead towards that A side. No hefty commitments. Better look for those kind of picks, but Berserk has been playing this control over onto the corner. And he just loves to play on top of that stack. Had extra high ground, surprising the opposition. Sushi Boys now finally going for the mid to be call, and they're getting to clear out the utilities quickly. No. Defense spawn now being covered. The rest of Boom Esports tries to go for potential retake already, but Frostbind on site all alone. A pinch might be perfect here from the side of Boom Esports. And there we go with the execute. Sushi Boys will get a takedown onto one, but Flip Shadur will just change the fate yet again. And Flip Shadur will put the 3 instead to his name. 6-5 here for Boom Esports.
In the half.
Nicely done for Boom on the hold. They still hold on to the lockdown as well. You're going to expect all these ultimates to come on out. The question is, who will pop theirs first? Is it the rock? Is it the paper or the scissors? Will Foxes burn his Hunter's Fury first before lockdown is placed? That could be a crucial mistake that Frostbind could capitalize on. If Frostbind puts his lockdown and is pressured into having to use it, Sersha could have the proper tool to dismantle that and disable it as well. So, final round of the half, then 6-6. 7-5 would really benefit Boom right now as well. Coming into this half though, early knife to give away lots of information here coming from Boom. They at least know there's 3 towards mid link, possibly even more. And you see, knowing that,
no more charges
kind of pull away from holding that short position. They kind of trade and want to go for an aggressive A main peak. Find the information in case they are trying to go for some sort of split, but that doesn't present itself just yet. Instead, kind of trying to fall back and default into more safeable, more reliable, anchorable positions here.
You know, you can applaud the Boom pinch basically. Many a time to just find a way to put Sersha in just a completely awkward spot. And whether they come from whatever angle Sersha wants to do basically. This is Boom Esports find the other angle, the other half, basically the missing piece for their success. Well, lockdown now is the play, and Sersha again will try to go on through. Cruz with take out Flipshitter, will get a trade. Foxy now making the Hunter's Fury count, but that's a big whip there from Surf. Flipshitter will be there to get the takedown, but Cruz again on the board. Boom has it back on away. 3v2 right now, and a difficult straight here for Berserks and Tempotol. All about the distance here for Foxy. He wants to go for the rotation as much as possible, and this might be Boys flash into the takedown there onto Tempotol. Backs it away with a cage, and perfectly primed here by Cruz and Curl. All left now to Berserk by the staircase. Moving on around, trying to go for the task, but Cruz will bring this crew to a 6-6 scoreline. A 3K this time. All about triple kills in this game here, Black and Blue. But we're tied up on such an even battlefield.
Yeah, it's not like rounds where there are moments that you think, okay, this guy will get a kill here, this guy will do a kill, and everyone gets basically 1 or 2 kills in the round. But no, there's just individual moments where a single individual player will just be that X factor, really changes the tides of the war. And in this case, this battle between these two teams, they realize there's more at hand than just individual rounds. We're going to that second half. Xerxia and Boom are looking really, really good right now against each other on this Ascend map. Nobody giving up any much ground. You know that if they rally back, they can continue forward.
And look at who's at the top of Boom. Flipster, where have you been in that second map? So much comfort right now we're seeing here for both sides. It's just that amount of how much they understand the map, they understand the roles, and I really feel like it helps out players like what we've seen for Flipster here, getting the contacts, some great flashes there to help himself out, go for this kind of kills. And on the other side, Sushi Boy is the battlefield manipulation. How many times have we seen him just psych out a 2v1 scenario, cash out those kind of rotations, that amazing round with the Sheriff. And this is why this is the scoreline right now, because we're seeing players comfortably stepping on up when need be. And as we've seen multiple triple kills abound from unique sources, this is why these guys are still here in the running for the slots to Iceland.
Well, I'd say running, although I know you mean it's a figure of speech. You're currently slowly
You want to run to Iceland?
Moving forward.
You want to run to Iceland?
I think my current shot is done, Dak. Go next, stage 2.
I mean, if we can run there, where do we even go? We need to grab a boat.
I mean, I'd want to swim. I think I'm a pretty good swimmer, all things considered.
We have to swim twice. Listen to me. So we swim to the mainland of Asia, Europe, go through all the way to Europe, and then swim to Iceland.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
It's like we live in an island, Dax. Almost
as we do. Many islands.
Many.
Like 7,000.
7,107 to be exact. Depending on the tide.
Wow. You still know the fun fact there from that old commercial. But then, now, break's over, and we are back to the action. Boom Esports, Xerxia. 6-6 scoreline. Whoever can really just find a bit more of that momentum, a bit more gusto here on the defense and attack respectively. But I'm looking at Xerxia's hold right now. It's a heavy investment towards that B site. They're not going to have the most oppressive tools per se compared to, or oppressive setup honestly compared to what we've seen from Boom, which really relied on those utilities to slow down the push. It does feel like for Xerxia, again, it's those pockets that Boom is allowed to go on, and then Xerxia will execute from there.
The orders have been given to execute on the B site, but I think the prisoner they're about to do this to, well, he's got some friends in store. It's the Wild West, and anything goes. He's got his whole posse right behind him to support that. As soon as they go into this B site, Boom, they're going to be in for a wide awakening. Xerxia have read this perfectly. They know that, hey, Boom, they like to go B. They have a Boom in their name. They don't have an A, so that's where we're going to stack. But Flipster still somehow finds a kill on the Foxes. Scary answering back. Terrifying. Delicious frags here to be found by Xerxia. And Cruz goes for another. Surf, let me do this. Let me take the board and keep the waves going. No single real chance for Boom and Blaze King here to clutch this round on out. He gets the dink, but he is going to go down anyway. Surf with a triple and Xerxia with another pistol.
Man, it's just so interesting how Xerxia plays a bit of that stronghold defense. They know where Boom can go freely. They're waiting for those angles to come in the first place. And you can see it there, just some great sidelines against the Speedway. You don't see that too often, that they're using that default triple box for that actual cover. But Cruz does it here as much as possible. Just breaks those sidelines while Tebatol is desperate to find that frag. Gives an opportunity to players in the boat as to get that last surprise. And they never saw it coming, as it will be a pistol win here for Xerxia Esports. So the lead now goes over to defense, and this should be even faster right now coming into the round. They will push it to the limit, get those kind of kills. And I think the question here for Boom Esports here, Black and Blue, as they're falling apart one by one, is how can they break those kind of sightlines? I'm looking at perhaps what Tebatol's stars can do, but even better, some extra efforts from players like Berserks, like Frostmind, from Flipster. I do feel like the Xerxia defense is more susceptible to the 0 points of, I'd say, Boom Esports right now, and while Berserk gets 1 kill, it will be another round here, 1 out for Sersha.
They have to use that very smartly, though. Because, like I say, on the A side, a lot of the time, you use your 0 point, that KO knife, that suppresses abilities on the A site itself. That means that the players, the opposing defense from the grass and from that short side can still use their abilities, and they can still continue to maybe, throw a slow orb, or in this case, chuck a molly out, chuck some shock darts out, and an Astra can still continue to use their pull. But if they throw it towards that other way, towards, like, for example, that shorter side, then the anchors still have their utility in place. So it really comes down to pick your own poison. Which kind of defending player do you want to try and disable? And that's something that most teams don't really have down to a T. Just think you suppress people on site, and they're the ones who don't have utility, but you have to think everybody else still does. And that's how you can influence a fight. That's one of the biggest reasons why a Breach is super effective against a KO, because you can play outside of that range. They do have both a KO on either side, but as he said, yes, can help that attack. But Surf, it doesn't matter, doesn't mind. The pick is what he gets.
You wanted range, you get the range for the operator, and as Boom now tries to play the gate, it's Surf again! The waves to just go, and that's high turns again versus the side of Boom Esports. Blaze King into the corner. Surf looking for a target. This should be a score. You go 1, 2, 3, 4 bullets in the chamber. Scary. Finally wrapping up the round. They're catching flips. They're trying to navigate through to their spawn. And nicely done by Sersha. They win their bonus. They scream with the op. And their defenses have the best sightlines that you can watch out for here on Ascent.
6-9 here for Boom and Xersha. Nice. Yep. Done from Xersha to win that round. And as you said, the range really does help. You can see Surf pulling so far back that the initial kind of 0 point from Flip Jitter doesn't even tag him. It isn't even anywhere close to doing so. It's a really big thing here. Boom. So have to find a rectifier. Flip Jitter finds a kill. Somehow Surf does do the same on the Tempetol towards mid. Control of mid is seized by them. They send the spike to go towards the A site though, because of that information given, because of that pick found, and they know Sushi Boys is here. The generator, he's going to generate a kill somehow though. Flipjers are going absolutely insane in the round, finding 2 kills, and Surf, he's been tagged up by the shock dart, but he's not going to be dissuaded anytime soon. They did initially want to go for the A site, but they're wrapping back around, bring around the Rosie, the pocket full of the posse here that Boom Esports has got. They have to play their strength in numbers. Currently, Sersha kind of isolated right now, and they are splitting up here, leaving Blaze towards mid. Not sure if this is the best idea. Hopefully that gambit works out.
I mean, this crowd is just trying to find or stay away from the operator, basically. Boom Esports now forcing a bit more of that CQC towards that B side. Fragment though thrown. Doesn't really get much damage done at the end. Boom Esports. Absolute Berserks here with the Marshall Aldron though, scouting on the round. And Surf, run. Surf back. Come on, you saw him. You should see a Blaze King out in the open, but still gets a kill off the Cruise anyway. Leads now to a 2v2 situation. So a decent round so far here for Boom Esports. Actually pretty winnable as they're on site with the Blazer on surface there to get the evisceration on. Berserks now in the Mohawk, looking for the flick, looking for the target. Updraft right now to buy for time, and he's just going for the wraparound yet again. The chase is on though from Foxy, but he still needs to defuse the spike. And Boom Esports, oh man, the amount of time that they failed out there, and it will be their victory. How much time do they have though with that thrifty win? I want to see it overlay. Show me the timer.
We don't even get it.
We don't even get it. I want to know.
Last player standing.
No,
I'm not being teased here, man.
Oh my god.
Being teased.
The satisfaction of the defuse is not complete without that final number telling you how close of a line you threaded, how near to death you were. I mean, well, I've got perfect reflections. That was like 0.18. Yeah, we'll call it that.
Okay, I'll just believe you because my hopes have been destroyed. I wanted to see it too.
Maybe we can count someone can count the individual frames of the stream.
Count the milliseconds. Go ahead, be my guest. Tell me how long it has. But that was just such a good play there from Berserks. He bought so much time with all of his antics, his updrafts running on away, and for Sersha, you know, it was actually costly. The double back there from Surf, the fact that Bleed allowed to get that takedown, it was like, wait a minute, someone's there. But those are precious seconds against a spike detonation, and Sersha has to go for the timeout right now after Boom Esports just pulls off the heist towards that B site.
Oh, they barely scraped by in Boom Esports. They needed a miracle, and they were granted one.
This is
See if this is going to continue on, though. Look at this setup coming in here from the side of Sersha. Now, one single shot card can disable most of that, but I'm not too sure if Boom are going to get to read. Timeout has dissipated. We're going back here to the gun round. Look at this aggressive push from Foxes with an operator in his hands. He's crawling up close to Sersha there. Scary to try and help him on out. Some of them do get suppressed, and that is definitely a suppress to come on in. Here coming in. They do not, rather he is not able to land a shot. Surf will not miss that and will not falter the second time around. Ooh, he does connect some bullets there, Berserk, but they don't eventually get the kill ultimately. He finds one, Flip Jitter, has to fall back.
Flash drive is there. Sushi Boys to win the takedown. And Sersha, they got away with that with Surf. Doesn't matter. He doesn't have to disengage. All he needs was the angle. And here comes Cruz from in behind. Apparently a mutiny towards his B site. Tepathol now all alone. But he is as fragile as glass here over onto the side. And Sersha will get back on the feet and bring feet down towards Boom. 7 to 10. Nothing a beat whatsoever. Defense able to still find those sightlines, and it's crazy to think that there is no fear whatsoever from Surf, because Sersha knows how much of the map they control, that even without the dash, Surf can get on away, and he held it together despite the suppresses bothering him there.
No fear, Surf is here. Released. No real problem for him. Who needs abilities, utilities, when you got raw aiming, that skill, ability. Yes, yeah.
Yes, this should do.
Dexterity above strength of, I guess, your body.
That's a build though in RPGs.
That really is. I am someone who does like to run the dex over the strength or intelligence or faith, because I don't have much of either. But moving on forward, Sersha. They do pull out the big macho gun here. Odin time.
Right there.
How big is the macho gun?
Very big. You're about to find out.
Oh yes, but it's Foxy. Come on, where's Foxy? Bring him to me. But Berserks, all he needs are precision blades. He can be a cut above and cut down. Cruz there to start things off. This is a thrifty round here for Boom Esports, potentially an eco state as they run on around, and we've seen what they could do with it before. All round splits here on this map, but Surf, he's not done. He catches out Flip Shitter there to add to a response. The setup though is strong here for Sushi Boys. Here we go now with cyber cages to blockade that vision and try to scare off the opposition. But the wallbang possibility is there. Tripwires will be triggered, but the Speedway now taken here by the side of Boom Esports. Frostbite though will get the kill in response, and it's 3v3 and a lockdown into play. Boom Esports, they're still gonna try for it anyway. And the spike though hasn't been planted as of yet. Only the lockdown putting this one down. Sersha though with the kill with Foxy. Lockdown now finally gonna get broken. The power of the Odin. Surface there yet again. Tepathol all alone. And the scope on in might lead to the demise. But apparently it's the bullets from Foxy instead who will welcome Tepathol to a bitter end. Convenient here for Sersha. They're up by 4, 7 to 11.
Heavy machine gun. As one of Retro would recall. This is an old school battle for, rather a strategy for this fight. Berserk, good shot by him. It did secure at least some man advantage. Try and go for that plant towards B site, and it pulled, more importantly, the defense to rotate to the B site, to rather A site, to allow them to get the plant in the first place. But in the end, round goes to Sersha. Still, good value found by Boom to bring it to a 2v1. This is a round they have to convert. This goes match point here right now. This could be Boom facing their doom.
Might just be it here for Boom. If they lose this, they don't have money anymore in the bank. This is a desperate heave. A great try, perhaps. The last call here, Boom Esports, as the moon is shining all already. Sushi Boys, though, has the angle. Cyber cages there. Dark, though, will be broken. Some great utility usage for Boom to scare off the Cypher from the angle, but Scary still holding. And Foxy has found the funnel to get an easy picking here. A kill boss, perhaps. A gravestone, an epitaph for Boom Esports as a flawless execution on the defense will put Sersha on match point.
Fancy for Foxy here, and Boom Esports potentially going down. Bit of a whimper at the end of Ascent, and it has been Sersha rising to the occasion. Mount Olympus calls upon, and Odin is answered by Foxes. On his Hunter's Fury, he's got some lightning powers of his own, and he smites them, strikes down at them. Merely just crawls around here, Boom, trying to find some way, trying to gather themselves. How do we pick up the pieces of our broken puzzle? How does this tower get performed when it's so tilted already? Sersha, they're one round away from going into the lower bracket finals, and potentially one more series away at that point, 2 maps even, from going to Iceland.
Yeah, this is intriguing here for Boom Esports. They haven't found the answer whatsoever. Their definition of safe has been redefined by Sersha Esports, and who is popping off? Over at the top, it's that Jet of Sersha Esports, the new addition, the young gun proving himself to be at the caliber of the squad. And right now, he's going above and beyond with the operator. It's Surf finding precision targets time after time. This would be that Astra game for both sides, but really they've been playing those supporting roles. Gary has done few better jobs here to control the valve to help Surf out at the moment's notice. It's all for the protection even. Doesn't have to be a perfect grab. All he needs is space to work. And Surf right now gonna be backing on away thanks to the suppress. But this is a heavy stack from Boom Esports. And the last hurrah perhaps for the Wolves.
Opportunities here. They have to find. Otherwise, Boom will be going down. Surf is holding down the line. Blind, suppressed, but he does not mind. Does get the kill here in Berserks. Cruz is able to find the follow-up. This is all crumbling, and Blaze King's the last one left alive, but he will not continue on longer. Sersha move on, eliminating the last hope of Indonesia. Thailand stays strong, stays alive. They go next to the lower bracket.
As clean as can be, the flawless victories back-to-back by Sersha, and they knew they had Boom Esports number. They already dug the hole, set up the grave, and all they need to do now is roll those bodies on in. Well played there by Sersha Esports on the defensive. They proved to be a cut above Boom Esports after a hotly contested first half. And it really goes to show that you can't beat the classics, you can't beat the progenitors, and you can't really beat Sersha at their own game right now from what we've seen. But the stats, we're going to be seeing them. And to no surprise, it has to be Surf at the very top. His operator has been incredible here. He made all the waves and the rest of the squad enabling him as much as possible. You can see for Cruz, those 0 points to prevent those immediate retakes. Scary against Sushi Boys with ways to find the slowdown on Foxy with the intel. But they relied on Surf to execute, to get those takedowns. And many a time, their job was so much easier because of the operator. While Boom did show on up with flips to there yet again, looking so much comfortable there. We kind of have to beg the question, taking that risk there on Haven, somewhere they're not comfortable with, was it just like a situation where they're like, okay, is it really our best map? Let's try something else, because it's a bit of a squander in essence for Bliptrader's performance, because he popped off in the first map, he showed his stuff here in the third, and with a 1/3 headshot percentage for Boom Esports, they have been precise, but Sersha, many a time taking those opportunities away from Boom Esports in an instant.
Boom, they're really good at forcing gunfights and winning that, but even in that aspect, Sersha were even better at making sure they weren't pressured into having to be forced into a gunfight when they know it's unfavorable for them. They were really good at keeping them at bay as well on the defensive side, and also keeping them in check on the attack. You see here on that opening half of theirs that when they gain control, they really push it to the limits. They take control of short, for example, they send one up there towards the grass to go even deeper and catch off a rotation when they least expect it. On their defense as well, Sersha really playing one after the other together and making sure that they might as well, if they have to be forced and flush out of a corner, there's almost always somebody to trade them. There's almost always a support kind of structure at the very least. and that matters so much, especially when both sides have a KO. When you're suppressed, the only thing you can rely on, aside from yourself, is your own teammate, the other guy watching your back, and that's what Sersha have been always part of their game plan. That's what's always been part of their play. Play with each other and one another as a unit and as a team.
Yeah, it's just a situation in a system where they rely on the setup of the others to execute on their own, uplifting one another as much as possible. The Sersha way is here to play, and they will be facing off against Bleed Esports tomorrow for the final slots to Iceland, courtesy of APAC. And it was a great effort here from Boom Esports. They've gone above and beyond, well, their previous outings here so far, and they've really shown why they're at the top of the Indonesian scene, but not just yet, as well. Sersha still provides to be supreme, and that is going to be that for all our series for today. That's here with Black and Blue signing out on the casting side. The panel going to be breaking down what just went on for today's matches. Don't go away. APAC Challengers will continue in just a short break.
9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, it came from the bottom. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Welcome back to VCT Asia Pacific Knockouts. We are finally ending the day here with a bang from that matchup from Sersha versus Boom. We now know, finally, who is going to be facing Bleed Esports tomorrow in the lower bracket finals. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to one more team, and that is Boom Esports. As for Paper, they wait in the upper bracket for their opponents. Now let's talk about and dive into the match or to the whole series right now that we have in our hands. Sersha versus Boom. Guys, I know it was a very close matchup that we had here. We went 3 maps for the first time for today. And the thing is, I want to ask, Sersha had good map control and was extremely good, especially on that last map that we had. What was the main issue that Boom Esports was facing against Sersha right here, Rap?
Oh my goodness, you did mention about ending the day with a bang. I kind of wish it ended with a boom, knowing my predictions, but on splits, my goodness, it was absolutely clinical for Boom. You know, some would say the judge is sacrilegious, but all is fair in love and splits. Boom showed so much classical mastery over set map, but with Xerxia having no qualms of using whatever's necessary, Knowing this, Boom did not shy away from constant map movement and presence shifting in such a claustrophobic map.
And Boom, they were able to just find those isolated sightlines as much as possible. And I think it was just like dynamic where they can be a bit more reactive, and if they're able to bait out those kind of utilities early on, then it's easy pickings there on split. So more of a comfort pick for Boom, and then we go to Haven, and the comfort shifts, the bed, the pillows, and even the blanket are given to Sersha instead. And Boom Esports, they look a little lost in their composition, a little lost in their holds, and while there were moments again you can see from the likes of Berserks, it's just that kind of game where there is potential pop-off, there are those kind of situations, but Boom Esports could nary get the hold done versus Sersha in that second map.
You know, I really hope Berserk's having an ace is not a bad omen for Boom, because that seems to be the case with all these maps that they've dropped against Xerxia. I have to say, though, that the problems that were bothering them in the second map carried over into Haven. Everybody started to charge up, but both teams, they stayed true to their tactical ways. However, I feel like Xerxia just had that extra diligence, the extra edge to have more map control over Boom. Again, Boom, they put up a great fight, but once that snowball started, it was almost impossible to stop.
Crazy to think that Sersha here at the very end, flawless execution. Boom Esports could not find the answer at all here in the second half, and as soon as Boom ran on in, it was just Sersha all set up, already Surf absolutely potent with the operator shots in such a safe fashion, and they got that victory. Have a fact about this gun, guys. Sersha has eliminated all Indonesian hopefuls, Onyx, Persija, as well as Boom Esports all throughout this tournament. And in poetic fashion, their next opponent is finally the matchup waiting for them.
Oh yeah, I mean, that beautiful flower has been so deceptive. It carries so much lethality that Xerxia, they just can't help but devour everybody in their path.
Oh, definitely true. We've seen it from the matchup that we saw for today for the 3-map series. The good usage of utilities we have right here. Aside from that, for the teams that we have, the scrapbook is just phenomenal. You could just see how these teams have practiced well in their multiple hours and hours and hours of Valorant and putting it into action here in the stage. But yet again, it is a do or die matchup, and we say goodbye to one more team when it comes to this. Now, aside from that though, any final thoughts on this specific matchup before we actually close it up? You first, Dax.
Well, I really feel like it was just such a battle basically of who had more control of the map, more control of their utilities, and who can get that value. And not a classic like Sersha Esports, they were the first ones to pioneer that effort all throughout 2021. And here 2022, it's even more refined and has brought them to the top 3 of APAC for now.
Well, we have right here on your screen, pulling it up right now, our updated brackets for tomorrow as well. So you can see how the teams have faltered throughout the entirety of VCT Asia Pacific. We are now on Knockouts day number 3. That means tomorrow is going to be the final day. Like I said, Paper Rex is just waiting what will be the results on the lower bracket. It is Bleed versus Sersha right here playing on the lower brackets, Raf. And this is going to be an exciting matchup. Sersha, did you actually expect this team to be in the lower bracket and strive towards the end?
I don't think anybody did, really. Truth be told, a lot of these teams we really thought they would hang in the upper bracket. I feel like Bleed was the most pleasant surprise out of every single one of them, but that's just a testament to the power levels, to the evolution of our entire APAC scene. But either way, man, whoever wins this, they have quite a bit ahead of them in the form of the indomitable Paper Rex.
You know, personally, I had Sersha to go all the way, basically, to the grand finals, but to drop off, potentially, yes, over at the upper bracket finals. Bleed Esports, again, the biggest surprise of them all on how acclimated they have become in the upper bracket, only losing out to their bitter rivals, and knowing that we're finally gonna get Bleed versus Sersha for the lot, it's absolutely poetic that we're gonna get up Storm's Bam.
But hey, you might be right here, Dax. We already had probably a taste of the grand finals. Maybe it is Paper Rex and Sersha, but it can also be on the side of Bleed Esports as well. This is tomorrow's schedule. Of course, we're gonna start the same time here in our live stream. It's gonna be Bleed versus Sersha first, and whoever wins that will be facing Paper Rex for the grand finale. Just to take note, for the people or for the viewers right now who are watching and listening, Paper Rex is already the first team to actually get that ticket towards Masters Reykjavik and towards Iceland. So I'm very excited to see which is the next team that is gonna take up that second slot. Now, Paper Rex versus whomever for tomorrow is definitely a team, or rather a series to watch. Because of that, of course, obviously, for the teams that we have here, they have dealt with so much in the lower bracket, and finally just Paper Rex just standing at the top, you know, all throughout the entirety. You mentioned it already in the panel, rather in the casting a while ago, Dax, as well. Paper Rex sailing really smooth. You know, guys, to finally end things off for the matchup for tomorrow and for the entirety of the matches today, I just want to ask for the final thoughts. I know I asked you a while ago already for your final thoughts, but for tomorrow, what are you excited about, and your final thoughts as well? You can go first, Raph.
I'm excited for Ilona.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be a special video and performance for tomorrow. Yeah, that's a good excitement.
My thoughts laid bare. That's it.
Maybe you'll get a meet and greet right after the performance as a talent, man. I'm already jealous, but I have to say, I'm excited for the upcoming grand finals because it's gonna be a rematch either way. If Bleed wins, we get a rematch. If Sersha wins, we get a rematch. And for Paper Rex to prove that they can be superior over the other two teams and the rest of APAC, they should be that first slot and seed into Masters. But not only that, getting that second representation, knowing who will be pushing APAC forward. Well, we're in for a treat tomorrow in our final two series.
I just wish we can all just send them to Iceland. You know, they all deserve the spot here in the Asia Pacific stage. They've been through so much, but finally, to end things off, there you have it, the Valorant APAC fans. We started off with 16 teams, and throughout the group stage, we saw the 8 teams that were able to come out on top. And now we are finally down to the last 3 teams remaining. Our tournament's journey is about to reach the final act with the lower bracket finals and the grand finals for tomorrow or tonight. We have to say GG here in the panel as well. On behalf of my panelists, Raph, and of course, Dax, thank you so much for watching and staying with us. See you guys tomorrow. Good night.